To his utter astonishment, the obscure singer Zhou Zhifei found himself inexplicably transported to a different world. Having just awakened from a slumber in his university dormitory, he was confronted with the astonishing sight of his own outrageous diary of unrequited affection. The entries were filled with sentiments of a devoted admirer, a licking dog as it were, where a warm-hearted soul was relegated to the status of mere canine. What do you truly mean? You pursued me first. So on what grounds can you declare you will no longer pursue me? Zhou Zhifei. Have you ever considered what our 4 years of cherished moments amount to? Just my misfortune, I suppose. With scant financial resources and an incessant preoccupation with wealth, Zhou Zhifei found himself bereft of time to engage in frivolous games of emotional tug-of-war with a young girl. Now that he was unable to court a wealthy patroness, he realized he might have to return to his former trade. Chapter 1. The Licking Dog Diary. Earth, Yangcheng, Southern Media University, School of Arts, Male Dormitory 703. Zhou Zhifei rubbed his temples, his consciousness still shrouded in a haze. He recalled lying on a hospital bed mere moments ago, yet here he was, seemingly within a student dormitory. His gaze fell upon a notebook beside him, glancing casually at its contents, which appeared to be diary entries. Uncertain of the circumstances, he instinctively flipped to the first page of the diary. September 1st, 2012. Today, I have finally become a proud high school student. There is a remarkably beautiful girl in my class, and I seem to have fallen for her at first sight. September 30th, 2012. With the National Day holiday approaching, I finally managed to converse with Yang Jiai. Her singing is enchanting. It turns out she was admitted to this high school as a music major. March 17th, 2013. Yang Jiai and I have become friends. I cannot express how elated I am. As Zhou Zhifei continued to peruse the diary, he discovered that every entry was solely related to the girl named Yang Jiai. The innocence of this young boy's diary made Zhou Zhifei squirm, as if he could unearth 3 rooms and a hall with his toes. October 9th, 2014. I finally mustered the courage to confess to Yang Jiai. She smiled and said I was a good person, but she wasn't interested in dating before university. June 8th, 2015. Today marked the end of the college entrance examinations. I am finally liberated. At tonight's graduation party, I had a bit to drink. I gathered my courage and confessed to Yang Jiai once more. She said she would consider being my girlfriend if we ended up at the same university. I have never wished so fervently for time to leap forward to the day we receive our exam results and fill out our applications. June 20th, 2015. My exam score was 637, which is acceptable. Yang Jiai scored 518 and successfully applied to the music performance program at Southern Media University. I know this is the university she has longed to attend, and I am genuinely happy for her. June 23rd, 2015. Today, I filled out my application. Ignoring my family's objections, I resolutely chose the music program at Southern Media University, solely to be at the same institution as her. In the future, she will sing on stage, while I will be her music producer behind the scenes. Today, I confessed to her again. She said she would think about being my girlfriend after military training at school. September 26th, 2015. The military training has finally concluded after 2 weeks. Though I will miss the instructors, all good things must come to an end. Tonight, I confessed to Yang Jiai again, but she still declined, emphasizing that she must prioritize her studies as a freshman. Though rejected once more, I remain undeterred. With sincerity, I shall surely move her heart. The diary reached this point, marking the boy's 4th confession. Zhou Zhifei flipped through the pages further and discovered 2 more confessions. Both met with the same rejection by the girl. Who would have thought that freshman year would be so demanding? Perhaps next semester. The new semester is filled with competitions, leaving me no time for a relationship. Zhou Zhifei closed the diary, his mind flooded with a myriad of frustrations. However, with so many grievances to express, he found himself at a loss regarding where to begin. Amidst a torrent of thoughts, he settled on a singularly succinct remark. Impressive. Confessions are not merely victories, they are not the clarion call of a charge. How could this boy in the diary not comprehend this? Yang Jiai, it seemed, was merely biding her time, yet they were clearly not on the same level. This young boy was at best an option E, a fish in her pond. Wow, he exclaimed as a sudden, intense headache struck, causing Zhou Zhifei to clench his teeth and grasp his head tightly. The pain sent shivers down his spine, as memories not belonging to him surged through his mind. Flashes of past events cascaded through his consciousness, leading him to finally grasp the reality of his situation. Am I traversing realms? The fool in the diary is actually me? Zhou Zhifei's gaze fixated on his own outstretched hands, which appeared remarkably youthful and were certainly not his own. He pinched his face hard, the pain eliciting a gasp, confirming that this was no mere dream. The integration of memories accelerated, and Zhou Zhifei's awareness sharpened. He labeled his experience as a traversal rather than a rebirth because this world was fundamentally different from the one he had known. The planet he inhabited was called Earth, not the Earth he recognized, and the nation was known as Hua Country. Yet, the similarities between the two worlds were striking. Hua Country, too, had its illustrious dynasties of Qin, Han, and Tang, which laid the foundation of Huaxia culture. In fact, the fall of the Tang dynasty occurred later than that of Huaxia on Earth, perhaps due to a series of butterfly effects that resulted in subtle divergences between the two realms, giving rise to unfamiliar historical figures. Some renowned individuals from Huaxia's history had seemingly vanished from the annals of Hua Country. It could be attributed to the world's corrective force. Hua Country had endured a prolonged period of decline under the last imperial dynasty. Then, the newly established Hua Country single-handedly challenged 17 powerful factions, reclaiming its rightful place in the world, emerging as one of the 5 great benefactors of Earth. The top 3 among the benevolent. Memories from 2 lives flooded Zhou Zhifei's mind, causing him discomfort as he struggled to distinguish the myriad differences between the two realms. However, he had more pressing matters at hand as a traveler. He could not overlook the absence of a system. Zhou Zhifei reached out, grasping at the air. Ding! Where was the operation screen? Why was his brain devoid of any notification sound? He resembled a fool, flailing about in his dormitory, grasping at nothingness. Could it be that he was a false traveler, deprived of even a system? Zhou Zhifei slumped despondently in his chair. Suddenly, the electronic ringtone resonated, causing him to sit up with a start and extend his hand. Upon realizing it was merely his phone ringing, he lethargically glanced at the screen. It was Chen Zichuan, a childhood friend of the original Zhou Zhifei. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Zhifei answered the call. He was not one to shy away from confrontation, and sooner or later, he would have to face the original's acquaintances. Xiao Chuan, what's up? His voice betrayed a sense of fatigue and disinterest. This prompted Chen Zichuan to express his surprise. Zhou Ge, I thought you would be brimming with enthusiasm this time. Why do you sound so lifeless? Just get to the point if you have something to say. Say it quickly. Zhou Zhifei, feeling irritable without a system, was growing impatient. You dare speak to me like that? The flowers you asked me to buy? Do you no longer want them? Have you forgotten today is Yang Jiai's birthday? Aren't you supposed to confess at her birthday party later? Chapter 2. A father's kindness and a son's filial piety. Had it not been for Chen Zichuan's words, Zhou Zhifei, freshly traversed into this new realm, might have completely forgotten about the matter at hand. Today marks Yang Jiai's birthday, and it seems that all his high school classmates residing in the Yangqing University town are bound to attend her birthday celebration tonight. The original host likely harbored intentions of confessing his feelings, but an emotional upheaval caused him to rise abruptly, colliding his head against the bed frame, leading to an unintended slumber on the chair. When he next opened his eyes, his body remained the same. Yet Zhou Zhifei was no longer the same person he once was. Even now, a faint throb pulsed at the back of his head. Zhou Gu, are you still there? Chen Zichuan inquired, unable to contain himself after a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Zhou Zhifei exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of pent-up breath. 7 o'clock, right? I will definitely be there. That settles it then. I thought you had lost your mind. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Central Hotel at 6:30. That's that. With that, Chen Zichuan ended the call. Zhou Zhifei gazed at his phone, momentarily lost in thought. In his previous life, he too was named Zhou Zhifei, a singer by profession. Lacking the capital to promote himself, he remained a rather obscure artist. He had sung at subway stations and performed in bars, all in pursuit of his so-called musical dream. Although he possessed decent looks and a commendable singing ability, these were not the primary factors for a singer's rise to fame. It wasn't until the advent of short videos that he finally amassed a considerable following through live-streaming his performances, ultimately achieving some recognition as an online singer. However, The years of late nights, irregular rest, and indulgence in smoking and drinking took a toll on him. Astonishingly, by the time he reached his early 30s, he was diagnosed with cancer. As he lay on his hospital bed, in his final moments, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He vividly recalled muttering to himself, "If only I could do it all over again." Though he felt a tinge of guilt towards the original host, Zhou Zhifei truly cherished the opportunity to live once more. Lost in thought, he subconsciously reached into his pocket. A faint smile crossed his lips as he shook his head and murmured, "Since I have no craving for cigarettes, I might as well seize this chance to quit." This afternoon, he had spent his time in the dormitory reflecting on the original host's memories. At 5:30 in the evening, Zhou Zhifei arrived at the entrance of the Southern Media University. Memories are but memories. He yearned to see this new world with his own eyes. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, a luxurious car with a golden emblem, resembling a goddess in flight, glided past him. The vehicle came to a halt not far inside the school grounds. Curious to see who could afford such extravagance to attend school, he turned to glance. A young woman, clad in a light beige, waist-cinching gown, emerged from the back seat. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, she locked eyes with Zhou Zhifei. Her flowing, silky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her translucent, fair skin complemented her full, rosy lips. Truly beautiful, yet her demeanor exuded an unmistakable chill. Even from a distance, Zhou Zhifei could feel her icy aura. Consequently, he swiftly turned away and continued on his way. How could such a stunning girl not have appeared in the original host's memories? Zhou Zhifei pondered, then dismissed the thought. What did it matter if she was beautiful? It had nothing to do with him. The Yangqing University town was neither too vast nor too small. Zhou Zhifei strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, and only arrived at the Central Hotel's entrance just before 6:30. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he immediately spotted Chen Zhichuan, who had placed a large bouquet of purple violets in front of him. The flowers were purchased by Chen Zhichuan, but the funds came from Zhou Zhifei, as his school was conveniently located near the flower shop. The bouquet contained 99 stems, and the violet's language of flowers signifies, "In dreams, I fall in love with you. To me, you remain eternally beautiful." For a fleeting moment, Zhou Zhifei truly wished to return the bouquet to the florist. The cost of that bouquet had consumed a significant portion of his food budget for over half a month. For a student, such an expense was nothing short of painful. "Why did you arrive so late?" "Yang Jia and the others have already gone upstairs," Chen Zhichuan remarked. Zhou Zhifei smiled and replied, "I got a bit lost in the scenery along the way." His primary reason for coming to the hotel tonight was, in fact, to meet this childhood friend of the original host, with a secondary intention of seeing Yang Jia, whom the original host had long cherished. Despite Chen Zhichuan's seemingly inexpensive attire, he was, in truth, a genuine rich second generation. His father had capitalized on the economic boom, amassing wealth through real estate. However, wealth often breeds carelessness. During Chen Zhichuan's early middle school years, his father had taken a mistress, leading to a family disintegration. His parents had once fought vehemently over custody, and in a bid to avoid being a burden to his mother, Chen Zhichuan chose to live with his father. As Zhou Zhifei, a good friend, was well aware of the rebellious spirit within Chen Zhichuan. He knew that things were far from simple. Later, Chen Zhichuan confided in him, "That guy, being the one at fault, was only ordered to pay a meager sum to my mother by the court. It was ridiculously lenient. I intend to be a burden to him, making his life uncomfortable in the future." From that point on, Chen Zhichuan had already planned to major in law in college. His life goal was to master the legal system and, within lawful bounds, transfer his father's wealth to himself. Whether he saved it for himself or gave it to his mother, it would never benefit his father. The core theme here was one of a father's kindness and a son's filial piety. The original host might not have grasped this concept, but the current Zhou Zhifei felt that Chen Zhichuan epitomized the unique wisdom of contemporary university students, clear yet foolish. Who among those who could rise from nothing in the real estate industry could be simple-minded? The cunning of a young fox could easily be discerned by an old fox in reality. Chen Zhichuan's tuition and living expenses were tightly controlled by his father. Thus, despite being a wealthy second generation, he wasn't particularly financially free until he achieved economic independence. "There's plenty to see in the university town. Yet you managed to be late for Yang Jia's birthday," Chen Zhichuan remarked in confusion. He then pointed at the violet bouquet. "If you're confessing, why choose violets instead of red roses?" Zhou Zhifei, smiling, explained, "She mentioned that she doesn't like red roses. finding them too clitch and lacking depth. That's why I opted for violets instead. Chen Zichuan, exasperated, replied, "You've truly poured your heart and soul into this, but is it really worth it? Stop deceiving yourself. You know she won't accept it." Indeed, the original host had surely contemplated this as well. He resembled a gambler placing all bets, fully aware yet persistently lying to himself. Perhaps this was the complexity of human emotions. Zhou Zhifei glanced at the intricately decorated ceiling, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Yes, it truly isn't worth it." Chen Zichuan's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback to hear such words from him. "Have you come to realize something?" "Yes, I have given up," Zhou Zhifei replied, gently cradling the bouquet of violets. He genuinely could not comprehend why the original host, fully aware of the impending rejection, still clung to the notion of confessing. With tonight's attempt, he would have accumulated a total of 7 rejected confessions. Was he perhaps planning to summon a dragon after achieving such a feat? Chen Zichuan appeared as if he no longer recognized his childhood friend, feeling an odd sense of unfamiliarity. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted their conversation. "Zhifei, that bouquet is beautiful. Is it for Jiai?" Lu Wenhui, with her short hair falling just above her shoulders, appeared quite adorable. She was a classmate of Zhou Zhifei's in senior year and also a close friend of Yang Jiai. Lu Wenhui was well aware of Zhou Zhifei's pursuit of her best friend. Yang Jiai, being exceptionally beautiful, naturally attracted attention in class. However, Zhou Zhifei had never been interested in anyone else. His gaze had always been fixed solely on his best friend. For 3 years in high school, Lu Wenhui had felt that her friend was leading Zhou Zhifei on, yet as a loyal friend, she could only support her. However, Zhou Zhifei's act of discarding the violets into the trash bewildered not only Lu Wenhui but even Chen Zichuan. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lu Wenhui's smile faded as she asked, "Zhifei, what's going on?" Zhou Zhifei's gaze remained calm as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "A fool mistook a confession for a battle cry. He has merely awakened to the truth." Lu Wenhui studied him intently, realizing he was neither feigning nor employing any tactics of manipulation. It seemed he had genuinely come to a realization. Yet this was a matter between Zhou Zhifei and Yang Jiai. Although she yearned to delve deeper into the gossip, as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to press further. Raising her wrist to check the time, she laughed lightly. "Well, it's about time I should head up. Zhifei and Zichuan, you two will be attending Jiai's birthday party, right? Would you like to join me?" Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively. "You go ahead. I'll sit with Xiaochuan for a bit before we head up." He said this casually, genuinely not wishing to attend the birthday celebration. "Then I'll head up first." With that, Lu Wenhui swiftly departed. Chen Zichuan patted Zhou Zhifei's shoulder. "Have you truly let go of your feelings for Yang Jiai after 4 years?" Zhou Zhifei sighed. "What is there to cling to? There are always better options ahead." The one who harbored lingering feelings for Yang Jiai was the original host, not him. Pausing, he added, "Besides, women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. That's why the heroes in novels often cast aside women." Having navigated the world for many years, Zhou Zhifei had long since seen through it. The world resembled a show, revealing its beauty only to the affluent. Thus, his immediate priority was to earn money, especially considering the original host's foolishness in spending his food budget on flowers. Asking his family for living expenses would be a bit too embarrassing for a time traveler. If he couldn't find a source of income, he might have to divide a single bun into 3 meals for the month. Chen Zichuan was momentarily stunned by Zhou Zhifei's earlier remarks. After just a few days apart, he found himself struggling to comprehend his childhood friend. Are we still going to Yang Jiai's birthday party? Chen Zichuan was indifferent. He had merely come to accompany his friend. Zhou Zhifei was about to say, "Let's not go," when an unexpected surge of anxiety washed over him. Frowning, he sighed, "Since we're already here, we might as well go for a bit." Consider it fulfilling the original host's final wish. Chen Zichuan had no objections, and the pair made their way to the reserved private room. As they pushed open the door to the private room, the evening's protagonist, Yang Jiai, shone like a star amidst the crowd. Not only were her high school classmates present, but also those from university. Zhou Zhifei's eyes immediately fell upon her. He had finally encountered the subject of countless infatuated diaries. Yang Jiai was the white moonlight in many boys' hearts, undeniably beautiful. Yet, to him, there lingered a sense of something amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. The moment Zhou Zhifei entered, Yang Jiai spotted him too. She appeared somewhat irked, for not only had he arrived late, but he also seemed indifferent to her presence. In the past, he would have been entirely focused on her. Zhou Zhifei, you came to celebrate my birthday empty-handed? Yang Jia had grown accustomed to commanding him, showing no mercy even in front of others. The current Zhou Zhifei no longer tolerated her demeanor. We are all merely students. It's the thought that counts. There's no need to adhere to societal norms regarding gift-giving. So, here's my birthday wish for you. The world is worth it. The future is promising. A few around him chuckled softly at his words. While everyone understood the sentiment, Zhou Zhifei was the first to express it so unabashedly. He cared little for appearances. For him, they held little value. This new attitude left Yang Jia somewhat incredulous in his gaze. She found no hint of admiration. This was not the Zhou Zhifei she knew, and it stirred a sense of unease within her. At that moment, Wei Junping chimed in with a teasing tone. Zhou Zhifei, I heard you were going to confess to Jia again tonight. Are you harboring resentment towards her? Or perhaps, are you employing some tactics of manipulation? Zhou Zhifei shot him a sidelong glance, finally recalling who this individual was. Wei Junping, the class monitor during their senior year, hailed from a family that owned a factory and was considered affluent in their hometown. However, he lacked Zhou Zhifei's looks, height, and academic prowess. Wei Junping had always surrounded himself around Yang Jia, harboring unexpressed feelings for her, but he had never mustered the courage to confess, making him even more inept than the original host. Yet, he possessed advantages the original host lacked, namely, financial means. His contributions had facilitated the birthday celebration at the Central Hotel, covering most of the expenses. The original host had once regarded him as a primary rival, resulting in a strained relationship. Dressed in a black suit and exuding an air of pretentious sophistication, Wei Junping often flaunted his wristwatch, striving to project an image of maturity. Who has time for such childish games? Zhou Zhifei retorted, Wei Banzhong, are you aware of the saying that warm-hearted men rank behind dogs? Zhou Zhifei's bluntness left Qin Zichuan momentarily stunned. You've gone too far, Zhou Zhifei. Apologize to the monitor immediately. Yang Jia exclaimed angrily. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Zhifei realized he was far too old to be feuding like a child. Thus, he sincerely said, Wei Banzhong, I was only joking. Please don't take it to heart. The sudden change in Zhou Zhifei's demeanor left Wei Junping utterly bewildered. With a serious expression, he replied, even jokes should have their limits. Tonight is Jia's birthday celebration. Zhou Zhifei chuckled. Since my well wishes have been conveyed, I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave. With that, he waved goodbye to Yang Jia, casually pocketing a pack of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water before departing the private room without a trace of reluctance. Qin Zichuan had intended to follow his friend out but was halted by Wei Junping, forced to remain until the birthday celebrations concluded. The series of unexpected changes left Yang Jia momentarily speechless. Following Zhou Zhifei's departure, Wei Junping regained his composure. Friendship does not dissolve simply because we part ways after high school. Cheers to you, dear Yang Jia. May your birthday be filled with joy. With that, he raised his glass. I toast to you. Indeed, Wei Gu is too charming. Compared to you, Zhou Zhifei seems so immature. Wei Junping's smile widened. He reveled in the belief that Zhou Zhifei, who had appeared like a mere dog tonight, posed no threat to him in vying for Yang Jia's affection. Being university students, some institutions enforce curfews, so before 9 o'clock, the birthday celebration came to an end. Yang Jia and Lu Wenhui attended schools in the same direction. Thus they walked back together. What gives him the right to leave like this tonight? Yang Jia said, still seething with indignation. Lu Wenhui comforted her. Zhou Zhifei might genuinely have something to attend to. As she spoke, she recalled the moment he casually discarded the flower into the trash. She didn't even believe her own words. Yang Jia frowned. What could possibly be more important than my birthday today? In the past, he always stayed until the end to see me home. But weren't you always rejecting his confessions? Lu Wenhui pondered aloud. Perhaps he thinks being around you isn't the best choice anymore? I rejected his confession back in high school. What's different now? This is my test for him. No girl should casually accept a boy's confession. Compared to Yang Jia, who was steeped in her princess syndrome, Lu Wenhui possessed a more grounded perspective. She couldn't fathom how Jia could utter the words about testing Zhou Zhifei. At times, she genuinely felt Jia didn't deserve his affection. Thus, her friend's words left her at a loss for how to respond. Jia, you can't stop talking about Zhou Zhifei. Does that mean you're now decided to accept him? Yang Jia replied decisively, I don't dislike him, but given his attitude tonight, how could I possibly accept him? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wenhui asked, so how do you plan to accept him then? At the very least, I need to test him for a while longer. And how long is that while? How am I to know? I don't feel any sparks for him yet, and besides, I don't even know if he truly likes me. Such feelings made even Lu Wenhui, an outsider, feel exhausted for Zhou Zhifei. Since the second semester of their first year in high school, Zhou Zhifei's affections for Yang Jia had become common knowledge. Nearly 4 years of feelings. How many 4-year spans does one have in life? If this isn't genuine affection, she truly didn't know what real love looked like. Jia, what if, I'm saying what if, you meet someone who makes your heart flutter in the future, and it's not Zhou Zhifei? What would you do? Yang Jia replied without a second thought, of course, I would be with the person who makes my heart race. How could love be forced? If Zhou Zhifei truly likes me, he would definitely bless me. Lu Wenhui gasped inwardly. Her best friend's response reminded her of the fear she felt while watching dramas where characters lamented, what you lost was merely a leg. But what she lost was love. Chapter 4. Unrequited devotion can only touch one's heart. Meanwhile, after stepping out of the Central Hotel, Zhou Zhifei strolled leisurely back to school. Embracing the spirit of not leaving empty-handed, he felt quite clever for having swiped some bottled water and biscuits, saving himself the cost of dinner that night. Just as he finished munching on a biscuit, Chen Zichuan called him, apologizing for being held up in a private room and unable to return with him. Zhou Zhifei took a sip of water and cheerfully dismissed the matter, advising him to enjoy himself, hoping he could give Wei Junping a good thrashing. As he contemplated returning to the dormitory so early, he thought there was nothing of great importance, so he decided to wander around the nearby night market to familiarize himself with the environment. Having left the Central Hotel, he meandered through the university town's night market for quite a while. The university town in Yangqing is indeed the largest in South China, and given that today is September 3 RD, most universities have already commenced their academic year. Walking down the street, one could see students everywhere, brimming with youth and vitality. Zhou Zhifei felt this way particularly because he had been wandering for so long without feeling a hint of fatigue. Youth truly is an asset. His robust physique stood in stark contrast to the frail body he had in his previous life. This buoyant body made him feel as if he were walking on air. The night market offered many intriguing items, but thinking about the balance in his bank account, Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but slap himself in frustration, growing increasingly agitated. Damn it, why did you show off? The original owner was certainly not a tragic figure with deceased parents, and while his family circumstances weren't particularly good, they weren't dire either. With an average family background, sufficient but not lavish, Zhou Zhifei, being an only child, found that his family could easily support him through his university years. As for why he now felt financially strapped, there was a reason. Ever since he developed feelings for Yang Jia in high school, he had taken on the habit of bringing her breakfast every day. Especially upon entering university, Zhou Zhifei had intensified this habit, not only bringing her breakfast but also waking her up for school, and frequently inviting her out for meals. Each time she agreed to dine out, the original owner would beam with joy like a fool. But this was akin to one person's meal expenses supporting 2 university students. Yang Jia took Zhou Zhifei's kindness for granted, oblivious to the fact that during the time she couldn't see him, the original owner often subsisted on pickled vegetables and plain porridge. Such earnest love was truly moving, enough to bring one to tears. If the original owner could stand before Zhou Zhifei now, he would undoubtedly give himself a couple of hard slaps. Unrequited devotion could only touch oneself in the end, rendering it utterly useless. Zhou Zhifei, who had initially intended to take a breather, unwittingly found himself near the subway entrance in the northern part of the university town. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden loud and jarring noise pulled him back to reality. I always wait until the last moment to seek help. I can't even fix my own plumbing. Following the sound, Zhou Zhifei spotted a rather trendy young man passionately singing into a microphone while holding a guitar at the street corner. Passers-by, many of whom were students, tossed some coins into the open suitcase in front of the performer, who had 300 yuan notes and a few 50 yuan notes mixed with a lot of 1, 5, and 10 yuan coins. The larger bills were likely placed there by the singer himself, while the scattered coins were undoubtedly his actual earnings for the night. Zhou Zhifei was quite familiar with this kind of operation. Not long ago, he too relied on street performances to make a living. If one chose the right spot, a lucky day could yield several hundred or even 1,000 yuan. Even on a bad day, one could still make 100 or 80. Just for one person's sustenance, it was enough to keep one from starving. At that moment, Zhou Zhifei was more curious about whether students would actually reward the singer for the song he was performing. To his surprise, he found himself mistaken. as many students tossed coins into his suitcase. After finishing a song, the street performer remained in high spirits, noticing Zhou Zhifei standing nearby for quite some time, assuming he was enamored with his singing. Thus, he smiled and called out, "Hey handsome, do you think I sing well? This song is the hottest rap right now, and it's my specialty. What do you think? Pretty good, right?" Zhou Zhifei shook his head and glanced around. Realizing the performer was speaking to him, he decided to play along, grinning and nodding. "Yeah, brother, you really sing well at a star in the making." Those words felt insincere. As he thought to himself, can this really be called rap? Surprised that this was considered the hottest rap, he wondered what kind of gods were dominating the current Chinese music scene. The street performer, oblivious to Zhou Zhifei's reluctance, assumed he had found a kindred spirit. Strumming his guitar, he boasted, "You have quite the discerning ear. I feel the same way. To be honest, I can handle all the songs on the charts. Let me sing another one for you." Before Zhou Zhifei could refuse, the guitar accompaniment began again. To be fair, the street performer's guitar skills were certainly commendable, but as he sang, Zhou Zhifei couldn't shake the feeling that he was being mocked. The performer noticed Zhou Zhifei's astonished expression, which only fed into his vanity, believing Zhou was completely engrossed in his performance. "Hey handsome, let me sing you another piece." "My dude, no need." Zhou Zhifei's words were cut short as the guitar strumming resumed. Counting chickens, dogs, and pigs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The familiar sound made Zhou Zhifei feel utterly disillusioned. His ears felt tarnished, sullied by this singing. If possible, he would have left in an instant. Finally, after singing several songs, the performer grew weary, his voice becoming breathless as he completed the final note. "Hey handsome, I'm done. I need to take a break. Seeing you listening for so long, I know you're a music lover too." Zhou Zhifei nodded. In his previous life, he was an obscure singer, and in this life, he studied music, so he could indeed be considered a music enthusiast. "Can you play the guitar?" the performer asked with a grin. "A little. That's great. It's rare to meet a fan like you. How about you sing a song, and I'll give you some feedback?" The performer handed Zhou Zhifei the guitar without waiting for a response. Zhou Zhifei looked at the guitar in his hands, bemused by the performer's eagerness. "What song are you planning to sing? Seeking help or counting dogs, or perhaps addiction to counting?" The titles made Zhou Zhifei's temples throb. After a few moments of silence, he asked, "Can I sing something else?" "Of course. I didn't expect you to have such a diverse repertoire," the performer replied, still overly familiar. Zhou Zhifei's repertoire was indeed extensive, but it consisted of songs from Earth, while he was unfamiliar with the popular tunes on this planet, let alone the 3 explosive titles mentioned by the performer. Therefore, he decided against responding and walked directly to the microphone. Testing the guitar's pitch, he felt as if he had returned to his former self. The performer, noticing Zhou Zhifei's actions, brightened up, recognizing that he definitely knew how to play the guitar. Stationed at the microphone, Zhou Zhifei found himself momentarily at a loss for what to sing. Recalling the day's surreal experiences, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a song that would be quite fitting. Strumming the guitar strings, the prelude began to resonate. Chapter 5. When dreams fade, Zhou Zhifei's guitar-playing skills exceeded the street performer's expectations. The prelude he played, though slightly leaning towards light rock, was unexpectedly pleasing to the ear. However, the performer felt puzzled. The style Zhou Zhifei was playing seemed a bit retro to him, not aligning with the current trends. Most importantly, he felt as though he had never heard this song before. Of course, he couldn't claim to have heard every piece of music, but his expression grew serious. He sensed that this young man had something special. Zhou Zhifei thought he needed a little time to adapt to this body, as the original owner lacked the muscle memory for playing the guitar. Yet, as he continued, aside from a slight awkwardness during the tuning, he soon found himself playing fluidly as he strummed the guitar. The song transitioned into the main verse. Zhou Zhifei licked his lips, leaned closer to the microphone, and gazed at the passers-by, singing. "You say you loved someone you shouldn't have, your heart filled with scars. You say you made mistakes you shouldn't have, filled with regret. You say you've tasted life's bitterness, unable to find someone to trust." Zhou Zhifei's voice was rich with emotion, and his singing was surprisingly steady. The original owner's innate talent was far better than he had imagined. The street performer was left utterly dumbfounded. He could be certain that he had never heard this song before. A street performer who could earn money singing would certainly have basic musical knowledge. The song Zhou Zhifei sang was not in line with current trends, yet if it had been released before, he would have had to have heard it as Zhou Zhifei continued to sing. Those who were merely passing by began to stop and listen. When he reached a point of existential doubt, he heightened his pitch as the chorus was about to begin. Knowing that heartbreak is always inevitable. Why do you plunge so deeply? Because love is always hard to let go. Why must you care about that little warmth? You must understand that heartbreak is always inevitable, at every moment of waking from dreams. The song's emotional progression was layered, and Zhou Zhifei opted for the version adapted by Wu Bai. The original rendition by Chen Shuhua was released in November 1989, making it an early Chinese song. Wu Bai's version was released in 2011 and incorporated light rock elements, making it more palatable for contemporary audiences. Both versions conveyed the perspective of a third party, yet Wu Bai's interpretation felt distinctly different. The final line of the song, "Some things you need not ask now, some people you need not wait for," in Chen Shuhua's version carried a sense of reluctance, while Wu Bai's version exuded a sense of freedom. This freedom resonated with Zhou Zhifei's current state of mind, particularly regarding Yang Jiai, who was someone he need not question or wait for. The crowd gathered around Zhou Zhifei continued to swell, especially those who had experienced similar romantic entanglements, making them more receptive to his performance. Some even recorded the live performance on their phones. As the song concluded, Zhou Zhifei emerged from his trance. Noticing even more people around him compared to when the street performer was singing, he felt a sense of satisfaction, at least proving that not everyone enjoyed the performer's earlier rap. The beloved songs of his previous life resonated with the crowd here as well. Watching the growing pile of change in the suitcase served as the most compelling evidence. "Hey dude, I haven't heard that song before. Is it your original?" The street performer couldn't help but ask. Zhou Zhifei nodded, shamelessly proclaiming, "Indeed, it is my original." Waking from Dreams was a chart-topping hit in his past life, and since it didn't exist here, Zhou Zhifei could indeed claim to be its original creator. Having long mingled among various social circles, his confidence allowed him to boast without a hint of embarrassment. A middle-aged man pulled out a 100 yuan note from his wallet and placed it in the suitcase. Then inquired, "Young man, your performance really resonated with me. It reminded me of the past. May I ask, what is the name of this song?" "Waking from Dreams." "Waking from Dreams." Such a fitting title. I look forward to you uploading it to a platform. I will definitely support you. All right, Zhou Zhifei nodded in agreement. As there was no longer any excitement to behold, the crowd quickly dispersed. The street performer, who initially considered leaving, suddenly realized that this spot seemed to belong to him. "Hey dude, are you here to steal my thunder?" "Not at all, but after venting a bit, I feel much better." Zhou Zhifei returned the guitar to the performer, who, while slinging it over his shoulder, remarked, "Dude, that song you wrote is actually pretty good. However, one must wonder just how deeply you have been wounded to compose such a poignant song. It is unexpected that this piece, crafted by the father of Mandarin music, Li Zongxing, who was renowned for writing the most heartfelt songs while embodying the worst of men, received merely a fairly good assessment from the singer." Zhou Zhifei smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying, and remarked, "As for this relationship, I have long since moved on." Noticing that time was slipping away, the singer suggested wrapping things up, casually adding, "Moving on is good. Women only serve to hinder our creative prowess as musicians. While I have indeed moved on emotionally, there is still one matter I cannot let go." Zhou Zhifei observed the glimmer in the singer's eyes. The singer felt a chill from Zhou's intense gaze, responding, "I understand that those who engage in the arts often harbor undisclosed preferences, and while I respect yours, I kindly ask that you extend the same courtesy to mine." Although his words seemed somewhat convoluted, Zhou Zhifei grasped the meaning immediately. "Damn that instant comprehension, I'm not referring to that. What I meant was that during your performance of Dream Awakens, quite a few people dropped money into the box. And that money is a product of my labor. I am entitled to a share." The busking singer exhaled in relief. "That's easily arranged. I can give you the entire amount." "No need for that," Zhou replied. "Since we are both trying to earn a living through our performances, it's tough for everyone. I used your guitar and your spot, so half would suffice." Zhou Zhifei's request was not unreasonable, and the singer readily agreed. Given that they were all contributing to the same box, the precise amount earned during the rendition of Dream Awakens was difficult to calculate, but a rough estimate could certainly be made. Ultimately, Zhou received approximately 200 yuan. As the singer handed over the money, he chuckled, "Handsome. It seems you are a bit unfortunate in timing. If you had penned this song a decade earlier, you might have made a fortune from it. Unfortunately, rap is in vogue now, and your song has a limited audience." Zhou Zhifei, unfamiliar with the trends of popular music in Huagua, refrained from making any assumptions, especially since even the singer's few songs had found their audience. The singer, perceiving Zhou's silence as agreement, took it for granted that he had absorbed the message. The proprietor of the nearby Jianbingguozi stall, having overheard the singer's remarks, was less than pleased. Wiping his hands on his apron, he approached the two, first addressing the singer. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who says there's no audience? Your usual caterwauling isn't to my taste at all." The singer was caught off guard by the swift rebuttal, and turning to Zhou Zhifei, the proprietor added, "But this young man's singing is truly aligned with the aesthetic of ordinary folks. It almost moved me to tears. Brother, I can see you're not exactly flush with cash. So let me give you 100 yuan, as compensation for your live performance." With that, he produced a 100 yuan note and handed it to Zhou Zhifei. Zhou, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted it with a smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you so much, brother." The proprietor was indeed a timely benefactor, especially as Zhou found himself in dire need of funds. The busking singer, having been momentarily chastened, did not dwell on it. One must possess some emotional resilience to face the world of street performance. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Handsome, you seem rather youthful. Are you still a student?" Zhou Zhifei tucked the small change into his pocket and nodded. "Yes, I am a sophomore majoring in music at Nanchuan Art Academy." The singer smiled. "Then you should call me senior. I'm a senior in the music performance program, graduating this year." "Greetings, senior. My name is Zhou Zhifei. May I ask your name?" "Zhou Zhifei. Would you like to accompany me back to school?" Zhou had no objections and replied, "Sure." On their way back, he even offered to help Zhou Zhifei carry the sound equipment. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and the affable Zhou Zhifei patted Zhou Zhifei on the shoulder, suggesting they collaborate on musical projects in the future. Zhou Zhifei recognized the potential in his junior and understood that fostering a good relationship would be beneficial. After helping carry the equipment to Zhao's dormitory, Zhou began to make his way back to his own. Chapter 6. Copyright registration. The unfortunate original owner of this body was assigned to the 7th floor of their dormitory, which was the highest and most unfavorable location imaginable. The top floor had no advantages, only a multitude of drawbacks. It was cold in winter and sweltering in summer. Zhou Zhifei pondered for a moment, realizing there was, indeed, a silver lining. If he were to prepare meals, he could easily dominate the entire floor. Upon opening the door to his dorm, he was immediately enveloped by a cloud of smoke. Having fully absorbed the original owner's memories, Zhou Zhifei recognized the handiwork of their dorm leader, Cheng Buoqiao, who was currently biting down on a cigarette. Noticing the commotion at the door, he paused his typing. "The third one is back. This afternoon, the professor called your name for attendance. By the way, how did your confession go?" The second roommate, Gui Yuanxiang, who had been engrossed in a book, set it aside, while the fourth, Lin Hao, ended his video call with his girlfriend. The three roommates turned their attention to Zhou Zhifei as he entered. It seems that a penchant for gossip is indeed a universal trait, transcending gender, and no results. Zhou Zhifei first opened the balcony door to allow the smoke to dissipate, then made his way to his bed. Pulling out a chair to sit down, Cheng Buoqiao slapped his thigh. "I told you to learn how to pursue girls from me ages ago. Your approach is utterly ineffective with today's women, yet you refuse to heed my advice." Lin Hao chuckled. "Don't listen to the leader. Your confession had a mere 1 chance of success, and if you heed his advice, it's likely dropped to 0. Zhou Zhifei remained silent for a moment before finally cracking a smile. "Fourth, you truly know how to offer comfort." Cheng Buoqiao shot back. "You're all just ignorant. I, Cheng Yanzu, had no less than 5 girlfriends in high school. A veritable veteran. Given that they had been living together for a year, they understood each other's personalities quite well." Lin Hao quickly interjected, "Leader, save that nonsense for your friends. Don't fall for your own tricks. If you were truly a veteran, why have you yet to win over Jiang Qin from our class?" "Jiang Qin? She is not just any girl. Capturing her heart is no easy feat. And what about Su Xiaoyan from the music performance class?" Cheng Buoqiao grew animated at the mention. "You all misunderstand. Do you think I'm just a puppy? If I were to fawn over one person, I would indeed be a puppy, but if I simultaneously fawn over 100, then I am a true sea king, revered by all." Lin Hao turned to Zhou Zhifei. "Now do you understand why I said that if you follow the leader's lead, you'll only find yourself in a dead end?" Gui Yuanxiang, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly chimed in. "Aren't we supposed to be discussing the third's confession? Why have we strayed from the topic?" Zhou Zhifei was taken aback that the conversation had returned to him, but he felt there was no harm in it, so he candidly replied, "I have moved on. So, You're saying your confession failed again tonight? Seeing you return so late, I thought you had some success. Chang Buochao asked. Zhou Zhifei shook his head. I didn't confess at all. How could it be a failure? I simply have moved on. The other three exchanged glances, fully aware of Zhou Zhifei's reputation as a devoted admirer. Known throughout the music department, they had anticipated his confession would fail, but to hear he hadn't even attempted one was astonishing. It was as if a weasel had stopped offering New Year-esque greetings to the chickens and claimed to be a vegetarian. Zhou Zhifei's feelings for Yang Jie had left a deep impression on them. Chang Buochao tentatively asked, Third, you truly have moved on? Zhou Zhifei nodded. From now on, Yang Jie is merely a passerby to me. I must thank you all. I previously focused solely on Yang Jie, neglecting the support you provided. The original owner's emotional intelligence was lacking, and now it was up to Zhou to clean up the mess. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. These are trivial matters. As long as you can let go, that's what matters, I say. That Yang Jie isn't worth your affection, Chang Buochao concurred. Indeed, she is merely a bit pretty, sings well, and has long legs. Beyond that, what is there to admire? I've often hesitated to say this, but it's good that the third has moved on. One can't hang on to just one tree forever. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Guiyunqiang nodded in agreement. If the leader says it, I will certainly believe it. All right, enough about me. Let us discuss something else. Since I didn't attend class today, anything new happen? Zhou Zhifei feigned interest, eager to shift the topic. University students are often less scheming than one might think, and they readily transition to another subject. Zhou listened for a while, marveling at how typical this university dormitory was. No one discussed ideals, they only chatted about girls. After a brief interval, Chang Buochao and the others finally wrapped up their earlier conversation. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zhifei opened his laptop, searching online for how to register song copyrights, and accessed Huagua's copyright website to begin filling in the necessary information. Zhou intended to register the copyright for Dream Awakens. Although it was merely a street performance, he understood the importance of safeguarding his rights. One could never be too careful, lest someone else claim ownership. The protection of copyright in Huagua is stringent, with severe penalties for piracy and plagiarism, emphasizing that heavy penalties will instill caution. Zhou first completed the real name verification on the copyright website and filled in the lyrics and score for Dream Awakens. During his earlier performance, he had sensed enhancements in certain bodily functions. For instance, his memory seemed significantly sharper than in his previous life. He found that he could recall songs he had sung with near-perfect clarity. This, perhaps, was a perk of being a transmigrator. Thus, he easily inputted the lyrics and simple score onto the copyright site without needing to draft anything. As he reached the final step, Zhou found himself stuck at the section for the creator's name. The creator's name could either be a real name or a stage name, and those in the music industry typically opt for a stage name to showcase their persona. After considerable deliberation, Zhou chose to display his stage name. A good stage name is unique, distinctive, and memorable, allowing audiences to easily recall it, thereby enhancing one's visibility and notoriety. Much like Xiao Gang and Zhou Chuanqiu, who often mimic each other's singing styles and performances. Remarkably, they can sound indistinguishable from one another. Zhou Zhifei decided on a melodious stage name. Zhifei.it is worth noting that Zhifei carries a deeper meaning. Derived from the saying Sai Weng Shima, Yin Zhifei Fu Tio have conjured such a name. One would be hard-pressed to label him as lacking creativity. After entering his stage name, Zhou Zhifei gazed at Zhifei with increasing satisfaction. Chapter 7. How dare he? After the lights went out that night, Zhou Zhifei lay in bed. Staring at the ceiling shrouded in darkness, he felt that the day had been truly surreal. After closing his eyes in a hospital bed, he had awoken in a parallel world that seemed almost tangible. For those in university, staying up late had become a habitual norm. The notion of students going to sleep immediately after the lights were out was non-existent here. Just as Zhou Zhifei was lost in thought, Guiyunqiang, who was usually quiet, suddenly brought up a topic. Did anyone see a golden-labeled Rolex parked at the school gate this afternoon? Lin Hao rolled over. I saw it too. It's a globally limited edition golden Rolex. I wonder who could be so extravagant. Nanchuan Media University, unlike the previous life's Yang City, had no such institution. Perhaps the flutter of a butterfly's wings had altered the course of fate, resulting in a renowned art school emerging in Guangdong Province, which had previously lacked any notable artistic institutions. Nanchuan Media University came into existence as a result. Unlike prestigious art schools such as the Beijing Film Academy, Huagua Drama Academy, or Shanghai Theater Academy, Nanchuan Media University leans more toward a comprehensive arts university with its art academy specializing in artistic disciplines. That said, aside from the art academy, Nanchuan's flagship programs like broadcasting and television studies and broadcasting and hosting arts are closely linked to television and the entertainment industry. Consequently, Nanchuan holds considerable influence in the cultural and entertainment sectors throughout southern China. Given its artistic inclination, it was not uncommon to see luxury cars surrounding the campus. However, a limited edition Rolex was exceedingly rare, typically reserved for capital moguls from specific industries. Gui Yuanxiang called out, "Third, are you asleep?" "Not yet," Zhou Zhifei replied, resting his hands behind his head. Ha ha, Gui Yuanxiang grinned. "Don't you think Yang Jia is the most beautiful in our department? I think you might be a bit short-sighted. Let us not even mention others. The girl who stepped out of that Rolex is simply stunning. Her beauty is unparalleled, and her presence demands respect." Lin Hao, skeptical, remarked, "Second brother, that sounds a bit exaggerated. Which department is she from? If she is truly that extraordinary, how come I've never heard of her? She is undoubtedly more perfect than you can imagine. Even our department's child stars can't compare to her," Gui Yuanxiang asserted. "I heard she is a freshman this year. So it's no wonder you haven't heard of her." The more Gui spoke, the more incredible his claims became, prompting Lin Hao to doubt him further. After a moment of silence, Lin Hao turned to Cheng Buochao. "Leader, you were always the most attentive to such matters. Why are you silent now? This isn't your usual style." Cheng Buochao smirked. "Fourth, do you think Yuanxiang is exaggerating?" Lin Hao nodded. "Indeed, a bit. Let me tell you, there is nothing exaggerated about what Yuanxiang said. The girl that the third likes, Yang Jia, I've seen her. She is merely a class flower at best. But Shun Xiangyu is undoubtedly the campus belle without question." Gui Yuanxiang's eyes lit up at this revelation, as if he had uncovered a hidden gem. "Leader, if you say she is the campus belle, I have no objections. But how do you know her name? Do you know her?" Cheng Buochao sat up on his bed. "Of course I know her. You all know I graduated from Yangqing High School. Shen Xiangyu is the white moonlight in every boy's heart at that school, a pure and flawless white rose." Lin Hao, intrigued, asked, "So she is your white moonlight too, leader?" Cheng Buochao gazed out at the balcony from a 45-degree angle. "One could say that. But wait, isn't Shen Xiangyu just a freshman this year? You're a year above her. How do you know her?" Cheng Buochao shot Gui Yuanxiang a glance. "I know her, but she doesn't need to know me. Boys lining up at the classroom door to get to know her would stretch all the way to the school gate. Besides, who says one can only pursue girls in the same grade?" His words were not an exaggeration. Recalling his high school days, it was akin to male animals adorning themselves to attract females. Countless boys had tried to impress Shun Xiangyu, but none had stirred even a ripple in her heart. Shun Xiangyu's only flaw lies in her aloofness. She perpetually exudes an air of detachment, keeping others at bay as if to ward off any unwelcome proximity. Gui Yuanxiang offered her a thumbs up. "The boss is indeed the boss," he remarked, his words resonating with an undeniable authority befitting a leader. "Your flattery lacks sincerity. It feels as though you are subtly disparaging me. Defamation. This is unequivocally slander. My admiration for the boss is as steadfast as the sun and moon. Stop spinning tales. Do you truly believe that Shen Xiangyu is merely a pretty face? A coveted dream for every boy in high school. Such a notion is dreadfully superficial. I suggest you pull out your phones and search for the name Shun Xiangyu." Upon hearing this, Gui Yuanxiang and Lin Hao promptly began their search for the keyword, Shun Xiangyu. Goodness! Shun Xiangyu has astonishingly clinched the championship in the International Youth Pianist Competition for 3 consecutive years, hailed by foreign media as the most promising world-class pianist. Brother, you haven't seen the half of it. She has also attained a 9th-degree certification in national martial arts. Cheng Buochao was quite pleased with their reactions. "Now do you finally comprehend why she is so immensely popular? Shen Xiangyu is no mere decorative vase. Moreover, all who wish to know her are impeccably mannered. For while she may struggle to unscrew a bottle cap, she can undoubtedly unravel the complexities of their minds." Zhou Zhifei had not partaken in their discussions thus far, and the other 3 were unfazed, accustomed as they were to the original's singular focus on Yang Jia, rarely engaging in conversations about girls. The current Zhou Zhifei, having outgrown such trivialities, found little inclination to discuss the affairs of an 18-year-old girl. Yet, Shun Xiangyu's visage flickered momentarily in his mind. In a wonder, he felt that Yang Jia seemed to lack something tonight. It was due to his subconscious comparison of her with Shun Xiangyu, which he promptly dismissed. At present, Zhou Zhifei's thoughts were consumed with how to earn a living. He had contemplated resuming his previous vocation as a singer, But after performing the classic dream awakening tonight and earning a mere 300 yuan, he realized this path might not be as promising as it appeared. Furthermore, a singing career necessitated frequent performances to yield substantial income, leading to a chaotic lifestyle, a fate he had experienced in his past life. Thus, Zhou Zhifei's heart resisted the notion of stepping into the limelight as a singer. Given the chance to live again, he deemed it far more vital to lead a healthy life. However, working a conventional job was out of the question for him. He could never be relegated to such a fate, nor did he possess the acumen for business. His only recourse seemed to be to attach himself to a wealthy woman. Zhou Zhifei resolved to visit the school library the next day in search of a guide to finding a sugar mama. Amidst these wandering thoughts, he unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Yang Jia glanced at her WeChat before bed, opening the chat window with Zhou Zhifei. The latest message was from earlier that day, where he mentioned his intention to attend her birthday party, promising her a surprise. There had been no further updates since then. Yang Jia felt a surge of anger. No matter how often she had rejected him in the past, Zhou Zhifei would always send her a good-night message late at night. Although she had rarely responded to his good-night wishes, how dare he omit such a gesture tonight? Her silence was merely a reflection of feminine modesty. His failure to message her was undoubtedly a grave error on his part. Zhou Zhifei, you have gone too far this time. When you bring me breakfast tomorrow, let us see if I even acknowledge you. Yang Jia thought, increasingly incensed. Chapter 8. A stroke of bad luck. The next morning, the raucous sound of an alarm clock blared in dormitory 703. Damn it, boss. When did you put your phone next to my pillow again? Guo Yuancheng exclaimed, jolted awake from a deep slumber. Cheng Buochao, still groggy, stretched lazily. I was just trying to ensure you didn't oversleep. Look how effective it was. You ought to be grateful, Guo Yuancheng retorted. Why didn't you place your phone under your own pillow? Lin Hao sat up, yawning widely. Seeing you both so energetic, today is sure to be a vibrant day. Just then, Zhou Zhifei also rose from his bed, preparing to descend when Cheng Buochao suddenly exclaimed, Oh wow, you're still in the dormitory. I find this world a bit surreal. It's already 8 o'clock, and Zhou Zhifei hasn't left yes, akin to witnessing a dung beetle losing interest in rolling its ball of dung. Cheng Buochao marveled. Not only was Cheng Buochao taken aback, but even Guo Yuancheng expressed his astonishment. Zhou Zhifei, rendered speechless, wondered what sort of fixed perceptions his foolish roommates had formed about him. As he slipped on his shoes, he countered, What? Is it forbidden for me to rise at this hour? Guo Yuancheng leaned over the bunk's railing to glance down. That is not it. You usually leave by now to buy breakfast and wait for Yang Jia beneath the girls' dormitory, right? Zhou Zhifei, now fully shod, replied, I've moved on from her. Why should I shamelessly buy her breakfast and wait for her to go to class together? Cheng Buochao and Guo Yuancheng exchanged glances, recalling Zhou Zhifei's earlier words. Lin Hao, having put on his shoes, remarked, I think this is a positive development. Zhou Gu has indeed gained some perspective. Aren't you two getting up? You'll be late. Upon his reminder, the two still in bed sprang up with alacrity. From the moment the alarm rang at 8 until they all exited together at 8:10, it took them a mere 10 minutes. Such was the efficiency of the boys' dormitory. As for breakfast, there was no time to dine in the cafeteria. Zhou Zhifei hastily grabbed a few packaged snacks from his drawer before rushing out. 8:15, the bell for class rang. The four of them entered the classroom right on schedule, wasting not a moment. Meanwhile, in the music performance department's rehearsal room, Yang Jia had not only awakened late but also lacked time for makeup, skipping breakfast altogether. Compared to her usual slightly polished appearance, she now seemed rather disheveled. Today, Zhou Zhifei was not waiting for her beneath the dormitory, which surprised even her roommates. Previously, whenever there was a first period class in the morning, Zhou Zhifei would be more punctual than anyone, waiting for Yang Jia beneath the girls' dormitory and thoughtfully offering her breakfast. However, this version of Zhou Zhifei did not earn him a favorable reputation. Behind the scenes, he was labeled as Yang Jia's most devoted admirer. At this moment, Yang Jia felt increasingly agitated, attributing her discomfort to Zhou Zhifei, even contemplating sending him a scathing message. The morning class for the musicology department was world music history, a subject that seemed rather dull to most of the students. Zhou Zhifei, however, engaged with it earnestly, viewing the course as an opportunity to understand the evolution of music on Earth, comparing the disparities between the two worlds in his mind, and finding it quite intriguing. He also noted that the gender ratio in his class was approximately 70-30, with boys holding a clear advantage in the realm of music composition. Conversely, The music performance department had a larger proportion of female students. The musicology department only had 2 classes on Friday mornings, finishing by 10 o'clock. Once class ended, everyone rushed out of the classroom, each with their own plans. Zhou Zhifei was unsure where to go, as it was too early for lunch. Just then, Chen Zichuan messaged him on WeChat, inviting him to the nearby supermarket to pick up some supplies. Chen Zichuan attended the Southern Normal University, situated adjacent to Zhou Zhifei's own university, Southern Communication University. They often dined together after class, so planning a trip for daily necessities was a common occurrence. As Zhou Zhifei stepped out of the campus, he soon spotted Chen Zichuan waiting by the roadside. "Zhou, are you all right?" Chen Zichuan greeted him. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Zhou Zhifei replied. Observing the calm demeanor of his childhood friend, Chen Zichuan felt that he had changed, though he couldn't pinpoint how. The most immediate impression was that Zhou Zhifei now spoke with greater composure, his every gesture exuding newfound confidence. "Zhou, you wouldn't be like before, would you? I mean, you won't end up bowing to Yang Jai again, will you?" Zhou Zhifei halted, turning to face him. Reading a book may yield new insights with each iteration, yet the conclusion remains unchanged. The same applies to relationships. I was already sincere enough with her in the past, yet what did I gain in return? To her, I was merely a person who could be summoned at will and dismissed without a second thought. Chen Zichuan was momentarily taken aback by this profound statement, pondering whether Zhou Zhifei was secretly preparing for graduate studies. "Last night, Lu Wenhui confided in me that Yang Jai isn't truly malicious, just a bit spoiled." Zhou Zhifei scrutinized him. "Xiao Chuan, you don't harbor feelings for Lu Wenhui, do you?" "No. You know I prefer girls with long black hair. Lu Wenhui doesn't fit my aesthetic. I merely think she has a point," Chen Zichuan clarified. Zhou Zhifei raised an eyebrow. "So, because she has a princess complex, I should indulge her? Who does she think she is? A beloved darling. To me, she is nothing but a stranger." Perhaps it was due to their shared humble origins that the original had been excessively naive. At this moment, Yang Jai, compared to the scheming girls online, appeared significantly less cunning. Yet, despite this, her beauty attracted many admirers, whether intentionally or not. Yang Jai was indeed cultivating her own fish pond. The class monitor from high school, Wei Junping, was one such fish, while the original Zhou Zhifei was merely a larger fish in that pond. Based on his years of experience, Zhou Zhifei believed that even if a woman like Yang Jai were to be with the original, she would soon lose interest, as things obtained too easily are seldom cherished. "Zhou Zhifei, what do you mean?" A voice of admonishment pierced through his thoughts. Looking up, Zhou Zhifei found himself confronted by 2 familiar figures, Yang Jai and Lu Wenhui. Yang Jai's eyes sparkled with fury, her teeth clenched tightly. Lu Wenhui, also a student at Southern Normal University, frequently roamed with her. However, Zhou Zhifei chose to ignore her, pretending not to notice. Lu Wenhui tugged at Yang Jai's hand. Breaking the awkward silence, "Zhifei, Zichuan, what are you two doing here?" If it had been Yang Jai asking, he would have ignored her entirely, but he held a decent impression of Lu Wenhui. "We came to buy some groceries for breakfast," Zhou Zhifei replied, mentioning breakfast piquing Yang Jai's interest. "Zhou Zhifei, why didn't you wait to buy breakfast for me?" She chastised him as if it were a matter of course. Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Listen, miss, how old are you? Why should I wait to buy breakfast for you? Should I just feed you directly, you?" Yang Jai, throwing a tantrum, stared at him incredulously. Zhou Zhifei, unfazed, stood there with an air of calm. Lu Wenhui attempted to mediate. "Zhifei, we are both high school classmates and friends. There's no need for such harsh words." Zhou Zhifei smirked. "Am I the one unwilling to speak kindly?" Lu Wenhui, caught off guard by his rebuttal, felt a bit embarrassed, realizing the issue did not lie with Zhou Zhifei. He gestured to Chen Zichuan. "Let us go. Xiao Chuan and I will be leaving." "You can't leave." Yang Jai's brows furrowed, rising in indignation. Zhou Zhifei pretended not to hear. She was the original's white moonlight, but to him now, she bore no significance. "I said you can't leave." "Did you hear me?" Her voice quivered as her eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to spill over. This commotion drew the attention of other students nearby, who wondered if they were witnessing a scene of a heartless man abandoning a lovesick woman. Especially with Yang Jai's beauty, the narrative would invariably paint the male as the villain. Fully aware of the future repercussions, Zhou Zhifei hastily retreated from this chaotic scene. Fortunately, the current scenario had not yet evolved. Otherwise, Yang Jai could easily have taken to the internet to lament, "Dear friends, who understands?" My once devoted admirer suddenly refuses to buy me breakfast and ignores me. Setting aside the facts, it's all his fault. If this continues, I might just lose my mind at a tea that point. Zhou Zhifei would find it impossible to defend himself. Had this been version 2.0, the girl writing such a post would likely secure a smooth path to graduate school. While no one would care to consider whether the boy had been wronged in the realm of the internet, there were countless such instances. Thus, Zhou Zhifei was resolute in his belief that women would only slow his progress, and he and Yang Jia were destined to remain two unfamiliar parallel lines, feeling no need to regard her sentiments. Lu Wenhui was taken aback by Zhou Zhifei's decisive stance, and to her surprise, it was her own best friend who first lost composure. This left her, theorist rather than practitioner, in a difficult position as tears began to spill from Yang Jia's eyes. To avoid further spectacle, Lu Wenhui hastily pulled Yang Jia away from the scene. On the campus of Southern Communication University, Yang Jia, having regained her composure, felt a deep sense of distress. Jia, what's been troubling you these past few days? Why do you lose your cool every time you see Zhou Zhifei? It's all Zhou Zhifei's fault that I'm in such a predicament. I misjudged him. I wonder how long he intends to maintain this facade. He'd better not come crawling back tomorrow to apologize. Lu Wenhui silently listened to her rant, her expression complex. Jia, do you think there's a possibility that Zhou Zhifei, he might actually be different this time and won't he apologize anymore? Lu Wenhui, not entirely naive, had recognized Zhou Zhifei's clear shift in demeanor since last night. He no longer seemed inclined to entangle himself with Yang Jia in the past. He would have readily spoken to her, and only when he cheered her up would he feel content. However, today, Zhou Zhifei seemed disinterested in even exchanging words with her. Yang Jia exploded. Why not? What gives him the right to stop pursuing me? I merely turned down his advances. I never forbade him from courting me. In truth, both Zhou Zhifei and Yang Jia's behaviors had left Lu Wenhui astounded. It was her first time witnessing how a man could completely sever emotional ties. Simultaneously, she realized her best friend's princess complex was even more severe than she had imagined. Yet, maintaining a distance, she opted to comfort Yang Jia. Jia, I believe Zhou Zhifei needs time to reflect. Perhaps in due course, you two can restore your previous relationship. Lu Wenhui felt mentally exhausted. She had told more lies in the past few days than in the previous months combined. Yang Jia's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. That's the best scenario. We've had our share of quarrels before. He always came back to me. This time will surely be no different. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Wenhui fell silent. Why, dear Jia, can't you see that this time? You are the one putting on a brave front? Several times, she opened her mouth, intending to advise her friend against harboring expectations for Zhou Zhifei, but all that emerged was a heavy sigh. Lu Wenhui could only hope that Yang Jia would not regret her choices in the future. The chance encounter with Yang Jia was merely a fleeting episode for Zhou Zhifei, leaving not a ripple in the depths of his heart. Instead, it was Chen Zhichuan who incessantly buzzed in his ear, bombarding him with questions. Zhou Zhifei, exasperated, retorted, if you're so eager to know the feeling, why don't you just go and experience a romance yourself? Chen Zhichuan vehemently shook his head. I think I'll pass. Look at my parents' situation. It's a disaster. My best friend was tormented by love to the point of being unrecognizable. Love is simply too terrifying. Zhou Zhifei, with a hint of annoyance, replied, you, my friend, are clearly not suited for the delicate hearts of young girls. My advice is to seek out an older woman, someone nurturing yet independent, who will care for you without being clingy. They would be perfect for you at this stage. I know a few aunties from the cafeteria. Shall I introduce you? Chen Zhichuan was momentarily taken aback, then furiously contemplated a fight with him. How could Zhou Zhifei belittle him when he was genuinely concerned? Zhou Zhifei, bag in hand, dodged and laughed, finding the innocence of students rather amusing. He wasn't entirely off base. Given Chen Zhichuan's personality, he truly needed someone older to capture his heart. Chapter 10. Pretending to be a serious person upon returning to the dormitory after a playful tussle with Chen Zhichuan, Zhou Zhifei felt invigorated. He noticed that since his arrival in this world, not only had his memory significantly improved, but his physical capabilities had also vastly increased. While his childhood friend would be panting within moments of play, Zhou Zhifei remained unfazed, much to Chen Zhichuan's astonishment. According to his prior experiences, Zhou Zhifei and he were evenly matched in terms of physicality. Once back in the dormitory, Zhou Zhifei logged onto the copyright website, discovering that the song Dream Awakening was still under review. reinforcing his skepticism about the website's efficiency. In truth, the copyright process on Earth had been greatly streamlined compared to his previous life. In his past, it could take over a month for song copyright approvals, whereas in this parallel world, it typically took no more than 5 working days. The intent behind simplifying copyright procedures was to allow music producers to devote more energy to innovation. Yet, in practice, it seemed to yield little benefit. Capital and trending artists dominated the scene, with popular singers easily rising to fame through shallow tunes, leaving little room for genuine creation. After closing the copyright site, Zhou Zhifei meandered through a few current news articles on the local portal, hoping to find something of interest. Before long, his roommates returned to the dormitory one after another. The eldest, Cheng Boqiao, broke the silence. "Old 3, have you eaten yet?" Zhou Zhifei closed his notebook and nodded. "I have." A typical, meaningless exchange of pleasantries. Cheng Boqiao, accustomed to diving into games upon returning to the dorm, turned to Zhou Zhifei and asked, "Old 3, care to join me for a match?" Zhou Zhifei shook his head. "I'll pass, old boss. You can play solo." Upon hearing this, Cheng Boqiao launched into his game, which was the most popular competitive game at the time. Hero Glory. Despite years of playing, his rank still hovered between bronze and silver. His favorite character was Lee Sin, as he thrived on the thrill of playing poorly yet passionately. Within moments of starting the game, Cheng Boqiao was exuberantly cursing in his distinct local accent. "Hey, you're being a noob on the left lane. I'm going in." The others in the dorm had long since grown accustomed to Cheng Boqiao's gaming antics. As Zhou Zhifei climbed into his bunk, he couldn't help but glance at Cheng Boqiao. The original owner was Hakka and not particularly fluent in Cantonese, but he understood it well enough. Zhou Zhifei himself had sung many Cantonese songs in his past life, and thus felt confident in engaging in casual conversation in Cantonese. Listening to Cheng Boqiao's colorful exclamations, he couldn't help but smile. His elder brother was truly eloquent, effortlessly delivering classic Cantonese phrases. Lin Hao suddenly inquired of Gui Yuanqiang, "Second brother, what are you looking for?" "Don't disturb me. I'm searching for new study materials," came the reply. "Admit it. You're just eyeing another teacher. Of course, it's my beloved ghost head teacher. She has released a new study guide. Point 6. Don't forget to share." Gui Yuanqiang replied, "Copy me a copy as well, and you, old 4, you have a girlfriend now. Be careful with so much study material. You might end up malnourished." Lin Hao couldn't hold back. "Old boss, you're looking down on people." "Zhouge, do you want a copy too?" The instigator, Gui Yuanqiang, remarked, "Old 4, you're asking a pointless question. Do you think old 3 is like you?" Zhou Zhifei cleared his throat lightly. "My computer is still on. Just drag the files to my D drive when you're done." All being grown men, why pretend to be serious? The afternoon was filled with 4 consecutive classes, all of which were mandatory professional courses. The Art Academy had a limited enrollment for each class, capped at 30 students. The lecturers were familiar with all the faces in their classes, and if a student could not be recognized by their teacher, it only indicated their unsuitability for the industry. Lacking both talent and looks, there was nothing memorable about them. Thus, professional courses were when the class was most populated, as only public lectures could be skipped. The first class was Form and Structure, where the lecturer explained the structural rules of various song components in a professional manner. In his previous life, Zhou Zhifei had sung countless songs, yet he had never systematically studied music theory. He had only learned through experience. Although he did not intend to return to being a singer, he was unwilling to pass up the opportunity to be formally educated. As the class neared its end, the lecturer closed his notes. "Students, I know some of you may be complaining that form and structure feels too formulaic and mechanical. You idolize the music geniuses who rely solely on talent. But I must share a harsh reality. The vast majority of you will never become the geniuses you dream of. The world is filled with ordinary people. Mastering this course will equip you with tools to learn from the geniuses. If you cannot even learn to reference, how can you claim you can create? Innovation is not born in isolation. Rather than waiting for a moment of inspiration, it is far more pragmatic to utilize your tools effectively." Zhou Zhifei listened intently, realizing that Nanchuan truly deserved its reputation as a prestigious art institution. This lecturer was not one to slack off. He genuinely cared for his students. While he conveyed the harshness of reality, he also fulfilled his duty as an educator. Zhou Zhifei was unsure how much of the lecture his classmates absorbed, but he felt the lecturer spoke wisely. The term reference was a euphemism for imitation. If one could not even master imitation, then creation was surely a joke. The 2 consecutive professional classes left Zhou Zhifei feeling unexpectedly enriched. It had been 2 days since he crossed into this world, and he found himself increasingly blending into this new life. His roommates were all exceptionally talented, making him marvel at the original owner's good fortune. That evening, Zhou Zhifei remained in the dormitory, pondering how to earn money. The 300 yuan he made from singing could only alleviate his immediate financial woes. He needed additional income sources. If he were reborn on Earth, he could leverage his foresight to profit from the stock market or, at the very least, exploit time differences to trade virtual currencies. However, having crossed into a parallel world, his advantages were entirely nullified. Unable to devise a plan, Zhou Zhifei decided to visit the library the next day, believing that many capable individuals had emerged from its depths. Chapter 11. Mistaking youth for opportunity. The next morning, after finishing his morning routine, Zhou Zhifei knocked on Gu Yuanxiang's metal bed frame. "Second brother, wake up. Didn't we agree to go to the school library together last night?" The group had been discussing their weekend plans, and Zhou Zhifei had whimsically declared his intention to study diligently, planning to spend the next 2 days in the library. While Cheng Boqiao and Lin Hao teased him about possibly being spurred by heartbreak to make such an uncharacteristic decision, Gu Yuanxiang responded earnestly, stating that as students, they should prioritize their studies. He reassured Zhou Zhifei that if no one else would accompany him, he would. From the start of his first year, he had expressed his ambition to secure a government position, showing little interest in becoming an ordinary music producer. However, after rolling around in bed for a few moments, Gu Yuanxiang sleepily remarked, "Old 3, we're only in our second year. We have years until our senior year. It's not too late to start working hard next semester." Cheng Boqiao, disturbed from his slumber, turned over and said, "Old 3, stop calling him. You're ruining everyone's peaceful dreams. Our dorm's old 2 is the biggest pretender. You'd be better off believing a pig could climb a tree than his words. Even last night, he was still reading novels in bed. If he gets up now, I'll change my surname to his." When Zhou Zhifei turned back, he realized Gu Yuanxiang had fallen back asleep, snoring with abandon. It was utterly absurd. While Zhou Zhifei had never seen a pig climb a tree, he was certain that a Mercedes could, thus solidifying his resolve to earn money. The walk from the boys' dormitory to the campus's second dining hall took approximately 10 minutes. Since it was the weekend and there were no classes, Zhou Zhifei finally had time to carefully observe the campus, which he had never experienced in his previous life. As he strolled, he couldn't help but marvel at how Ninchuan was indeed an art school, with both male and female students boasting striking appearances. Especially those in fields that required them to perform, they adorned themselves flamboyantly, and their makeup was meticulously applied. Zhou Zhifei himself was quite handsome, but in this campus setting, he felt rather ordinary. He suspected he would get along well with these fashionable and vibrant girls, as it was likely that none of them believed in love. Rather, they pursued the realism of financial stability. The early birds surely had their motivations or aspirations to rise so early on a weekend. Unfortunately, these beautiful girls would likely overlook a penniless student like him. Upon reaching the second dining hall, Zhou Zhifei ordered a plate of stir-fried noodles and a cup of soy milk. After finding a seat, he brought the chopsticks to his mouth, only to discover that even the soy sauce was poorly mixed. It was merely edible, nothing to rave about. The soy milk tasted worse than he had anticipated. Being so diluted it resembled a cup of water with a sprinkle of soybean powder. School dining halls often lacked flavor, aroma, and visual appeal. Their only advantage was affordability. Zhou Zhifei quickly finished the noodles and left the soy milk untouched. After placing his tray in the designated area, he walked to the sink. The walls were once again plastered with advertisements and gossip. 10 years of nanotechnology, guaranteed to pass the English Level 4 exam. This is what expertise looks like. Chen Shui from the Performing Arts Department, if you have the guts to steal my man, don't hide from me, indulge in a moment, free consultation available. Please contact the following number. The familiar onslaught of small advertisements was evident in every university. And as for the English Level 4 exam, he was astonished that even in this parallel world, he had not escaped its grasp. Fortunately, the original owner had already passed it in his first year. Otherwise, Zhou Zhifei feared he might not graduate smoothly. All majors at Nanchuan, including students from the Art Academy, were required to obtain a Level 4 certificate before receiving their diplomas. On his way from the dining hall to the library, Zhou Zhifei, fearing thirst later, indulged himself by purchasing a bottle of happy water from a nearby convenience store. To him, this drink felt like a luxury. Without additional income, he would inevitably have to survive on the 300 yuan he earned from singing until National Day. When he could return home, Damn, money is hard to come by and life is tough. Only a wealthy woman could soothe my wounded soul. The more familiar he became with his surroundings, the more his personality mirrored that of the previous Zhou Zhifei, rapidly distancing himself from the original owner's shadow. Since it was still early, the library was sparsely populated, with plenty of empty seats available. Zhou Zhifei found the library lacking, as the variety of books on the shelves was disappointingly limited. After searching through the shelves, he only found a book titled Guide for Wealthy Women and no other similar titles. Dusting off the cover, he read, 40 Under. Wealthy Women in Hua Country. Better something than nothing. Women of this age bracket would be quite suitable. Tio maintained a semblance of discretion. Zhou Zhifei also picked up a professional book titled Changes in Popular Music Trends in Hua Country. As a music major, it seemed quite reasonable for him to be reading this. With both books in hand, Zhou Zhifei made his way to the reading area near the shelves. To his surprise, in the brief moment he had been distracted, the library had filled with students. It was Saturday, and given that it was only 2016, he wondered if everyone was already so competitive. Just as he pondered whether they were lining up to clock in, he noticed that most of the students in his area were boys, casting their glances toward the same spot. Following their gaze, he too was captivated by a figure in the corner by the window. The morning light filtered through the falling leaves outside, casting a dappled glow on the girl. Unlike their first meeting, today she wore a simple blue t-shirt paired with a long denim skirt that brushed just above her ankles. For an art student, her attire was decidedly modest. Yet, such simplicity could not mask her air of aloofness. Shen Xiangyu, the girl Qing Buochao had spoken of, was the epitome of every boy's ideal in Yangqing-affiliated middle school. If such a girl had no background, and if she were born in a different country, her fate would likely be to become a plaything for a wealthy tycoon. Fortunately, the country they inhabited was Hua Country, renowned for its safety. Moreover, given her prominent presence since the beginning of the semester, it was likely she hailed from a well-connected family. Yet, what did that have to do with Zhou Zhifei? In youth, one fails to recognize the allure of wealthy women, mistaking young girls for treasures. In youth, one fails to appreciate the taste of soft rice, mistakenly turning the vigor of youth into a misstep. Thus, he boldly approached the corner where Shan Xiangyu sat and plopped himself down at the table opposite her. Chapter 12. Aloof. Noticing movement across from her, Shan Xiangyu's lashes fluttered slightly. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet Zhou Zhifei's, her expression revealing no trace of emotion, her demeanor radiating an unmistakable aura of detachment. As always, she remained high and cold. Yet, from this close vantage point, her beauty was undeniably exquisite. It was no wonder she was regarded as the unattainable ideal among the boys in high school. Staring at her with such an impassive expression, it was unlikely that any boy could withstand the intensity. No wonder such a stunning beauty sat there, and yet no one dared to occupy the seat across from her. But would Zhou Zhifei be intimidated by her gaze? Having sung on the streets and in bars, he had encountered all manner of scrutiny. To him, Shen Xiangyu's gaze was merely child's play. Seeing the boy across from her remain unfazed, Shen Xiangyu's lips barely parted, a subtle indication of surprise. Zhou Zhifei arranged his books on the table, casting a glance at the one she held. Introduction to Popular Vocal Techniques. This left him quite astonished. This girl, who had claimed victory in every international youth piano competition, should not be engrossed in books about Western musicals or advanced piano techniques. Why was she suddenly interested in pop music? And moreover, in the most elementary aspects of it. Though both pianists and pop singers perform music, they belong to entirely different realms. It was akin to a person accustomed to feasting on exquisite delicacies, suddenly craving roadside wild vegetables. Zhou Zhifei found this perplexing, yet he expressed indifference. He opened the Guide for Wealthy Women under 40 in Huagua. The book provided a detailed introduction to these affluent women in the country, indicating that each had achieved remarkable success in their respective fields. Some excelled in real estate, others in the food industry, some in electronics, and others in the realm of computers. The author of this book likely understood the audience it would attract, hence offered a rather subtle warning within its pages. While the listed wealthy women undoubtedly possessed formidable capabilities, one must not overlook the men behind them. In essence, these affluent women either had formidable partners or were themselves the daughters of influential men. Only one or two truly self-made wealthy women could be found throughout the entire book. Thus, if one wished to align themselves with a wealthy woman, caution must be exercised regarding the men lurking in the shadows. Zhou Zhifei considered these merely trifles. Ever since his arrival in this realm, his physical prowess had visibly elevated. Not only was his vitality robust, but his endurance also exceeded all expectations. The King of Kings, the best among hot dogs, each a cut above the rest. 300 years. Zhou Zhifei cures kidney deficiency, sugar-free. Jelly, I desire. With this in mind, Zhou Zhifei felt a sense of optimism regarding his future. No wonder the ancients said, "In books, there are golden houses. In books, there are beauties." He gleaned both from the tome before him. Becoming too engrossed, he suddenly felt parched. Zhou Zhifei set the book aside, intending to twist open a bottle of happy water to quench his thirst. Suddenly, he noticed Shan Xiangyu casting furtive glances at him, or rather, at the bottle of happy water in his hand, causing his actions to falter. Zhou Zhifei turned to her, and Shan Xiangyu immediately lowered her gaze back to her book. He inquired, "Would you like some cola?" Shan Xiangyu subtly nodded. Had Zhou Zhifei not been observing her intently, he might never have noticed such a minute gesture. A smile crept onto Zhou Zhifei's lips as he replied, "I only have this one bottle of beverage. If I give you the cola, I shall have nothing to quench my own thirst." No sooner had he spoken than Shan Xiangyu quietly pushed her bottle of mineral water toward him. Confused, he pondered whether this girl was aloof or simply socially anxious. What was this familiar sensation, reminiscent of childhood toy exchanges with friends? Zhou Zhifei loosened the cap of the happy water and offered it to her. Shan Xiangyu's chest rose and fell suddenly, as if making an important decision. Trembling, she accepted the cola, clasping it tightly with both hands. Zhou Zhifei found her actions perplexing, filled with inexplicable gestures. However, he was not one to be overly sentimental. As long as he could quench his thirst, he cared not what he drank. He lifted the mineral water, a brand he recognized from advertisements, seemingly of a prestigious label. Whether it was prestigious mattered little to him. What was significant was that it appeared rather costly, not typically within the reach of the common folk. Unscrewing the cap and taking a sip, Zhou Zhifei found the taste rather ordinary. The moment it was opened, it did not shine. It felt distinctly like an intelligence tax. The ensuing time passed in silence until nearly noon. Closing the book, Zhou Zhifei turned to Shan Xiangyu and asked, "You must still be a freshman this year." Shan Xiangyu appeared startled, before gently nodding. "Why are you here at school so early?" Zhou Zhifei continued, My family wanted me to come early to familiarize myself with the environment and interact more with peers." Shan Xiangyu spoke softly, her expression remaining unchanged. Zhou Zhifei began to form some conjectures about her demeanor. You spend all your time in the library until classes officially start." "Yes." Zhou Zhifei, not being a researcher of abnormal young girls, found himself preoccupied with his own affairs, lacking the energy to concern himself with others. After lunch in the cafeteria, he returned to the library only to find Shan Xiangyu absent. Zhou Zhifei rummaged through the shelves and found a book on communication skills. Building connections with wealthy women surely required a certain finesse, and this book seemed tangentially relevant, so he decided to delve into it that afternoon. However, the book proved to be far more tedious than anticipated, and the afternoon sun made him lethargic. Unbeknownst to him, he dozed off with his head resting on the table. Upon awakening, he found Shan Xiangyu quietly seated across from him, a bottle of mineral water beside his hand. "Did you bring this for me?" Zhou Zhifei asked, clearly stating the obvious. "Yes," Shan Xiangyu replied, her lips slightly parting. Zhou Zhifei's gaze turned peculiar. He wondered how many envious glances had been cast his way by the surrounding boys. Ever since Shan Xiangyu began frequenting the library, many had come merely for her presence, hoping to establish familiarity and perhaps orchestrate a chance encounter later. Who would have thought that Zhou Zhifei would emerge as the unexpected contender? They had spent so many days together, yet Shan Xiangyu had never once chosen to sit opposite any boy. Not to mention boys, she shunned sitting across from girls as well. She always occupied a solitary spot by the window, akin to a proud queen. Yet today, she had initiated the act of bringing water to a boy, shattering their fantasies. Chapter 13. Youthful Cinema, September 6, Sunday. At the same time as the previous day, Zhou Zhifei returned to the school library. Today, not only did he bring cola, but he also purchased a bag of gummies, which he considered quite a splurge, leaving him puzzled as to why he was so generous. Shan Xiangyu indeed sat in the same window corner as yesterday, visibly relaxing upon seeing Zhou Zhifei's figure. "Here, I brought this for you." Zhou Zhifei offered the cola and the bag of gummies to her. This time, Shan Xiangyu's action of accepting them was markedly less timid than the day before, appearing much more at ease. After receiving them, A glimmer of joy seemed to flicker in her eyes. Shen Xiangyu quickly retrieved a delicately packaged pastry from her bag and placed it alongside the mineral water, pushing it towards Zhou Zhifei. He smiled broadly. How generous, an equivalent exchange. However, their interaction remained limited to this. In the afternoon, Zhou Zhifei arrived first, and Shen Xiangyu seamlessly took her seat opposite him. After perusing several books about courting wealthy women, Zhou Zhifei felt he had gained substantial insights. Considering classes would commence the next day, he realized he might not have time to return to the library. This reminded him that he had initially taken a book titled The Evolution of Pop Music in Huagua to appear inconspicuous. Now devoid of any other reading material, he flipped through this book. It detailed the evolution of Chinese pop music from the 1980s to 2015, illustrating that every era has its own distinctive musical imprint. The overall history of pop music's transformation bore slight resemblance to his past life. As thoughts became increasingly liberated, folk songs began to enter the public consciousness on university campuses. This was followed by a barrage of musical cultures from Xiangqing and Taixing, leading to the golden era of Chinese pop music in 1998. During this golden age, many highly creative musicians emerged in Huagua, and a plethora of songs with national styles flourished, marking a peak in the music scene. However, after scanning through the representative artists of various music genres, Zhou Zhifei noted the absence of Jie Chou, the singer of Double Ju Luan, which had inevitably led to national-style songs not reaching the height seen in his past life. As for why the music scene had declined, the author attributed it to the monopolization of online music platforms and excessive capital interference. Zhou Zhifei found this conclusion somewhat reasonable, yet not entirely accurate. The beautiful country on earth similarly experiences capital interference in its music scene, yet it has not witnessed such a pronounced decline domestically. He believed that the real issue lay in the discontinuity of music producers, resulting in a lack of new talent and a dismal state for Chinese music. Zhou Zhifei closed the book and spoke, "By the way, I have classes starting tomorrow, so I probably won't be coming to the library in the next few days." "Oh." Shen Xiangyu maintained her usual expression, though her eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Will you be here in the library reading until the semester officially begins?" Zhou Zhifei inquired. Shen Xiangyu nodded. "Yes. Will you not feel lonely being here alone every day?" Shen Xiangyu tilted her head slightly, seemingly trying to comprehend Zhou Zhifei's words. "I don't know. But I've always been like this, so I suppose not. That's good if I have time. I'll come back to the library to see you." Zhou Zhifei picked up his book and quickly left the reading area. After a while, Shen Xiangyu lifted her gaze from her book to the vacant chair opposite her. She realized that the words on the page seemed less appealing than before, and her reading efficiency had significantly dwindled. For Zhou Zhifei, Shen Xiangyu was merely a fleeting episode during the weekend. As a new week dawned, he immersed himself in his studies anew. Yet, he remained at a loss in his quest for a wealthy woman. In his youth, Zhou Zhifei had looked down upon male celebrities from Hong Kong City who married into wealthy families, finding them lacking in integrity. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of society himself, he came to realize that those male celebrities were the truly enlightened ones. Life is short. Why not avoid 50 years of hardships? Ouyang Zhenhua, famously known as the soft rice king in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, had a wife, Fu Zhexian, who was the granddaughter of the former gambling king of Macau, Ho Hung San, and is worth billions. Yet, when interviewed by the media, he often claimed it was unfair, stating he only learned of his wife's wealthy background after their marriage. Fu Zhexian was introduced to him by his friend, Tao Dayu, and initially, Ouyang Zhenhua believed she was just a fan. After they became acquainted, she was very proactive, often inviting him to meet. Their gatherings gradually transitioned from 20 people to just the two of them. Moreover, it was his wife who proposed marriage, not him. Zhou Zhifei had always harbored skepticism regarding Ouyang Zhenhua's narrative. When they first met, he might indeed have been unaware of Fu Zhexian's background. However, when it came to marriage, especially in the context of the entertainment industry in Hong Kong, coupled with Ouyang Zhenhua's previous failed marriage, it was improbable he would act impulsively like a youth. Thus, Zhou Zhifei leaned towards the belief that he had recognized the essence of society and had actively chosen to marry into wealth. Achieving an upward class transition, he held a simple view on love. When two strangers fall in love, only one knows it is not coincidental. He preferred the notion of a well-planned pursuit over a mutual rush. Therefore, the wealthy women were reserved for those prepared. He needed to continue his diligent research. In class, Zhou Zhifei's mind wandered, yet he felt as if he had overlooked something. Meanwhile, in Dongjiangnu town, Yangcheng, on the 13th floor of a building, in the office of the production department of Chengtian Entertainment, Wei, did you call for me? Wu Yu, the singer's agent at Chengtian Entertainment, entered, dressed in a sharp professional outfit. She wore the company's ID badge. Wu Jie, you arrived just in time. The department head, Wei Jichao, appeared somewhat troubled, his fingers pinching a lit cigarette. He looked up at Wu Yu and said, "You should be aware of director Su Ting's new film, To Our Youth That Was Beautiful. The theme song for the film has been assigned to our company." Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, I've heard about it. Has the song we submitted to director Su not been approved yet?" Wei Jichao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "If it had been approved, I wouldn't be looking so troubled. I remember all the music producers in the company submitted works to director Su, yet he remains unsatisfied. Isn't his demand rather high?" Wu Yu frowned. Although still unclear why Wei Jichao had summoned her regarding this matter, she felt uncomfortable about the company's predicament being so publicly belittled. Wei Jichao sighed. "It's not that I'm being overly modest. You know our company's scale and level. We're at best third rate in the country. And director Su is one of the top youth film directors in the nation. It's only natural for him to have high standards. It's already a feat that he chose to place an order with us, thanks to our boss's efforts. Director Su isn't lacking in companies to write songs for her. It's us at Chengtian Entertainment who lack the kind of platform for her new film. Hence, the theme song for this movie is crucial for our company's transformation. But as it stands, every song submitted by our junior producers has been rejected by director Su. Even our only intermediate producer was unexpectedly turned down by him. Will you also express concern about the company's predicament? Wei, although I don't know how I can be of assistance, please feel free to assign me any tasks you need help with." Chapter 14. Can a 2-year difference work? Huagua has a clear grading system for music producers, categorized as junior, intermediate, senior, and gold. The Music Association has a specialized rating system that assesses music producers annually. The level of a producer is directly correlated with their compensation. Songs priced below 300,000 are typically within the market of junior producers. For those ranging from 300,000 to 1 million, that falls within the capabilities of intermediate producers. Senior producers can earn tens of thousands per song, with some even fetching 2 to 3 million. As for gold producers, the bar is even higher. One would be remiss to invite them for less than a few million. Moreover, once one reaches the rank of gold producer, they are typically financially secure. In the realm of songwriting, they tend to be more cautious to avoid tarnishing their reputation. As Wei Jichao remarked, Chengtian Entertainment is merely an average third-rate company in the domestic music scene. The company only has 5 junior producers, and the lone intermediate producer was a hard-won acquisition by Wei Jichao himself. Senior producers are simply unattainable. They wouldn't consider Chengtian's scale at all. Previously, Chengtian's business revolved around creating songs for internet celebrities, which, while profitable, lacked significant influence in the domestic music scene. Wei Jichao and the company owner aspired to break into a broader market, and producing theme songs for films and dramas represented an excellent opportunity. However, facing such setbacks, with all the songs created by their producers flopping, Wei Jichao resolved to seek external help. Wu, if I'm not mistaken, you recently signed a new talent. Wu Yu paused, sensing a leap in Wei Jichao's thought process. "I haven't signed any new artists recently. I only signed a student singer, Zhou Zhifei, yesterday." "Yes, that's the one that I've reviewed his profile. He's still a student majoring in music performance at Nanchuan, correct?" Wu Yu finally grasped his intention. Wei Jichao was suggesting they enlist Zhou Zhifei to find help from his professors at school. But could they even secure the assistance of the Nanchuan faculty? Wei Jichao replied helplessly, "It doesn't necessarily have to focus solely on the professors. We can't afford to pay the 300,000 copyright fee to lure in those senior producers, and even the well-established intermediate producers would likely look down on it." Wu Yu inquired, "Then what does Wei mean?" Wei Jichao elucidated. "The level of the Southern Transmission Music Department is exceptionally high, populated by numerous young individuals endowed with creative talent. Coincidentally, director Su's new film revolves around youth, and they are likely to resonate profoundly with its themes. Zhou Zhifei happens to be a senior in the Southern Transmission Music Performance major, and he should be acquainted with some of his creatively gifted peers." Wu Yu, however, remained skeptical. "I understand the rationale, yet the standards for the songs that director Su requires are exceedingly high. Even if Zhou Zhifei knows students who are adept in composition, those who have yet to step into society may lack the requisite experience and might struggle to produce songs of substantial depth." Wei Jichao smiled and remarked, "You may not have had much interaction with producers, but while songwriting does indeed necessitate experience, what is even more crucial is innate talent. There are some unconventional geniuses whose creativity is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. But will this work? Let's give it a try. After all, our company's producers have all fallen short. so perhaps fortune will favor us this time. This last remark revealed Wei Jichao's sense of helplessness. The company is still relatively new, and although the owner has a certain background, which of the prominent companies in this industry lacks such an advantage? This is the situation at hand. If we can make it happen, it will be a favor owed to you by the company. Now, please share your thoughts. Upon returning to her office, Wu Yu promptly summoned Zhou Yifeng. She slightly modified Wei Jichao's original intent and conveyed it to him. Zhou Yifeng scratched his head in a bit of a quandary. Sister Wu, I genuinely wish to assist the company in this matter. However, our department has regulations prohibiting mentors from accepting song invitations from current students. This is primarily due to the abundance of second-generation talents in the Art Academy. To maintain fairness, the school has restricted teachers from exhibiting overt favoritism. Wu Yu sighed. Mr. Wei, from the very beginning, had no intention of soliciting songs from your mentors. The theme of director Su's new film is youth, and you are currently experiencing this phase. Undoubtedly, everyone has their own reflections on youth, at this point. Zhou Yifeng finally grasped their intentions. Sister Wu, are you suggesting that I seek out songs from my classmates? Wu Yu nodded. Indeed, that is the intent of Mr. Wei and myself. However, she noticed that upon realizing the company's intentions, Zhou Yifeng's furrowed brow only deepened in distress. She could not help but inquire. You seem troubled. Would you care to share your difficulties with me? Zhou Yifeng hesitated, saying, It might be due to my personality, but I don't have close relationships with my peers. The music students are not only distant acquaintances, but I also do not know who among them possesses compositional talent. Wu Yu scrutinized him closely, sensing that Zhou Yifeng was not being entirely truthful. There might be other underlying reasons, but this was his privacy, and she had no intention of prying. However, since the theme song for director Su's new film had been arranged by Wei Jichao and related to the company's direction of transformation, she remained undeterred. You mentioned your peers. What about the juniors 1 year below you? Do you know any students with songwriting talent? Just as Zhou Yifeng was about to express that he was unfamiliar with even the seniors, a flash of inspiration struck him. He hesitantly replied, I'm not sure about the ones 1 year below, but what about those 2 years below? Although he found it absurd to nitpick his own words, Wu Yu quickly responded, Of course, that's acceptable. Talent is not constrained by age. Yo, you happen to know if that friend of yours has published any songs? Zhou Yifeng pondered for a moment and shook his head. He probably hasn't released any songs? In fact, I only occasionally chat with him on WeChat, so we are not too close. Then how do you know he has compositional talent? I know him similarly to how you know Sister Wu. We met a few days ago when I was busking near the subway entrance. He stood there listening to me sing for quite a while, and I assumed he enjoyed the songs. So I handed him my guitar to let him sing one. Feel my surprise, he was not there to appreciate my performance. He ended up singing an original song he had composed. I thought it was quite good. It's just unfortunate it was born in the wrong era. Otherwise, it would surely leave a mark on the domestic music scene. Wu Yu smirked slightly, amused. You hold him in such high regard? As a student from the Southern Transmission Music Department, Zhou Yifeng's musical appreciation level is naturally commendable. After hearing Zhou Zhifei's performance, he might not have felt its depth immediately, but upon reflection, he concluded that Dream Awakening is undoubtedly a splendid song. Thus, he confidently asserted, yes, the quality of the song he composed is indeed very high. Chapter 15. What nonsense is this? So, you've only heard your Junior S song once. Can you hum it for me? I'd love to hear what kind of song it is, Wu Yu inquired with interest. She did not doubt Zhou Yifeng's abilities. After all, how poor could a student from the Southern Transmission Music Department be? Zhou Yifeng took out his phone from his pocket and opened the Douyin short video app. He said, There's no need for such trouble. Someone recorded my Junior S performance that night and uploaded it to Douyin. Wu Yu took the phone and looked at the screen. The number of likes had already surpassed 10,000, and the comments numbered in the thousands. Because it was night, the video of Zhou Zhifei was not very clear, and there was quite a bit of background noise. However, he appeared quite impressive, standing tall. Despite the video not being well shot, the song was still audible. Initially, Wu Yu maintained a casual attitude, but by the time Zhou Zhifei finished the first verse, she found it hard to believe by the time the chorus came around. She was completely taken aback. Yifeng, are you sure this song is an original by your junior? Wu Yu asked, her skepticism palpable. Zhou Yifeng nodded. That night, after I returned, I specifically searched for Dream Awakening online and found no information about it, which proves that this song has not been released before. He paused and then asked, What's wrong? Sister Wu, is there an issue with this song? The song is indeed good, and it does resemble the style of older songs. However, I'm beginning to doubt that it was composed by your junior. P.S. Only a sophomore. How could he possibly possess such profound insights into love? Wu Yu expressed her doubts. Zhou Yifeng remained silent for a moment before softly suggesting, perhaps M.Y. Jr. is exceptionally gifted? Wu Yu asked. The song is titled Dream Awakening? Zhou Yifeng nodded. Yes. Wu Yu's eyes darted, and she returned the phone to Zhou Yifeng. She took out her own phone, logged into the copyright website, and entered the song titled Dream Awakening. The screen quickly displayed information about the song, indicating its status as approved and currently in the public notice period. Wu Yu looked up. What is your junior's name? Zhou Zhifei, Zhou Yifeng replied. Wu Yu stared at the creator information for a long moment, unable to speak. Lyricist, Zhifei. Composer, Zhifei. Did you find it? Zhou Yifeng asked. Wu Yu simply handed him her phone. See for yourself. From the song's information, it appears that Dream Awakening was indeed created by your junior. Zhou Yifeng examined it closely, noting that the song's submission time coincided perfectly with the night he and Zhou Zhifei performed on the street. He marveled at his junior's quick reflexes and strong awareness of copyright. The most astonishing aspect was the name displayed at the front, which everyone knew was a stage name. Only those who knew Zhou Zhifei would think that this name was rather lonely. Wu Yu took back her phone. Enough looking. You need to come with me to find Teacher Liao. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Yu decisively led the way out of the office. Zhou Yifeng had no choice but to follow, and together they made their way to the music production department. Music production department? Teacher Liao's office. Orange Sky Entertainment treats its music producers well, providing each with an independent office. The Liaozhen they were looking for is the only intermediate music producer at Orange Sky Entertainment. Although his songs were rejected by Su Ting, as the saying goes, don't underestimate the value of a bean bag. The title of intermediate producer signifies his musical prowess, and he earned significantly more than the average wage earner. Wu Yu briskly entered the office, first offering a sincere greeting to Liao Zhan before placing Zhou Yifeng's phone on his desk. Teacher Liao, please evaluate this song with your professional eye. Liao Zhan was already accustomed to Wu Yu's straightforwardness, so he picked up the phone and began to examine it. Initially, his expression was somewhat indifferent, but as he continued listening, it grew increasingly serious, subconsciously counting the beats in his mind. After hearing Zhou Zhifei perform the first verse, Liao Zhan stated, which senior producer composed this song? Both the lyrics and composition exhibit an exceptionally high standard. Wu Yu and Zhou Yifeng exchanged glances, astonished by Liao Zhan's high regard for Dream Awakening. Liao Zhan elaborated, this is a 4/4 song, with a beat pattern of strong, weak, secondary strong, weak, and it employs a substantial amount of syncopation within the melody. The advantage of this rhythm is that it conveys a sense of melancholy, with the overall musical emotion being slow and hazy. In terms of composition, the lyrics deserve particular commendation. 3 words summarize: concise, rhymed, and easily understood. Such delicate lyrics, I assure you, I could never write. It's a pity this song does not depict youth. Otherwise, it would surely suffice as the theme song for director Su's new film. After a pause, he turned to Wu Yu. By the way, you haven't mentioned which senior producer composed this. Wu Yu tentatively replied, Teacher Liao, what if I told you this song was composed by a sophomore? Would you believe it? Liao Zhan slammed the table in disbelief. What nonsense is this? How is that possible? Upon seeing that Wu Yu and Zhou Yifeng were not joking, Liao Zhan took a sharp breath, repeating, what nonsense? This time his voice was much quieter, yet he seemed to question his very existence. How could he fathom that a barely 20-year-old could write such intricate love songs? Wu Yu employed the same tactic, pulling up the copyright website with information about the song and presenting it to Liao Zhan. Zhou Zhifei, Southern Media University, musicology major, currently a sophomore. He is indeed a prodigy, truly a prodigy. If this is his actual level of composition, then he has already surpassed me. The theme song for director Su's new film that has been troubling the company, I believe, would not pose much difficulty for him. Liao Zhan easily deduced the company's intentions and provided his advice. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, Wu Yu and Zhou Yifeng returned to their office. Yifeng, we'll need your assistance moving forward. Zhou Yifeng, lacking confidence, replied, Sister Wu, I'll do my best. My junior has a rather peculiar personality. I find it hard to gauge his thoughts. Based on his attire, he doesn't seem to be in a very good financial situation. You could mention our company's remuneration to him. I imagine he wouldn't refuse. Chapter 16. Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier? September 8, Tuesday night. The night market food street not far from the Southern Transmission Boys dormitory. Zhou Zhifei and Zhao Yifeng sat facing each other behind a barbecue stall. In front of Zhou Zhifei were grilled chicken wings, starch sausages, and grilled eggplants, foods favored by students. He grabbed a full bottle of beer at hand, clinked it with Zhao Yifeng's, and took a swig on a cool night. A sip of cold beer felt refreshing. Zhao Shixiang, what's the matter? Zhou Zhifei asked. Zhao Yifeng cleared his throat lightly, feeling somewhat awkward. There's nothing in particular. I just wanted to invite you for a meal. Zhou Zhifei smirked. Come on. We're not children anymore. Last night, you suddenly texted me that you wanted to treat me to dinner today. If you were sincere, who would send a message at this hour? The more Zhao Yifeng interacted with Zhou Zhifei, the more he felt that he was unlike the other juniors at school. Indeed, there was something he wanted to ask Zhifei for help with. Zhou Zhifei nonchalantly picked up a grilled starch sausage and said, You're my senior. Just tell me what you need. So, Zhifei, are you agreeing? Zhou Zhifei waved his hand. Just tell me what it is first. If I can help, I certainly will. Since this evening, Zhao Yifeng felt he had never been in control of the situation, sensing that Zhou Zhifei was far more mature than himself. Typically, when a senior seeks help from a junior, they would either confidently agree or at least show some inclination to help. Yet, in Zhou Zhifei's tone, he felt no such inclination. Zhao Yifeng, feeling uncertain, decided to be direct. This should be easy for you. I'd like you to help me write a song. Write a song? Yes. Zhou Zhifei chuckled and waved his hand. I'm only a sophomore. I'm still in the learning phase. Writing songs is something I'm not yet capable of. I can't accept your invitation. Zhao Yifeng did not expect his refusal to be so decisive, and the reasoning felt rather dismissive. He remained undeterred. Zhifei, you're being too modest. The song you composed, Dream Awakening, is, in my view, an excellent piece. Zhou Zhifei interrupted. But didn't you say that this song currently lacks an audience? At that time, that was indeed my thought. However, later I stumbled upon someone uploading your performance on Douyin. After listening to it several times, I realized that the song is highly polished and an exceptional piece of melancholic music. Zhou Zhifei, aware of the quality of Dream Awakening, knew it had been selected for the 30th anniversary of the Mandarin Music Awards as one of the 30 classic songs, which speaks volumes about its classic status. Thus, while he was complimenting himself, Zhou Zhifei still did not want to write a song. However, he curiously asked, Senior, did you just say someone uploaded my video on Douyin? Yes, it seems a passerby recorded your performance. Zhao Yifeng then took out his phone and opened Douyin to show him the collection. Zhou Zhifei glanced at it, but soon dismissed it. The quality of cell phone recordings is generally poor, especially at night. A familiar person might recognize him, but a stranger would struggle to identify him from the video, so it wouldn't impact his life. There are so many ways to make money. Zhou Zhifei truly did not wish to step into the limelight as a singer. Dream Awakening had already gained considerable traction on Douyin, with likes exceeding 20,000 and comments surpassing 10,000. To be honest, when Zhao Yifeng opened it just now, he was somewhat taken aback. Yesterday the likes were just over 10,000, and now they had exceeded 20,000. Based on the view count, a significant number of people must have seen the video. Zhao Shixiang, it's not that I don't want to help you. Composing Dream Awakening was merely a moment of inspiration. I can't guarantee I can produce another song of that caliber. Zhao Yifeng felt that his junior lacked the youthful spirit. If it were him, he wouldn't just be worried about whether he could write it, but would also maintain his ambition. He sighed. Actually, it's not me who is inviting you to write a song. It's the company I just signed with not long ago. Once they reached this point in the conversation, Zhou Zhifei finally understood why Zhao Yifeng sought him out for songwriting. It was likely that he was flaunting his song Dream Awakening at the company, and since there were individuals in the company who recognized its value, this led to tonight's dinner invitation. Zhou Zhifei felt it necessary to clarify with Zhao Yifeng not to unnecessarily increase his exposure. As he was about to speak, Zhao Yifeng interjected, Actually, this song is written for a new movie, and it's not merely for your sake. My manager, Sister Wu, promised that if the song is selected by the director, you will receive a one-time payment of 300,000 in copyright fees and an additional 8 of the song's royalties. Zhou Zhifei felt the words catch in his throat, but with a radiant smile. He exclaimed, Such an important matter. Why didn't you mention it earlier? He picked up a beer bottle and said, Come, let's drink. I've agreed to write the song. I'm not after your company's meager copyright fee. I simply wish to challenge myself and apply what I've learned over the past year. Zhao Yifeng clinked his bottle with his days, feeling rather foolish for not stating the company's offer sooner, which had wasted precious time. Nevertheless, he did gain some insight into Zhou Zhifei's vulnerabilities. Previously, he had thought him inscrutable, only to discover that he was quite ordinary. since Zhou Zhifei was willing to write the song. The subsequent matters would be much simpler. So, this song is the theme for a youth film. Do you have the script with you? Zhou Zhifei inquired while gnawing on a chicken wing. Zhao Yifeng nodded. Of course, but I left it in my dorm and I will bring it to you when I return. Zhou Zhifei sincerely insisted. No need to trouble yourself. I can go to Brother Zhao's dorm to fetch it. His sudden change in attitude made Zhao Yifeng a bit uncomfortable. After a hearty meal and drinks, the two strolled to the entrance of the food street, only to unexpectedly encounter the last person Zhou Zhifei wished to see. Sister Yang, a new Korean restaurant opened down the street, and I've heard great things about it. Since you helped me so much today, let me treat you to a meal there. A boy clad in a blue t-shirt and limited edition basketball shoes beamed at Yang Jai. Organizing the new students' materials is part of my duties. I can't let you spend money on me, Yang Jai replied, dressed in a light-colored long skirt, her hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Chapter 17. Cutting through the chaos upon seeing Yang Jai. Zhou Zhifei intended to turn and leave with Zhao Yifeng. The last time they met in the supermarket, she had boldly declared that if he did not leave, then he simply could not. Her assertiveness was overwhelming, and Zhou Zhifei truly wished to avoid her. Yet, to his bewilderment, Zhao Yifeng was the one to confront the boy first. Zhu Zhani, I can't believe you've already switched girlfriends so soon into the semester. The girl from last term was not this one, Zhao Yifeng remarked. Zhu Zhani and Yang Jai turned towards the source of the voice. Upon realizing it was Zhao Yifeng making sarcastic remarks, Zhu Zhani's face flushed with anger. Zhao Yifeng, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Yifeng retorted with a disdainful smile. You don't even address me as senior. How disrespectful. Yet, they failed to notice Yang Jai's eyes reddening at the sight of Zhou Zhifei. Sister, you ought to be cautious of this guy. He flaunts his position as the vice president of the music department student union, charming his way through life, changing girlfriends more times than I can count in a semester. Don't let him deceive you. Zhao Yifeng, that's enough. Stop slandering me. I am sincere with every girl. Zhu Zhani was on the verge of losing his temper. Having finally secured a chance to date Yang Jai, he could not let it be disrupted. Let me count 0.3 girlfriends in the first half of this year. You must be very sincere indeed, Zhao Yifeng scoffed. Yang Jai ignored their verbal sparring, focusing her gaze on Zhou Zhifei, who stood resolutely behind Zhao Yifeng, his demeanor calm as if the world around him held no significance. Zhao Yifeng intended to continue his mockery of Zhu Zhani, but was taken aback when Yang Jai approached him. Her eyes burned with fury, her body seemingly restrained. This left Zhao Yifeng perplexed, as he felt he barely knew her. Why did it feel as though he had wronged her? The sudden shift took even Zhu Zhani by surprise. Sister. Yang Jai bypassed Zhao Yifeng, standing before Zhou Zhifei. Why haven't you messaged me these past few days? Don't you have anything to explain? Zhou Zhifei took a step back, distancing himself from her. Although he felt her accusations were baseless, with so many onlookers, he could only respond, there's nothing to explain, I've come to terms with it. We are merely classmates now. I apologize for overstepping in the past, I assure you. I shall not disturb you again. We can go our separate ways and pretend we never met. All right? The actions belonged to the original owner, yet the consequences fell to him, which Zhou Zhifei found quite absurd. Hence, he decided to cut through the chaos and resolve the matter swiftly. Yang Jai took a deep breath, her attire trembling slightly. I am the vice minister of the student union's organizational department. Today, I was merely assisting Brother Zhu in organizing the new students' materials, so please do not misunderstand. Upon hearing Yang Jai distancing herself from him, Zhu Zhani's face darkened. Meanwhile, Zhao Yifeng couldn't help but want to laugh. Had it not involved Zhou Zhifei, he would have likely burst out in laughter. Zhou Zhifei nonchalantly remarked, that's commendable. Helping the school is a good thing. What do you mean? Do you think by pretending not to care about me, I will simply agree to your wishes? Yang Jai bit her lip. Zhou Zhifei sighed. I am not pretending. I genuinely do not care anymore. You take your path and I will take mine. Let us each find our peace. Yang Jai could hardly believe that such words would come from Zhou Zhifei, who had once clung to her side. Moreover, his tone and expression did not seem feigned. They reflected his true thoughts. Suppressing her anger, Yang Jai demanded, What do you mean? You pursued me first. How can you just stop? Zhou Zhifei replied, Then have you considered what our 4 years together truly meant? I suppose it was just unfortunate for me, Zhou Zhifei answered without hesitation. And those 4 years were hardly beautiful memories for me. Reflecting on the original owner's humility, Zhou Zhifei felt discomfort. He had not intended to sound so resolute, but found Yang Jai's persistence to be tiresome. was better to cut through the chaos for both their sakes. Zhou Zhifei turned to Zhao Yifeng, saying, "Brother Zhao, I will head back to my dorm now. Please message me when you return, and I will come find you." Although he was unclear about the situation, Zhao Yifeng understood the priority and quickly replied, "Zhifei, wait for me. I'll go back to the dorm with you." Yang Jiai's gaze lingered on Zhou Zhifei as he walked away. Zhu Zhani stepped forward, softly asking, "Sister, who was that boy?" "He was my high school classmate," Yang Jai sighed. Zhu Zhani attempted to brush off the earlier awkwardness. "Sister, let us go to that Korean restaurant we discussed earlier." Yang Jai shook her head. "Brother Zhu, I'm sorry, I suddenly feel unwell and have no appetite. I will return to the dorm." With that, she turned and walked past Zhu Zhani, oblivious to his displeased expression. Zhu Zhani muttered under his breath, "What the hell is this? I planned to take a beautiful girl out for dinner, but instead, I ended up with a face full of embarrassment," and Zhao Yifeng laughed at me. On the other side, Zhao Yifeng tentatively asked, "Zhifei, was that girl your ex-girlfriend?" Zhou Zhifei shook his head. "I don't have a significant relationship with her. I merely pursued her for 4 years, but she never accepted me. That's all." "Just that's all?" Zhao Yifeng thought, finding it hard to believe that their relationship was as trivial as Zhou Zhifei claimed. However, seeing that he was reluctant to discuss it further, Zhao Yifeng wisely refrained from pressing the matter. Zhou Zhifei found some things to be quite laughable. The unattainable always stirs discontent, while those who are favored act without fear. Yang Jiai, who had once been cherished by the original owner, surely did not believe she could simply return and find him waiting. In truth, if Zhou Zhifei wished to be a scoundrel, he could toy with Yang Jiai a few times and perhaps even end up as a couple, only to discard her afterward. But that was a child's notion. Having witnessed the cycles of joy and sorrow, Zhou Zhifei scoffed at such thoughtless behavior. Moreover, he would rather dedicate his time to composing more songs for Zhao Yifeng's company and earn a modest sum. Surely that was more worthwhile? Chapter 18. Youth is an unending poem. After leaving the food street, Yang Jiai did not return to her dorm but instead rushed to the neighboring Southern Normal University to seek solace with Lu Wenhui. In the dining hall of Nanyuan, it was widely acknowledged that this university boasted the best food among all in Yangqing, renowned for its quality meals. Lu Wenhui, who had been binge-watching shows in her dorm, was taken aback upon seeing Yang Jiai, and now they sat together, sharing late-night snacks. After listening to Yang Jiai's lament about Zhou Zhifei, Lu Wenhui finally grasped the unfolding drama of the evening. At that moment, she was at a loss for how to comfort her friend. Over the years, Lu Wenhui had always perceived Zhou Zhifei as a good boy. From her perspective, Zhou Zhifei's handling of the situation that night was not at fault. His decisiveness in severing ties was, in fact, the best course of action for both him and Yang Jiai. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wenhui sighed, "Jiai, have you considered a question?" Yang Jiai looked up, her lashes fluttering as she fixed her gaze on Lu Wenhui. After a pause, Lu Wenhui continued, "I've always wanted to know, what kind of feelings do you harbor for Zhou Zhifei? Is it a romantic affection? Or do you merely regard him as a cherished toy?" This question left Yang Jiai feeling disoriented, her complexion paling further. She stammered, "I don't want to leave him. Zhou Zhifei is too heartless." She refrained from clarifying whether the him she referred to was the boy she loved or merely a plaything. But the omission spoke volumes. Lu Wenhui reflected, "Jiai, it is no longer you abandoning Zhou Zhifei, but rather he who has let you go, wishing to escape this painful entanglement. Jiai, let me advise you, if you do not genuinely love Zhou Zhifei, I urge you to let him go. His attitude is quite clear. He no longer wishes to be involved with you." Yang Jiai's heart tightened, her face growing even paler. After returning to the boys' dormitory with Zhao Yifeng, Zhou Zhifei acquired the script synopsis for the movie To Our Youth that was full of growth. Once he had the script in hand, he did not linger in Zhao Yifeng's dorm but swiftly returned to his own. His roommate Cheng Buochao was, as usual, engaged in a game of Honor of Kings, while simultaneously chatting with an acquaintance online. The artsy youth Gui Yuanqiang was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in a novel. Zhou Zhifei placed the script on the table and barely settled into his chair when Lin Hao, the fourth roommate, returned as well. Lin Hao set down his takeout on Cheng Buochao's desk, saying, "Boss, here you go." Cheng Buochao clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Your kindness knows no bounds. I am forever in your debt." At such moments, the hierarchy within the dormitory would become chaotic. Lin Hao chuckled, "Boss, just focus on your game. Can't you see the manager is sneaking up on you? Wow, how devious." Cheng Buochao exclaimed, frantically fumbling with his keyboard. Lin Hao pulled his chair closer to Zhou Zhifei, who disdainfully remarked, "Fourth, keep your distance. You reek of love-struck foolishness. While he referred to it as foolishness, it was merely the scent of women's body wash and a hint of perfume. Lin Hao, unbothered by the disdain, replied, Zhou, how's it going with that high school classmate of yours? I saw you two arguing at the food street today. Given the number of students in the food street, Zhou Zhifei was not surprised to encounter someone he knew. He replied dismissively, we weren't arguing, just clarifying things. So, you're single now? Lin Hao inquired. What do you mean now? I've always been single, okay? Didn't I tell you? Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Dating is something even dogs avoid. Aha. I don't believe that, Lin Hao retorted. Some things are fine to joke about with your buddies, but don't end up deceiving yourself. Zhou Zhifei could not be bothered to engage with his love-struck roommate, so he gathered his clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. By the time he emerged, towel drying his hair, Lin Hao had returned to his spot, engrossed in a conversation with his girlfriend on WeChat. Zhou Zhifei picked up the script from the table and leaped onto his bed. Leaning against the wall, he opened the movie's synopsis, reading intently. The film title To Our Youth that was full of growth clearly hinted at its theme without needing to delve into the content. Youth is an unending poem, eternally resonating within our youthful hearts. This subject matter can be expansive or intimate, depending on the director's chosen perspective. Each year, both domestically and internationally, numerous films depicting youth emerge. The story unfolds in 1999 in a small county in the South, set against the backdrop of an ordinary high school at the turn of the century. The male protagonist, along with his friends, finds himself enamored with the same girl in their class, the female lead. In contemporary terms, she is their collective white moonlight. The male lead struggles academically and is known for his mischievous antics, prompting the homeroom teacher to entrust him to the capable female lead, the top student in the class. Under her diligent supervision and encouragement, his grades improve significantly, and he gradually develops feelings for her. However, the naivety and fears of young love hinder him from confessing. In their interactions, he learns that her dream city is Shanghai and her ideal university is Shanghai Jiaodong University, which he commits to memory. His poor grades stemmed from a lack of motivation. But with newfound goals, he quickly catches up academically. During the college entrance examination, he performs exceptionally well, while the female lead struggles due to health issues. When the results are announced, he gains admission to her dream university, Shanghai Jiaodong University, while she, a promising student, only qualifies for Su Province Normal University. Despite the geographical distance during their college years, their bond remains unbroken. Every few days, he calls her from his dormitory's landline, and their relationship begins to deepen. Naturally, youth is fraught with misunderstandings and conflicts. The immaturity of their youthful minds makes it difficult to avoid such issues. Moreover, physical separation causes minor disagreements to escalate. Eventually, the tension culminates in a heated argument, and in the pouring rain, the male lead relinquishes his pursuit of his beloved white moonlight. Their relationship reverts to that of ordinary friends. After graduation, they both strive for their respective careers. Although they never become lovers, their friendship endures, and they eventually establish their own families. Each character in the story experiences personal growth and forges their own future. Chapter 19. Giving too much. The following morning, the alarm clock blared, waking the four boys in dorm 703. Zhou Zhifei yawned and lay down on his bed, addressing Cheng Buoqiao. Boss, there's a public class this morning, but I have something else to attend to, so I won't be going if the professor calls my name. Could you cover for me? Cheng Buoqiao, still reluctant to leave his bed, extended his hand in an okay gesture from the bed frame. Lin Hao, intrigued, inquired, Zhou Gu, if you're not going to class today, what will you be doing instead? Zhou Zhifei, having put on his shoes, turned back and replied, just a little matter. I want to check some information at the library. With that, he opened the dormitory door and walked out. At that moment, Guiyanqiang also climbed down from his bed, puzzled, and remarked, it seems like Lao San has been going to the library quite frequently lately. Is there something there that he is particularly concerned about? Lin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. I just realized, I heard from Xiaoyu that the new student, Shun Xiangyu, has been visiting the library every day to read since she arrived at the school. Zhou Gu might not just be looking for information. Perhaps he's trying to get closer to that extraordinarily beautiful girl. Guiyanqiang expressed skepticism. But didn't Lao San say last night that he wasn't interested in dating? Lin Hao smirked. What Zhou Gu said should be taken with a grain of salt. If he truly had no interest in dating, how could he have pursued Yang Jia for 4 long years? Guiyanqiang added. Perhaps he was disheartened by that pursuit, which is why he feels indifferent towards love now. At that moment, Cheng Buochao, who would never get out of bed until the last second, jumped down and declared, "I don't know whether Lao San will date in the future, but if he thinks he can get close to Shin Xiangyu under the pretense of looking for information, he's truly overestimating himself. If she were that easy to approach, she would have been swept off her feet long before university. Countless people must have tried to impress her back in high school. Yet none succeeded, all returned empty-handed. Had Cheng Buochao ever tried to impress Shin Xiangyu before? Zhou Zhifei first walked a few laps around the school's athletics field to clear his mind. After watching the script of To Our Youth That Is Dearest last night and integrating the original owner's memories, he felt an overwhelming sense of disparity when comparing the female lead in the script to Yang Jai. He found himself empathizing with the script that in truth, Zhou Zhifei thought the movie's script was rather unremarkable, even quite kitsch, primarily revolving around themes of unrequited love and youthful innocence. However, cliches often encapsulate the of most people, for in this society, the majority of us are merely ordinary individuals. And how could the of ordinary people not be filled with cliches? Most people's doesn't involve excessive heartbreak, abortions, fights, or suicides. Rather, it is simple, pure, and tinged with a sense of regret. This is that most people in Huagua have experienced. Zhou Zhifei had not yet seen the film's completed version, so he was unaware of how the director executed it. He did, however, do a quick search on Su Ting's biography and discovered that she is one of the well-known film directors in the country. In fact, being able to make a cliché plot stand out is the true test of a director's skill. Lying in bed, overthinking, coupled with the symphony of snores from his dormmates, prevented him from deciding on which song would be suitable for the film. Therefore, Zhou Zhifei planned to utilize the quiet of the library to awaken his mind and assist in song selection. After completing his run, he grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria and, on his way to the library, impulsively purchased a bottle of happy water. Initially intending to buy a 2-yuan bottle of mineral water, he ultimately splurged and spent 3 yuan on a bottle of cola instead. Upon entering the library, Zhou Zhifei glanced towards the corner by the window and indeed spotted that familiar figure. Sensing his presence, Shin Xiangyu looked up, her cold gaze locking onto him. When she recognized Zhou Zhifei, whom she hadn't seen for several days, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. The two exchanged their beverages in unspoken understanding. Zhou Zhifei opened a book he had casually picked from the shelf and pulled out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket. He twisted open the cap of his water bottle and took a hearty swig before smilingly asking, "How have you been these past few days?" Shin Xiangyu sincerely shook her head, replying, "I seem to be feeling quite lonely. The books have become uninteresting. I've been struggling to finish a book for 3 days now, whereas I used to be able to read an entire book in a single day." Zhou Zhifei had merely asked out of casual curiosity, but he was taken aback by her candid response, leaving him momentarily speechless. Considering that this girl was not only participating in international piano competitions, but also held a 9th dan in traditional martial arts, it was likely that very few people had actually engaged her in meaningful conversation during her childhood. Approaching her might invite punishment, while keeping distance seemed futile. Zhou Zhifei surmised that with her understanding of societal norms, she might not even grasp the concepts of admiration and affection. After some thought, he said, "How about this afternoon? I'll take you out for some fun." Shin Xiangyu's eyes brightened. "Where are we going to play?" "I haven't decided yet. Let's discuss it this afternoon. You're a good person. I want to be friends with you, but I don't know your name." Shin Xiangyu sincerely issued Zhou Zhifei a good person card. Her earnestness left Zhou Zhifei at a loss for words. "My name is Zhou Zhifei, Zhou from Zhougong Tubo, and Zhifei from Saiwang Shima, Yin Zhifei Fu." Shin Xiangyu's eyes sparkled. "Your name is impressive. I'm Shin Xiangyu. But I'm not sure if my name has any significance." Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively. "Names are beyond our control. There's no need to compare. And from now on, you mustn't call me a good person." "Oh." Shin Xiangyu obediently replied. As Zhou Zhifei focused intently on the open book before him, he soon fell into deep contemplation. Shin Xiangyu, too, was absorbed in her book, realizing that her reading efficiency today was significantly better than in the previous days. Lost in his thoughts, Zhou Zhifei's mind was consumed with ideas about the movie's theme song. After all, this was a substantial sum of 300,000 yuan. He was determined to secure it. Prior to this, he had contemplated making money through selling songs, but he faced 2 significant obstacles: a lack of fame and no avenues for selling songs. Even if he were to sell one, given his current circumstances, the best he could hope for would be a few thousand to 10,000 yuan. While this might not seem trivial, in both this world and the next, new music producers typically earned only this amount. In his previous life, The rain god of Guangdong had purchased the music rights to Guangdong Love Story for merely 5,000 yuan. It was noteworthy that this song had moved countless people from Guangdong, propelling the rain god to internet fame and earning him over 100 million yuan. Therefore, for Zhou Zhifei, a newcomer in the music industry, selling a song would likely result in losing all rights to it. Holding onto the musical treasures from his past life, he was unwilling to sell them at such a low price despite his financial struggles. The invitation from Zhou Yifeng's company not only offered a generous price, but also promised a share in the song's copyright, which was utterly enticing for a newcomer like Zhou Zhifei, as it was an unusually generous offer. Based on the script storyline, Zhou Zhifei narrowed his options down to 3 songs. Chapter 20. Pocket money movies and television dramas of a similar genre to our youth that is dearest had proliferated in Zhou Zhifei's previous life, resulting in numerous popular songs. The film's main narrative revolves around growth and regret stirring, thus the theme song must lean towards the lyrical, even with a hint of melancholy. The script outlines 3 major regrets. The male lead lacked the courage to confess to the female lead during high school. The male lead succeeded in gaining admission to his dream university while the female lead faced setbacks. And during university, both had opportunities to become lovers, yet their immaturity led to mischances. Such stories resonate with nearly every individual's narrative in the country. Take, for example, the conflict of failing the college entrance examination. There have been countless similar films and dramas in his previous life. Zhou Zhifei could easily recall The Best of Us, Suddenly This Summer, and Those Years We Chased Together. The first 2 are dramas with the male lead experiencing failure, while the latter film narrates the female lead's struggles. All 3 adaptations stem from novels, and their theme songs are quite commendable. Thus, Zhou Zhifei identified the songs Gung Gung Yu Huai, Suddenly This Summer, and Those Years. He noted these song titles in his small notebook, quickly striking through Gung Gung Yu Huai, as its lyrics explicitly implied a past relationship between the male and female leads, which contradicted the film's theme. Zhou Zhifei actually quite liked Gung Gung Yu Huai, feeling a twinge of regret over its exclusion. Subsequently, he circled Suddenly This Summer and Those Years, unconsciously tapping the pen against the notebook. Shan Xiangyu glanced at him discreetly before returning her gaze to her book. Zhou Zhifei pondered further and crossed out Suddenly This Summer. The reason was simple. The plot of Those Years aligned more closely with the new film's narrative, and the song had garnered greater popularity in his previous life, indicating a stronger potential for success. Having decided on this song, Zhou Zhifei felt a sense of relief, knowing that even if director Su were dissatisfied with it, he had other viable options. A hanging pig is free to do as it pleases. Zhou Zhifei began transcribing the lyrics of Those Years from memory into his small notebook.as for composing the music. He planned to do that later in the dormitory using specialized music sheets. Zhou Zhifei closed the book he was using as a prop and exhaled deeply. "Are you writing lyrics in that notebook?" Shen Xiangyu asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhou Zhifei looked up at her, smiling. "You saw that, huh?" "Yes, these are indeed lyrics." Shen Xiangyu blinked. "That's impressive. You can write your own songs." "Not really. I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants," Zhou Zhifei replied candidly. "Are you writing songs for a performance?" Shen Xiangyu inquired. Zhou Zhifei shook his head. "Not for myself. That I'm selling this to someone else." "Selling songs? Are you short on money?" "Recently, I've been a bit tight on cash. If the price is right, I'll sell it." After a pause, Zhou Zhifei joked. "What, are you asking this because you want to lend me money?" What was intended as a casual inquiry was met with Shan Xiangyu's serious contemplation. She rummaged through her bag and produced a bank card, holding it out to Zhou Zhifei. "Here you go." Seriously, this scene was utterly shocking. After almost half a century across 2 lifetimes, Zhou Zhifei never anticipated such a moment. The girl, who exuded an air of coolness yet was exceptionally beautiful, was voluntarily presenting her bank card. It was a dream he'd only dared to entertain in his fantasies. His previous so-called girlfriends wouldn't have hesitated to spend his money. Zhou Zhifei chuckled. "This money must be from your parents, so I can't accept it." Shen Xiangyu gave him a glance, placing the bank card on the table in front of him, shaking her head. "The money in this card isn't from my parents." As she spoke, she retrieved a golden card marked with VIP from her bag. "This card is what my parents gave me. All their money is deposited here. However, my mom said I can't give this card to anyone, so I can't hand it over to you." "Then why are you giving me this card?" Zhou Zhifei picked up the light purple bank card in front of him. "This card is mine. It contains the money I've earned from my pocket money," she explained. Zhou Zhifei had already discerned that beneath Shan Xiangyu's high-cold demeanor lay a simplicity akin to a blank slate, albeit with a hint of social anxiety. He chuckled. "If you give me your card, Won't your dad have an issue with that? Shen Xiangyu shook her head earnestly. I'm not afraid of my dad. Zhou Zhifei was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that response. Indeed, it aligned with his assessment of her. Her understanding seemed akin to that of a primary school student, still clinging to notions of fear and obedience, far from the comprehension expected of a typical university student. He remarked, "You truly are your dad's little treasure, the kind that leaks information." However, this statement surpassed Shen Xiangyu's comprehension, leaving her with a puzzled tilt of her head. "Let's go, junior sister. Gather your things. Check how much pocket money you have, and then I'll take you out for a stroll." Shen Xiangyu's eyes instantly lit up. She was far less concerned about the amount in the bank card than she was about where he would take her. She quickly slung her small bag over her shoulder and tidied up Zhou Zhifei's books, returning them to the shelf. Since it was still class time, there weren't many people outside the library apart from the freshmen. The two walked toward the school gate, and after a short distance, they arrived at an ATM. "You said you wanted to lend me money, so let's see how much pocket money you actually have." Zhou Zhifei had initially dismissed it, assuming that a university girl would have only a few thousand yuan in pocket money, which was negligible compared to the potential 30,000 yuan he might earn from copyright fees. He inserted the bank card into the ATM and turned to ask, "What's the password for the bank card?" 980520.520. Huh. That number carries some meaning. That's my birthday, Shen Xiangyu stated matter-of-factly. What had been a casual inquiry now lingered in Zhou Zhifei's mind. "Come closer. Let us see how much is in the account." Shen Xiangyu indeed moved closer to Zhou Zhifei's side. After entering the password, he pressed for a balance inquiry. Upon seeing the number on the screen, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. The high-cold girl he met in the library casually pulled out a card containing a staggering 5,330,000 yuan. Who would believe such a thing? Chapter 21. Little Rich Girl. After seeing the balance in the bank card, Zhou Zhifei gradually stiffened. In both his lifetimes, he had never encountered such a vast amount of cash. Shen Xiangyu gazed at the screen, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. "Brother, you have so much money in your bank account." Zhou Zhifei, still in shock, turned to her, unable to comprehend how this girl could utter such humorous remarks in her cool tone. He felt as if he had yet to fully awaken from slumber. Suddenly, the memory resurfaced. He recalled first seeing her in that luxurious golden Rolls-Royce at the school gate. Go afford such a car. Shen Xiangyu's family background must be far from ordinary. After all, anyone who could spend over 10 million on a vehicle likely had several financial targets in mind. Clients who purchased such luxury cars typically possessed far greater wealth. No wonder he had previously overlooked certain aspects. The rich girl he had been yearning to find was right before his eyes. "You claim that this is your own pocket money. How did you earn it?" Zhou Zhifei asked, maintaining a neutral expression. Right. This is indeed my own card," Shen Xiangyu recalled, then added, "Every time I participate in international youth piano competitions and win, I receive a small prize. It's usually around 200,000 euros, and I won 3 times during my 3 years in high school. Additionally, I've earned prizes in martial arts competitions, and all the money is kept on this card." Hearing about the piano competition prizes seemed reasonable at first, but then it morphed into absurdity. With such a wealthy family background and her evident talent, how could ordinary people compete? To top it all off, she also received prizes for martial arts competitions. What a blend of beauty and beast. The 300,000 yuan in copyright fees initially brought him immense satisfaction, only to realize that it barely amounted to a fraction of her pocket money. Zhou Zhifei could scarcely fathom the sum contained in the golden card bestowed upon her by her parents. At that moment, it felt as though 2 small figures, one clad in red and the other in black, had taken residence upon his shoulders, bickering incessantly and causing a throbbing headache. Ultimately, he exhaled deeply and returned the card. With the song's copyright yet unsold, he found himself in dire need of funds. However, accepting money from Shen Xiangyu felt akin to tricking a child with a lollipop, leaving him laden with guilt. Money, once lost, could certainly be earned again. But if one's conscience were to vanish, well, that was a far graver loss. Thus, it became evident that he was not cut out to be a person of great wealth. Zhou Zhifei extended the card towards Shen Xiangyu and said, "You should keep this card for yourself. And if others ask to borrow money, please refrain from casually handing out your card in this day and age. Individuals with integrity like myself are becoming increasingly rare." Shen Xiangyu, exuding an air of cool detachment, inquired with confusion, "So you're not borrowing money? But aren't you in need of it?" "I am indeed in need." But if it involves borrowing from you, then I must decline. Zhou Zhifei shook his head. Shen Xiangyu seemed unable to grasp the complexity of Zhou Zhifei's emotions and earnestly replied, if you need money, I shall lend it to you. Zhou Zhifei chuckled and responded, let us not do that. What if your parents inquire about your pocket money? How will you explain it to them? You might end up facing their ire. He emphasized the phrase pocket money that I'm not afraid of my father. And what about your mother? My mother has stated that I can manage my pocket money as I see fit. Zhou Zhifei found it challenging to explain to a child how a mother's words could carry multiple meanings. After a pause, he altered his approach. This money is something you've earned. It should hold sentimental value for you. I feel indifferent about it, for I am certain I will receive more awards in the future. Shen Xiangyu, with a mouth temperature of 37 degrees, recited her Versailles-like musings to Zhou Zhifei. As her words fell, she pushed her bank card towards him, pinching it between her fingers. It was utterly perplexing. Having just declared she wouldn't accept money, she was now fervently attempting to thrust it upon him. This was a situation even a novelist would hesitate to depict. This money is not a gift, it is a loan, Shen Xiangyu stated calmly. All right then, this is a loan from you, and I shall return it to you in due time. A smile crept upon Zhou Zhifei's lips. It appeared he had to indulge the whims of this little girl today, lest they become embroiled in a protracted dispute over the card. Upon witnessing him tuck the bank card into his pocket, Shen Xiangyu finally appeared somewhat satisfied. She then gently blinked and said, let us go out and have some fun. You promised just a moment ago. This scene evoked a strange sensation in Zhou Zhifei, as the strikingly beautiful girl before him seemed to overlap with the image of his niece, who was only in the 3rd grade. He understood that caring for children was a laborious task, and thus sighed, all right then, let us go, little heiress. Zhou Zhifei led Shen Xiangyu out of the gates of Nanchuan and into the small commercial street of the university town. The theme of the university town catered primarily to students, with shops and supermarkets offering goods that were both practical and affordable. Shen Xiangyu, clad in her small black shoes, exhibited great interest in all the products lining the streets. She soon found herself captivated by the loudspeaker announcements from a nearby stall. The Jiangnan leather factory has closed down, those scoundrels. This factory was indeed legendary. It had been closed for many years, yet those leather bags remained unsold, still trendy and contemporary. A true anomaly in the business world. One could only say that as long as the owner was willing to be shameless, he could indeed make a fortune. The bags sold at this stall were all styles favored by university students, primarily knockoffs of international brands, but they thrived on their affordability, thus maintaining a certain market among the student demographic. Senior, did the owner of this leather factory really owe 350 million? That's false. Did he really run away with his sister-in-law? That sister-in-law is actually his wife. Shen Xiangyu's little mind became somewhat muddled. Senior, I want to eat ice cream and cotton candy. No, you don't want that. It's so sweet. Consuming such things is worse than just eating sugar. Besides, too much sugar is harmful to your teeth. Senior, you're not a good person. Do you think I'm still a child? Whether you are a child or not, you should know in your own heart. Senior, why is there no one watching over this shop? What do they sell inside? Shen Xiangyu pointed at a 24-hour unattended adult shop, her curiosity piquing as she attempted to enter. Zhou Zhifei swiftly seized her hand. You're still young. What's sold inside is meant for adults, hence there's no need for supervision. Shen Xiangyu retorted. But I have already celebrated my 18th birthday. I am an adult now. Zhou Zhifei smirked slightly. Come now, with your current understanding, can you truly compare to a primary school graduate? Senior, you truly are a bad person. In Shen Xiangyu's eyes, Zhou Zhifei had finally graduated from being a mere bad man to a full-fledged villain. By noon, Zhou Zhifei took Shen Xiangyu to a self-service restaurant where she could choose whatever she desired and fill her plate. This ordinary self-service restaurant in the university town seemed to open the door to a new world for Shen Xiangyu, erasing any lingering resentment she had towards Zhou Zhifei. Chapter 22. A perfect score is merely the limit of grading inside the self-service restaurant. Zhou Zhifei observed that Shen Xiangyu's plate was brimming with assorted small cakes, egg tarts, and chocolate donuts, causing his teeth to feel uneasy. Shen Xiangyu, however, relished her meal, pouring herself a large cup of cola. She seemed to have a fondness for this unhealthy beverage, yet it appeared she wouldn't buy it on her own, only indulging when with him. Puzzled, Zhou Zhifei rose to grab a plate of fried rice. Shen Xiangyu speared a fried glutinous rice ball with her fork, only to accidentally drop it onto the leg of the chair beside her. She gazed down at the golden, fried rice ball, recalling the lessons from childhood that taught not to waste food. Shen Xiangyu looked up at Zhou Zhifei, who was still serving himself. Didn't he see it? Didn't he see it? She secretly used her fork to retrieve the rice ball and placed it at the edge of her plate. As Zhou Zhifei set his plate down and prepared to dig in, Shen Xiangyu held up the fork with the rice ball and extended it towards his mouth. "Senior, eat the rice ball. It's really delicious. I'm not eating." Shen Xiangyu stated matter-of-factly. "Why not? Look, I've even fed it to you with my own hands." Zhou Zhifei shot her a glance, noting her obedient and cool demeanor, and found himself questioning if she was merely pretending. "I bear no grievance against you. Why would you assume I'm blind?" Shen Xiangyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "If you don't eat, then fine. I only offered it because I'm thankful that you brought me here to enjoy such delicious food." Zhou Zhifei smirked. "So should I thank you then? Senior, you truly are a bad person." Seeing her plan foiled, Shen Xiangyu resigned herself to consuming the rice ball herself. Zhou Zhifei, not wishing to be petty with a little girl, swiftly polished off the food on his plate. After their meal, Shen Xiangyu added Zhou Zhifei on WeChat, and he escorted her back to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, content and satisfied in the afternoon. Zhou Zhifei attended his professional class, not intending to skip. After dinner, he returned to his dormitory and emptied his pockets onto the desk. Opening his computer, his immediate task was to finalize the sheet music for those years. A while later, his dorm mates returned. Chang Boqiao, noticing Zhou Zhifei working on the sheet music, paid little heed. Their major was music, and composing sheet music was a frequent endeavor to as for what they would produce. It was a matter of fate. Then he noticed the bank card beside Zhou Zhifei's phone and asked curiously, "When did you get such a flashy purple bank card?" "Shen Xiangyu gave it to me." Only then did Zhou Zhifei recall that her pocket money still resided with him. As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of laughter erupted from the three in the dormitory. Cheng Boqiao patted Zhou Zhifei's shoulder, saying, "Old three, think bigger. Why don't you just say Shen Xiangyu is your girlfriend?" "That is truly not the case," Zhou Zhifei replied earnestly. "Being a boyfriend is not this exhausting. Today, I was merely playing the role of her father." Guiyuncheng chuckled softly. "Old three, are you really that smitten? It's not even fantasy time." Even Lin Hao sincerely advised, "Zhou Gu, if you intend to pursue Shen Xiangyu, I recommend you give up early. Her words are simply irresistible. Who the hell said I wanted to pursue her? It's her who insisted on shoving the bank card into my hands." This remark only heightened the laughter in the dormitory, particularly from Chang Boqiao, who was laughing so hard he clutched his stomach. Zhou Zhifei remained nonchalant. It seemed that, in this day and age, even speaking the truth was met with disbelief. Was there no longer any rule of law? He could hardly be bothered to explain further, simply placing the bank card in a drawer, intending to return it to Shen Xiangyu when he had the chance. That evening, Zhou Zhifei completed the entire sheet music for those years. However, he had no intention of handing it over to Zhao Yifeng immediately. After all, he had only been invited to create a song the night before, and to claim he had finished composing it the very next day would indeed be alarming for a novice music creator. The following day, on the morning of September 10th, during the first class, Zhou Zhifei finally encountered the counselor once more in this semester. Although the second year had commenced on September 1st, today marked the first class meeting of the semester. The counselor, Gao Feng, was currently on stage, discussing the work arrangements for the term. As he neared the end of his speech, Gao Feng pointed to a female student and said, "I almost forgot to mention, we have a new student joining our class this semester. Let us invite her to introduce herself." "Hello everyone, I'm Qiao Yinyan, from the capital. I previously attended the drama performance class, but due to my struggle with stage performance, I have applied to transfer into the musicology class. I hope to receive your guidance moving forward." A round of applause erupted in the classroom. Gu Yuancheng turned to ask, "Boss, how many points would you give her?" Cheng Boqiao scrutinized Qiao Yinyan, who had light brown curly hair and a trendy outfit, and nodded repeatedly. "If I were to score out of 10, I'd give her an 8.8. Gu Yuancheng inquired curiously, "Why such a high score?" "The highest score you previously gave was 8.1 at Jiangqin. So does that mean she is now the new class flower?" "Indeed," Cheng Boqiao affirmed. Gu Yuancheng then asked, "What about Shen Xiangyu? How many points would you give her?" Cheng Boqiao shot him a glance. 10 points is merely the limit of scoring, not Shen Xiangyu's true potential. Zhou Zhifei held little interest in the scoring of female students encountered. "Boss, why is it that even in the second year, we still have students transferring into our class? Don't you know? In our school, it's common for new students to join or leave every year. For instance, some may choose performing arts during their art examinations but later realize they do not fit in, leading them to apply for a transfer. After assessment, they can transfer, but this opportunity is only available until the end of the second semester of the first year. For most students, it's the only chance they get. Plus, while you see Qiao Yinyin joining our class, you may have overlooked that we also lost a student. Calculating the numbers, their class remained at 30 students, unchanged. The hushed whispers drew Gao Feng's ire. Cheng Buoqiao, if you're so chatty, why don't I hand the podium over to you? Cheng Buoqiao immediately clamped his mouth shut, pretending he hadn't heard the counselor's remark. Qiao Yinyin, following Gao Feng's gaze, spotted the 4 members of dormitory 703 seated together. The class meeting lasted over an hour, nearly 1.5 periods, culminating in a summary of the previous week's activities conducted by the class officers to welcome new students. That evening, just as Zhou Zhifei returned to his dorm and was about to collapse onto his bed, a message from Shan Xiangyu popped up on WeChat. Chapter 23. A man of honor does not change his name or nature after the previous afternoon spent with the young girl. Zhou Zhifei and Shan Xiangyu quickly grew familiar with each other. Shan Xiangyu even took the initiative to message him. Zhou Zhifei opened the chat window with her. Senior, I forgot to tell you yesterday. I'm in the girls' dormitory on the 3rd floor, bed number 2. Got it. But knowing that doesn't help much. I can't enter the girls' dormitory. Why not? The dormitory supervisor downstairs won't allow me in. That supervisor isn't a good person. I wanted to show you my neatly made bed. You can't label someone as good or bad without proper grounds. Oh, senior, I have military training tomorrow. Can you take me out to play in the evening? Zhou Zhifei pondered for a moment, realizing he had nothing pressing at the moment, and typed back, then wait for me downstairs in 5 minutes. After sending the message, Zhou Zhifei put on his shoes again. Just as Cheng Buoqiao finished a game and noticed Zhou Zhifei preparing to leave, he asked with curiosity, Old 3, where are you going? Ever since you stopped pursuing your high school classmate, you haven't been out at this hour, there's something new going on? Zhou Zhifei regarded Cheng Buoqiao in silence for a moment before replying nonchalantly, Nothing going on. I'm just taking a child out. Guancheng put down his phone, somewhat exasperated, Old 3, I'm not saying this to criticize you in this prime of youth. How can you not be pursuing a romantic relationship? You should learn from me. I've already added the new girl, Qiao Yinyin, on WeChat and am actively pursuing her. This is what we should be doing, but don't think about competing with me. Zhou Zhifei observed the mischievous grin on his face, fearing he might have already thought of names for the children he would have with Qiao Yinyin in the future. Zhou Zhifei could only respond with a resigned honesty. Second brother, you're right. So now I'm going out with a girl. With that, he opened the dormitory door. The remaining members of the dormitory exchanged glances, puzzled. What was going on? Had Old 3 found a new target? He hadn't mentioned it before. Could it be another of his former classmates? In the past, Gui Yuanxiang had felt a twinge of superiority when dealing with the lovesick Zhou Zhifei, but now that Zhou Zhifei seemed poised to find love, while he remained single, it left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Thus, Gui Yuanxiang resolved to intensify his pursuit of Qiao Yinyin. Cheng Buoqiao, on the other hand, had no particular thoughts on the matter, as he had his own target online to pursue. He immediately opened WeChat, where 3 contacts were pinned at the top. Clicking on one labeled Met on ice skating, he sent a message. Are you there? Why have you been so hot and cold with me lately? You're so annoying. Are you seeing someone? Yeah. Does that mean you still want me to accompany you to dinner on Saturday? Sure, but you'll need to include my boyfriend's share. You're taking it too far. Do you really think I'm treating you like a lovesick fool? Just tell me directly. What time on Saturday? After exiting the chat window, Cheng Buoqiao removed that contact from his pin list, grumbling to himself, damn, lost another chance. Gui Yuanxiang, unfazed, remarked, I say, boss, with your style of communication, how can you expect to find a girlfriend? You're still a single dog yourself. Do you really think you can impart romantic wisdom to me? Not daring to, boss is impressive. It's just that those girls lack vision. Hey, let me put it this way. These girls want to be my girlfriends, and I need to think it over carefully. So why are you putting in so much effort? What are you even talking to them about? You see, I am savoring the thrill of the chase. Fortunately, Zhou Zhifei isn't in the dorm right now. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly mock the absurdity of our dormitory, which is indeed filled with merriment. Apart from him and Lao Si, the thought processes of those in room 703 are rather unconventional. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Xin Xiangyu stood poised in a fashionable suit, her upper half clad in a black round-neck top and her lower half in light khaki, her high ponytail swaying gently. Clutching her small crossbody bag tightly, she radiated an air of icy elegance. Standing there, she became a striking sight at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. The passing boys could not help but slow their pace, captivated by her flawless visage, which possessed an irresistible allure for them. However, her naturally aloof demeanor indeed deterred many less confident suitors. But Nanchuan is a renowned art academy, teeming with second-generation affluent students. Junior, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiechingji, a senior in the music performance class. I am preparing to shoot a music video for a new song and am currently in search of a leading lady. I would like to invite you to be the lead actress in my MV. This Xiechingji was not unhandsome, dressed in high-end brands, adorned with a luxurious watch. He flashed a beaming smile at Shin Xiangyu while tossing his bangs aside. Shin Xiangyu's gaze remained calm, yet internally, she was on high alert and somewhat flustered. Xiechingji couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune to encounter such a girl before leaving school. Indeed, Nanchuan had treated him well. His presence ignited hushed whispers among the nearby boys. Xiechingji took a small step forward, his eyes brimming with assertiveness. Shin Xiangyu instinctively retreated half a step, her expression turning unfriendly. Then she felt a hand grasp her arm, gently pulling her behind. Shin Xiangyu's mind was still catching up, but upon recognizing the figure in front of her, her gaze softened. After all, she had always exuded that cool demeanor. So outsiders remained oblivious to her transformation. So, you're filming an MV, and the leading lady, is it? Come, I shall graciously take the role of the male lead. Zhou Zhifei interjected, his eyes narrowing. Kid, you're quite the cocky one. Xiechingji retorted with a smirk. Zhou Zhifei scoffed dismissively. Who doesn't know your sordid intentions? MV leading lady? You think we're fools? Xiechingji had almost forgotten the last time he had been made to feel foolish. Replying with a veneer of amusement, Junior, you might not have heard of me, but I am Xiechingji. The waters of Nanchuan run deep. If you have the ability, do reveal your name. Zhou Zhifei remained unfazed, promptly declaring, Oh, I'm so scared. Let me tell you, a man of honor does not change his name nor his surname. I am Chen Zichuan, a sophomore in the directing department. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhifei took Shan Xiangyu's hand and departed the crowd. Xiechingji said nothing further, merely gazing intently at the retreating figures. This was not due to any magnanimity on his part. Indeed, as he had asserted, the waters of Nanchuan were perilous, filled with individuals whom even his family's background could not afford to offend. Until he had a clearer understanding of the two, Xiechingji would refrain from making any rash moves. Chapter 24. Oh, little rich girl, look at what I've done for you. Offending someone who seems to have quite the background. If I get bullied, you must not abandon me. In truth, Zhou Zhifei did not take it to heart, let alone the fact that he had used a name that was not his own. Moreover, this was a university, where even the most powerful backgrounds could be subdued. His remark was merely a jest to lighten the earlier tension. However, Shan Xiangyu took this matter seriously, responding with a solemn Zhou Zhifei guided her once more to the bustling night market. Senior, I want to drink milk tea. Shan Xiangyu pointed towards a milk tea shop. I say, little rich girl, what is so special about the milk tea here? It's all technology and harshness. Plus, drinking milk tea late at night? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep? Zhou Zhifei attempted to dissuade her from the idea, primarily because he personally disliked milk tea, finding it always left him with a bloated stomach. Yet 5 minutes later, Zhou Zhifei and Shan Xiangyu emerged from the milk tea shop, each holding a cup. Senior, there are so many pearls in the milk tea, the little rich girl exclaimed, happily sipping through her straw. Zhou Zhifei, maintaining a poker face, took a sip himself, still encountering that overly sweet taste. Since his arrival, apart from a late-night outing with Zhao Yifeng, he had never truly explored this street. Given that this street catered to 3 surrounding universities, it was indeed bustling with people, especially with the freshmen just starting their first year, freshly graduated from high school and eager to indulge in roadside snacks. Shin Xiangyu was equally unable to resist the allure of the night market snacks, tugging at Zhou Zhifei to buy for her. Observing the vibrant little rich girl, he felt justified in his earlier decision to take her out, feeling like he was merely entertaining a child. To keep this lively little rich girl content, Zhou Zhifei led her to a food stall. He ordered a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried mushrooms with chicken, and 2 skewers of grilled chicken wings. Eating fast food outside can be quite risky for those unaccustomed to it, to put it mildly. Thus, Zhou Zhifei opted for the universally accepted sour and spicy shredded potatoes. As for the chicken, Guangdong is known for its reputation that no chicken leaves the province alive, meaning chicken is consumed swiftly with diverse cooking methods, significantly reducing the risk of culinary mishaps in the Pearl River Delta. There is also a famous dish known as pig trotter rice, claimed to be a meal that working-class people can never finish. Whether it's from Longjiang or not, it's abundant, filling, and cheap, meeting all the energy needs of laborers. However, in his past life, Zhou Zhifei had eaten pig trotter rice to the point of nausea. In this life, he certainly did not wish to return to such a lowly state, as that would signify a severe failure as a time traveler. Zhou Zhifei poured hot water from the teapot on the table over the chopsticks and bowls for both of them. Since they had already dined, Zhou Zhifei ate little, mostly watching Shen Xiangyu. "Little rich girl, now that school has started, how are you getting along with your roommates?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xiangyu's expression turned somewhat despondent. "The three of them don't include me in their chats. Sometimes they even avoid me." "Why?" Zhou Zhifei inquired, puzzled. Shen Xiangyu pouted. "Once, I overheard them saying I come off as too aloof, clearly unapproachable. No wonder I could win the international youth piano competition 3 times." Zhou Zhifei looked at her face and understood the mindset of those roommates. Women inherently love to compare. Shen Xiangyu's beauty intimidated them into feeling inferior, transforming what should have been a competitive spirit into pressure. Coupled with her inherent coolness and piano achievements, it was no surprise that she was perceived as unapproachable. Little did they know that the aloof girl they perceived was merely a socially anxious and naturally naive girl. Once Shen Xiangyu had finished her meal, Zhou Zhifei asked, "Little rich girl, do you want to befriend your roommates?" Shen Xiangyu nodded. Otherwise I wouldn't have chosen to stay in the dorm. Why, Dad bought a house behind the school for me. And he even arranged for a nanny to take care of my daily needs. But my mom said I should interact more with my peers and not live as I did before." Indeed, she was extraordinarily affluent. The houses behind the university town were newly built homes for local residents and were quite expensive. Zhou Zhifei understood the intentions of Shen Xiangyu's parents. She had likely been overly protected throughout her life, leading to a disconnect from societal norms. Zhou Zhifei pondered for a moment before speaking. "Your roommates likely feel pressured by you. You need to demonstrate your goodwill to show them you're not that high and mighty." "Oh, how should I do that?" Shen Xiangyu blinked. "Tonight, bring them some late-night snacks. It's down to earth and will quickly bridge the gap between you." Upon mentioning food, Shen Xiangyu's eyes lit up. She pointed to a nearby 3-wheeled vendor. "Senior, I'll take that back for them." Zhou Zhifei followed her gesture. Spotting the candied hawthorn she was indicating, "Is this your test for the cadres? What cadre can withstand such a test? Just buy them some barbecue or something for late-night snacks. You have military training tomorrow, and the rest of the stuff won't be edible." Zhou Zhifei first placed an order, then packed several portions of barbecue, neatly bagged. Carrying the bags, he noticed Shen Xiangyu still staring eagerly at the candied hawthorn. Her beauty drew the attention of several passers-by as she stood there. With a sigh, Zhou Zhifei said, "All right, let us go. I'll buy you some." Shen Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of having candied hawthorn. Zhou Zhifei carried the bags in his left hand, adding 3 sticks of candied hawthorn. Each of them held one. Savoring the treat, it may seem childish for elementary students, but for university students, it was just the right indulgence. Time was drawing near, and it was time to return to school. Just as Zhou Zhifei led Shen Xiangyu away from the food street, they unexpectedly ran into Zhao Yifeng, and their eyes met. Zhao Yifeng exclaimed. "Oh," Zhou Zhifei smirked. Zhao Yifeng looked at Shen Xiangyu and said, "So this is your sister-in-law, huh?" At that moment, he was genuinely awed by the girl's beauty. "Sister-in-law? She is just a freshman this year. Merely a junior." Zhou Zhifei then introduced her to Shen Xiangyu. "This is Zhao Yifeng, a senior." Shen Xiangyu greeted. "Zhao Senior, you are a good person." Zhao Yifeng observed the pair before him, a smirk on his face. "Senior, junior, you both seem to be having quite the sophisticated time." Zhao Yifeng decided not to linger as a third wheel, waving his hand. "Zhifei, don't forget to send me that song you promised." "Got it? I'll send it to you in a couple of days." Chapter 25. Seriously Nonsense. September 10th marked the day for new students to enroll, with all freshmen at Nanchuan attending class meetings for the initial election of class officers. Since military training was set to begin tomorrow, all preparations had to be completed today. Passing by the supermarket entrance, Zhou Zhifei turned to ask, "The military training will last for half a month. Have you prepared all the necessary items?" Shen Xiangyu nodded, extending her hand to count. "I've already bought everything before coming. Sunscreen, mosquito repellent, wet wipes, band-aids, insoles." Zhou Zhifei was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. That doesn't match your usual demeanor." Shin Xiangyu replied earnestly, "It was Hejia who helped me prepare. She organized everything into my suitcase before school started." "Hejia? Is she a relative?" Shin Xiangyu shook her head. "She has been responsible for my daily care and external affairs since high school. She's like my manager." At that moment, a car drove by, its headlights illuminating them. Zhou Zhifei's gaze inadvertently drifted to the gentle rise and fall of her chest, realizing she indeed needed those band-aids. The exposed, delicate skin at her collar made him mutter, "So fair." After considerable effort, he finally diverted his gaze. Shin Xiangyu slowly turned her head, looking at him with curiosity. "It's nothing." Zhou Zhifei coughed lightly. "Actually, I've always wanted to ask you, how can you overcome your social anxiety to perform on stage playing the piano? Aren't you afraid?" Shin Xiangyu pouted. "Senior, your words are rather harsh. I'm not socially anxious. I just lack friends." Pausing, she continued, "Facing the piano is much easier than facing people on stage. I only need to focus on the piano in front of me and play the music well. The audience and judges will be handled by Hejia. I don't need to speak." Zhou Zhifei imagined that scene, unable to comprehend it, but perhaps this was the unique nature of a piano prodigy? "Since you enjoy the piano, why were you seen holding books related to pop music in the library earlier?" Shin Xiangyu shook her head. "I don't enjoy the piano. It has merely accompanied me throughout my life. However, I don't wish to continue down that path." "Why not?" "Foreign media have hailed you as a genius piano girl. Continuing to play the piano would certainly earn you more accolades." Shin Xiangyu shook her head once more. "Because I'm an adult now. My competitors in future contests will mostly be those old men, which I find quite unappealing. What would those middle-aged piano masters think if they knew a young girl referred to them as old men?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhifei remarked, "With your talent, your parents must be supportive of you giving it up so easily." "My dad is very supportive. He even told me those old men abroad are quite devious. Staying in the country is also quite good. Why mom doesn't want me constantly traveling abroad, thinking that the outside environment is unsafe, and besides, playing the piano doesn't pay well." Suddenly, Zhou Zhifei recalled the allowance bank card of Shin Xiangyu. Doesn't pay well," he mused. "Indeed, when in poverty, even breathing feels wrong. Wealthy individuals possess numerous choices, each leading to success, while the impoverished cannot afford to make even a small mistake. One wrong choice could lead to irreparable consequences. Some are born into privilege, while others toil their entire lives without escape." Zhou Zhifei wisely chose to change the subject, avoiding further heartache. "Since you are currently enrolled in the music performance program, does that mean you aspire to be a singer?" "My mom wishes for that. She arranged for me to have a vocal coach during the summer." "Do you enjoy singing?" "I do. The teacher praised my talent and said I learn quickly." Although Shin Xiangyu claimed this, Zhou Zhifei took it lightly, considering it merely flattery from the vocal coach. In his previous life, he had been a singer himself and knew well that mastering vocal techniques couldn't happen in such a short time. Arriving, Zhou Zhifei stood at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Shin Xiangyu pursed her lips, feeling that her school was too small, the distance too short. Suddenly, the little rich girl inhaled deeply, her expression serious. "Are we friends now?" Zhou Zhifei shook his head, chuckling. "We're not friends. I am your senior. You must remember that in the adult world, there are no purely platonic relationships between men and women." Shin Xiangyu blinked. "Then, senior, when will you take me out to play next?" Zhou Zhifei found himself struggling to keep up with her train of thought. 2 days later, it was Saturday, September 1, 8:30 in the morning. Zhou Zhifei washed his face at the sink in the bathroom, then looked up at himself in the mirror. His hair was a bit disheveled, and his appearance was rather unremarkable. Suddenly, he smirked, tapping his nose in the mirror. "Hello, Xiaoluo." Today, Zhou Zhifei planned to embark on a journey akin to that of the protagonist Xiaoluo in the film Charlotte's Annoyance. But unlike Xiaoluo, whose path led to the forefront, Zhou Zhifei intended to steer towards the behind-the-scenes. With the advancements in copyright laws on Earth, the earnings for behind-the-scenes creators of songs were not negligible at all. The night before, Zhou Zhifei had arranged with Zhao Yifeng to hand over the sheet music along with a demo of the song Today. The demo of those years was something he recorded on his phone while strumming his guitar. The conditions for recording could be deemed quite poor. However, thanks to his commendable vocal skills, the resultant effect was surprisingly impressive, as clarity was never an issue. The song's score inherently leaned towards folk music, and a single guitar accompaniment sufficed. Zhou Zhifei retrieved a bag of bread from a drawer, which constituted his breakfast for the day. After finishing it hastily, he took a sip of water to wash it down. He then detached his USB drive from the computer and quietly exited the dormitory, As the other three roommates remained immersed in their slumber, still engaged in dreams in the audience area of the school's sports field, Zhou Zhifei remarked, "Zhifei, I've transferred the electronic score and demo of the song onto the USB." Zhou Zhifei produced the USB from his pocket and handed it to him. Zhou Zhifei accepted the USB, cautioning, "Zhifei, it's only been 3 days. Surely the song could benefit from further refinement? In truth, our company is not in such a rush. We must ensure the quality of the song must meet Director Su's standards, as mere speed is of no use." Zhou Zhifei brushed the dust off his pants and seated himself on the floor of the stairwell. The film's narrative revolves around youth, which perfectly resonates with my age. In fact, the essence of this song has long dwelled in my heart. I am merely transcribing my thoughts, hence the brevity of the process. It sounds plausible, yet it is Zhou Zhifei's serious rambling. Chapter 26. Is there a large round pie hanging? Although the songwriting process was merely Zhou Zhifei's fanciful musings, Zhou Zhifei was unaware of this. He inquired, somewhat skeptically, "Zhifei, do you have a demo on your phone? May I listen to it?" "Of course," Zhou Zhifei replied. Retrieving his phone and opening the music app to find the demo of those years, he maximized the volume and pressed play. The gentle strumming of the guitar filled the air, and Zhou Zhifei listened intently. This demo was only the first take of the song, as the complete version of those years was rather lengthy, running an astonishing 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Even this initial take spanned 2.5 minutes, which was already quite substantial for a demo. As Zhou Zhifei listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. Once the song concluded, he took a moment to collect himself before looking up at Zhou Zhifei with a complicated expression. "This song, did you truly compose it in just 3 days?" Zhou Zhifei corrected him. "Didn't I just mention that it wasn't entirely so?" The title of the song, "Those Years." Zhou Zhifei fell silent, acutely aware of the disparity between them. Although he was a major in music performance, he had also attempted songwriting himself. Now, at the same youthful age, he could fully relate to the stories depicted in the lyrics. The heavy rains missed in those years, the love lost in those years. How I wish to embrace you, to embrace the courage I missed. In high school, I too harbored a secret crush on a girl like that. Zhou Zhifei smiled and asked, "Zhou Zhifei, what do you think of my song?" Zhou Zhifei opened his mouth, exhaling deeply. "I personally think it's quite good, but my opinion is inconsequential. Even my company's opinion pales in comparison. Ultimately, it's Director Su's decision that matters." Zhou Zhifei shrugged. "I understand. Then, I would appreciate it if you could present the song to your company." Zhou Zhifei pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Zhifei, how about this? Accompany me to the company today, and I will introduce you to them. Furthermore, it would be more fitting for you to present those years yourself than for me to relay it." Zhou Zhifei, considering the 300,000 copyright fee for the song, which was indeed of great importance to him, nodded in agreement. However, he made a request, "Brother, before we head to your company, could you do me a favor?" Zhou Zhifei raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "What is it? Could you lend me 500 yuan?" Zhou Zhifei was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Zhou Zhifei would make such a request. "Lending you 500 is no problem, but you don't seem to be in a position where you need to borrow money, do you?" Although Zhou Zhifei often sang to earn money, he had this amount available, albeit with some confusion. Zhou Zhifei found it difficult to articulate his predicament, attributing it to the original owner's lavish spending for Yang Jai, leaving him with little. Furthermore, he had carelessly spent over 100 while out with children just days prior. Now, he found himself with less than 100 yuan, and with over half a month until the holidays. This amount would barely suffice for daily sustenance. Even a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. A penny can defeat a hero. Despite his dire situation, Zhou Zhifei remained remarkably calm, explaining, "I've had some unforeseen expenses lately." Zhou Zhifei teased, "It wouldn't be due to your girlfriend, would it? Spending lavishly on her? What girlfriend? I told you, she's merely a junior." Zhou Zhifei vehemently denied. "Oh, I never mentioned anyone specifically," Zhou Zhifei replied with a smirk. "Zhifei, your junior doesn't seem like an ordinary person. It must be quite demanding to be with her. And that high school classmate I met last time, while not as attractive as your junior, is still quite impressive. I didn't realize you were so popular with the ladies." Zhou Zhifei was taken aback that a college student could so easily see through him. He realized the original owner had pined for Yang Jai for 4 years without any reciprocation, which hardly constituted popularity. He refrained from responding directly, instead countering, "Zhou Zhifei, how come I've never met your girlfriend?" This struck a chord, and Zhou Zhifei forced a smile, saying, "I'm still single. Where would a girlfriend come from?" Zhou Zhifei patted him on the shoulder. That's your oversight, brother. I didn't expect you to be such a theorist. Haven't you heard the saying? Friends can lend you a hand. Girlfriends can lend you several. Take my advice. Find yourself a girlfriend soon. Zhou Zhifei appeared perplexed. Who said that? I've never heard it before. Also, if you're saying this, why are you borrowing money from me? Shouldn't your girlfriend be helping you out? Wait a minute. He suddenly realized, exclaiming, cut the nonsense. Where should I transfer the 500 yuan? Is WeChat okay? Zhou Zhifei enthusiastically gestured an okay sign. Zhou Zhifei then pulled out his phone, calling his agent to inform her that he would be bringing Zhou Zhifei to the company. Approximately 50 minutes later, Zhou Zhifei and Zhou Zhifei arrived at Chengtian Entertainment via subway. In his previous life, Zhou Zhifei had been an independent singer. Although he had visited formal entertainment companies, he still found Chengtian Entertainment refreshingly new. Despite it being Saturday, many employees remained at their posts. The entertainment industry operates differently from traditional companies. A 5-day, 8-hour workweek does not apply here. Particularly for signed artists like Zhou Zhifei, there are holidays, but they do not adhere to a typical work schedule, blurring the lines between weekdays and weekends. The only aspect Zhou Zhifei appreciated was the relative freedom in working hours. There was no obligation for clocking in and out, making it quite flexible. As they approached 11 o'clock, employees at Chengtian Entertainment had yet to arrive in full. Upon entering the lobby, he observed numerous small cubicles equipped with lighting and cameras. Zhou Zhifei quickly grasped the primary focus of this entertainment company. He lowered his voice, asking, Zhou Zhifei, why did you sign with a company primarily focused on live streaming? Zhou Zhifei sighed. I had no choice. I sought out many major entertainment firms, but they all turned me down. Otherwise, I wouldn't be singing at subway stations. One day, my current agent, Sister Wu, happened to pass by and saw potential in me, encouraging me to sign with Chengtian Entertainment. I hesitated for quite some time, but she approached me several times, stating that Chengtian Entertainment was planning to transition into the legitimate music scene, dedicating resources to cultivate non-internet celebrity singers. If I joined the company, I would be one of their main artists. Not to brag, but my singing abilities rank among the top 3 in my music performance class. Unfortunately, in this day and age, mere talent is of little consequence. Perhaps considering my school background, Chengtian Entertainment offered me a relatively lenient contract, which is why I signed. Zhou Zhifei lifted his gaze, pointing towards a blank wall ahead. Zhou Zhifei, do you see that large round pie hanging on the wall? Chapter 27. Back to the initial starting point. Zhou Zhifei led Zhou Zhifei to the door of his agent's office. He gently knocked. Come in. A mature female voice responded from within. Zhou Zhifei opened the door, and Zhou Zhifei followed suit. Sister Wu. Once inside the office, Zhou Zhifei leisurely surveyed the surroundings. He had initially assumed that Chengtian Entertainment was merely a live-streaming company and that the agent's office would be somewhat chaotic. To his surprise, the office was impeccably organized, neat and clean, not dissimilar from the offices of high-profile celebrity agents he had visited in his past life. Wu paused her mouse movement, looking up at the two. She immediately noticed the clean-cut Zhou Zhifei. Hearing Zhou Zhifei introduce him as his junior still in his second year, she had anticipated he might feel awkward entering a legitimate company. However, he appeared quite at ease, which led her to believe he was not easily fooled. Wu greeted them with a bright smile. Zhifei, I've been waiting for you both since you called. This must be Teacher Zhifei. I'm Wu, and I assume you know I'm Zhifei's agent. Upon hearing her address Zhou Zhifei as teacher, Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. After all, they had yet to formally step into society, and his sense of propriety was naturally not as strong as that of seasoned professionals. To Wu, titles held little significance. As long as she addressed someone as teacher, it was unlikely to go amiss. In the entertainment industry of Huagua, even a mere extra could be referred to as teacher. Zhou Zhifei smiled. You can just call me Zhifei. I'm not deserving of the title of teacher just yet. Wu complimented. Then I shall humbly comply and address you as Zhifei. In truth, anyone who can create a song like Awakening from Dreams truly deserves the title of teacher in the music world. After a brief pause, she continued, I've already reported your return today to General Wei. He has a high regard for your creative talent and has arrived at the company not long ago. He came specifically today to meet you. As she finished speaking, will you organize the desk and retrieve materials related to Su Ting's to our growing youth? Asking Zhifei, I heard from Zhifei that your new song is ready, and you brought the demo and score with you, right? Zhou Zhifei nodded. Holding up the USB, everything is on this USB. Wu stood up, taking the materials with her. Let us go. I'll take you to General Wei's office now. At Chengtian Entertainment's production department, In the director's office, they exchanged pleasantries. Wei Jichao gestured towards the chairs. Please, have a seat. He then inserted the USB he had received into his computer. Zhou Zhifei, having never encountered a big shot in the entertainment industry, remained composed, exuding neither submission nor arrogance. In contrast, Zhou Yifeng appeared somewhat less confident in Wei Jichao's presence. Even he himself felt that his junior seemed more mature. Wei Jichao's first impression of Zhou Zhifei was quite positive. He behaved very appropriately, yet he wondered if this song, those years, would meet his expectations. He set aside the score document and directly opened the audio file. As the music began to play, the entire office fell silent. Wei Jichao interlaced his fingers, his right index finger gently tapping against his left hand. The superior quality of the director's office equipment became evident. The sound quality was extraordinary. After all, as a professional entertainment company, their entire sound system had cost nearly 200,000 yuan. Unfortunately, no amount of high-end audio equipment could compensate for Zhou Zhifei's rough recording. While the song was discernible through phone speakers, the sophisticated sound system highlighted every flaw in the recording, making it quite jarring. Honestly, Zhou Zhifei felt envious of this audio setup. In 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such lavish sound equipment. This was Wu Yu's first time listening to those years as well. Objectively speaking, although the demo was somewhat crude, she found the songwriting to be quite commendable. Moreover, she believed Zhou Zhifei's vocal quality and singing ability surpassed that of the average person, even more so than their internet celebrity performers. Truly, as a student from Nanchuan University, a non-music performance major, he exhibited remarkable talent, and with proper promotion, he could debut as a singer. Wu Yu glanced at Zhou Zhifei, her expression somewhat peculiar, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable thought process. As time passed, the 2.5-minute demo concluded. Wei Jichao remained silent. As the one with decision-making authority, he refrained from speaking while the others patiently awaited his reaction. Shortly thereafter, Wei Jichao resumed his activity, clicking the mouse to replay the song. Wu Yu, Zhou Yifeng, and Zhou Zhifei exchanged glances, waiting for him to finish listening. Listening again, Wei Jichao closed his eyes. Zhou Zhifei's voice resonated once more. Back to the initial starting point, your youthful face in my memories. We finally arrived at this day, the old photograph beneath the table mat. After replaying the demo of those years, Wei Jichao finally opened his eyes. He took a few deep breaths before apologetically addressing the three. I'm sorry. I'm getting sentimental in my old age. This song evokes the regrets of my youth. He paused, then turned to Zhou Zhifei. Zhifei, did you truly write this song, those years? Zhou Zhifei nodded. Indeed, I composed it, and I hold all rights to those years. The song was something he had transported from Earth. Since it was not from this planet, it was undoubtedly his creation, and he indeed possessed the complete copyright. Wei Jichao shifted the conversation, expressing his astonishment. Zhifei, how old are you this year? Zhou Zhifei replied earnestly, 19, gazing at the youthful countenance before him. Wei Jichao found it hard to believe. Coupled with the high-quality awakening from dreams, he wondered how someone so young could possess such profound insights into love and youth. If he were in his 30s, it would be entirely plausible for him to write such a song. But at just 19, Zhou Zhifei calmly stated, some events in my life have granted me certain insights. He paused, countering, moreover, songwriting ultimately relies on talent. Experience does not necessarily equate to wisdom. For many creators, it merely adds years without substance. Wei Jichao's gaze remained fixed on him, observing Zhou Zhifei's unwavering demeanor, which led him to believe he was not being deceived. However, he had not anticipated the remarkable resilience of Zhou Zhifei's composure, which far exceeded that of his peers. His psychological resilience was remarkably strong, allowing him to conceal even the slightest hint of a flaw. Chapter 28. The Singer's Choice. Wei Jichao gazed at him for quite some time, making Zhou Zhifei feel somewhat uncomfortable. Soon, Wei Jichao realized he had overstepped and, with a hint of apology, said, I'm sorry, Zhifei, I was simply taken aback. I never expected to meet a musical prodigy like you. This praise made Zhou Zhifei feel a bit bashful, as though he had received a compliment that, despite his role as a mere lyricist, still warranted a modicum of pride, however slight it may be. He modestly replied, Wei, you flatter me too much. I still have a long way to go. To his surprise, Wei Jichao shook his head seriously. I do not speak lightly. Although Chengtian Entertainment is still small, I have been immersed in this industry for 20 years, witnessing the pinnacle of the Mandarin music scene. Even during those peak years, The quality of songs like Awakening from a Dream in those years would require at least the level of a senior producer to create. If one were to write just one such song, it might be explained away as a stroke of luck. However, to produce 2 consecutive songs of such high quality cannot simply be attributed to mere chance. Moreover, you are only 19 years old and already possess such musical talent. It is evident that becoming a senior producer is not a challenge for you. In my view, a golden producer is not your limit. Your future may very well lead you to the level of a musical saint. Wei Jiqiao continued to shower Zhou Zhifei with praise. However, Zhou Zhifei felt little impact from the flattery, assuming he was merely being compared to the composers of his previous life. After all, Awakening from a Dream, crafted by Li Zongxing at the height of his creative prowess, undoubtedly surpassed those years in quality. After all, Awakening from a Dream has endured for over 30 years, remaining a timeless classic. Meanwhile, those years, with lyrics by Jibato and music composed by Kimura Mitsuyoshi, cannot be dismissed either, having swept numerous awards across the Greater China region in 2012 upon its release, achieving great acclaim. According to the classification of music producers, such accolades are reserved for golden producers. Thus, Zhou Zhifei, taking pride in the accomplishments of the outstanding music producers from his previous life, responded with humility, "Thank you for your kind words, Wei. I too believe these 2 songs are quite well written." Wei Jiqiao exclaimed, "Young people should have this ambition. As a music producer, if one lacks such spirit, how can one create songs that captivate others? Talented individuals can speak this way without inciting resentment. Others merely perceive it as a matter of course." Observing the lively banter between Wei Jiqiao and Zhou Zhifei, Zhao Yifeng felt a sense of defeat today. Meanwhile, as Wu Yu watched their amicable exchange, a myriad of thoughts flowed through her mind. A notion of seizing the initiative incessantly swirled in her head. Wu Yu smiled and tentatively inquired, "Zhifei, given your remarkable talent, I believe it should not be overlooked. Have you considered signing with us at Chengtian Entertainment? Rest assured, we will demonstrate our sincerity once the contract is signed. Since you are still in school, you likely lack the energy to manage the copyright of your songs. With 10 years of experience in the agency business, I am well versed in song copyright operations. Our company will undoubtedly spare no effort in allocating resources for the management of your song's copyrights." Wei Jiqiao was on the verge of applauding her. Encountering such talent necessitated seizing the opportunity, especially since Zhou Zhifei was still unrepresented. Moreover, with Wu Yu taking the lead, even if it did not work out, there remained room for negotiation. Zhou Zhifei politely declined. "I am not currently inclined to sign with the company." Although he had anticipated this response, Wu Yu remained undeterred. "Is it because you think our company is small? Could you share your thoughts?" Zhou Zhifei shook his head. "It is not for that reason. It may be that I have grown accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, and I do not particularly enjoy being constrained. Furthermore, a significant reason is that I am only a sophomore. Our school has strict regulations prohibiting first- and second-year students from signing contracts with companies." After a brief pause, he added, "Actually, my first impression of Chengtian Entertainment is quite positive. Both you and President Wei seem very capable, and the future of Chengtian Entertainment undoubtedly holds great potential. While I cannot sign with your esteemed company, I can grant you the full rights to manage those years. Additionally, should I have new songs in the future, I will prioritize collaborating with your company." Wei Jiqiao felt a pang of regret. Now that Zhou Zhifei was still relatively unknown, this was the best opportunity for the company to sign him at minimal cost. Yet, he could not force the issue. With a sigh, Wei Jiqiao said, "Zhifei, I feel regretful for the company. Since you currently lack the willingness, let us not discuss this further. Returning to those years, do you wish to perform it yourself?" Zhou Zhifei firmly shook his head. "At present, my intention is solely to work as a behind-the-scenes producer. I have no interest in stepping into the limelight." Wei Jiqiao smiled. "That is a pity. Considering how well you sing, may I ask, which singer do you have in mind?" Zhou Zhifei pondered for a moment. "This song was created for a film, and its theme revolves around youth. Therefore, my suggestion is to seek a young singer whose voice is pure and clear, with commendable vocal skills. Based on his criteria, none of the internet-famous singers currently signed with Chengtian Entertainment would qualify. For these so-called internet stars, vocal skill is secondary, as they have access to countless sound engineers and high-tech sound cards to compensate for any vocal deficiencies. For them, strong expressive ability is of utmost importance." Thus, as Zhou Zhifei articulated his thoughts, Wei Jiqiao and Wu Yu simultaneously turned their attention to Zhao Yifeng. As a formally trained singer signed with Chengtian Entertainment, he possessed both vocal skill and a clear voice. Even Zhou Zhifei thought his senior brother was very suitable, and he smiled. Senior Zhao, I believe you are the most fitting choice to perform those years. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Zhao Yifeng nervously responded, Can I? Will you nodded in encouragement. You truly are the most suitable singer in our company. Wei Jichao decisively declared, Zhao Yifeng will sing those years. He then turned to Zhou Zhifei. Zhifei, let us proceed to sign the song authorization contract. Zhou Zhifei nodded. No problem. Is there anything else you require regarding this song? Wei Jichao inquired. Zhou Zhifei contemplated briefly before saying, I currently lack experience in song production. I wonder if I could participate in the song's production. However, I have classes, so I can only find time on weekends. Wei Jichao smiled. That is easily arranged. Wu, please inform Teacher Liao to prepare for the recording of those years tomorrow. Certainly, President Wade. I will call Teacher Liao shortly and ask him to come to the company. Chapter 29. Learning has no precedence, mastery comes first. After signing the song authorization contract with Chengtian Entertainment, Zhou Zhifei did not return to school immediately. 18 noon. Wei Jichao treated them to a meal, and Zhou Zhifei savored an exceptional dining experience. By 2 p.m., the company's sole intermediate producer, Liao Zhensai, arrived at the office. Wei Jichao led Wu Yu and Zhao Yifeng to prepare for the recording, granting Liao Zhensai and Zhou Zhifei some privacy. Upon hearing the demo of those years, Liao Zhensai was instantly astonished. He was well aware of the company's intentions and knew when they had invited Zhou Zhifei to contribute a song. It was precisely this knowledge that made him acutely aware of the significant value of a song written in just 3 days. As a result, when he met Zhou Zhifei, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Liao Zhensai, dressed casually with a thick head of hair, appeared to be in his 30s. Zhou Zhifei felt a twinge of nervousness under his gaze and earnestly said, Teacher Liao, do you have any guidance? Liao Zhensai wiped his mouth, a flamboyant smile adorning his face. Teacher Zhifei, you are my teacher. Just based on your composition's awakening from a dream in those years, I cannot presume to call myself your teacher. I must retain some dignity. I could not produce either of those songs even under duress. Zhou Zhifei regarded Liao Zhensai, sensing he bore a resemblance to Cheng Buoqiao, the leader of dormitory 703, with a rather exaggerated personality. Teacher Liao, you are a senior in the music industry. This is not something to be taken lightly. However, Liao Zhensai was entirely unconcerned with the notion of hierarchy. Such talk is nonsense. As Ouyang Wenzhong said, learning has no precedence. Mastery comes first. If you are more skilled than I, then you are naturally my teacher. Zhou Zhifei was taken aback. He had not expected him to possess such clarity. Well then, Teacher Liao, I am not being modest. I genuinely wish to learn about song production. You are undoubtedly far more professional in this area than at. Liao Zhensai's expression turned serious. Teacher Zhifei? Just call me Xiao Liao. Zhou Zhifei looked at Liao Zhensai, who was nearly a decade older than him, and found it difficult to address him as Xiao Liao. After some debate, the final resolution was for Zhou Zhifei to call him Teacher Liao, while he would still refer to Zhou Zhifei as Teacher Zhifei, a compromise that satisfied all parties. When it came to his professional expertise, Liao Zhensai finally became earnest. Teacher Zhifei, do you have any specific requirements for the arrangement? Zhou Zhifei remained silent for a moment before responding. You understand this better than I do. Do you have any suggestions? The demo from Teacher Zhifei only utilized a guitar, and the formal recording could not be so simplistic. The composition of those years bore a hint of the style from the land of the rising sun. This was not a negative aspect, as the quality of the piece was undeniably high. The lyrics' theme focuses on reminiscing about the youth that cannot be recaptured, as well as the reckless days of youth. Thus, I suggest adopting a more soothing rhythm in the arrangement, allowing the song to unfold gently and providing ample space for the audience to reflect. As for instrument selection, there is no need for anything overly extravagant. The prelude should feature piano and guitar, while the verses seamlessly transition from guitar to bass, introducing drum beats at the rhythm points. And the chorus should be complemented by strings, returning to the main verse with the piano. This approach aligns with the most conventional arrangement methods in pop music. I wonder if Teacher Zhifei has any differing opinions? Liao Zhensai spoke confidently on the topic, and Zhou Zhifei listened attentively, knowing that as an intermediate producer, Liao Zhensai would possess his own insights regarding music. Comparing Liao Zhensai's thoughts on the arrangement of those years with the original version, Zhou Zhifei found them to be nearly identical. He realized he had underestimated the music producers in Huagua. Even intermediate producers had such solid foundational skills, indicating that Huagua was not lacking in genuine musical talent. The current decline might be attributed to reasons similar to those in his previous life. where capital-driven motives rendered the entire music scene restless, with musicians preoccupied with quick financial gains. A plethora of low-quality pop songs and uninspired works flooded the market. Reminiscent of his previous life, I Want to Take You to Romantic Turkey, then Together to Tokyo and Paris. This song was utterly devoid of merit apart from its rhyme. What connection did Turkey have with romance? Moreover, these three locations were not even on the same route, representing a quintessential internet pop song. In pursuit of rhyme, they would write anything. Ironically, such songs could still achieve popularity, and once the trend was set, it was challenging to reverse. Zhou Zhifei smiled. I find your arrangement proposal agreeable. I believe we can proceed accordingly. Very well, Teacher Zhifei, please follow me to the office. The instruments mentioned are common, and we have the sound sources in the software. By this afternoon, we should be able to complete the soft sound source production for the entire song. Since the soft sound sources lack realism, some will require live recording. After a pause, Liao Zhensai continued. If all goes well, we should be able to do the live recording tomorrow morning. I wonder about Teacher Zhifei's proficiency with instruments. If you're interested, you could perform the live recording yourself. Zhou Zhifei felt intrigued and asked, Can I? Liao Zhensai nodded. Of course. Which instrument would you like to play? Piano, guitar, or drums? I'll choose the piano, Zhou Zhifei replied after some thought. Liao Zhensai concluded. Then I will take the drums. We have plenty of guitarists in the company, so we can easily call one over. Throughout the remainder of the afternoon, Zhou Zhifei worked alongside Liao Zhensai to arrange those years. In truth, Liao Zhensai did most of the writing, while Zhou Zhifei's role was more akin to that of a cheerleader. Given Zhou Zhifei's unfamiliarity with the arrangement software in this world, he learned a great deal about arrangement during the day. Liao Zhensai was highly cooperative, answering every question Zhou Zhifei posed. The two continued their work until night fell, finally completing the soft sound source arrangement for those years. Subsequently, Zhou Zhifei graciously declined their invitation to dinner and took the subway back to school with Zhao Yifeng. The events of the day were incredibly stimulating for Zhao Yifeng, leaving him unsure of how to confront his junior brother, who was 2 years his junior. Zhou Zhifei, however, remained unfazed, maintaining their relationship as it had always been. After all, they were both from the same school, and there was no need for excessive formality. This was the advantage of being in school. Even if they had not known each other previously, those from the same institution would be inclined to lend a helping hand. Zhao Yifeng couldn't shake the feeling that he had latched onto an incredible opportunity. Chapter 30. Completion of those years recording. Early Sunday morning, Zhou Zhifei was awakened by a call from Zhao Yifeng, and they both headed to Chengtian Entertainment. In the recording studio, with Wei Jichao absent that day, the communication bridge fell to Wu Yu. The recording studio at Chengtian Entertainment was not particularly large, falling short of the scale and equipment found in larger companies. However, despite its small size, it was well equipped, and those years was not a particularly complex song, allowing even a modest studio to handle the recording without issue. Liao Zhensai, accompanied by a few staff members from the recording studio, greeted Zhou Zhifei. Teacher Zhifei, good morning. Teacher Zhifei, good morning. Teacher Zhifei. Zhou Zhifei responded with a smile to each greeting. He had not anticipated that in such a short time, he would be addressed as a teacher. Such treatment was something he had never experienced in his previous life, despite years of socializing. Admittedly, this feeling was rather sweet, as they were set to complete the recording of the song today. Time was of the essence, to Zhou Zhifei's surprise. The guitarist for the live recording that day was Zhao Yifeng. Having seen his self-performance at the subway station, Zhou Zhifei acknowledged that his guitar skills were indeed commendable, making this arrangement reasonable. The instruments were set up according to the requirements, and Liao Zhensai asked, Teacher Zhifei, shall we begin? Zhou Zhifei nodded. Yes, will you observe the scene? Noting that Liao Zhensai sometimes treated her with indifference. She had not anticipated that someone a decade older than her would show such respect to Zhou Zhifei. Zhou Zhifei took his place at the piano, extending his fingers to test the sound, tuning in to find his rhythm. Truthfully, it had been a while since he last played the piano. It is no exaggeration to say that the piano has long been regarded as the king of modern musical instruments. Not only does it possess a wide range, but its volume dynamics are also substantial, making it compatible with nearly all forms of music. Arguably the most ideal polyphonic instrument. Zhou Zhifei's piano skills were merely adequate, but sufficient for playing the arrangement of those years. The song's prelude began with the piano, and to ensure the live recording was not disrupted, the entire studio maintained absolute silence. The staff utilized equipment to capture the performance of Zhou Zhifei. The interlude was seamlessly linked by the guitar, and to ensure today's proceedings remained unaffected, Zhou Yifeng had rehearsed last night in his dormitory. Liao Zhan was dressed quite stylishly today, and when he took to the drum set, he exuded a rock vibe. The arrangement of those years extended over 6 minutes, and during the recording, it was divided into several segments. The first segment alone was recorded 7 or 8 times. As the three individuals familiarized themselves with one another and honed their synergy, spending extra time on this was reasonable. Once they achieved a satisfactory level of cohesion and familiarity with the piece, the subsequent segments progressed much more smoothly. After each segment was recorded, Liao Zhan would politely inquire about Zhou Zhifei's opinion. What could Zhou Zhifei say, other than to compare it to the original version from his past life? However, with that reference point, he indeed noticed some flaws within the composition. The modifications made the listening experience undeniably better, which inadvertently allowed Zhou Zhifei to exude a sense of superiority. Liao Zhan couldn't help but marvel at the vast difference in talent among individuals. Zhou Zhifei's musicality felt like a divine gift. The live recording of the arrangement went splendidly, and by 11 o'clock, they had completed a version that satisfied everyone. In this brief span of time, Zhou Zhifei learned a considerable amount about production from Liao Zhan. He was neither anxious nor restless. Being young, he possessed ample time and patience to delve into more formal music theory, shedding the remnants of his past life's unorthodox methods. Moreover, his memories were enriched with numerous classic songs from his previous existence, providing him with an abundance of inspiration. What Zhou Zhifei needed to do was to enrich himself to avoid revealing any gaps in his knowledge. One should never underestimate others. Even if he were to write songs, it must remain within the realm of his understanding. After all, one would hardly believe that an 8-year-old could compose lines such as "laughing heartily as I step out." How could we be mere weeds? Zhou Zhifei would rather believe that a 4-year-old could self-study calculus than think that someone without a comprehensive worldview could write such verses. This logic extends to music creation. One would find it difficult to believe that someone who cannot even read simple sheet music could churn out hit after hit. The afternoon was dedicated to recording the vocals. The vocal recording took place in a specially soundproof studio. Zhou Yifeng donned headphones and stood before the microphone. While Zhou Zhifei was the creator of those years, holding all the copyrights, which theoretically granted him ultimate authority over the song, the producer was Liao Zhan, not Zhou Zhifei, prompting him to adopt a humble demeanor. He did not exhibit any airs of youthful arrogance despite his high natural talent. The more Liao Zhan observed, the more he recognized the potential in this young man, leading to a growing respect for Zhou Zhifei. A producer who remains true to their core will undoubtedly have a broader future ahead. Zhou Yifeng first sang through those years, feeling confident in his performance, showcasing his learned skills to great effect. The sound engineer found the recording to be quite effortless, yielding excellent results. He mused to himself that a trained background truly sets one apart. Zhou Yifeng's vocal prowess was leagues above the internet celebrities under the same company. Every time he recorded them, the engineer had to exert every effort. Otherwise, the editing would be insurmountable. The moment the first recording concluded, Liao Zhan furrowed his brow in discontent. Not only he, but Zhou Zhifei also sensed an awkwardness in the performance. Liao Zhan exclaimed, "What was that? You need to truly understand the theme of this song. Youth. This song is about youth. Who told you to show off your skills while singing? Do you think your technique is impressive? If you believe that this rendition sounds good, perhaps you should refrain from singing at all. You've turned those years into a display of technique, devoid of emotion. People of my generation know that when singing this song, one must pour their entire heart into it, expressing the regrets of youth." Zhou Yifeng was scolded mercilessly, lowering his head in embarrassment and refraining from retorting. In a surprising turn, Liao Zhan suddenly changed his tone. Turning to Zhou Zhifei with a smile, "Teacher Zhifei, do you think I was right in what I just said? As the creator of the song, you surely understand the essence of those years better than I do." This swift change in demeanor left Zhou Zhifei momentarily stunned. Clearing his throat softly, he recognized this as an opportunity to speak up for his senior, given that Zhou Yifeng was his senior brother. Zhou Zhifei began, "Zhao Shixiang, those years does not require complex techniques. What it needs is emotion. Only when the emotion is right can this song resonate with the audience. Therefore, let us start over." The two took on the roles of the stern and lenient figures. Zhou Yifeng, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation before nodding in understanding. Liao Zhan clapped his hands. "Teacher Zhifei is correct. So everyone, prepare yourselves for a fresh start." Awakened by this realization, Zhou Yifeng performed much better during the second recording. His innate talent for singing was evident. He merely lacked opportunities and guidance. During this second take, Liao Zhan wore a smile of encouragement. In the details of the subsequent recordings, Zhou Zhifei indeed poured his emotions into the performance. As a newcomer in the music industry, such a display was commendable. However, Liao Zhan remained strict, interrupting and restarting whenever he found parts unsatisfactory. Consistently, he would seek Zhou Zhifei's input as the original creator. By 7 p.m., after numerous retakes, Those Years was finally recorded. The staff in the recording studio, many of whom were experiencing their first formal recording since joining Orange Sky Entertainment, initially felt relaxed but were thoroughly exhausted by the end. After Zhou Zhifei signed the formal song authorization document, he finally departed from Orange Sky Entertainment. Chapter 31. Comics come to life. Monday, September 14. This marked the first day of the workweek, typically the busiest time for working individuals. At this moment, within the office of the production department's director at Orange Sky Entertainment, the complete authorization contract for Those Years lay on Wei Jichao's desk, while he held a document detailing the song's information. Lyrics: Zhifei, Zhou Ba Dao. Composition: Zhifei, Kimura Munihiza. Arrangement: Liao Zhan. Zhifei, Hou Zhijian, Lin Guanin. Producers: Liao Zhan, Zhifei, Shui Zhongming. Vocals: Zhao Yifeng, Hu Xia. Liao Zhan did not use a stage name, opting instead for his real name, which contrasted with Zhou Zhifei's approach. Although Zhou Zhifei's contribution as an arranger and producer was minimal, Liao Zhan insisted on including his name. Yet, for the average person, such details would hardly matter. It was primarily industry insiders who would take notice. Perhaps some would wonder why the general public overlooks the creators of arrangements, which are deemed crucial to a song. In truth, the importance of arrangement is significantly lower than that of lyrics and composition. A key reason is that arrangement generally does not enjoy copyright protection. Only the creators of lyrics and composition hold copyright, while the singer possesses merely the right to perform. Hence, when detailing song information, it is common practice to list only the lyricists and composers. Wu Yu inquired, Wei Zong, do you think Director Su will be satisfied with Those Years? Wei Jichao set down the paper with the song information, smiling as he replied, if Director Su is dissatisfied with Those Years, then we might as well discard this contract. To be frank, given the quality of Those Years, the mere 500,000 yuan usage fee feels like a bargain. After a pause, Wei Jichao looked up at her and asked, by the way, what does Zhifei think of our company? Did he mention anything during the contract signing? Wu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Since we only recently met, Zhifei surely only spoke positively about the company. He had no objections regarding the contract's content. Wei Jichao lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair. The essence of the contract presented by Orange Sky Entertainment was that the copyright authorization fee for Those Years was set at 100,000 yuan, with a share of the copyright revenue. An additional clause stated that if the song was selected as the theme for To Our Youth That Is Fading Away, an extra 300,000 yuan would be awarded. This meant that Zhou Zhifei would receive a minimum of 100,000 yuan for Those Years, and if chosen as the theme song, he would directly receive 400,000 yuan. As for the revenue share, that was a matter for the future. For a newcomer producer, such treatment was undoubtedly generous. However, considering the quality of Those Years, both 100,000 and 400,000 yuan felt like a steal. Nonetheless, Zhou Zhifei remained content, knowing that once his reputation soared in Huagua, offers for songs would come pouring in, leading to a steady stream of income. Wei Jichao exhaled a smoke ring and remarked, I recall you mentioning that Zhifei seems to be in need of money right now. Let us do this, transfer the 100,000 yuan authorization fee to him next week. As for the additional 300,000, if Director Su selects it, we'll pay him directly. If not, that's fine. We'll allocate resources to promote Those Years as Zhao Yifeng's debut song, investing heavily in its production. In any case, the company has resolved to transform. With songs like Those Years, we might have a fighting chance. Also, make sure to keep in touch with Zhifei. A genius producer like him is someone we need to cultivate a good relationship with. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Wei Zong, I know what to do. Wei Jichao smiled. I have faith in your work. After you return, contact Director Su and send her the song. He continued to delegate some tasks. And Wu Yu eventually left the office. Once the office door closed, Wei Jichao immediately clicked on the audio file of the official recording version of Those Years. Unsurprisingly, the professional studio version far surpassed the rough demo Zhou Zhifei had provided. With a nostalgic expression, he listened to the song, replaying it over and over. He was delighted to discover that Zhao Yifeng's vocal ability exceeded his expectations. It seemed that Wu Yu's decision to sign him was indeed a wise move. For the company to transition into a legitimate music entity, It required not only talented producers but also exceptional singers. After returning to her office, Wu Yu sent the complete version of those years to Su Ting's collaborative email. Shortly thereafter, she called Su Ting's assistant to inform her that the song was available for listening in the inbox. 3 days had elapsed since the recording of those years. Today, Zhou Zhifei received a call from Wu Yu, stating that the 100,000 yuan copyright fee would be transferred next Wednesday. However, there was still no news from the film production team regarding the theme song, leaving the additional 300,000 yuan in limbo. Zhou Zhifei remarked that these were minor matters and that Wu Jie should manage them as she saw fit. If the 100,000 yuan could be deposited, it would significantly improve his current living conditions. That evening, while enjoying noodles, Zhou Zhifei generously added a sausage and ordered 2 extra eggs. After a satisfying meal, he returned to his dormitory contentedly. Over the past 3 days, Zhou Zhifei had been quite diligent. Fulfilling his duties as a student, he refrained from skipping classes to visit the library, instead sitting attentively in class to absorb the lessons. Sometimes he thought that if life could remain this tranquil, it wouldn't be too bad. Nanjun Girls' Dormitory, Room 304. After a day of military training, the dormitory residents were utterly exhausted. This year's military training at Nanjun involved joint exercises with 2 neighboring universities. Although the number of participants had increased, the intensity of the training was even greater than last year. Upon returning to the dormitory, they disregarded everything and collapsed onto their beds. Only Shun Xiangyu sat aloofly in her chair. Fu Yuqi propped herself up on the bed frame, gazing at her. Xiangyu, you've been staring at your phone screen for a while. What are you looking at? Through several days of interaction, the dormitory residents had grown somewhat familiar with Shun Xiangyu. Fu Yuqi also noticed that Shun Xiangyu's cold exterior belied her inner persona, resembling a sheltered heiress straight out of a manga. Deeply immersed in the world of anime, Fu Yuqi found herself enamored with this archetype. The convergence of comics and reality made her keenly observant of Shun Xiangyu's every move. Upon hearing the question, Shun Xiangyu remained unresponsive, her eyes fixed on the phone screen. The screen displayed a photo, a selfie taken by Zhou Zhifei during the past New Year. Chapter 32. Talent knows no age. Since adding Zhou Zhifei on WeChat, Shun Xiangyu had only exchanged a few words with him on the day they connected, and they had not conversed since. Zhou Zhifei was preoccupied with his songwriting, and he rarely initiated conversations with girls. As for Shun Xiangyu, she found it even simpler to refrain from reaching out, as she had no idea how to proactively engage in conversation. Whenever she had free time, she would open WeChat and click into Zhou Zhifei's moments. However, after scouring through his entire feed, she found only that one post, leaving her to stare blankly at the lone photograph. Noticing Shun Xiangyu's lack of engagement, Fu Yuqi climbed down from her bed and pulled up a chair to sit beside her, looking at Zhou Zhifei on her phone. She pointed and asked, "Xiangyu, is this your boyfriend?" Shun Xiangyu's ears perked up, and it was only then that she snapped back to reality. She glanced at Fu Yuqi and shook her head slightly. "Not a boyfriend. Then what is he to you?" Fu Yuqi pressed curiously. Shun Xiangyu's expression remained unchanged as she stated, "Seniored." Fu Yuqi squatted on the chair, hugging her legs with interest. "Senior? From our school?" Shun Xiangyu nodded. "Yes, he is a junior from our department." "Could it be that he's trying to pursue you under the guise of being a senior? Haven't you heard the saying, beware of seniors when it comes to romance? Those seniors who can't find a girlfriend in their first year often set their sights on us fresh out of high school. They must think we're blind to their shortcomings, assuming that if they can't find someone in their first year, they must be unattractive." After a pause, Fu Yuqi scrutinized the photo of Zhou Zhifei. "But your senior is quite good-looking. He probably wouldn't have trouble finding a partner, right? Could it be that he had a girlfriend in his first year and broke up, leading him to seek new targets?" Fu Yuqi's unexpected focus on appearances and her wild imagination took Shun Xiangyu aback. Furrowing her brow, she pondered for a moment before replying, "My senior isn't like that." Since Fu Yuqi spoke ill of her senior, Shun Xiangyu was reluctant to engage further. Zhou Zhifei merely liked to glance at her chest. Other than that, he was quite different from the boys she had encountered before. Shun Xiangyu looked down at her modestly prominent bosom, pondering, "I really don't understand what is so appealing about it. During our last meal, I counted his furtive glances at me. There were at least 45. Time rewinds to 2 days prior. It's the production team of To Our Youth that is fading away." The film had passed inspection and was scheduled for release during the National Day holiday. As a result, preparations for the final promotional activities were underway, and the entire crew had begun to bustle with activity. However, as the release date approached, the theme song for the film remained undecided. causing Su Ting to grow anxious. She returned to her director's lounge, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with a towel. At that moment, her assistant approached, saying, "Director Su, Orange Sky Entertainment has sent over a new theme song for the movie. Would you like to listen?" Su Ting casually replied, "Wasn't the song written by their mid-level producer turned down by me? Did they send over another new song? Or perhaps have they found a new producer to write for us?" The assistant shook her head. "Neither did I heard from Wu Yu that this time. The song was written by a newcomer producer." A newcomer? That's simply absurd. I had already lost hope in Orange Sky Entertainment, but now I feel they are treating me with disdain. Thus, she furrowed her brows in anger and remarked, "What good song can a newcomer possibly write? So, Director Su, would you like to listen to this song?" Su Ting waved her hand dismissively, stating, "It's best not to bother with a newcomer's song. Forget it. I knew that Chung Tian Entertainment was unreliable. I'll seek out Tianfeng Entertainment in a few days. They seem far more trustworthy." The assistant hesitated, "But what about President Wei?" Su Ting retorted. "If President Wei has any objections, let him come to me personally. He was the one who sent me a newcomer producer as a mere afterthought. It's wasting everyone's time." The assistant had indeed heard the song those years that had been passed around, and she thought it was quite pleasant. However, at this moment, Director Su appeared quite irritable, so she refrained from further praise, lest she provoke her ire. This illustrates that even the most talented newcomers require a platform to showcase their abilities. The harsher reality is that one might never receive the opportunity to present their work and have it tossed into the rubbish bin. On Thursday morning, Wu Yu could no longer contain her anxiety. It had been 3 days since she last heard from the To Our Youth film crew, and there was not even a hint of a response. Previously, even after sending over the songs created by Liao Zhan and his team, there would at least be some reply, but this time it felt as if her efforts had vanished into the ocean. After some contemplation, Wu Yu decided to call Su Ting's assistant to ascertain the situation. During the call, Director Su's assistant maintained a professional demeanor and explained the circumstances. Su Ting was dissatisfied with her company's attitude, believing that using a newcomer producer's song was a mere gesture of indifference towards her. Consequently, she had not listened to the songs submitted by their company, adding that if it was deemed inappropriate, President Wei could come to her. Wu Yu was taken aback, feeling that the film industry seemed rife with bad tempers. After hanging up, she resolved to report the situation to Wei Jichao, as it was evident that Chung Tian Entertainment had been underestimated. If they truly believed the quality of the songs was commendable, why would they persist in submitting songs after being declined multiple times? After hearing Wu Yu's report, Wei Jichao pondered for a moment before directly calling Su Ting. This time, the film crew had yet to commence filming, so the call was quickly connected. "Good morning, Director Su. This is Wei Jichao from Chung Tian Entertainment." Being a director of an entertainment company, Su Ting responded courteously, "Ah, so it's President Wei. Director Su, I heard from our agent Wu that you were dissatisfied with the movie theme song we submitted, due to it being composed by a newcomer producer. Is that correct?" Su Ting replied candidly, "That is indeed the case. I truly feel a lack of sincerity from your company, which is why I haven't even listened to the song." Wei Jichao smiled and said, "Director Su, talent is not defined by youth. This newcomer producer is someone we have worked hard to recruit, and I suggest you give a listen to the song those years that he composed. If you still harbor doubts, I recommend listening to another song he created, When Dreams Awaken. Although this song has not been released on music platforms, you can find it on the Douyin short video app." Chapter 33. This point is crucial. Wei Jichao's earnestness piqued Su Ting's curiosity about this newcomer named Zhifei. After ending the call, she decisively commanded, "Xiao Li, bring me my phone." The assistant nodded. "Certainly, Director Su, please hold on." Upon receiving the phone and unlocking the screen, Su Ting casually asked, "Xiao Li, do you happen to know if you've come across a short video titled When Dreams Awaken while scrolling through Douyin?" "Director, you know about that video too? I just saw it a couple of days ago. It's an original song that has gained some traction on Douyin. The filming quality isn't great, or it might have garnered even more attention. Plus, it hasn't been released on any platform, so no one knows who the singer is. Is that song quite good?" Su Ting's assistant's words thoroughly ignited her curiosity. The assistant replied, "I'm not sure how to describe it. When Dreams Awaken is vastly different from the current trend of rap. If Director Su is interested, you should listen for yourself." There are also professional music critics on Wei2A who have provided reviews. Su Ting nodded, choosing not to comment further. However, her fingers did not pause as she opened the search bar on Douyin and typed in When Dreams Awaken. The first video that appeared already had 500,000 likes and over 90,000 comments. While this number may pale in comparison to the million-plus likes garnered by popular singers, Achieving such popularity as an unknown original song is still impressive. Su Ting clicked on the short video from the search results. You say you loved someone you shouldn't have. Your heart is filled with scars. You say you made mistakes you shouldn't have. Your heart is filled with regret. Zhifei's emotionally charged voice resonated from the phone's speaker. Some songs only require a single line to captivate the listener. Su Ting, having experienced a failed marriage, found the song's opening lines resonating deeply within her. This song, Su Ting murmured in disbelief. According to Wei Jichao, the boy performing in the video was the newcomer producer Zhifei. How could When Dreams Awaken be written by such a young boy? She felt as though she were being teased. If someone had told her it was composed by a renowned songwriter, she might have believed them. While the song's style might seem somewhat retro, for industry insiders like Su Ting, the ebb and flow of popular trends is cyclical. It is entirely possible that the direction of Mandarin music could revert to earlier styles at any moment. Moreover, classics remain timeless. Su Ting believed that When Dreams Awaken would not be considered outdated even today, as evidenced by the 500,000 likes on the short video. After the video concluded, she recalled her assistant Xiaoli mentioning the music critics on Weitue. Therefore, she decided to open the Weitue app and search for When Dreams Awaken as well. Shortly after, Su Ting found a review by the well-known music critic Black Blade regarding When Dreams Awaken. I find it quite astonishing that When Dreams Awaken has gained popularity on Dongi. In this era, international music trends lean towards rap, and our Mandarin music scene has only just begun to catch up. It is perplexing that someone would write a song that seems to regress, as this one alone makes me feel like the Mandarin music scene has taken a step back of 10 years. I feel sorrow for the state of Chinese pop music. The review was lengthy, yet this excerpt sparked a heated discussion on Weitue. Must we follow the trends of foreign music? I truly do not find rap appealing. Most of it is merely banal drivel. To me, it's barely noise. Is the Mandarin music scene really regressing by 10 years? Is that true? Wow, the one above has opened their perspective. If it truly allows the Mandarin music scene to regress by 10 years, then I would rejoice immensely. Who doesn't know that 10 years ago was the pinnacle of Chinese pop music? Su Ting scrolled through for a while before recalling her original task. Xiaoli, please forward the movie theme song that Chengtian Entertainment submitted to my personal email. The assistant quickly replied, certainly, Director Su. She then used her phone's email app to forward it to Su Ting. When a new email notification popped up on Su Ting's computer desktop, she immediately opened the audio file within. After a soothing prelude, the main verse featured Zhou Zhifei's clear and melodious voice. Back to the original starting point, your youthful face in my memories. We finally arrived at this day, the old photo beneath the tablecloth. Countless memories connect. Today the boy is to meet the girl for their final appointment. This was precisely the feeling Su Ting desired for the theme song. As she listened to the lyrics, scenes from her film began to form vividly in her mind, perfectly corresponding with her movie's narrative. The heavy rains missed in those years, the love lost in those years. How I long to embrace you, to embrace the courage to not miss out. Once I aspired to conquer the world, only to realize in the end that the world is made up of all the little pieces of you. In the chorus, Zhou Zhifei conveyed the emotions of the story's male protagonist with great steadiness, making it incredibly catchy for Su Ting. Most importantly, the lyrics of the entire song aligned seamlessly with her film. It felt as if it had been tailor-made for her project. Were newcomers today truly this formidable? Furthermore, this singer named Zhou Zhifei possessed considerable talent. Chengtian Entertainment had struck gold. It appeared that Zheng's transformation plan was indeed on the right track. Simultaneously, Su Ting felt fortunate that she almost missed out on this song due to her own biases. Moreover, creators like Zhifei were destined to rise above obscurity. By accepting his song now, she might foster a beneficial relationship. Su Ting continuously pondered in her mind, soon arriving at a resolution. She would secure those years as the film's promotional theme song. To acquire such a high-quality song for merely 500,000 was an exceedingly worthwhile investment. After the 6-minute song concluded, Su Ting casually clicked on the song's information, confirming that both the composition and lyrics were credited to Zhifei. Without hesitation, she redialed Wei Jichao's number. President Wei, here's the situation. That very afternoon, you informed Zhou Zhifei and Zhifei that the 2R Youth film crew had adopted those years as the film's theme song. She also relayed the preliminary intent of the contract, marking it as a done deal. Upon hearing this delightful news, Zhou Zhifei was overjoyed and immediately called Zhifei to share his exuberance. Zhifei, although pleased that those years would serve as the film's theme song, felt differently. His joy stemmed from the impending 300,000 in royalties, which held great importance to him. more significant than anything else. Chapter 34. The new producer as Zhifei's song When Dreams Awaken surpassed 500,000 likes on Douyin, it gained significant traction in the music category. While it may be an exaggeration to say that rap has brought many to tears, it has undoubtedly resonated with numerous listeners. Those with deeper life experiences find even greater meaning in When Dreams Awaken. This led Su Ting to initially disbelieve that such a song could be crafted by a newcomer producer. Regardless, the video became a sensation, generating discussions and interest on Douyin. Once popularity was achieved, more music critics began to weigh in on the song, whether positively or negatively, further amplifying its reach. Controversy breeds attention. Even negative remarks can spark conversation and interest. The stars most fear not criticism but rather a lack of relevance and topic. Unfortunately, while some stars may gain traction, they often falter due to a mismatch of talent and character. This rings true to the adage, "My idol collapses daily while my parents' idols thrive." Consequently, many netizens began to question their own judgments. Was there truly such a vast disparity between their tastes and those of their parents? Thus, When Dreams Awaken unexpectedly gained traction, leading many netizens to speculate whether this was yet another form of capital manipulation aimed at stirring curiosity about the song featured in the video. Regardless of the truth, netizens were indeed keen to discover who had penned When Dreams Awaken and who the handsome singer performing it was. Some resourceful individuals had already traced the song's creator, Zhifei, through copyright databases. Yet no contact information was provided. Moreover, this name seemed unfamiliar to everyone, indicating he was a newcomer producer. Speculation arose that the handsome singer in the video was indeed the song's creator, Zhifei. However, aside from the copyright database listing the name Zhifei, no further information was revealed, leaving everyone guessing whether Zhifei was his real name or a stage name in the capital city. Hainan Music, one of the largest music companies in Huaguo, caught wind of this trending short video. Wang Yi, the general manager of the production department, instructed his assistant, investigate this Zhifei. Uncover who he truly is. The level of completion in When Dreams Awaken is remarkably high. The lyrics are not only rhymed but also convey profound meaning, something ordinary lyricists cannot achieve. Additionally, the composition reveals an intricate musical talent. I find it hard to believe that Zhifei is indeed a newcomer producer. Yet, I cannot dismiss the possibility of a genuine musical prodigy existing. If you discover he is indeed a newcomer and not yet signed, we must act swiftly to secure him. Our Mandarin music scene has not seen a worthy newcomer producer in ages. Wang Yi exuded confidence as he spoke. Understood, Manager Wang. I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately. Although the current Mandarin music scene has been permeated by capital interests, there are still companies dedicated to genuinely creating music. Even in the chaotic times of Zhifei's past life, there would always be a few standout songs each year that could truly impress. Hence, Hainan Music was not the first to discover Zhifei's musical talent. Nor would it be the last. An increasing number of music companies in Huaguo began to take notice of Zhifei. In the university town of Yangqing, the short video of When Dreams Awaken gained even more visibility due to its newfound popularity. Many students in the university town had already stumbled upon the video. However, since the original creator was inherently low-key, and the video was filmed at night, very few recognized him. Among those familiar with Zhifei, however, was Chen Zichuan, who immediately recognized his childhood friend upon seeing it. Due to the lyrics, Chen Zichuan's first concern was not Zhifei's musical talent, but rather his emotional state. He promptly called Zhifei, subtly probing and comforting him about whether he still harbored feelings for Yang Jai. This naturally provoked Zhifei's retort. While I may have been inspired, to say I'm still hung up on her is nonsense. I, Zhifei, would rather starve to death than cling to memories of Yang Jai. Chen Zichuan was momentarily speechless by this response. Only then did he realize that his childhood friend had not only undergone a personality shift post-breakup, but had also deepened his musical insights. Chen Zichuan couldn't help but marvel at Zhifei's ability to compose such a song. He began to contemplate whether he too should seek out a relationship. Besides Zhifei's childhood friend, others also recognized him. That evening, Lu Wenhui lay on her bed, scrolling through Douyin in a state of languor. Upon reaching When Dreams Awaken, she listened in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Zhifei had once again reshaped her worldview. The lyrics and melody were undeniably impressive. Lu Wenhui murmured softly to herself, "This is quite remarkable." Turning her gaze towards the window, she looked in the direction of Nanchuan's campus. In that moment, Lu Wenhui immediately thought of her best friend, Yang Jai. She returned to her phone's home screen, Opening WeChat to initiate a video call. The video call was quickly answered, revealing Yang Jia with a face mask on, evidently also engrossed in her phone. Lu Wenhui carefully considered her words before tentatively asking, "Jia, have you been scrolling through Douyin these past few days?" Yang Jia casually replied, "No, these past few days, the school's major courses have all been stage performance classes. I'm utterly exhausted and have no energy to browse Douyin. What's up? Has something significant happened?" Lu Wenhui pondered for a moment, striving to avoid provoking her dear friend. She carefully articulated, "It's just that a song has recently gained immense popularity on Douyin, and I suggest you give it a listen." Yang Jia responded nonchalantly, "What song? You're being all mysterious. Just open Douyin and search for Meng Xing Shifei. It seems this song must be quite good if it prompted you to call me." She mused that I'll hang up now and check it out. Okay. After ending the WeChat call, Yang Jia did not hesitate and promptly opened Douyin. Curiosity piqued, she knew her friend was never one to speak without reason. She searched for Meng Xing Shifei and clicked on the first video that appeared. The video quality left a mediocre first impression, yet it was quite popular, boasting a considerable view count. She even found herself intrigued enough to comment. Initially indifferent, the more she watched, the more familiar the young man in the video appeared. Upon closer inspection, Yang Jia's mouth slightly parted in disbelief. When Zhou Zhifei's voice emanated from her phone, her certainty blossomed. This was indeed him. As the song progressed, disbelief washed over her. This was not the Zhou Zhifei she knew. He possessed an unexpected musical talent. She was so taken aback that she failed to notice the facial mask she had applied sliding off her face. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts drifted back to last summer. The boy who had not appeared in her life for so long, with a shy smile, had once said to her, "Jia, you're enrolling in Nanchuan's music performance major, so I'll go for the musicology major. You'll be singing on stage, while I'll write songs behind the scenes, forming a pair of enviable partners." She remembered feeling rather dismissive then, thinking Zhou Zhifei was excessively naive, genuinely believing that writing songs was an easy task. Moreover, she was well aware that what Zhou Zhifei truly meant was not merely to be partners. Meng Xing Shifei, dreams awaken, and so do partings. Was this the root of Zhou Zhifei's drastic change in temperament? The short video of Meng Xing Shifei had concluded and began to loop for a second playthrough. Yang Jia clung to a glimmer of hope, her finger trembling as she opened the comments section. Chapter 35. If you can, delete me based on Yang Jia's understanding of Zhou Zhifei and his previously demonstrated abilities. There was no way he could have written such a high-quality song. Thus, as she opened the comments, she secretly hoped that he might simply be singing someone else's song rather than one of his own creation. The comments section was overflowing, swiftly shattering her hopes. Heartbroken for the young man in the video, they conveyed his narrative of awakening from a painful love filled with scars. This was a song steeped in realism. Though devoid of ornate language, each line resonated deeply within me, striking a chord with my own life experiences. I recognized we were incompatible long before you did, but I couldn't bear to let go. Why bother with fleeting moments of warmth? Recognizing losses in time is a lesson every adult must learn. Why is sent Meng Xing Shifei available on music platforms? It's 1,000 times better than Baofo Jiao. I've located the creator of this song. His name is Zhifei. But who is Zhifei? Does anyone know him? Zhifei? That name sounds like a stage name. Could the young man in the video be Zhifei? I don't think so. The realistic lyrics of Meng Xing Shifei combined with the young man's look seemed too far-fetched for someone his age to have written. The comments were abuzz with speculation about who Zhifei might be, with some users whimsically guessing that he could be a pseudonym for a big shot. Others jokingly claimed to be Zhifei themselves, but as more people joined in, the distinction between believing them and claiming to be Emperor Qin Shi Huang blurred into hilarity. Consequently, the comments section of this somewhat melancholic Meng Xing Shifei turned into a riot of laughter. Nowadays, the Chinese music scene may be waning, yet the humor of netizens remains unyieldingly vibrant. A grimace crossed Yang Jia's lips. From the very beginning, she had been engaging in self-deception. Zhifei, Zhou Zhifei, Yang Jia whispered the name repeatedly. While netizens speculated that Zhifei was indeed a stage name, to Yang Jia, it was undeniably Zhou Zhifei's name. The world would not be so coincidental. Meng Xing Shifei was indeed a song crafted by Zhou Zhifei. Was this his resolution? Some individuals you need never wait for. The Douyin video continued to play, looping Meng Xing Shifei. Yang Jia's gaze turned vacant, her mind consumed by Zhou Zhifei's presence, yet that presence grew increasingly indistinct, drifting further away. Just then, The ringtone of a WeChat call jolted her back to reality. "Jai, are you all right?" Lu Wenwei's concerned voice came through the video call. Yang Jai shook her head, smiling gently as she asked, "Wenhui, do you think I've missed out on a boy whose eyes were filled with me?" Lu Wenhui was momentarily speechless, recalling the times she had seen Zhou Zhifei at that moment. She should have comforted Yang Jai but felt unable to lie about the situation. Moreover, Lu Wenhui fundamentally believed that letting go was, in fact, a liberation for Zhou Zhifei. Thus, she stammered, "Well, perhaps, maybe." But Yang Jai, filled with newfound confidence, interjected, "I refuse to believe that Zhou Zhifei could so swiftly forget our 4 years of love. Just as he wrote in his lyrics, because love is always hard to let go. As long as I give him a chance and sincerely accept him, he will undoubtedly return to my side. Perhaps." What else could Lu Wenhui do? Even if she was skeptical, all she could do was go along with her friend's convictions. Yet for the first time, she felt her dear friend was rather obstinate. Was this the confidence that comes from being favored? But Zhou Zhifei no longer held that light in his eyes. Regardless of Lu Wenhui's thoughts, Yang Jai remained resolute, opening the chat window with Zhou Zhifei. She typed, "Are you there?" That Songming Xing Shifan was beautifully sung. At that moment, Zhou Zhifei was preoccupied chatting and joking with his roommates, completely oblivious to his phone. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, room 304, Fu Yuqi was enthusiastically promoting Meng Xing Shifan. Shun Xiangyu glanced at the phone screen, her lovely eyes suddenly sparkling. Before going to bed, Zhou Zhifei checked his phone and saw the WeChat message from Yang Jai, to which he casually replied, "Thanks," before tossing his phone aside and drifting into a deep sleep. The next morning, as the alarm rang, the 4 members of room 703 hurried to class, with Zhou Zhifei biting into a piece of bread. Only after settling into his seat did he pull out his phone. He noticed Yang Jai had sent several messages after he had fallen asleep. "Zhifei, I know that during this time, you've been pretending not to care about me. The song you sang at the subway entrance, Meng Xing Shifan, was your way of pretending not to like me. I've come to understand now. Let us reconcile and return to our previous relationship." "Zhou Zhifei, did you see the messages I sent you?" After reading all the messages, Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Returning to their previous relationship would mean he would continue to be her obedient admirer. He quickly typed back, "Yang Jai, you're beautiful, but don't get ahead of yourself." It seemed she had been eagerly awaiting his response, replying almost instantly, "Zhou Zhifei, what do you mean by that? I made it clear before. I genuinely do not have feelings for you. What kind of delusion makes you think I am pretending not to care about you? Right now, I really don't care about you at all. Zhou Zhifei, can't you speak nicely? What would it take for you to believe that I truly don't care about you?" Yang Jai's anger flared as Zhou Zhifei's dismissive words ignited her suppressed emotions, leading her to vent in the chat. "You keep insisting that you don't care about me or like me. If that's the case, why do you still keep my WeChat? If you have the guts, delete me." Zhou Zhifei thought to himself, well, this is a rare opportunity. He had initially kept the WeChat to avoid seeming petty, but since she had requested it, he decided to oblige. After a while, when Yang Jai noticed there was still no reply from Zhou Zhifei, she assumed she had won, smugly sending a message. "So, did I hit the nail on the head?" However, what she received was a glaring red exclamation mark. "The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend verification request, and the other party must approve it before you can chat." At that moment, Yang Jai felt something welling up in her eyes. Chapter 36. Everyone is too immature. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, on Friday, Zhou Zhifei's sophomore music class was underway. Standing at the front of the classroom was Professor Lu Yuan, an esteemed veteran in the music industry who had once earned the honor of a gold medal producer. Such producers could only be invited to teach at prestigious institutions, and Nanchuan's music department was precisely that. Professor Lu was not the only one of his kind in Nanchuan. Many students across the country entered a misconception during college, believing there was no difference between college professors and high school teachers. They thought they could simply coast through classes and scrape by on assignments, cramming for final exams to graduate without much effort. However, Zhou Zhifei, having struggled in society for years, understood that college and high school could not be compared. For the average person, a college professor might be the highest-ranking individual they would encounter in their lifetime. Especially for principal instructors at well-known institutions, their backgrounds often included industry giants. Zhou Zhifei, as a student, could only converse with a gold medal producer like Professor Lu because of his student status. Outside of school, he might not even warrant a second glance. It may sound harsh,
But this is the reality of society. As the class began, Professor Liu suddenly boasted, "I dare say, I charge no less than 100,000 for a single lecture." Instantly, the classroom erupted with mixed reactions, some in shock, others skeptical, while a few students thought the professor was exaggerating. Zhou Zhifei chuckled to himself, knowing the professor spoke the truth. Professor Liu raised his hand to quiet the class and continued, "Today, I will discuss lyric writing with you. Lyrics are the core of a song, particularly in our Chinese music scene, which places great emphasis on lyrics. Therefore, the choice of words and phrases is crucial. If the lyrics are too commonplace, they will lack distinctiveness and fail to showcase your unique style. When creating lyrics, you must have a vivid imagination while also considering the music's atmosphere, ensuring that your words resonate with the audience. Since you are all newcomers, I will use a song I wrote in my youth as an example." Professor Liu turned to the blackboard and wrote down a line of lyrics. This concise lyric encapsulated elements of time, characters, and events while exhibiting a strong personal touch. It was during that year that he had already begun to develop his unique musical style. As beginners, you may lack experience and inspiration. I do not expect you to adopt my personal style, but rather to follow this model to write a song that forms your own identity. Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but admire how a true expert can use their work as a teaching tool without needing a script. Writing lyrics is not entirely devoid of technique. My advice is to start from your immediate surroundings and your inner feelings. If you are writing about a person, you can use words to convey the emotions you harbor deep within for them. Zhou Zhifei twirled his pen, listening intently to the professor's lecture. When it came to writing about people, a certain wealthy girl unexpectedly flashed through his mind. Speaking of which, the wealthy girl had just completed a week of military training. He wondered how she was faring now. Just as he was taking notes, a WeChat message from Zhou Yifeng popped up on his phone. Zhou Zhifei opened it to find Zhou Yifeng inviting him to dinner that night and suggesting he introduce a person he knew. Their bond had grown closer due to the song those years. Though Zhou Zhifei was uninterested in being introduced to someone, he was certainly intrigued by the prospect of a free meal. Without hesitation, he replied, "No problem. What time and where?" Zhou Zhifei initially assumed they would meet at a food street, but Zhou Yifeng sent the location of a hotel private room. Zhao Shixiang is quite extravagant, he thought, ready to flatter him. Once the copyright fees from Chengtian Entertainment came through, dining at such hotels would be within his means. However, for now, he was still relying on the 500 yuan borrowed from Zhao Yifeng to get by. That evening, in the private room of the Central Hotel, Zhou Zhifei found himself back at a familiar place, as this was the hotel where Yang Jia had held her birthday party the day he had just arrived in this world. Zhao Yifeng was already there when Zhou Zhifei arrived, and at that moment, it was just the two of them in the room. Zhou Zhifei inquired, "Zhao Shixiang, didn't you say you were going to introduce someone to me? Where is she?" Zhao Yifeng smiled and replied, "Just wait a moment. They're on their way." Pausing, he added, "Do you remember the student council vice president, Zhu Zhani, whom we met at the food street last time?" Zhou Zhifei nodded. "Of course, I remember. I even asked you why you two seem to be at odds, but you didn't tell me back then." Zhao Yifeng waved his hand, explaining, "I have no grievance with Zhu Zhani. The issue lies with his backing, Xie. You may not know him, but he thrives in our school due to his family's connections in the entertainment industry. Zhu Zhani used to be his lackey." Upon hearing the name Xie Zhou Zhifei was momentarily taken aback. Nanchuan truly was a small place. He couldn't help but recall that night of September 10th. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhifei said, "So, the one you have an issue with is Xie Zhou Yifeng nodded, "Yes, we are in the same class. Although I didn't particularly like him, we never had any real conflict. However, there was an incident where he went too far, prompting me to confront him, and thus, we became adversaries." Zhou Zhifei expressed curiosity. "I never pegged you as someone who would lose their temper and resort to violence." Zhao Yifeng smiled wryly. "This story is a bit long. It wasn't about making a scene. Xie Qingjie is a person of extravagant disposition, and he possesses commendable looks as well. Such a man is bound to attract the attention of women during his time at school. Back in my sophomore year, he began dating a girl, though she was certainly not the first girlfriend he had in college. I am acquainted with this girl. She was a classmate of mine from high school." Zhou Zhifei thought he had stumbled upon a melodramatic tale and could not help but interject, "Is this girl someone you had a crush on in high school?" Zhao Yifeng shook his head and replied, "What are you talking about? We merely had a typical classmate relationship. However, my willingness to confront Xie Qingjie was indeed influenced by her. Reflecting on it now, it seems we were all rather immature back then." He then recounted to Zhou Zhifei the events of the past. Chapter 37. The end of the universe. I had previously mentioned to you that I hail from Chaozhou. Both she and I come from that region, where the customs dictate a strong sense of unity among those who venture out. Knowing Xie Chengjia's character, I had even advised her before they became a couple. At this point, Zhao Yifeng poured a cup of tea for Zhou Zhifei and continued. Back then, perhaps due to insufficient social experience, my classmate was quite popular at school and believed she could keep a man like Xie Chengjia in check. In hindsight, one could only say she overestimated herself and underestimated Xie Chengjia's shortcomings. Not long after winning my classmate's affections, Xie Chengjia was unfaithful. When my classmate discovered his betrayal, he audaciously claimed that she was the one clinging to him for his money. The rumors circulating at school nearly drove her to the brink of despair. In a fit of anger, I confronted him, only to have him arrogantly assert that my classmate had seduced him first. Unable to contain my fury, I ended up physically confronting him. Zhao Yifeng chuckled, self-deprecatingly remarking, in my youthful arrogance, I ultimately faced the consequences. However, if I could relive that moment, I would still make the same choice. After receiving a beating, Xie Chengjia vowed to have me expelled from school. Fortunately, my classmate testified on my behalf, and Xie Chengjia's reputation was already tarnished. The school forum buzzed with discussions about the incident, which displeased the administration. Fearing it would jeopardize Xie Chengjia's career, his family suppressed the matter. Thanks to the school's tendency to trivialize significant issues, I ended up with nothing more than a warning, which, thanks to my counselor's intervention, was never recorded in my file. Xie Chengjia, too, became considerably more discreet after that incident. Nevertheless, the enmity lingered, and I found myself isolated by him and his entourage throughout the remainder of my time at school, resulting in a complete lack of friendships during the 2013 cohort. By the way, you were not at the school back then, so you probably don't know about this incident. Zhao Yifeng lifted his head to ask. Zhou Zhifei, who had not heard of this affair, nodded and replied, Senior Zhao, I believe it is not they who isolated you, but rather you who isolated them. Zhao Yifeng had never considered this perspective and laughed, as expected. Your words are quite charming, Zhifei. After a pause, Zhou Zhifei shifted the conversation. Senior Zhao, since you've shared so much with me tonight, are you perhaps going to introduce me to that female classmate of yours? Zhao Yifeng shook his head. Not exactly. Rather, there are others who are curious and wish to meet you. Zhou Zhifei speculated, is it related to the song I wrote? Yes. You mentioned my songwriting to others? Zhao Yifeng shook his head again. She figured it out herself. After all, it's quite telling that your stage name is Zhifei. Besides, you are a student at our school. How could that be concealed? Zhou Zhifei felt there was some truth to this. He had previously thought the name Zhifei was quite appealing. Just then, Zhao Yifeng's WeChat voice call rang. He turned to Zhou Zhifei and said, It seems they have arrived. Upon answering the call, he said, Yes, it's room 11 on the 3rd floor. When you arrive, just push the door open. Zhifei? P.S. already here. Before long, the door to the private room swung open. Zhou Zhifei turned to see 2 beautiful girls enter. Both girls were quite lovely, yet their auras were entirely distinct. From their earlier conversation, Zhou Zhifei quickly identified which one was Zhao Yifeng's classmate. The girl on the left was dressed modestly, lacking the confident radiance typical of a southern student, and her demeanor seemed somewhat plain. In contrast, the girl on the right sported vibrant attire, her features exuding vivacity and energy, and there was an unmistakable hint of classical elegance about her. Hello, senior sisters. Zhou Zhifei greeted them first. The lively girl smiled warmly at him, saying, You must be the junior Zhifei. I'm Tang Zhiyun, a drama performance major from the class of 2013. I absolutely adore your song Dream Awakening. Had it not been for Yifeng mentioning an intriguing junior named Zhou Zhifei, I might never have connected you to the well-discussed teacher Zhifei online. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Zhifei immediately turned to Zhao Yifeng. Zhao Yifeng, avoiding his gaze, looked up at the overhead lights in the room. Tang Zhiyun chuckled. Zhifei, did you think your identity was disclosed by Yifeng? You've somewhat wronged him. I merely knew he had a sophomore junior named Zhou Zhifei. Everything else I discovered from a copyright website. The site even listed an unreleased song titled Those Years, with Zhao Yifeng credited as the performer and you as the creator. It's quite hard not to make the connection. Zhou Zhifei gave her a thumbs up, saying, Senior Tang, you truly are astute. To his surprise, she replied, That's not what you meant to say, is it? From your expression, I can tell you were thinking I must be dreadfully bored. Zhou Zhifei vehemently denied. Who said that? Senior Tang, you're so beautiful. How could I possibly think you're bored? Their banter elicited a smile from the other girl. Junior, May I also call you Zhifei? I'm Huang Wan, a high school classmate of Yifeng's, and I'm in the same class as Tang Zhiyun. After sharing a few more pleasantries, they felt a sense of familiarity, the initial awkwardness dissipating. Tonight's gathering was organized by Zhao Yifeng to express gratitude to Zhou Zhifei for allowing him to perform those years. Additionally, Tang Zhiyun was quite fond of Dream Awakening and had requested Zhao Yifeng to introduce her. During their conversation at the dining table, it was revealed that Tang Zhiyun came from a family of opera performers, so her primary focus in drama was traditional theater rather than film. Huang Wan, however, remained rather quiet throughout the evening. Eventually, Tang Zhiyun, unable to contain herself, remarked, Huang Wan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but one must always look forward and not dwell on the past. Huang Wan shook her head, saying, I'm fine. I've already come to terms with it. Besides, what do I have to dwell on? That incident even affected Yifeng. If I owe anyone an apology, it's him. Zhao Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. That matter is long behind us, and I've always held a low opinion of that guy. Huang Wan remained non-committal. There is something I haven't told you all. After reflecting on the situation, I've realized my personality isn't suited for the entertainment industry. Therefore, I'm currently preparing for civil service examinations, hoping to secure a position next year. Tang Zhiyun chimed in, why are you only mentioning this now? I was planning to ask my family to introduce you to a company, but pursuing civil service is also a good path. They say the end of the universe is a stable job, and the pinnacle of stability is being a civil servant. I believe with your abilities, you'll surely succeed next year. Zhou Zhifei set down his chopsticks and interjected, I believe what Senior Tang said is quite right. Regardless of past hardships, one must always look ahead. Senior Huang, you should hold on to the belief that heaven has endowed me with talents that are bound to be of use. Even if I scatter my wealth, it shall return to me. As soon as he uttered these words, the three of them turned their attention to Zhou Zhifei. Chapter 38. The flapping of the butterfly's wings when Zhou Zhifei spoke those words. He genuinely meant them. Initially, Huang Wan had been overly confident, believing she could manage Xieching. One could argue that her perspective was not entirely unfounded, as there have been instances in the entertainment industry where individuals, such as Chen Hong, have captivated figures like Chen Kaiga. Clearly, Huang Wan was no Chen Hong and lacked her prowess. She underestimated both human nature and Xieching's true character. After being thoroughly hurt by a scoundrel, she also had to face a barrage of gossip, which might leave some girls devoid of spirit or even lead them to a path of decline. Yet, Huang Wan managed to regain her footing, opting for a civil service career, which Zhou Zhifei genuinely admired. Moreover, avoiding the entertainment industry might be a blessing for her. As Wu Jing once remarked, girls should steer clear of the entertainment industry. Huang Wan still retained her innocence, making her ill-suited for that realm. Regardless, even if Zhou Zhifei found himself at a dead end, he would never consider pursuing a civil service career, as the difficulty of that path is truly formidable, especially for an art student like Huang Wan, where competition is even more intense. Thus, Zhou Zhifei felt compelled to express, heaven has endowed me with talents that are bound to be of use. Even if I scatter my wealth, it shall return to me. The past sorrows were akin to wealth squandered, yet one must not lose their ambition. However, it appeared the atmosphere had shifted somewhat, as the three at the table were now intently gazing at him. Zhou Zhifei, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, queried, What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? Why are you all looking at me like that? Zhao Yifeng tentatively inquired. Zhifei, that phrase you just mentioned, was it a line from a poem? Zhou Zhifei was even more bewildered by this question. Of course it's a line from a poem. It comes from Pour the Wine, a renowned work by the illustrious poet Li Bai. Surely, you must have studied this during your education. As he spoke, a playful smile danced on his lips. Yet, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly peculiar. It is worth noting that Chinese textbooks have been teaching students how to appreciate classical poetry since elementary school. Most people possess a basic ability to discern well-written poetry from the mediocre. Clearly, the line heaven has endowed me with talents that are bound to be of use. Even if I scatter my wealth, it shall return to me is one that anyone with a modicum of literacy can appreciate. Huang Wan, who had been relatively quiet until now, suddenly asked, Poet Li Bai, which dynasty was he from? I've never heard of him. Was he from the Tang dynasty? Zhou Zhifei, realizing what was happening, instinctively nodded. Indeed, he was a great poet of the Tang dynasty. Zhao Yifeng and Huang Wan exchanged glances before shaking their heads, indicating they had never heard of Li Bai. Tang Zhiyun's gaze flickered as she slowly spoke. Li Bai, I know of that name. However, I'm unsure if the Li Bai I know is the same one you're referring to. After a brief pause, she seemed to be reminiscing. I once read a miscellaneous book in high school that included an article about a famous recluse from the Tang dynasty named Yuan Danqiu. One of the articles primarily reminisced about a friend of his, whose name was Li Bai, mentioned that Li Bai began writing poetry at the age of 13 and gained some recognition. When he was 20, they met and instantly became close friends. However, the youthful and impetuous Li Bai had a penchant for swordsmanship a year later. After a night of heavy drinking, he encountered an injustice and insisted on dueling, only to be accidentally killed by his opponent. Yuan Danqiu was left in profound sorrow, lamenting why he hadn't intervened to prevent the duel, expressing in his writings that had Li Bai not fallen, he would undoubtedly have become the greatest poet of the Tang dynasty. Zhou Zhifei expressed admiration. "Zhiyun, you've read quite a bit. I, on the other hand, have never heard of Yuan Danqiu or Li Bai." Zhou Zhifei's pupils dilated as he finally grasped that he had let something slip. The Li Bai that Yuan Danqiu mourned was indeed the same illustrious poet Li Bai, known as Li Tai Bai. They were indeed close friends, with Li Bai having penned no fewer than 11 poems dedicated to him in the collected works of Li Tai Bai. Furthermore, the Pour the Wine poem was written when Li Bai was around 26 years old, while in this life, he passed away at merely 21. Hence, it was not surprising that they hadn't heard of him. Yet, what truly astonished Zhou Zhifei was the realization that the flapping of a butterfly's wings had effectively erased Li Bai from their consciousness. It was a rather disheartening thought. Why should he have had to memorize so many of Li Bai's poems during his own schooling? At that moment, Zhou Zhifei began to fabricate a story. "I'm not sure if it's the same Li Bai. I came across this line in an old book at my grandfather's house during middle school. The cover of that book was quite tattered, but the line made a lasting impression on me, so I remembered it well. However, I only remembered this one line. When I later tried to find that book again, it seemed my grandmother had sold it for scrap paper, which I regretted quite a bit." He hastily added this excuse, placing the blame on his grandmother to avoid their inquiries about the book's current whereabouts. Huang Wan lamented, "That is indeed a bit of a shame. Many ancient poems and writings have been lost due to similar circumstances." Huang Wan had never considered that this line was authored by Zhou Zhifei, as it was simply too hard to fathom. Only Tang Zhiyun, seeming contemplative, resolved to look it up online later. Regrettably, she was genuinely curious about the entirety of the poem, having only encountered this one line. That was merely a small interlude and did not affect the atmosphere moving forward. Zhou Zhifei exchanged WeChat contacts with the two senior sisters, considering it a mere social interaction, without any expectations of future engagements. By 9 o'clock that evening, their small gathering of 4 came to an end. As funds were soon to be deposited, Zhou Zhifei enjoyed a remarkably relaxed weekend, nearly to the point of idleness. In contrast, Zhao Yifeng utilized the weekend to accompany Wu Yu to the set of To Our Youth That Is Growing Up. There, he discussed various promotional matters with director Su Ting.as, the first professional singer signed by Cheng Tian Entertainment. Zhao Yifeng was actively involved in promoting those years. Ultimately, they confirmed that the film's inaugural promotional short would be launched on September 25th, which is next Friday. Those years would serve as the film's promotional theme song, and it would simultaneously be available on Cat Music and NetEase Cloud Music. The film crew also promised to promote the song on social media platforms, and Cheng Tian Entertainment would endeavor to secure resources from music platforms as well. However, given that Zhao Yifeng was a newcomer and Cheng Tian Entertainment lacked significant influence in the music industry, the overall resources allocated to those years were limited. Fortunately, securing the theme song for To Our Youth That Is Growing Up was already a much better start than they had anticipated. Chapter 39. The Face and the Beating. On September 21, Monday, Zhou Zhifei received a call from his counselor, Gao Feng, the previous night, regarding some arrangements that required his presence in the office after class. Consequently, after attending 2 classes that morning, Zhou Zhifei made his way to the teacher's office. Upon entering, he found Gao Feng busy organizing the tasks for the current academic year. Standing at the open doorway, Zhou Zhifei knocked lightly. Gao Feng looked up and greeted him. "Zhifei, you've arrived. Come in." Zhou Zhifei grinned. "Old Gao, what is so important that you couldn't discuss it over the phone, necessitating my presence?" The familiarity of calling him Old Gao momentarily startled Gao Feng. Zhou Zhifei had always been quite respectful before. However, he brushed off the small detail and replied, "Zhifei, have you forgotten that you are still the academic committee member for the class? You didn't participate in the last orientation, and now the department has some new arrangements. If I hadn't called you to the office, wouldn't you have just thrown down your responsibilities again?" Zhou Zhifei was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling his role as the class representative. Noticing his expression, Gao Feng jested. What's wrong? Did you just remember that you are still a class officer? Zhou Zhifei, with utmost seriousness, vehemently denied it, stating, No, how could I possibly forget my own identity? I still need to serve the class and shine for the music program. Gao Feng chuckled. You speak with such grandiosity, as for me, I don't need you to shine. The matter at hand is not complicated. The military training for this year's freshmen is now in its latter half, and tomorrow the department plans to organize a visit from the second and third year students to greet the freshman squad. We want them to feel the warmth of the school community and help them integrate into their new learning environment after their training. Hence, I intend to assign you and Zhong Rue to represent the second-year music program in this visit. Visit the freshmen? You mean standing beside the squad, eating watermelon and drinking cola while watching those adorable juniors practice diligently? Zhou Zhifei said without reservation. Don't hesitate to call me for such matters. I've longed to do this. He had been on the receiving end of such treatment from upperclassmen in his previous life, and now he felt it was time to return the favor. Gao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just discovered Zhou Zhifei's true nature. Pondering whether his previous demeanor had been mere pretense, he suddenly felt a twinge of regret for assigning such a task to Zhou Zhifei and warned him. Zhifei, let me be clear. Engaging in such antics could lead to you being beaten up by those naive freshmen, and the instructors may not intervene. Zhou Zhifei weighed his options in his mind, contemplating the choice between facing ridicule or potential harm. Seeing the turmoil on his face, Gao Feng grew anxious. Zhifei, please don't tell me you're actually considering this. Ultimately, Zhou Zhifei decided not to act impulsively and replied with a smile. How could that be? I was merely joking. Gao Feng gave him a knowing look. You had better be joking. All right, it's settled then. Remember, tomorrow is the day. Don't you dare pull any tricks. Zhou Zhifei gestured an okay sign, assuring him, Don't worry, Gao Feng. I know my limits. Just when he thought the matter was settled and was about to leave the office, Gao Feng slapped his forehead and added, Look at me, I've completely forgotten something due to your diversion. Zhifei, have you forgotten that you signed up for a performance at this year's welcome party? The student union notified me that the deadline for submitting the program list has passed, yet you still haven't submitted yours. Rehearsals will commence in a few days, so don't delay the arrangements for the welcome party. Zhou Zhifei blinked, rifling through the memories of his previous self, realizing that there was indeed some truth to it. He had intended to write an original song to perform on stage with Yang Jia during the welcome party. The plan was splendid. If Earth had its own The Return of the Condor Heroes, his previous self aspired to become a beloved musical duo with Yang Jia. However, Zhou Zhifei understood that while he could never be the male lead, he could at least play the role of the condor. You didn't really forget, did you? Gao Feng asked suspiciously. Zhou Zhifei snapped back to reality and began to fabricate. I haven't forgotten I intended to write an original song. I just haven't found inspiration yet, which is why I've delayed. Gao Feng advised, You want to write an original? You're only in your second year. There's no need to overreach, I've heard you sing, and your skills are comparable to those in the music performance program. So, I think you should just cover a song on stage. No need to go for an original. If the response isn't favorable, it could hurt your confidence. After a pause, he continued, Besides, Xie from our department has already prepared an original rap song, reportedly crafted by a high-profile producer. Although this person's character leaves much to be desired, his vocal ability is quite commendable, and he has a solid background. If you also pursue an original, you might just end up being a stepping stone for him. Upon hearing that name, Zhou Zhifei's ears perked up. What a coincidence it was that he had recently been hearing Xie Qingjia's name quite often. Initially, Zhou Zhifei had not given the welcome party much thought, but now he genuinely wanted to overshadow him, partly to vent for Zhao Yifeng, and partly because he found Xie Qingjia rather distasteful. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand, saying, Don't worry, Gao Feng, I will respond to the student union in the next few days and won't delay the rehearsals for the welcome party. Gao Feng nodded. All right, I won't say much else. Just remember, as adults, you must take responsibility for your actions. Zhou Zhifei waved him off, rest assured, Gao Feng. He then left the office, while Gao Feng gazed at his retreating figure. Pulling out a cigarette from his pack and lighting it, he exhaled a smoke ring. He felt that Zhou Zhifei had changed significantly today. Though they had only interacted in official matters at school, he prided himself on his ability to read people. However, Zhou Zhifei's transformation was so drastic that it seemed as if he were a completely different person. He had heard rumors of Zhou Zhifei's infatuation with a high school classmate, but that was a private matter among students, and he had no intention of gossiping. Yet, he speculated that Zhou Zhifei's remarkable change might be linked to that girl from high school at his age. It was often women who could profoundly alter a man's disposition, barring any family upheaval. Zhou Zhifei had no idea that his counselor was making such elaborate connections, but even if he did, he wouldn't mind, as no one could ever guess that he had traveled through time. After leaving the office, he did not return to his dormitory but instead called Zhao Yifeng to inquire about the situation. Chapter 40. Youth. During the phone call, Zhou Zhifei learned from Zhao Yifeng that Xie father was a high-ranking official at Fanhai Media. With such a background, he could invite a senior producer from Fanhai to write songs for him. Furthermore, it was said that the rap song was indeed created by Jiang Feibai, a high-profile producer known for his expertise in youthful rap styles, and it would be performed by Xie Zhao Yifeng further speculated that Xie was quite pleased with the song and was looking forward to showcasing it at this year's Nanchuan welcome party to impress the Navi freshmen. Zhao Yifeng then curiously asked, Zhifei, why are you inquiring about Xie? You two have never crossed paths, have you? Zhou Zhifei replied with a smile, you may not know, but I also signed up for the 2016 welcome party. And my performance is also singing that, so I want to understand the situation as we will be competing on the same stage. Knowing oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory. This piqued Zhao Yifeng's interest. Really? Xie is performing an original. Are you going to perform an original song as well? Zhou Zhifei responded. Although I despise Xie, he is not just some rich kid without talent. His singing ability ranks among the top in the fourth-year music performance class, only slightly below mine. Who said I was going to perform myself? Zhou Zhifei countered. Zhao Yifeng looked puzzled, but you mentioned a singing performance. Based on my understanding of you, I thought you would prepare an original. Zhou Zhifei nodded. Indeed, it is an original song, but who says it has to be me performing it? Then who will sing your song? You, me? Exactly. It's hard to explain over the phone. When you return to school this afternoon, come find me, and I'll explain everything. After a bit more chit-chat, Zhou Zhifei hung up the phone. As their conversation progressed, Zhao Yifeng found himself increasingly bewildered. Seeing him lost in thought, Wu Yu asked curiously, Yifeng, was that a call from Zhifei? Zhao Yifeng nodded slowly. Yes, it was indeed a call from Zhifei. Was it about? Is he asking us to hurry up and transfer the funds to him? Didn't we agree to do it this Wednesday? Zhao Yifeng shook his head. No, it's not that. Zhifei isn't a petty person. He signed up for the school's welcome party and plans to write an original song, which he wants me to perform. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu was overjoyed, her voice rising in excitement. Zhifei's original? And he wants you to perform. Yifeng, this is great news. If the song is of the same caliber as those years, then as the original performer, it could greatly benefit your future career. Many in the Chinese music scene have thrived on just one hit. Zhao Yifeng scratched his head. I understand the reasoning, but I feel a bit embarrassed that Zhifei is writing songs for me, Wu Yu. With a look of exasperation, replied, Yifeng, let me tell you something. Do you think the entertainment industry is a fair place? It's a cutthroat world where principles and morals are often overlooked. If you've chosen this path, you must learn to be thick-skinned. Being a nice guy in this industry rarely ends well. Her earnest words made Zhao Yifeng somewhat touched. Sister Wu, I just don't want to owe Zhifei too much. He was well aware of the dark undercurrents that lay beneath the glamorous surface of the entertainment industry. It was precisely because Wu Yu had a sense of humanity that he chose to sign with Chung Tian Entertainment. Wu Yu waved her hand, smiling. Perhaps your sincerity is your greatest asset. It's precisely because you have this earnestness that Zhifei remembers you. Otherwise, how would a talented musician like him think of you first after creating a new song? You truly embody the saying, a blessing in disguise, fitting for Zhifei's name. After returning to his dormitory, Zhou Zhifei utilized his midday break to compose the song he would perform at the welcome party. Although Xie would be performing a rap song, Zhou Zhifei himself did not favor pure rap. While he had sung several songs with rap elements in his previous life, he had just created a new song that would be perfect for the welcome party, incorporating rap elements that would allow him to compete with Xie and suppress his arrogance. Simultaneously, it would help boost Zhao Yifeng's popularity, allowing him to gain more recognition. This was truly a win-win situation. Zhou Zhifei had never intended to step into the spotlight himself, but with the wealth of musical knowledge from his previous life, he had to use these songs to generate income. Since he had to sell songs to others, why not promote someone he found likable? Zhao Yifeng was that chosen individual, and Zhou Zhifei found him quite agreeable. Knowing that Zhou Zhifei had prepared a new song, Wu Yu urged Zhao Yifeng to rush back to the school in the afternoon. Once Zhou Zhifei finished his classes, the two arranged to meet at the school library. Zhao Yifeng might have thought this was no big deal, but if it became a regular occurrence, Zhou Zhifei would feel somewhat uncomfortable. He decided that once the authorization fees from Chung Tian Entertainment came through, He would rent a place near the school to serve as his workspace and meeting place. After all, as a time traveler, he had certain secrets he preferred to keep hidden, and having a personal space to store those secrets felt more appropriate. If it weren't for his financial constraints, Zhou Zhifei would have even considered buying a house nearby. In the Nanchuan library, Zhao Yifeng looked at the sheet music Zhou Zhifei handed him in disbelief. Just that morning, Zhou had mentioned wanting to write an original song, and by afternoon, he had already produced a complete score. As he examined the sheet music, Zhao Yifeng could only reassure himself that this was a song Zhou had written long ago and was only presenting now. Otherwise, it would truly highlight the stark disparity in talent between people. A gap wider than that between humans and dogs. He couldn't dwell on it. Contemplating further would leave Zhao Yifeng feeling suffocated. As he opened the score, he first glanced at the title of the song. Written in the first column of the paper was a pair of characters pinned in Zhou Zhifei's own hand. Youth. Chapter 41. Do not bet with those who deceive and exploit. The song Youth was indeed the one that the former artist Meng Ran had written the lyrics and composed, and had personally performed. Released in November 2019, Youth would become known as the #1 internet sensation in the country for the following year. Its lyrics, full of positive energy and an uplifting message, resonated deeply with university students. Various official media outlets adopted it as background music, creating an astonishing phenomenon in the post-Chinese music era. Although the song had often been subject to ridicule for its catchy nature, when compared to other hits like Desert Camel and Thunder, its uniqueness shone through. For first-year college students, preaching grand philosophies often fell on deaf ears, but this song had the power to inspire their enthusiasm for learning. This was precisely why Zhou Zhifei chose Youth. Although the original artist was a female singer, countless male singers had covered the song, and with a few tweaks, Zhao Yifeng could easily perform it. Zhou Zhifei handed the score to Zhao Yifeng, allowing him time to familiarize himself with the entire song. As for the arrangement, he planned to have Liao Zhen handle it the next day. Zhou Zhifei found the arrangement process rather tedious and had no time for such matters. Moreover, if a skilled producer could assist, why would he refuse? Upon receiving the song, Zhao Yifeng was incredibly excited. The upbeat melody of Youth contrasted sharply with Zhou Zhifei's earlier compositions, and he sensed that this song was bound to be a hit. His intuition stemmed from the fact that Youth incorporated Trini rap elements. If Zhou Zhifei knew of Zhao Yifeng's thoughts, he would surely slap him in disbelief. During the peak of Chinese music, there had been numerous genres. Why should one disdain rap? The next morning, Zhou Zhifei received calls from both Wu Yu and Liao Zhen. Wu Yu wanted him to authorize the rights to Youth to Chung Tian Entertainment, just like he had done with those years. To this end, she even increased the copyright fee, offering Zhou 300,000 along with a share of the royalties. Since the producers on Earth received a share of the song's revenue, the authorization fee was significantly lower than the buyout price from his previous life. However, this arrangement had its pros and cons. 4 songs with the potential to become hits, a share was undoubtedly more lucrative than a one-time buyout. Zhou Zhifei, who had no shortage of potential hits, understood this well. Moreover, the price offered had exceeded that of a junior producer and was approaching that of a mid-tier producer's copyright fee. Rather generous offer for someone in his position. Zhou Zhifei certainly grasped this, yet he wasn't in a rush to sell the rights. He suggested they first finalize the music and discuss the authorization after the welcome party. Meanwhile, Wu Yu felt anxious. Having heard that other music companies were already reaching out to Zhou Zhifei, Chung Tian Entertainment had limited resources, and she feared they might lose a talent like him. Liao Zhen's call was much simpler. After exchanging pleasantries, he immediately inquired about the arrangement for Youth. Zhou Zhifei believed the original arrangement was already quite polished, so he requested Liao Zhen to follow the original closely. After finishing the calls, Zhou Zhifei headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When he emerged, his roommates were gradually waking up. Cheng Wuchao, still groggy, asked, "Hey, third, why have you been getting so many calls recently?" Zhou Zhifei smiled and replied, "People are recognizing my talent for songwriting and are eager to collaborate with me." Gu Yuanqiang came over and patted his shoulder, laughing heartily, "Third, you're getting more humorous by the day." Even Lin Hao, the youngest in their dorm, seemed skeptical. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging the common adage that sincerity is the ultimate weapon. However, he mused that when it comes to the sincerity of a single individual, it merely becomes a fatal flaw. Yet, for him, the belief or disbelief of his roommates mattered little. After all, it would not be he who would face the consequences. After attending the morning class, Zhou Zhifei tidied his belongings and reached for his books. Intending to leave, to his surprise, a figure appeared before him, Class monitor Zhou Zhifei spoke up. Zhifei, you haven't forgotten that our counselor asked me to accompany you to visit the junior students, have you? Zhou Zhifei turned to glance at his roommates, who had vanished in the blink of an eye. It was evident that even they were reluctant to partake in this sweltering heat. With a resigned tone, Zhou Zhifei replied, how could I forget what Lao Gao instructed? Let's head over now. He then seized Lin Hao, requesting him to help carry his textbooks back to the dormitory. The two then made their way to the military training ground. Zhou Zhifei was not particularly striking in appearance, and her thick glasses, a result of her nearsightedness, only emphasized her stable demeanor. Zhou Zhifei found little to discuss with her, and the two remained mostly silent during their walk. Passing by a small supermarket on campus, Zhou Zhifei inquired, class monitor, would you like a drink? Zhou Zhifei shook her head, advising, Zhifei, the juniors are practicing. It seems inappropriate to drink in front of them. Zhou Zhifei waved her off, nonchalantly stating, since you don't want one, I'll just buy my own. Moments later, he emerged from the supermarket with a bottle of cola in hand. Zhou Zhifei glanced at the drink and commented dryly, Zhifei, if you truly drink that in front of the juniors, you might end up getting beaten. I merely want a cola because I'm thirsty. Why would they hit me? Zhou Zhifei retorted with conviction. Having visited the training ground before, Zhou Zhifei quickly located the formation for the freshmen in the music department. Upon arrival, they found the newcomers still being instructed to march in step by their drill sergeant. Zhou Zhifei suddenly felt parched and was about to twist open the cap of his cola when the sergeant bellowed, stand at attention at ease, rest in place, D this command. Zhou Zhifei instinctively halted his actions, observing the throng of heads before him. Zhou Zhifei soon struck up a conversation with the class representative, while Zhou Zhifei, who had been summoned as an extra, sought a place to sit and rest. Under the relentless sun, he had no desire to remain standing, especially since he had little to say to the freshmen. However, he soon overheard a flurry of whispers from the group of juniors. That girl from the music performance class is stunning. Wow, she's practically a fairy. So beautiful, though a bit distant. Their collective gaze shifted towards another formation. The music performance major was known for having many attractive girls, but the extent of the admiration directed at one particular girl caught Zhou Zhifei's attention, conjuring an image in his mind. Following their gaze, he indeed spotted the captivating figure of the wealthy girl he had not seen in days. The longer he looked, the more enchanting she appeared. How could someone be so perfect? Though your words may be exaggerated, I cannot deny their truth, Zhou Zhifei conceded. Such a girl, who could possibly be worthy of pursuing her? The boys continued their chatter, soon realizing that Zhou Zhifei was also looking in that direction. This senior, you might as well forget about that girl, one teased. Indeed, I must admit, while our senior is somewhat handsome, this year's freshmen have far more appealing candidates. In the past week, many had expressed their interest in the girl, yet all had returned empty-handed. Zhou Zhifei smirked slightly. Is she truly as remarkable as you claim? That seems a tad hyperbolic. Hyperbolic? I assure you, every word I speak is truth, one of the boys challenged. If you don't believe me, you should see for yourself. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively. Must I approach her? Why can't she come to me? What? She would approach you. If that were to happen, then I would. Then what? Zhou Zhifei shot him a knowing look. Then I would eat the cola bottle you hold. Zhou Zhifei regarded him with an amused glance. I do not wager with those who enjoy deceitful tactics. Chapter 42. A bold admission. Zhou Zhifei had no genuine desire for Shen Xiangyu to seek him out. At over 30 years of age, he was not one to engage in petty competitions over trivial matters. He simply couldn't resist teasing the brash boy before him. Just as the bold youth was about to continue his argument, Senior, you... Unexpectedly, a voice from behind interrupted. Zhou Huizhong, the class monitor, chimed in, Zhifei, I didn't expect you to personally come to check on them. Zhou Zhifei turned his attention to Zhou Zhifei. Your statement is misguided. It seems you have placed me upon a pedestal. Our student union's mission is to serve the students, and it is indeed a rare occasion for me to come here. He pondered whether his own awareness was lacking, leading you to such a misunderstanding. Zhu Zhani maintained a composed demeanor, displaying a hint of bureaucratic flair. Zhou Zhifei, with an apologetic smile, replied, President Zhu, that was not my intention. Zhou Zhifei observed their interaction with little interest, recalling that the original class representative had been assigned to him due to high academic scores during the college entrance examination. Thus, apart from essential committee duties, Zhou Zhifei rarely made appearances. He had not joined the student union, hence Zhu Zhani was unfamiliar with him. However, upon glancing back, Zhou Zhifei was surprised to see not only Zhu Zhani but also a familiar face, Yang Jai. Their eyes met, and she seemed to shy away. Zhu Zhani, engaged in conversation with Zhong Rue, also noticed Zhou Zhifei. His eyes darted as he recalled what Xie Chengjia had mentioned. That night, when Zhou Zhifei had humiliated him, Zhu Zhani had initially been misled into investigating Chen Zuchuan, only to find no trace of him at Nanchuan. He had thought that lead was lost, until he remembered the stunning girl who had captivated him. In the days leading up to the semester, many had observed Zhou Zhifei and Shan Xiangyu seated face-to-face in the library. Zhou Zhifei's reputation as a devoted admirer had spread among several classes in the music department. After uncovering this, Xie Qingjie had been plotting his revenge. Yet, he was soon warned by his father that someone from the powerful Shin family had reached out to him. A father knows his son well. He had often cleaned up after him. Fearing his son might foolishly pursue Shen's daughter, Xie's father broke into a cold sweat. Yet he also considered that if his son could win her affection, it would reflect well on him. However, Xie Qingjie was not thoughtless. He recognized that he had likely left a poor impression on Shin Xiangyu, making it nearly impossible for her to develop feelings for him. Moreover, their age difference was considerable. She was merely a freshman, while he was in his 4th year. Unless he remained on campus, their opportunities for interaction would be limited. Yet, refraining from pursuing Shan Xiangyu did not equate to avoiding Zhou Zhifei. If it weren't for Zhou, Xie would not have lost his chance entirely. Uncertain of the extent of Zhou Zhifei's relationship with Shan Xiangyu, he decided to test the waters through Zhu Zhani. Coincidentally, Zhou Zhifei had also caused Zhu Zhani to lose face in front of Zhao Yifeng due to a woman, and they both sought to gauge Zhou Zhifei's character. Zhu Zhani approached with feigned cordiality. "Zhifei, it's good to see you again." He glanced at young Jai. "I was unaware you pursued Jai for 4 years. That night, when I invited her to dinner, it was I who inadvertently caused your conflict." Though Zhu Zhani's words were truthful, their implications were distorted. Yang Jai opened her mouth, intending to explain, but upon seeing Zhou Zhifei's indifferent expression, her eyes reddened, and she opted to remain silent in defiance. Nearby freshmen began to murmur among themselves, particularly the bold boy who had bet with Zhou Zhifei. He scoffed. "So, he's just a lovesick fool. I thought this senior was impressive, but he couldn't win her heart after 4 years." Indeed, the student union president invited her out, and he ended up arguing with her. What a lack of class with that. How could he expect our goddess to approach him? Let us not speak so harshly. While it may be true, he is still our senior. Zhou Zhifei paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, while Zhong Rue grew anxious. She sensed the escalating tension between Zhu Zhani and Zhou Zhifei, a scenario she had never anticipated. However, she understood where her loyalties lay. "President Zhu, I believe there might be a misunderstanding between you two." Zhou Zhifei raised a hand to halt her, a smile gracing his lips as he boldly declared, "I indeed pursued young Jai for 4 years. I do not see it as something to be ashamed of. Who hasn't experienced youthful infatuation?" Though Zhou Zhifei was displeased with the original's devotion, he would not deny the truth of the matter. It appeared that the label of devoted admirer would be difficult to shed. His candidness left Zhu Zhani momentarily speechless. He had anticipated Zhou Zhifei's denial, but had not expected such a forthright admission. "Zhifei, surely you don't think this will embarrass you?" Zhu Zhani pressed. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively. "What's the big deal? Who hasn't he done foolish things in their youth?" His nonchalance finally provoked Yang Jai into an outburst. "Enough. President Zhu, I am here today to comply with the department's wishes and accompany you." "Zhou Zhifei, do you have nothing to say to me?" At that moment, Zhou Zhifei, tall and striking, and Yang Jai, equally beautiful, spoke in tones that were not particularly hushed, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Fu Yuqi from the music performance class nudged Shin Xiangyu beside her, asking, "Xiangyu, what is happening over there?" Shin Xiangyu, whose expression was cool yet somewhat naive, typically showed little interest in the gossip that fascinated most. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with Fu Yuqi, but as she glanced towards the commotion, her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 43. Under the watchful eyes of many, Zhou Zhifei's gaze fixed on Yang Jai as he smiled and said, "I believe we have nothing more to discuss. I have made my feelings abundantly clear." Yang Jai tightened her fists. "If you apologize now, I might still give you a chance. We could return to how things were." Zhou Zhifei nearly burst into laughter at her self-importance. Did she truly believe he was indispensable? He candidly suggested, "Based on our years of camaraderie, I recommend you consult a psychologist. Princess syndrome is not an illness, but it can be lethal." Yang Jia's teeth clenched in frustration. Zhou Zhifei seemed utterly oblivious to her genuine feelings. After all, she had offered him chances. Those past experiences were tests of his character. Zhong Rui observed the unfolding scene, her mind racing to comprehend the situation. Was this a love triangle, or perhaps the tale of a cad rejecting a woman's affection? She realized she had underestimated Zhou Zhifei, who, while usually quiet in class, harbored many secrets. Yet, the tone Yang Jia adopted only added to Zhong Rui's discomfort. Meanwhile, the group of first-year students seemed to be reveling in a juicy scandal. Zhou Zhifei found Yang Jia's behavior utterly unreasonable. Today had been a series of unfortunate events. He wished to extricate himself from the situation when a commotion erupted in the distance. As more people turned their attention towards the source of the noise, the lively discussions grew louder. The breathtaking girl, the one who had captivated many, was striding toward them from her formation. Even the loose camouflage uniform could not conceal her radiant beauty. Wherever she walked, the gazes of the boys followed her every move. As Shan Xiangyu approached, the audacious boy who had just wagered with Zhou Zhifei felt a jolt of disbelief. The impossibly beautiful girl was genuinely coming over. While others speculated on her destination, the bold boy recalled his recent bet. But why? Just because he was a devoted admirer? I could do the same. Zhou Zhifei turned to see the source of the commotion and, upon recognizing the wealthy girl, smiled and waved. Fu Yuqi, who had been watching Shan Xiangyu, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, isn't that the senior?" Another roommate from dorm 304, Hu Qian, replied with confusion, "The ones standing there aren't even in camouflage. Obviously, they're seniors." "What's so surprising about that?" Fu Yuqi elaborated. "This senior is different. I've seen his photo on Xiangyu's phone. Sometimes, she gazes at her phone, lost in thought." "Really? I haven't noticed anything remarkable about him," Hu Qian remarked, looking in Zhou Zhifei's direction, bewildered. After a moment, she added, "Aren't we first-year girls supposed to learn to guard against seniors?" Fu Yuqi remained silent, her eyes wide with excitement. It seemed there was something captivating about this scenario. As Shan Xiangyu approached Zhou Zhifei, her steps became lighter, and she soon stood before him. "Senior, what's the matter?" Then, much like in the library, she extended a bottle of mineral water towards him. "Want a drink?" Shan Xiangyu nodded. However, Zhou Zhifei noted that the bottle in her hand was not full, indicating it had already been partially consumed. "Didn't you drink from this already? Why are you offering it to me?" Silently, Shan Xiangyu pushed the bottle closer to him. Okay, I yield to you." Zhou Zhifei accepted the mineral water, reciprocating by handing her the unopened cola, completing their exchange. He had ample reason to suspect that Shan Xiangyu approached him solely for the cola. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she twisted the cap off the cola and took a small sip, a scene that left many in awe. Those nearby recognized the significance of Shan Xiangyu offering a previously consumed bottle of water to a boy in plain sight. Even those who had never been in a romantic relationship understood what this implied. In that moment, countless hearts shattered. Meanwhile, Yang Jia's expression darkened considerably. She had already imagined Zhou Zhifei purchasing that cola specifically for the younger girl. "It's me. I was the first." Yang Jia recalled how Zhou Zhifei had only ever brought drinks for himself. Why would he offer this to the younger girl? Zhu Zhani's gaze flickered as he realized Shan Xiangyu's background. Now it seemed her bond with Zhou Zhifei was closer than anticipated, leaving him relieved he hadn't confronted Zhou earlier. Otherwise, he would have not only embarrassed himself but also severely offended him. Zhou Zhifei sensed the shift in atmosphere around him. Truthfully, he felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. It appeared that even after living 2 lifetimes, he remained a victim of base, petty sentiments. However, with so many onlookers, Zhou Zhifei wished to avoid being the center of attention. Thus, he led Shan Xiangyu to a less crowded shade, unhesitatingly seating himself on the grass. Shan Xiangyu followed suit and nestled closely beside Zhou Zhifei. Zhou Zhifei relaxed as he pleased, while Shan Xiangyu, with her legs neatly together, exuded a more demure air. "Little rich girl, is military training tiring?" Shan Xiangyu shook her head. "Not really. Not as exhausting as when I practiced traditional martial arts." Zhou Zhifei then recalled that she was indeed a martial arts expert, akin to a real-life version of Mori Ran. The intensity of military training seemed trivial to her. Moreover, in a real fight, he doubted he would stand a chance against her. He continued to inquire, "What have you been up to after military training these days?" "I've been watching short videos on Douyin," Shan Xiangyu replied without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Zhifei didn't catch the specific term and assumed the little rich girl indulged in those videos every night. How are your relationships with your roommates? Shen Xiangyu blinked. Fu Yuqi is a good person. She brings me lots of delicious food. Zhou Zhifei chuckled. Are you hinting that I should take you out for some tasty treats? Shen Xiangyu's gaze flickered slightly. Senior, it's been ages since you took me out to have fun. Not that long ago. Didn't I take you out for barbecue right before your military training? That was 12 days ago. Shen Xiangyu stated earnestly. Zhou Zhifei was taken aback. Really? You're counting the days? After a brief pause, he added, let us wait a little longer. I have some matters to attend to. After your military training, I'll take you out. Shen Xiangyu felt a twinge of disappointment. That still seems like a long wait. Not too long, besides, aren't there's supposed to be 4 people in your dorm. Why only mention Fu Yuqi? Zhou Zhifei pressed on. Shen Xiangyu tilted her head slightly, still leaning in Zhou Zhifei's direction. She seemed at a loss for how to express the distance in her relationship with Hu Qian. Zhou Zhifei chuckled. If she is the one bringing you food, then she is a good person. What if her intention is to fatten you all up so that no one competes with her for handsome boys? Shen Xiangyu puffed her cheeks slightly. I'm not FATIT seems that girls, even those with a naturally innocent demeanor, are reluctant to have others call them fat. Chapter 44. The joy of wealth. Meanwhile, although Zhou Zhifei and Shen Xiangyu were seated some distance away from others, countless eyes in the sports field were secretly watching them, particularly from the music department squad that had just had a spat with Zhou Zhifei. Their expressions notably complex. Shen Xiangyu's beauty and grace were exceptionally striking, captivating many hearts. Privately, numerous individuals referred to her as the belle of the music department, while some felt that title was too modest, suggesting she should be regarded as the belle of the 2016 class. Hence, they labeled these freshmen as naive, as some upperclassmen who had seen Shen Xiangyu regarded her as the campus flower of Nanchuan. After all, her aura was unforgettable once seen. However, this shattered their dreams, as such a girl would be so close to an ordinary senior. This led to a flurry of speculation. Are they relatives? Is this how your relatives interact, sharing the same water they drunk? That senior isn't all that impressive. I'm better than him. Why doesn't she fancy me? These silly seniors, why don't they chase after the senior sisters? It appeared Zhou Zhifei would not be receiving any compliments from this crowd. Hu Qian also believed that the unremarkable Zhou Zhifei was unworthy of her perfect roommate, continuously lamenting to Fu Yuqi. Fu Yuqi turned to Hu Qian and said, Qian, although Xiangyu can be a bit naive, she is not foolish. After chatting for a while, Zhou Zhifei instructed Shen Xiangyu to return to her squad. Though she felt a bit reluctant, she obediently complied. Zhou Zhifei patted his backside and stood up, walking towards the initial music department squad. He noticed neither Yang Jian nor Zhu Zhani was present. These two had initiated the day's antics, but had left surprisingly early. However, Zhou Zhifei didn't mind, and as he passed the rebellious freshman he had bet against, he couldn't resist teasing. Sorry, the cola went to someone else. It's my fault you can't enjoy a cola bottle. This remark genuinely struck a nerve, nearly breaking that boy's spirit. Enthusiastically entering university, he never expected that in less than a month, he would feel such a stark contrast in life. Yet, the boy was puzzled. How could this unremarkable senior have such a perfect girl by his side while still being a devoted follower for 4 years? Was this truly the correct way for college students to pursue romance? The rebellious student found himself lost in existential contemplation, while Zhou Zhifei, feeling rather pleased, left the sports field without waiting for Zhong Rui. At that moment, Zhou Zhifei's retreating figure appeared enigmatic in Zhong Rui's eyes. Shen Xiangyu returned to her squad with light steps. As soon as she sat down, Hu Qian leaned in and asked, Xiangyu, do you like drinking cola? Shen Xiangyu nodded gently, uttering a soft that's easy. After military training today, I can buy you a whole box of cola from the supermarket, Hu Qian declared, to her surprise. Shen Xiangyu shook her head. I don't want it. Hu Qian was quite perplexed by this. Fu Yuqi instantly understood, her eyes sparkling with realization. Qian, don't you see? Xiangyu doesn't just like cola. She only likes the cola that senior has. Realizing the crux of the matter, Fu Yuqi's eyes gleamed with excitement, her legs unconsciously shaking. This was too sweet. It resembled the fairy tale romances in novels. Ignoring Fu Yuqi, who was lost in her fantasy, Shen Xiangyu gazed up dreamily and took a sip of cola. Zhou Zhifei returned to the dormitory. Wu Yuanqi peeked out and asked, Third brother's back. I've noticed you often drinking that brand of mineral water lately. But isn't that mineral water quite expensive? Have you struck it rich? Zhou Zhifei shook his head. It's not mine. Someone gave it to me. What about you, second brother? Do you want to give it a try? He offered the mineral water to Guiyuanqi. Guiyuanqi teased, "You've already drunk half of it. What am I supposed to drink? Your saliva?" Since he declined, Zhou Zhifei was relieved not to provide him with any. It was still not lunchtime. So he opened WeChat and checked in on Zhao Yifeng regarding the progress of youth. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yifeng replied, and the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation over WeChat. On Wednesday afternoon, the copyright fee for those years was promised to be transferred today, prompting Zhou Zhifei to frequently check his phone for messages. This was his first earnings from Dixing, carrying a special significance. Although he was aware of the amount, the anticipation of receiving funds was genuinely enjoyable. This sentiment was backed by the renowned Jack Ma, who once publicly stated, "The happiest time in my life was when I earned 91 yuan a month as a teacher." While many recognized this as an act of bravado, it did not diminish the joy of receiving money. At 4:10 p.m., Zhou Zhifei's phone screen suddenly lit up. He read the message, still fresh and warm. "Your bank card ending in 0572 has received a transfer of 72,410.23 yuan. The long-awaited first payment for the copyright had finally arrived." As for why it wasn't a neat 100,000, it was because Zhou Zhifei had signed the licensing agreement with Orange Sky and authorized them to handle his personal income tax. Being a student, he hadn't purchased social insurance or housing funds, and there were no additional special deductions at that time. Hence the full tax deduction from the 100,000. The maximum personal income tax rate in the country is 45. And when the next payment of 300,000 in royalties arrives, that proportion will be applied. If Zhou Zhifei had registered a studio or company, he could have legally avoided some taxes. However, the key term here is legally, not evading taxes. Many artists have fallen victim to tax evasion issues. In his previous life, Zhou Zhifei had seen too many turn into pariahs due to such matters. Therefore, when it came to following the law, he never entertained any crooked ideas, dutifully fulfilling his obligations. After the copyright fee arrived, Zhou Zhifei promptly transferred 500 yuan to Zhao Yifeng via WeChat. He then exhaled deeply, feeling unburdened. This sensation of wealth was truly delightful. Chapter 45. The uncertainty of the future. On September 24, Thursday, a sudden rain shower swept through, refreshing the entire Yangqing University town and washing away the heat. A cool breeze blew, finally imparting a hint of autumn, which made the new students, who had endured military training under the scorching sun, feel much more comfortable. While the music performance squad was on a break, Fu Yuqi suddenly pointed in the direction behind Shan Xiangyu, exclaiming, "Xiangyu, look, it's Senior." Shan Xiangyu swiftly turned her head, her eyes dull as she replied, "Yuqi, you're a bad person, tricking me again." Fu Yuqi smiled, "Xiangyu, you're just too adorable and gullible. Why do you always believe it's him when I mention Senior?" Shan Xiangyu replied flatly, "Because even if it's just once that it's true, I'll turn around." Hu Qin admonished, "Yuqi, stop teasing Xiangyu." She then turned to Shan Xiangyu, asking, "Xiangyu, what exactly is your relationship with Zhou Zhifei?" "He is just a senior." Shan Xiangyu replied coolly. Hu Qin probed further, "Let me ask differently. Besides being your senior, do you like him?" Shan Xiangyu suddenly fell silent, unsure of what liking truly meant. Before the deadline for signing up for the welcome party, Zhou Zhifei and Zhao Yifeng finally arrived at the student union to register for their performance. Upon seeing their submitted program, the student responsible for the registration cheerfully asked, "You also want to perform an original song?" Zhou Zhifei nodded. "Is that not allowed?" The registering student shook his head. "It's not that it's not allowed, just that I admire your courage. Original songs need to be reviewed by the arts department faculty, so there's no guarantee of approval. No worries, just follow the normal procedure," Zhou Zhifei stated understandingly. After leaving the student union, Zhao Yifeng remarked, "The welcome party is next Tuesday night, so the rehearsal is scheduled for Saturday. I wonder if we'll be ready in time." Zhou Zhifei shrugged nonchalantly, "If we can't perform, we can always just release it directly on a music platform." Unbeknownst to them, the student who handled their registration opened the computer after they left and listened to the audio file they had submitted. Initially thinking that the song titled Youth was a rough original, the student was surprised by its quality after listening. He promptly went to the arts department professor's office and spoke highly of the song, piquing the professor's interest. This professor happened to be Liu Yuan, who taught Zhou Zhifei music technology theory. Liu Yuan found it intriguing, noting that it was rare to see an original song featured in the welcome party. Opening his email, he located the message from the student, which contained the song's audio file. Without hesitation, he clicked to play the audio, and soon, cheerful harmonies filled the room. Smiling to himself, he remarked, "The sound source is clear and transparent. It seems to have been recorded in a professional studio." As the song progressed, Zhou Zhifei's voice emerged, first the verses, then the chorus. Upon conclusion, Lu Yuan mused, "This song has potential. While youth may not be of the highest quality, it was rich in popular elements and had the potential to become a hit." As an experienced music producer, he had his own criteria for determining a song's likelihood of success. Glancing at the song's creator information, he noted that Zhou Zhifei was the performer, while Zhou Zhifei was credited with the lyrics and composition. The student had even explained that Zhou Zhifei's real name was Zhou Zhifei, which he had requested to be noted this way. Lu Yuan recalled that he had a student named Zhou Zhifei in his class. Although he hadn't taught Zhou Zhifei, his singing ability certainly upheld the reputation of Nanchuan's music department. As for Zhou Zhifei, Lu Yuan found the situation increasingly intriguing. He typed a few words on the keyboard, approved for rehearsal, and clicked reply on the email. That evening, Zhou Zhifei treated Zhou Zhifei to a meal at a nearby restaurant. Previously, when Zhou Zhifei had no money, Zhou Zhifei had treated him several times. Now that he had money in his pocket, it was time to return the favor. Such is the nature of social etiquette in China. As they enjoyed their meal, Zhou Zhifei suddenly asked, "Zhao, youth is set to go live tomorrow. How's the promotion going?" Zhou Zhifei chuckled, "As a newcomer, I don't have any clout. There's only a small promotional poster for me on the platform. If it weren't for the buzz surrounding director Su's new film, they probably wouldn't even have given me that." This was entirely expected, and Zhou Zhifei felt no surprise. Who doesn't go through a rookie phase? I believe you will surely become a superstar in the Mandarin music scene soon. Just remember, today you treat me indifferently, tomorrow I'll make you regret it. Zhou Zhifei laughed. "You say I'm painting dreams? But it seems you're the biggest dreamer of all. If you keep writing songs for me, I believe I can achieve that day." Zhou Zhifei shrugged noncommittally. Who can predict the future? The current music scene is chaotic and murky. Someone needs to bring order. Zhou Zhifei sighed. Who has to say there won't be such a person in the future? Zhou Zhifei nodded. In the future, who can say for certain? Zhou Zhifei, still an unknown, resembled other trainees from various agencies. Orange Sky Entertainment had arranged a dormitory for him, but since he was not yet graduated, he rarely stayed there. While dining with Zhou Zhifei, he attempted to appear carefree, yet he was more anxious than anyone about the success of youth. That anxiety led to insomnia for Zhou Zhifei on Thursday night. The next day, when he arrived at Orange Sky Entertainment, his lethargic demeanor nearly made you think he had been drained dry by someone. Regardless of Zhou Yifeng's state, the promotional video for the film To Our Youth That Is Growing was finally launched today. Chapter 46, Those Years Goes live at 10 a.m. on Friday. The first promotional video for Su Ting's new film To Our Youth That Is Growing was officially released across all video platforms. The theme song for the promotional video was none other than Those Years, written by Zhou Zhifei. The video showcased excellent camera angles and lighting, retaining the high standards Su Ting was known for in her youth films. Fans eagerly anticipated this film, as it was exceedingly rare for domestic directors to produce quality youth films. While there are many directors capable of making youth films, the actual output leaves much to be desired. In the marketplace, numerous masquerade under the banner of nostalgic reminiscence, yet they instead present narratives rife with themes of abortion, truancy, and love triangles, which are utterly nauseating to behold. One must ponder, whose youthful existence is inundated with such sordid affairs as abortions, promiscuity, car accidents, and conflicts. Is this truly what encapsulates our? Is this reflective of our high school experience? Even upon entering society, has scarcely encountered individuals embodying such caricatures. How then did such a collective outburst manifest during our youthful years? In a previous life, yearned to convey a message to the directors producing these. Mine was devoid of abortions and melodrama. It was filled instead with simplicity, beauty, and regrets. The film adeptly captures the essence of most people's youth, which is precisely why director stands out amidst the multitude of films. Following the release of the promotional material, and experienced a surge in popularity. The film boasts no major stars, nor does the male lead possess the allure of a. Thus, allocated her limited budget towards refining the film itself. It is this dedication that has led to an outpouring of support from countless fans. The blue and white school uniforms and the classroom settings evoke an involuntary nostalgia for my own high school days spent poring over books and exams. At that time, I perceived high school life as arduous, yet it pales in comparison to the hardships I later faced in society. The most indelible memory from my era remains my first love. Alas, did no one notice the background music in the promotional clip? That song nearly brought me to tears. Some may argue it holds little significance for university students, yet for someone like me, In my 30s, it resonates profoundly. As the background music aligns seamlessly with the film, an increasing number of netizens have shifted their focus from the movie clips to the song itself. What is the name of this song? The film's official Weibo seems to suggest it is titled, Who Is? I have not heard of him before. The song in the promotional video is not the complete version. I wonder if a full version exists. I checked on, and it appears has yet to be released, still in the pre-launch phase, set to debut at 8 p.m. tonight. I in the conference room of, and each have a laptop in front of them, attentively monitoring the public discourse surrounding the film and the song. As a pivotal step in the company's transformation, the success or failure of will directly influence the company's subsequent trajectory. Remarked, based on current discussions, the association with has garnered a favorable online reputation for. Exhaled in relief, allowing a rare smile to grace his face. It appears we have made the right move. If succeeds, will indeed serve as our company's face in the Chinese music industry. Nodded in agreement, stating, the most crucial aspect remains this initial step, as long as can break into the top 10 of the new song charts. As subsequent track will surely follow suit with greater ease. Both songs are creations of, yet regrettably, he is not present at this moment. Voiced his disappointment. It is a pity he is not here. Replied, is still a student and has not officially partnered with us. He will not frequent our office. Not only, but even is unlikely to appear in the coming days, as he is busy rehearsing for the welcome party. Tapped his finger on the table, contemplating before he said, at this point, it is a competition of resources within the company. Whether is here or not is of little consequence. Historically, welcome party has always attracted media coverage. Once performs on stage, it will undoubtedly boost the visibility of his new song. I see no issue with this. After a brief pause, he continued with his directives. Let us do this. Once officially launches tonight, we will have all our internet celebrity hosts promote it on their live streaming platforms. Since our company is small, we must leverage every available resource. Nodded in response, I will arrange that, and I will also have register an artist account for direct interaction with fans. Just ensure it is organized. I see no problem with that. At 8 p.m., due to the influence of, finds himself somewhat isolated in class. Otherwise, in a collective environment, when someone releases a song for the first time, there would typically be enthusiasm for sharing and promoting it within the group. Yet, now that it has been released, no one in the class has mentioned it. In fact, many are unaware that has even released a song. I in the class group chat, some classmates who are friendly with have made snide remarks about the company he signed with, insinuating that it is merely a platform for internet celebrities, almost suggesting that he is the embarrassment of class of 2016. Even his dormitory mates are oblivious to his recent endeavors, yet has long since grown accustomed to such circumstances. This situation, however, has its advantages. It has allowed him to mature early, understanding that university is essentially a microcosm of society, rife with interpersonal dynamics. Hence, cherishes the support has extended to him. Unlike him, though not particularly outstanding in class, at least held the title of class representative. Therefore, following the launch of, he posted a message in the class group chat, Senior's new song is now available on, titled, It is a beautiful song related to. Following his message, the class chat began to buzz with activity. The typically reticent, who rarely speaks up, suddenly promoted a song. Could this senior be a relative of yours? I have not heard of. Is his new song truly enjoyable? After posting, promptly muted the class group chat. Despite some classmates teasing him, the recommendation from a classmate still compelled many to check out to give the song a listen. Since that day on the sports field, class monitor's curiosity towards has remained unabated. Hence, she was among the first to search for on the app. Chapter 47. Reaction stands as the largest music platform in, where all songs are uniformly priced at 2 yuan each. To assist users in determining their preferences, the platform thoughtfully offers a 40-second preview feature, extending an additional 10 seconds beyond prior standards, which seems quite generous. However, due to the 40-second limit, opted to download the song without hesitation. After all, it was merely 2 yuan. Given that as an art school, students who struggle financially are a rarity. Most students come from relatively well-off backgrounds. The entertainment industry, in its essence, is not tailored for the average person, as it does not serve as a viable avenue for class mobility. Placing her headphones on, tapped play on her phone. 6 minutes elapsed, and to her surprise, was indeed delightful. Her 2 yuan was well spent. Only then did she begin to scrutinize the information regarding the song. The cover art for the song turned out to be the film's poster, likely a strategic choice given its lack of renown. Thus, utilizing the poster would likely generate more buzz. Upon discovering that the composer and lyricist were both, She was taken aback, and no wonder was so invested. It was his creation. How had she not realized his audacity? Simultaneously, many classmates had also sampled the song and found it pleasing, leading them to download it. While the average listener may not concern themselves with the creators behind the song, for students majoring in music, the identity of the creator is often more significant than that of the performer. Consequently, individuals quickly began tagging in the class group chat. "I never knew you had released a song. This one is impressive. I believe it could become popular. The composition is exceptional, and the lyrics even more so. You are certainly on the path to becoming a versatile producer." As inquiries multiplied, many reached out to him privately on QQ. Feeling overwhelmed, offered a perfunctory response in the group. "Indeed, this song is my creation, inspired by my high school experiences." His presence in the chat triggered yet another wave of excitement. "Is beautifully written. I deeply resonate with it. I foresee this song climbing the charts." Observing the group messages, the transfer student, who was not well acquainted with her classmates, recognized some of the class officers. She was astonished to discover that the seemingly unremarkable possessed such remarkable talent in songwriting. Contemplating this, decided to recommend on the school forum, believing that doing so would foster connections with her classmates. I in the boys' dormitory 703, sat in a chair, surrounded by his 3 roommates, remarked, "Hey, that's not fair. You've released a song and didn't even give us a heads up? Do you not regard me as the dorm leader?" Added, gritting his teeth, "Exactly. We agreed to struggle together, and here you are, secretly writing songs." Chuckled, "How could I possibly disregard our dorm leader? Come on, I wrote the song right here in the dorm. I didn't hide it from you." More concerned with practical gains, inquired, "So, how much have you earned from Money Talks, after all?" And shared his curiosity, "Yeah, how much did you make from this song? You should have consulted us before selling it. Don't you worry about undervaluing a good song?" Raised a finger, about to state he earned 100,000, when interjected, "Did you sell it for 10,000? That's a bit low. But as a newcomer producer, it's not too bad." Remarked, "You didn't sell the full rights, did you? The royalties are where the real money lies." Momentarily taken aback, chose not to clarify the misunderstanding. He shook his head. "I only authorized it to the music company. The rights remain with me." Clapped his thigh. "Well, that's good. I thought I'd be the first in our dorm to write a song and make money, only to find out you beat me to it. Now that you've earned some cash, you must treat us to a good meal, right?" With a smile replied, "Since the leader has spoken, it must be done. The royalties just came in today. There's no time like the present. Let us head out for a nice meal now." Though they planned to dine out, everyone in the dorm knew that finances were rather tight. Ultimately, chose a clean and decent food stall on the bustling food street. It was evident he was well acquainted with the area, knowing which places were both delicious and hygienic. After ordering several dishes and a box of beer, the group reflected on his previous struggles while pursuing. They had all witnessed his financial hardships. Now that he could earn money through his own talent, they felt genuinely happy for him. Sometimes, male friendships are uncomplicated, free from ulterior motives. That night, indulged in a rare moment of liberation. Before the dormitory door closed, the 4 returned, reeking of alcohol. The next day at 7:30 a.m., alarm blared. After getting out of bed, he noticed that his 3 roommates were still sleeping soundly. Contemplating whether to wake them, he ultimately decided against it. After freshening up, he made his way to the school cafeteria, opting for some plain porridge and steamed buns to cleanse his stomach. After breakfast, with no classes scheduled for Saturday, decided to take a leisurely stroll around campus to digest the meal. As he walked, he overheard some students discussing, "Have you heard about that song mentioned on the forum?" Recommended it, so of course, I had to check it out. I initially intended to just sample it, but it turned out to be quite good, so I downloaded it right away. I is a senior in our school's 4th year. Yet I had never heard of him before. It's not just him. I've also heard that the songwriter is also from our school. Really? The quality of this song is surprisingly high. It seems is indeed full of talent. It's always good songs that elevate artists. I've never heard of an artist lifting a poor song. I really hope might write a song for me. Having an excellent producer these days can truly launch a singer's career. Wake up, good songs aren't written casually. Throughout his walk, silently absorbed their discussions, noting the positive reception of the song. However, he also recognized that the they mentioned seemed to have considerable popularity on the school forum. He was curious why she would promote on her own. He wasn't familiar with her. Chapter 48. Fame brings good company. Every October in's music scene. A unique chart emerges known as the. This chart serves as a pathway for rookie singers to gain rapid notoriety. specifically designed to cultivate new musical talent. Otherwise, every fledgling artist would face the overwhelming pressure from established stars and icons. It's akin to stepping out of a novice village armed with a wooden sword, only to find oneself surrounded by veteran warriors in full armor. Choosing October is strategic, as the months of July and August are dominated by the releases from top-tier artists, making it perilous for newcomers to launch their songs then. Thus, October presents an optimal window for new artists to debut after the heavyweights have taken a breather. New artists releasing songs during this period automatically qualify for the. Therefore, both and are keenly focused on the performance of this chart. Achieving a strong showing on this newcomer list would significantly bolster both the company and its future prospects, as for winning the top spot. They dare not even dream of it. Consequently, on this Saturday, aside from rehearsing for the welcome party, remains vigilant, closely monitoring the new song rankings on. The newcomer list updates daily at 10 a.m., and he has been glued to his phone since 9:30 a.m., eagerly awaiting the results. Meanwhile, arrived early at the office, seated in front of her computer. Thanks to its connection with new film, inherently possesses a degree of topicality. However, it appears fate is not on their side, as it coincides with the release of new song on the same day. Backed by, enjoys abundant resources and is essentially a product of capital-driven stardom. Had it not been for his subpar acting in a previous drama, which resulted in poor reception, he would have already ascended to become a top-tier star in the country. Thus, his new song is of utmost importance to who are eager to restore his reputation and do not wish to lose this golden goose. The company has invested significantly in promoting his new song, creating a buzz even before its official release, clearly positioning itself to dominate this year's October. With that, of course, has no intention of competing for the top spot. She merely reflects on how continues to rely on capital and. However, it no longer concerns her. First, she opened the music rankings and, as anticipated, the leading poster on the chart was performed by, with lyrics and music by, under the label of, with a download count of 132,105. All the charts on Kumal feature a dedicated page for the song that claims the top position, showcasing it in a poster format for promotional purposes. However, from the second page onward, such privileges are no longer afforded. Consequently, Wu has developed a habit of starting her search from the 20th rank, reasoning that given the quality of those years, it would be a waste of time to peruse the rankings from 20 to 100. She scans backward from the 20th position, 19th, 18th, 17th, 13th, 12th, 11th. Nothing, still nothing. Could it be that it hasn't even made it into the top 20? Unwilling to accept defeat, Wu continues to flip through the rankings, 9th, 7th, 6th. Just as she is about to give up, she unexpectedly lands on the 5th position. There it is, boldly displayed. Those Years, by Zhou Zhifei, with lyrics and composition by Zhifei, produced by Chung Tian Entertainment. Download count, 47,569. Wu Yu's breath quickens, and her eyes widen in disbelief. 5th place, it actually achieved 5th on its very first day of release. And without a significant influx of resources, it has remarkably secured the 5th spot on the newcomer chart. This truly astounds her. Prior to the chart's opening, Wu Yu believed that merely entering the top 20 would not be deemed a failure. However, she has been met with a delightful surprise, catapulting directly into the top 5. The Zhou Zhifei she casually signed while wandering about has achieved such results. And Zhifei, undoubtedly the company's lucky star. In the office of the production department director, Wei Jiqiao, who is usually stern and unyielding, cannot contain his laughter upon seeing those years ranked 5th on the new song chart, dispelling his earlier gloom. Who said that a company focused on internet celebrity live streaming cannot transform into a professional music entity. Although this is merely the first day of the new song's release, the future remains uncertain. It must be noted, however, that those years does not possess the resources that Too Beautiful had. Its ascent to 5th place is solely attributable to the quality of the song itself. Zhou Zhifei, who has been fixated on his phone screen, suddenly leaps up from his resting chair, exhilarated. He strides into the hallway, swiftly opens the chat window with Zhou Zhifei, and directly initiates a voice call. The call connects quickly. Noticing the time, Zhou Zhifei understands exactly what Zhou Zhifei wishes to convey. He smiles and asks, "Brother Zhao, is the performance of those years quite commendable?" Zhou Zhifei responds with enthusiasm, "More than commendable. It has reached 5th place on the new song chart. Zhifei, it seems I am on the verge of becoming famous." Zhou Zhifei, however, remains remarkably composed, thinking to himself that only being 5th does not warrant such excitement. What do you mean by only? For someone like me, a newcomer fresh out of obscurity, Making it into the top 5 is an exceedingly impressive achievement. Just wait and see. With the quality of those years, it certainly cannot be limited to 5th place. Zhifei, if only I could borrow a fraction of your unwavering confidence. After ending the WeChat voice call, Zhou Zhifei shakes his head, convinced that the success of those years is not without reason. After all, it is a song that has won numerous awards in the past, and he does not believe it will merely stop at 5th place on the Huagua newcomer chart. Facts will speak for themselves. Let the bullets fly for a while. The news of those years breaking into the top 5 of the newcomer chart quickly spreads throughout Changtian Entertainment. Even their internal staff find it hard to believe that the company, which has primarily focused on internet celebrity music, could quietly launch a newcomer who achieves such remarkable results. As the entire company buzzes with excitement, discussions abound. Now I understand what it means for a big player to elevate others. I always thought it was sufficient for the company to manage internet celebrity live streaming, but I never imagined Zhifei was this formidable. Indeed, it's not to say Zhou Yifeng has no talent, but the difficulty of performing those years is negligible. If I were up there, I reckon I could manage, too. Stop flaunting your so-called skills that rely solely on modified sound cards. If it were a raw recording, you'd probably be exposed. I've seen Zhifei a few times in the company. He looks so young and naive. I wish he could write a song for me. Dream on. I've heard this song cost the company hundreds of thousands to acquire. Can a person have a dream? What if he is willing to write one for me for free? With a musical genius like Zhifei, he certainly won't lack for admirers in the future. You should tone down that cocky demeanor of yours. Enough chatter. The company has sent out a notice via email to boost those years and help it break into the top 3 of the newcomer chart. We all need to sing this song during our live broadcasts today to generate some heat. Although there remains a considerable gap between those years and Too Beautiful, Zhou Yifeng senses a shift in the atmosphere around him. People seem to have become much friendlier. Classmates, who had barely exchanged a few words with him throughout the semester, are now greeting him with friendly hellos. Furthermore, the discussions on the school forum, where Zhou Yifeng had once been virtually invisible, are now surging in popularity, predominantly featuring positive comments. As a senior in his 4th year, his new song's success also brings glory to the school. Merely being 5th on the newcomer chart has already ushered in such changes for Zhou Yifeng. No wonder Huangbo said, "When one becomes famous, they are surrounded by kind-hearted individuals." Zhou Yifeng hasn't even reached stardom yet the trend is already evident among those around him. Chapter 49. I will never share a fate with gambling and drugs at this moment. The outside world. Music critics have begun to take an interest in Changtian Entertainment, a company that had previously gone unnoticed. The more they learn, the more they find Changtian Entertainment to be astonishing. Can you believe it is a company focused on internet celebrity live streaming? Although Changtian Entertainment is a small company, those years is undeniably one of the best songs about youth that I have heard in recent years. Zhou Yifeng is a newcomer, and Zhifei is also a new producer. It is hard to imagine that those years originated from such a duo of novices. I heard that Zhifei is still a student. It's surprising that there are such talented young people these days. For industry insiders, the status of a music producer is significantly higher than that of a singer, and indeed, it is far superior. Thus, more and more people are now turning their attention to Zhifei. Although Zhou Zhifei's registered information is a stage name, he is not attempting to maintain any mystery. His personal information has long circulated within Changtian Entertainment, and many have even met him in person. Consequently, a number of music companies already have detailed information about Zhou Zhifei on their desks. Besides understanding themselves and their competition, they also aim to dig into the talent pool. Even if they cannot recruit him, there is no harm in making tentative contact. At this moment, Changtian Entertainment has dedicated all its resources to those years, striving to propel it into the top 3 of the newcomer chart. The distinction between 3rd and 5th place may seem minor, yet it could elevate Zhou Yifeng's popularity significantly. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhifei has been receiving frequent calls from unfamiliar numbers over the past few days, all inviting him to join various companies. Initially, he would attribute it to his school, claiming that as a sophomore, he was not allowed to sign with the company. However, as the calls became incessant, he grew annoyed and activated the call blocking feature for unknown numbers, finally enjoying some peace. This made Zhou Zhifei lament how difficult it is to retain one's privacy in this day and age. He had revealed nothing about himself, yet countless outsiders had already acquired his phone number. Upon returning to his dormitory from outside, his roommate Chang Buoqiao was once again shouting, "Glory, activate!" as he embarked on his journey of gaming. Guiyunqiang lay on his bed reading a novel, while Lin Hao appeared to be engrossed in his phone, likely chatting with his girlfriend on WeChat. To avoid disturbing their activities, Zhou Zhifei took his phone and headed straight to the balcony. After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his phone screen and transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother, Su Lijia's bank card. After this transaction, Zhou Zhifei's bank account balance dwindled to just over 20,000 yuan. Fortunately, the additional 300,000 earmarked for the theme song, along with the subsequent royalties for Young, would soon be deposited, ensuring his balance would soon be replenished. Moreover, 20,000 yuan is not an insignificant amount for a college student's living expenses. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhifei opened his mother's WeChat and initiated a video call. This marked the first time he had called home since his arrival in this world. Previously, he had refrained from doing so out of fear that he might inadvertently reveal any discrepancies since he was not the original owner of this identity. However, he realized that he could no longer avoid facing his family. As it was still early, his parents were not yet asleep, and the WeChat video connected swiftly. On the screen appeared Su Lijia. Just as he remembered her, with slight wrinkles forming on her forehead and strands of silver interspersed among her black hair. For some reason, Zhou Zhifei felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sharp blade. He hastily greeted, "Mom, are you asleep yet?" Su Lijia smiled and replied, "Not yet. I'm just watching a bit more television before bed." "What made you think of calling me tonight? Are you short on living expenses? If not, I can have your dad transfer 1,000 yuan to your card tomorrow." She was an ordinary factory worker, nearing retirement, and her job was no longer as demanding. She often indulged in watching TV dramas, particularly the trending Palace Intrigue series. Zhou Zhifei shook his head and said, "Mom, I have something to tell you. I can earn money on my own now, so you don't need to send me living expenses anymore. I can afford it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lijia, momentarily distracted from the television, replied earnestly, "I've told you before, you don't need to rush to earn money. We can still support your university education. Your most important task right now is to learn valuable skills at school." Zhou Zhifei chuckled and replied, "Mom, I know that, but I want to tell you that it's precisely because of the skills I've learned at school that I've been able to earn money." In order to help his mother accept the fact that he was making money, he did not hesitate to tell a white lie, considering it a kind-hearted deception. After a brief pause, Zhou Zhifei continued, "Actually, I've already earned a sum of money. I kept a little for myself, and the remaining 50,000 I transferred to your card." Upon hearing this, Su Lijia fell silent for a moment, as if in disbelief. She quickly inquired, "Did you just say you transferred how much to my card?" 50,000. Upon hearing this amount, Su Lijia's initial response was not joy but rather fear. She worriedly said, "Zhifei, although our family is quite ordinary, please do not engage in any illegal activities." Su Lijia worked in the factory, and with all the benefits included, she likely earned only 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a year. The income in their small town could not be compared to that in larger cities. So for their family, this 50,000 yuan was already a significant sum. Zhou Zhifei explained, "Mom, what are you talking about? I would never associate with gambling or drugs. I am not involved in any illegal activities. As you know, I'm majoring in music. Recently I wrote a song and sold it to an entertainment company. This money is my rightful earnings from the copyright." Su Lijia remained skeptical, her face filled with doubt. He had no choice but to continue, "Mom, you can rest assured. My money is absolutely legal and compliant, and I've paid quite a bit of tax on it. That's just how the entertainment industry works. If someone truly has talent, the money comes in quickly." Zhou Zhifei felt fortunate that he hadn't divulged everything. If his mother was already struggling to comprehend the mere 50,000 yuan, how would she react when the subsequent 600,000 arrived? That would surely be even harder to explain. Su Lijia remained dubious. "Is writing songs really that profitable?" Zhou Zhifei assured her, "Extremely profitable." "And what's the name of the song you wrote?" "Mom wants to download it and listen." Those years, Su Lijia, eager to download the song, replied, "All right, I'll save the 50,000 yuan you transferred and use it for your wedding when the time comes." Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, I'm only in my second year of college, not yet 20, and you're already planning for my wedding? Who knows what the future holds? If you meet a girlfriend at school, just remember to stay safe. Also, you're still a student. Your primary task is to focus on your studies." Zhou Zhifei was taken aback by how forward-thinking his mother was, laughing as he replied, "Understood, Mom." Just as he finished speaking, Su Lijia abruptly ended the video call. Zhou Zhifei gazed at the current WeChat chat window, feeling a wave of emotions wash over him. Chapter 50. This is written by Zhifei in Chashire City. At Zhou Zhifei's home, Zhou Jiangwo took a few fresh apples from the refrigerator in the kitchen, sliced them into a fruit platter, and walked out. The names of Zhou Zhifei's parents carry a distinctly nostalgic air. However, the name Zhou Zhangwo was chosen not blindly following trends, but rather in accordance with the Zhou family's ancestral naming convention. Zhou Dad belongs to the Jian generation, while Zhou Zhifei belongs to the Ji generation. In contemporary times, southern China has indeed managed to preserve traditional cultural practices better than the north. Setting down the fruit platter, Zhou Zhangwo asked, "Who was on the phone?" "Was it Zhifei?" Su Lijia opened Kumao Music and, without needing to search, found those years prominently displayed on the homepage due to its poster. She nodded and replied, "This call will be a video chat at home. Who else could it be other than your troublesome son?" Zhou Zhangwo, puzzled, asked, "What happened to Zhifei? Did he run out of money?" Su Lijia shot him an incredulous glance and said, "Your wonderful son just transferred 50,000 yuan to me. What is going on? Why would Zhifei transfer money to you? And where did he get so much?" Believing that this was not a trivial matter, Zhou Zhangwo felt a sense of urgency. Su Lijia pressed the play button, saying, "Let us discuss this later. First, accompany me to listen to a song." This left Zhou Zhangwo feeling even more bewildered. How did they end up needing to listen to a song? Moreover, he had noticed that Su Lijia's hands trembled slightly when she clicked play. The phone's speakers began to emit the melody. "Back to the initial starting point, in my memories, your youthful face." Zhou Zhangwo listened silently, but the concern over the 50,000 yuan weighed heavily on his mind, preventing him from fully concentrating. Meanwhile, Su Lijia, first gazing at the song cover, recognized none of the faces, then clicked on the lyrics interface. At the very beginning of the lyrics, she saw the name she was most familiar with, Zhifei. Although it wasn't his full name, anyone named Zhifei must undoubtedly be her son. Su Lijia's heart raced with excitement, and her breath quickened. Noticing his wife's unusual demeanor, Zhou Zhangwo quickly asked, "What on earth is happening? Why are you acting so strangely tonight? You still haven't explained the situation regarding Zhifei's 50,000 yuan." Su Lijia took a deep breath and asked, "Zhangwo, do you think this song those years is good?" The song continued to play, and after listening for a while, Zhou Zhangwo replied, "I can't say if it's good or not, but the youth should like it. It sounds decent." Then he quickly changed the subject. "Wait, is this song related to Zhifei? But it doesn't sound like him singing." Su Lijia squinted her eyes and said, "The song is indeed not sung by Zhifei, but he wrote it. So, this 50,000 yuan is money Zhifei earned from selling the song." Zhou Zhangwo, being somewhat knowledgeable, understood the significance of this revelation. Since Zhou Zhifei had chosen to major in music, he had taken the time to learn about the music industry whenever he had a chance. Su Lijia nodded and pointed at the screen of her phone with her finger for him to see. Zhou Zhangwo also noticed the names in the lyricist and composer sections, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Did Zhifei mention how much he sold this song for? Since he transferred 50,000 back home, he must have sold it for much more than that." Su Lijia shook her head and replied, "My mind went blank just now, so I didn't ask too many questions." Zhou Zhangwo scrolled through the phone and pondered for a moment before saying, "Zhifei's song those years is currently ranked 4th on the new song chart, with only a slight gap from the 3rd place. For a song achieving such success, a copyright fee of just a few tens of thousands does seem rather low. However, Zhifei is still a newcomer, and opportunities are far more significant than fleeting profits." Su Lijia interrupted, "I'm not too concerned about how much those years sold for. What worries me is that Zhifei might be losing sight of what truly matters. Since he has chosen to pursue music, he must learn everything the school teaches him. But with such achievements from his very first song, I fear he may become complacent and lose his sense of self. Zhifei is our son. Do you not know his temperament? He is not that kind of person. Yet, your concerns are not unfounded. Zhifei is currently studying far away, and whether he can maintain his integrity amidst the various temptations of society is hard to say. For instance, we are unclear about how he connected with the music company this time." After a pause, Zhou Zhangwo added, "With the National Day approaching, has Zhifei mentioned whether he will come back and when?" Su Lijia shook her head and said, "I didn't. He asked. I'll inquire tomorrow. Regardless of whether he agrees, I must ensure he returns home for National Day. Once Zhifei comes back, I will have a good talk with him." Who would have thought that, not long after the summer vacation ended, Zhifei would surprise us so much? Is this a surprise? I fear it might turn into a fright if things go awry. Su Lijia continued to murmur, "No matter how old their child is, parents will always worry about their offspring." On September 28, Monday, the freshmen of Nanchuan had undergone military training for half a month, and it was finally coming to an end today. However, before it concluded, all the freshmen had a final military training performance to showcase the results of their training over the past month. From 8 a.m. to noon, The various squads practiced, with the official performance scheduled from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Even before 8 a.m., the sports field was already crowded, with each squad coordinating their rehearsals. After class, Cheng Buochao suggested to the music department class to take a stroll in the sports field to see the lovely junior students, to which Gui Yuanqiang and Lin Hao readily agreed. Zhou Zhifei thought there was nothing particularly pressing, so he also agreed to join them. Passing by, Zhong Rui overheard their conversation and asked curiously, "Zhifei, are you going to see Sister Shen today?" Zhou Zhifei shook his head and smiled. "No, I'm just accompanying them to take a look." Zhong Rui wore a skeptical expression but chose not to press further. After she walked away, Zhou Zhifei suddenly felt someone tightening their grip around his neck. Chapter 51. An overindulgence. "Hey, let go. Are you trying to strangle me?" Zhou Zhifei exclaimed as he forcefully pried the arm off his neck. Cheng Buochao chuckled. "Old 3, you really are hiding deep. Confess honestly and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll be sent home for the new year. Quickly tell us, who is this Sister Shen?" Lin Hao, intrigued, added, "Zhougu, why didn't you tell us you have a crush? Maybe we could help you strategize." Meanwhile, Gui Yuanqiang said with a sly tone, "Old 3, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. To actually set your sights on a junior sister, and most importantly, you didn't even bring us along to meet her." Zhou Zhifei rubbed his neck and retorted, "What are you all imagining? She's just an ordinary junior sister I know. Our relationship is as close as you think. If I run into her at the sports field later, I can introduce you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled outside by Cheng Buochao. "Hurry up, let us go meet old 3's Sister Shen." At the sports field, the stands were sparsely filled with students from other grades. They had similar intentions as Zhou Zhifei and his friends, all coming to see the adorable junior students of this year. Arriving at a slightly inconvenient time, the field was devoid of orderly formations, likely taking a break. Zhou Zhifei and his group were seated near the music performance squad, but everyone below was dressed in camouflage, making it difficult for him to recognize anyone. Cheng Buochao asked, "Old 3, where is your Sister Shen? Where is she?" Zhou Zhifei shrugged, "I don't know, and let me reiterate, she is not mine." Gui Yuanqiang interjected, "Old 3, just admit it. What if your junior sister hears and gets upset?" Unable to explain himself to them, Zhou Zhifei decided to remain silent. Boys at this age are often preoccupied with thoughts of girls. Not only were his roommates like this, but several exuberant boys in the music performance squad were intentionally positioning themselves near Shan Xiangyu. Some unbuttoned a collar to reveal their toned chests. Others flexed their arms to showcase their biceps, while some swayed their bodies in exaggerated C-shaped movements, their shoulders bobbing up and down. If it weren't for their hats, their center-parted hair might have bounced along as well. They resembled male animals in the wild, exuding an aura of masculinity. However, they seemed to have misread the situation, as Shan Xiangyu remained oblivious to their peculiar antics, merely casting a cold glance before returning her focus elsewhere. Fu Yuqi, however, watched with great interest, as if she were observing a scene from the animal kingdom. When she eventually grew bored and turned her gaze to the stands, her eyes lit up upon spotting a familiar figure. Wiping her mouth, she thought to herself that she was in for a treat today. "Xiangyu, Xiangyu, your beloved big bear. Oh no, your beloved senior is sitting right behind you." As soon as she spoke, Shan Xiangyu's already aloof demeanor intensified. She pursed her lips and said, "Yuqing, I don't believe what you say." Though her words conveyed skepticism, her head turned back instinctively, and no matter how many times Fu Yuqi had deceived her, Shan Xiangyu couldn't help but glance back. Upon seeing the familiar figure in the stands, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Zhou Zhifei, who was playfully bantering with his roommates, sensed someone watching him. Following his instincts, he looked up, and their eyes met. A smile crept across Zhou Zhifei's face as he waved his right hand at her. The little rich girl, expressionless, mimicked the gesture. The boys who had been posturing for Shan Xiangyu scattered like birds at the sight of Zhou Zhifei. For them, the events that had transpired a few days ago in the squad, when Shan Xiangyu had actively approached him, were still fresh in their minds. Because of Zhou Zhifei's wave, the other three roommates also spotted Shan Xiangyu. Cheng Buochao exclaimed, "Isn't that Shan Xiangyu?" Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed, "It really is her." "So, Shan Xiangyu?" Gui Yuanqiang blurted out, "Wow, it's actually her. Zhougu, your junior sister is stunningly beautiful." Among the four in the dorm, only Lin Hao had never seen Shan Xiangyu, so he was unaware of who she was. Gui Yuanqiang said with a teasing tone, "Old 4, she is the Shan Xiangyu I mentioned. Of course, She's beautiful. The one from the golden label? Zhou Zhifei? You've hooked up with a rich girl? You actually know her? Zhou Zhifei shrugged. I mentioned her before. You just didn't believe me. Watching their playful banter, Cheng Buochao felt a pang of bitterness. This sense of disparity was not something that could be soothed by flirting with a few girls. It was evident that the relationship between Shen Xiangyu and Old Three was quite special. At that moment, Shen Xiangyu stood up, moving closer to their section. To indulge in this moment, Fu Yuqi hurriedly followed. Xiangyu, wait for me, wait for me. Shen Xiangyu, unbothered, quickly approached Zhou Zhifei. Senior, what are you doing here? Zhou Zhifei smiled. These three are also your seniors. I'm here to watch your performance. Shen Xiangyu nodded at the three of them but did not address them as seniors, eye in her eyes. Zhou Zhifei was the only one deserving of that title. Despite Gui Yuanxiang's usual bravado in the dorm, he became unusually timid in the presence of a beautiful girl, contrasting his usual talkativeness with ordinary girls. It was a clear case of differential treatment. Fortunately, Shen Xiangyu didn't even glance at him. Otherwise, he would have been even more anxious in this situation. Cheng Buochao felt even more aggrieved, as Shen Xiangyu's focus was solely on Zhou Zhifei. Completely ignoring him, Lin Hao, who had a girlfriend, maintained a relatively normal demeanor and asked, Sister Shen, how did you and Zhou Gu get to know each other? Shen Xiangyu turned to Lin Hao, her cool demeanor unyielding as she silently regarded him. This made Lin Hao falter and quickly back down. Zhou Zhifei observed everything, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of how she had once looked at him. As they became more familiar, Zhou Zhifei understood that she didn't wish to be silent. She simply didn't know how to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Fu Yuqi's arrival broke the awkward atmosphere. Senior Zhou, my name is Fu Yuqi, and I'm Shen Xiangyu's roommate. Fu Yuqi introduced herself briefly. Zhou Zhifei nodded and smiled. Hello, taking care of her must be quite the task. Shen Xiangyu's lips barely moved, as if she were pouting slightly. Chapter 52. The end of military training. Unlike the socially awkward and natural airhead little rich girl, Fu Yuqi's personality was much more vibrant. After becoming familiar with the group, Fu Yuqi suddenly said, Senior Zhou, I have something to tell you. Yesterday, the president of the student council and that vice president you had a dispute with, named Zhu or something, approached Xiangyu. They wanted her to stand at the front of the formation during today's performance, holding the flag for our music department. But despite their insistence, Xiangyu absolutely refused. Eventually, the student council even brought in the counselor, but they still couldn't persuade her. Zhou Zhifei thought it was amusing. Apart from himself, even the other three from dorm 703 would probably be too intimidated to stand at the front for the department. They were attempting to push an introverted girl into the spotlight. It was simply unreasonable. After a pause, Fu Yuqi continued, At that moment, I thought, if only Senior Zhou were here, you would definitely be able to persuade her, because she listens to you. Shen Xiangyu's gaze flickered. I don't listen to seniors. Yet even Gui Yuanxiang could hear the lack of conviction in her words. Fu Yuqi's eyes sparkled. She could see a hint of pride in Shen Xiangyu. Zhou Zhifei looked at Fu Yuqi with a peculiar expression. Sensing something was off, he contemplated and said to Fu Yuqi, You should know her temperament since you're her roommate. Moreover, how could I persuade her to hold the flag? It's clearly something she dislikes and isn't capable of doing. Gui Yuanxiang and Lin Hao thought Zhou Zhifei was merely putting on an act, unaware that he genuinely felt this way. If it weren't for the presence of others, Fu Yuqi would have been drooling by now. This sweetness was simply too overwhelming, penetrating deep into her heart. Wow, I didn't expect Senior Zhou to be so carefree. Yet so gentle at heart. I approve of your marriage with Xiangyu. Zhou Zhifei smirked. What nonsense are you talking about? He felt that Fu Yuqi's expression was akin to that of an addict, and he would have to keep a close eye on the little rich girl. As the whistle for assembly blew on the sports field, Fu Yuqi said, Oh no, it's time to gather. Bye, seniors. She hurriedly dragged the motionless Shen Xiangyu back. As they ran, the glimmer of indescribable joy shone in Shen Xiangyu's eyes. It seemed to validate Fu Yuqi's earlier statement. She was a bit of a natural airhead, but she was not foolish. Once they returned to the formation, Zhou Zhifei found himself surrounded by his three roommates. Hey, Sister Shen. Cheng Buochao was the first to speak. Lin Hao, curious, asked, Zhou Gu, I'm so curious. How did you manage to win over such an aloof girl? Gui Yuanxiang chimed in. Old Three, that's rather unfair. You know very well that Shen Xiangyu is the white moonlight of the boss, yet you still went after her. Zhou Zhifei, feeling exasperated, replied, What nonsense are you all saying? When did I go after her? Our relationship is purely that of a senior and junior. See, now you all know her, so you're all considered her seniors too. His declaration was met with skepticism. Cheng Buochao said slyly, that bank card you had on your desk last time, it seems she really did give it to you. She even gave you a bank card? Yet you claim it's a pure senior-junior relationship, huh? You guys sure know how to play. Zhou Zhifei shrugged, indifferent to their disbelief. If it weren't for Cheng Buochao bringing it up, he would have forgotten that bank card still lay with him. Considering he wasn't particularly short on funds these days, it was about time to return the card to the little rich girl. In the end, Zhou Zhifei remarked, what could I possibly have that would attract Shen Xiangyu's attention? You all know I pursued young Jai for 4 years and still couldn't win her over. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled Zhou Zhifei's past, realizing he didn't possess anything particularly appealing. Cheng Buochao finally felt a bit reassured. However, Gui Yuanqiang muttered, maybe true rich girls are attracted to this type? But his voice was too soft for the others to hear. As Nan Chuan's military training performance commenced, it was indeed quite a spectacle. The gender ratio at the university was notably balanced compared to other schools, excluding the foreign language university, and the quality of the girls was considerably high. Thus, the entire performance was quite eye-catching. At this moment, there were numerous media outlets and reporters present in the stands. Among this group of students, some may very well become famous nationwide one day. The photos they captured might just document their youthful and innocent days, potentially drawing attention to their platforms in the future. Even disregarding that, simply watching the beautiful performances was a delightful experience. After attending afternoon classes, Zhou Zhifei made his way to the sports field to watch. However, this time he came alone, as his 3 roommates opted not to come, fearing it might affect their mood. Cheng Buochao, feeling the most acute sense of disparity, had even crowned Zhou Zhifei as the new king of Dorm 703, given that he often claimed that women would only slow him down. Regardless of what Cheng Buochao thought, Zhou Zhifei continued to live life at his own pace. At 5:30 p.m., the performance concluded, marking the official end of the freshman's first lesson in college. As he observed the students leaving the sports field in an orderly manner, Zhou Zhifei didn't spot Shen Xiangyu, so he returned to the dormitory. After sitting for a while in the dorm, just as he was about to head to the cafeteria for dinner, a sudden sound echoed. Suddenly, the sound of a WeChat notification echoed from the phone in his pocket. He opened the notification bar to find a flashing chat window. Senior brother, take me out to play. Zhou Zhifei was taken aback. Unable to restrain himself, he vented on WeChat. Little rich girl, if I'm not mistaken, you just finished your performance, right? Aren't you tired? You still seem so full of energy. Shen Xiangyu simply replied, not tired. Zhou Zhifei continued, then why don't you go out with Fu Yuqi? She should be able to take you out too. Shen Xiangyu responded, Fu Yuqi has already gone to the dining hall. Zhou Zhifei pondered Shen Xiangyu's character. If no one accompanied her, she probably wouldn't dare to venture out alone. All right then, I'll wait for you downstairs at the girls' dormitory in 10 minutes. Let us eat at the dining hall first. And after dinner, I'll take you out for a stroll. Okay. Zhou Zhifei closed the WeChat chat window and got up from his chair to head outside. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory room 304, a hand suddenly emerged through the gap of the bathroom door. And Fu Yuqi's voice called out, Xiangyu, my facial cleanser is finished. Can you please hand me the new one on the table? Chapter 53. The true high-altitude flower. It is well known that when girls go out, it can take anywhere from a few minutes to an hour or two. Zhou Zhifei initially thought he would have to wait for a while at the entrance. To his surprise, when he arrived at the girls' dormitory, Shen Xiangyu was already standing at the door. She was simply dressed in a plain black t-shirt and fitted jeans. The naturally beautiful little rich girl, no matter how simply she dressed, was always a striking sight wherever she stood. Reflecting on the scene of the original host waiting for Yang Jai, Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but feel that indeed, comparison brings forth discontent. Let us go, he said. Shen Xiangyu nodded and turned to follow him. Her ponytail swayed happily with her lively steps, and as the sun set before the encroaching night, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. However, when they reached the entrance of the dining hall, her pace began to slow. Due to the large number of people around, many students still in their camouflage uniforms had come to eat in such crowded places. Shen Xiangyu's courage would diminish significantly. Whenever this happened, her passive skill, aloof buff, would activate. The two lined up at the counter. Zhou Zhifei, holding his tray, earnestly addressed the cafeteria lady, Sister, I would like that braised pork with preserved vegetables. The cafeteria lady, noticing his sweet talk, generously added 2 extra slices of pork to his serving. With her skillful spooning, If she said 2 extra slices, she certainly wouldn't just give him one. Zhou Zhifei, still unsatisfied, said, Sister, look at how skinny I am. I didn't eat much meat when I was younger. Please give me a little more meat. I'm still growing, and I can make up for it. Watching his antics, the cafeteria lady couldn't help but smirk behind her mask that a boy like him, sweet-tongued and thick-skinned, was quite rare in her years at Nanchuan. Unfortunately, Zhou Zhifei miscalculated. The cafeteria lady remained unmoved. He sighed and ordered a vegetable dish instead. The little rich girl widened her beautiful eyes, astonished though she didn't quite understand. When it was Shan Xiangyu's turn to get her meal, she pointed at the potato stew with chicken. The cafeteria lady expertly scooped a serving, but as she placed it on Shan Xiangyu's tray, her hand suddenly trembled, causing 2 pieces of chicken to fall back into the pot. Shan Xiangyu looked at her own tray filled with potato and chicken, then compared it with Zhou Zhifei's braised pork. Although she couldn't grasp the specifics, she was deeply shocked. Zhou Zhifei, carrying his tray, found a corner to sit. Once the little rich girl joined him, he finally noticed what she had on her plate. Puzzled, he asked, Little rich girl, are you on a diet? Why is everything you got vegetarian? Shan Xiangyu pointed with her chopsticks. This is potato stew with chicken. This left Zhou Zhifei momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he remarked, just like fish, fragrant shredded pork doesn't contain fish, wife cake doesn't have a wife, and couple lung slices doesn't actually contain a couple. It's quite reasonable that potato stew with chicken has no chicken. Shan Xiangyu looked at him, Senior brother, I'm not foolish. Zhou Zhifei lamented that his skills seemed to have regressed. He couldn't even fool a primary school student. He picked up a piece of pork and quickly swallowed it. This cafeteria lady is the true high-altitude flower. I just asked her for a little more pork, and she didn't oblige. You'll get used to it. The little rich girl remained silent, her eyes fixed on the perfectly proportioned braised pork. The look in her eyes was so pitiful it was as if she might shed tears. In that moment, Shan Xiangyu seemed inexplicably adorable. Even Zhou Zhifei, a man of the world, couldn't help but feel a tug at his heart. Zhou Zhifei picked up another piece of pork and cheerfully asked, Want some? Shan Xiangyu nodded vigorously. Zhou Zhifei intended to place it on her tray, but the little rich girl had already opened her mouth, and he couldn't resist feeding her directly. After all, it was a piece of pork, and Shan Xiangyu couldn't bite down on it whole. However, she looked utterly satisfied. Zhou Zhifei was left holding the chopsticks, waiting for her to finish the remaining bit. To outsiders, their actions seemed very intimate, but he felt more like a father feeding his daughter. After a while, Zhou Zhifei asked, Are you done eating? Shan Xiangyu nodded. I'm full. Then I'll take you out for a walk to help with digestion. The two headed straight for the exit of the dining hall. Just as they reached the entrance, Zhou Zhifei suddenly halted, and Shan Xiangyu felt a little uneasy, though her expression remained unchanged. They both spotted a familiar face, Fu Yuqi, who was dining at a table near the entrance. To Fu Yuqi, you're eating quite slowly. You came to the dining hall while I was still in the dorm, and now I've finished eating, yet you're still at it. Shan Xiangyu replied earnestly, Yes, Yuqi sometimes eats very slowly. Often, I and the other roommates have to wait for her. Fu Yuqi looked confused. She had only just come down from the dormitory. How was she eating slowly? Was this some new riddle game? She couldn't understand at all. However, Fu Yuqi, carefree as ever, quickly shifted the topic. Senior brother Zhou, have you two finally succumbed to your feelings for each other? Are you going on a date now? As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhou Zhifei immediately retorted, One can indulge in food, but one cannot speak carelessly, and my relationship with the little rich girl is strictly that of senior and junior. Today, I'm merely taking her out for a stroll. This is not a date, so don't ruin her reputation. He turned to Shan Xiangyu. Little rich girl, let us go. We shouldn't disturb her while she eats slowly. With that, he stepped away, and Shan Xiangyu hurried to follow. Watching the two depart, Fu Yuqi bit into a piece of rib, crunching away. This Zhou's senior brother was all soft on the outside, yet his words were sharp. As Shan Xiangyu walked beside Zhou Zhifei, she asked, Senior brother, what is a date? Zhou Zhifei paused, his pace slowing. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, A date is when two people agree to meet, like a meeting. After a brief pause, he playfully asked, Do you still think we're on a date? Shan Xiangyu shook her head, confused. We're not having a meeting. Exactly. So we're not on a date, Zhou Zhifei asserted confidently. After that, he resumed his pace. Although Zhou Zhifei had clarified, Shan Xiangyu still felt that her senior brother was deceiving her. Chapter 54. The wishing tree. Upon exiting the campus, Zhou Zhifei suggested going to the central lake of the university town, saying, "Little rich girl, how about I take you to play at the central lake?" Shen Xiangyu blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded slightly. Zhou Zhifei smiled, realizing this was a redundant question. The little rich girl likely had no concept of it. He suspected that even if he sold her tonight, she would still help him count the money. The central lake was just over 2 kilometers away, a bit far to walk. They reached the roadside where several shared bicycles were parked. Zhou Zhifei asked, "Can you ride a bike?" Shen Xiangyu eagerly nodded, "I can." After saying that, Zhou Zhifei scanned a shared bike for himself. He then took Shen Xiangyu's phone and registered her a shared bike account through her WeChat. Riding the bike, Zhou Zhifei mused that he wished he had been reborn a few years earlier, back when shared bikes were at their peak. If he had operated then, secured several rounds of funding, and cashed out, that would have been exhilarating. Following that, he could invest in the next emerging trend. The new energy vehicle sector looked promising. The new forces in the industry had indeed sprung up around 2015. However, Zhou Zhifei quickly dismissed the thought, knowing he lacked business acumen. If he were to pursue such ventures, he might end up with nothing. The early autumn evening breeze was slightly cool, ruffling the little rich girl's long hair. It seemed a fitting moment for a soundtrack, perhaps a tune about the evening breeze that we both had felt. This moment, Zhou Zhifei appeared unaware of whether his actions aligned with the notion that women only affect my speed of drawing the sword. At the central lake of Yangqing University Town, known as the largest free camping area and the best romantic spot for couples, many people were still present even at night. After securing their bikes, Zhou Zhifei led Shen Xiangyu on a leisurely stroll. They walked along the emerald path surrounding the lake, stopping occasionally as Shen Xiangyu expressed curiosity about everything. "Senior brother, I want to play ring toss." She pointed at a vendor. The vendor, encouragingly, chimed in, "Handsome boy, why not let your girlfriend have a try?" Shen Xiangyu blinked her innocent eyes. "Uncle, you're a good person." Zhou Zhifei smirked, "Since you are calling me handsome, how can I refuse? I'll buy 20 yuan worth of rings." The vendor offered 12 rings for 10 yuan. After receiving them, Zhou Zhifei handed all the rings to Shen Xiangyu. "Here, you can have fun with them all." The vendor had various ceramic cups, piggy banks, and cute figurines, items that appealed to girls and children. Shen Xiangyu was particularly drawn to a plush toy on the ground, prompting her desire to play the ring toss. With a ring in her left hand and another in her right, she tossed the first one, successfully landing it on a light brown bear plush. The vendor cheered, "You're lucky, dear, you got the first one." However, his joy was short-lived as Shen Xiangyu continued throwing rings. The second ring landed on a white dog plush, the third on a ceramic piggy bank, and so on. Each time Shen Xiangyu tossed a ring, she succeeded. Her accuracy was remarkable, akin to the legendary sharpshooter. Zhou Zhifei quickly intervened. "All right, that's enough. If you keep this up, the vendor will probably see our it's not easy for him to run a small business." Shen Xiangyu obediently nodded. "Okay." Zhou Zhifei took the remaining 4 rings. "Vendor, we only want one of the items we won. I'll return the rest of these 4 rings. And could you refund me 10 yuan? The vendor quickly replied, "No problem, handsome boy, you have such a kind heart." With that, he hastily pulled out a 10 yuan bill and handed it to Zhou Zhifei. The vendor was clearly wary of allowing Shen Xiangyu to continue tossing rings. It was evident she was a master at it. Zhou Zhifei turned to Shen Xiangyu. "Which one do you want to keep?" Shen Xiangyu walked straight to the bear plush and hugged it tightly. Zhou Zhifei asked in surprise, "You want this bear?" "Yes." "Why this one?" "I thought you might want the dog plush. I like it." Since the little rich girl liked it, Zhou Zhifei had no reason to object. The bear plush wasn't too large, easily held in one hand, so it didn't hinder their walking. When they reached a pavilion by the lake, Shen Xiangyu excitedly pointed, "Senior brother, I want to fish." Zhou Zhifei looked around at the many anglers nearby and cautioned, "Little rich girl, I must stop you there. Fishing can be quite addictive. Once you get hooked, if you can't fish, life feels devoid of joy." Just then, an annoyed angler nearby interjected, "Hey, young man, that's nonsense. Who told you fishing is addictive? I fish here every day, and I've never heard anyone say that." Zhou Zhifei quickly pulled Shen Xiangyu closer. Apologizing, "Sorry, sir, that I'm young and inexperienced. Please don't mind my ignorance." He hurriedly led the little rich girl, hugging the bear plush, away from the pavilion. Once they were at a safe distance, Zhou Zhifei continued, "Now do you understand what I meant?" Shen Xiangyu nodded vigorously. "I understand." As they passed by the famous banyan tree at the central lake, Shen Xiangyu's curious eyes sparkled. "Senior brother, this tree is so big. Zhou Zhifei smiled at the impressive tree. This tree is a nationally protected species. Of course, its large.it also has another name here, the wishing tree. Wishing tree? Yes, it's said to be quite magical. However, it's somewhat mystical. Making wishes depends on belief. If you don't believe, it won't work. Shan Xiangyu responded with a half-understanding oh. She instinctively wanted to get closer, but Zhou Zhifei held her back. If you want to make a wish, you can do so from here. There's no need to go closer. After saying that, Zhou Zhifei took the plush toy from her hands. Shan Xiangyu, perhaps having learned from somewhere, closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and bowed sincerely. Zhou Zhifei chuckled, shaking his head. All right, wish made. Let us head back to school. He turned to walk away but had only taken a few steps when he heard a thud behind him. Turning around, he found Shan Xiangyu sprawled on the grass. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall? Zhou Zhifei hurriedly approached her. Shan Xiangyu replied nonchalantly, I think I tripped over something. With your skills, how could you be so careless? Can you get up? Zhou Zhifei asked. Shan Xiangyu nodded and attempted to stand, but then frowned slightly. Senior brother, I think I sprained my ankle. Chapter 55. You just be the phoenix chick. Zhou Zhifei helped the little rich girl remove her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet to the joint of her ankle. The swelling was noticeable but appeared not too severe. He gently massaged her ankle, unsure of how much it hurt. Shan Xiangyu maintained a stoic expression, making it difficult to gauge her pain. Zhou Zhifei inquired, Does it still hurt? Can you walk? Shan Xiangyu shook her head, Not for now. I think if I rest a bit longer, I'll be able to stand. Zhou Zhifei was momentarily taken aback. If it hurts so much that you can't walk, why didn't you say anything when I was massaging your ankle? Shan Xiangyu replied earnestly, My mother said that as a true strong woman, one shouldn't show their weaknesses to others. I often got hurt while practicing martial arts as a child, but I never cried out in pain. What kind of teachings did your mother impart? You've turned out quite uniquely. Zhou Zhifei found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he pointed to the small feet nestled in his embrace and remarked, Since you believe the issue to be trivial, you might as well put on your socks. Otherwise, it would seem as though you are rewarding me, and what boy could withstand such a reward? But you are not a boy. What does it matter that I am not a boy? You are my senior. The logic was somewhat convoluted, and Zhou Zhifei struggled to comprehend the reasoning of the wealthy young lady. Once Shan Xiangyu had donned her shoes and socks again, Zhou Zhifei extended his hand and said, Let us go. I shall carry you, lest we miss the dormitory curfew. The young lady obediently offered her hand, which he grasped, and she was soon hoisted onto his back. Standing at 1.68 meters, Shan Xiangyu was certainly considered tall among southern girls. Perhaps due to her robust physique, Zhou Zhifei did not feel the weight of the person he carried. As they retraced their steps, Zhou Zhifei chuckled and inquired, Did you make some unattainable wish just now, and thus incur the wrath of the heavens? Shan Xiangyu gently shook her head. No, the wish I made has already been fulfilled. After a journey of over 2 kilometers, Zhou Zhifei certainly did not carry her the entire way back. Upon exiting the central lake, he summoned a ride via his phone. By the time they reached the campus gate, Shan Xiangyu was able to walk with a slight limp. However, this was merely superficial. Once the bruising set in by the next day, there would be pain to contend with. Therefore, as Zhou Zhifei escorted her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, he advised her to apply a cold compress with a towel. After a moment's thought, he called out to the wealthy young lady, locating Fu Yuqi's WeChat to ask her to come down and assist Shan Xiangyu back to her dorm. When Fu Yuqi arrived at the dormitory entrance, Zhou Zhifei waved goodbye and returned to his own residence. Supporting Shan Xiangyu back to her room, Fu Yuqi, with a hint of concern, asked, What on earth did you two get up to tonight? The wealthy young lady blinked her beautiful eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Hu Qian, with a hint of irritation, retorted, Yuqi, enough already. You are the only one in our dorm who is so scandalous. Don't let Xiangyu be led astray by you. Fu Yuqi took pride in this, continuing, Xiangyu, did you two make any substantial progress tonight? He was so reluctant to let you go upstairs alone. He insisted on seeing me leave before he departed. This is what sweet love should look like for college students. Shan Xiangyu shook her head, her expression earnest as she replied, He is my senior. Really now? Shouldn't you be at the stage of calling him brother? It seems there has been no progress at all. With a straight man like Zhou Zhifei, if you don't take the initiative, when will your relationship ever advance? Fu Yuqi expressed her bewilderment. Hu Qian, however, was not pleased with this notion. Why should Xiangyu have to take the initiative? She is such a perfect girl. Is Zhou Zhifei truly worthy of her? If one were to discuss compatibility, then what is the point of dating at all? Just find someone of equal status and get married. Fu Yuqi shot back. She then turned to Shen Xiangyu, saying, I have read so many romance novels, yet I have never come across a story like yours. Hu Qian couldn't help but chuckle. So, Yuqi, you are also a theorist. I thought you had already been through the ringer, dishing out bad advice to Xiangyu daily. Confused by the situation, Shen Xiangyu listened attentively. This scene elicited laughter from the last dorm mate, Qiu Qinglei. You two are quite the duo, one daring to teach, the other willing to listen. The following day, Zhou Zhifei woke up and sent a message to Shen Xiangyu on WeChat, inquiring if her ankle was feeling better. She replied that after a good night's sleep, the pain had significantly diminished, and she could walk without much difficulty. Zhou Zhifei marveled at the young lady's remarkable resilience. It was perhaps her extraordinary constitution that enabled her to achieve a 9 Dan in national martial arts. During class, his phone vibrated with a notification from Zhou Yifeng, who he hadn't seen in days. Zhou Yifeng. Zhifei, are you coming to the auditorium tonight? Zhou Zhifei. I'll see if I have the time. If I'm free, I will go. Zhou Yifeng. You must come. You have no idea how hard I've been practicing youth. With the quality of this song, it is sure to shine at the welcome party. If you aren't there, it won't be as meaningful. Zhou Zhifei. All right, I will come to see how you bring down Xie Chengjie. Zhou Yifeng. That's great. Our collaboration will be akin to the legendary Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong of the Three Kingdoms, surely capturing everyone's attention. Zhou Zhifei grimaced at the screen. Zhao Shixiang, you should just be Pang Tong. I cannot dare to be Zhuge Liang. Zhou Yifeng. What do you mean? Are you implying I am ugly? Zhou Zhifei. In the evening, at the girls' dormitory, Shen Xiangyu clutched her phone, obediently resting her head on her desk. Fu Yuqi approached and asked, Xiangyu, will you accompany me to the welcome party in the auditorium later? Shen Xiangyu gazed at her darkened phone screen, where a plush bear figurine sat prominently on the desk. She shook her head. I won't go. Fu Yuqi, undeterred, pressed on, why not? I hear our school's welcome party is so exclusive that outsiders cannot attend. It's a special event organized by the school to welcome us new students. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up with a familiar avatar bouncing. Shen Xiangyu swiftly opened the notification, reading, Tonight, I will be going to the welcome party auditorium with Zhao Shixiang, so I won't be able to join you for an outing. Shen Xiangyu turned to Fu Yuqi, calmly stating, Yuqi, what did you just ask me? Fu Yuqi pondered before responding, Why won't you go? Not that. The previous question. Will you accompany me to the auditorium? I will go. Chapter 56. The Welcome Party, Part 1. Unlike other universities, the Southern Media University, with a total student population of merely 5,000, garners significant attention for its welcome party. Each year, the event is broadcast live by the Penguin Video platform. The Penguin headquarters is located in Shenzhen, while Southern Media is situated in Guangzhou, the provincial capital of Guangdong. The two entities share numerous collaborative ventures. For art students without connections, being noticed by someone from Penguin Video can save them a great deal of trouble. Hence, they value this rare opportunity to showcase themselves. Consequently, everyone puts forth their utmost efforts to present their best selves, resulting in a welcome party of notably higher quality than those at other universities, attracting students from neighboring institutions. Southern Media students can enter with their campus cards, though attendance is not mandatory, even for freshmen. Despite this, the two-story auditorium, originally designed to accommodate 4,000 guests, is still insufficient for the crowd, leading to limits on the number of attendees. This year's welcome party is set to commence at 8 p.m. As a performer, Zhao Yifeng had arrived at the auditorium's backstage early in the afternoon. With everyone else in the dorm engaged in their own activities, Zhou Zhifei made his way to the auditorium alone. Upon nearing the venue, he noticed a gathering of students from other schools. Glancing at the time, he saw it was only 7:30 p.m., leaving half an hour before the event began. Yet, security personnel were already stationed at the entrance, maintaining order. With time to spare, Zhou Zhifei opted to observe from outside. Indeed, the Southern Media Auditorium was impressively grand. Many international art competitions are held within its walls, elevating its prestige. Shixiang, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. While he was observing, a familiar voice called from behind. He turned to see Shen Xiangyu, her expression innocent. Although the words had come from the wealthy young lady, they clearly weren't hers, prompting him to glance at Fu Yuqi standing beside her. Zhou Zhifei grinned, Little rich girl, you need to distance yourself from her, lest you be led astray. After a pause, He directed his comment at the scheming Fu Yuqi. I advise you to see a psychologist. If you keep this up, you might find yourself in trouble. Fu Yuqi was unfazed. Xiangyu, look at your big bear. He's cursing me. Surprised that his good intentions had backfired, Zhou Zhifei replied, little rich girl, you should ignore Fu Yuqi from now on. Shen Xiangyu turned her head, her eyes glimmering with a hint of delight as she seriously said, Yuqi, I will not heed your advice in the future. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Fu Yuqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dramatically placed a hand on her heart, exclaiming, my youthful heart, how delightful. This is simply too delightful. Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but smirk. This girl is certainly a handful. At that moment, the security began ushering school students inside. Zhou Zhifei suggested, let us not linger here any longer. Let us hurry inside. Oh, Shen Xiangyu replied obediently. They swiped their campus cards and entered the auditorium. Inside, the best seats with clear views were already occupied. Knowing Shen Xiangyu's temperament, Zhou Zhifei led her to a spot further to the left. Wait for us. The addicts to the excitement certainly did not want to miss a single moment. After they settled down, the staff from Penguin Video were busy making final adjustments to the cameras. If one were to open the Penguin Video app at this moment, they would find that the live stream had already begun. At 7:50 p.m., the auditorium stage was live on the Penguin Video platform. The chatroom was already buzzing with comments. Southern media is indeed impressive. Penguin Video has been promoting this welcome party since the day before yesterday. Isn't that so? They must have some sort of insider dealings. In fact, Southern media's event quality has always been high. So receiving such attention is not surprising. As a student from the university town of Yangcheng, I can't even get tickets to watch it live. TOB so close, yet only able to watch the live stream like you all. The auditorium was brightly lit, filled with students eager to watch the performances. However, due to the presence of many outsiders, it wasn't overly noisy, as there was still a need to maintain the school's image. Time swiftly approached 8 p.m., and the two hosts took to the stage in line with international practice. One host was male, and the other female, both students of Southern media. The male host was from the Performing Arts Department, while the female was from the Broadcasting Department. Both were exceptionally attractive, embodying the ideal of handsome men and beautiful women. The stage lights illuminated them as they donned professional smiles, smoothly delivering their opening remarks. Following the introduction, the performances officially commenced. The female host announced, our great nation boasts a rich historical heritage, with a diverse array of ethnic cultures. The male host continued, on this beautiful and mysterious evening, let us welcome the students from the Dance Academy. They will showcase the charm of our Huaxia culture through their graceful movements, classical music, and splendid attire. We hope everyone enjoys this uniquely captivating performance. As the final words faded, the stage lights shone upon the slowly rising curtain. 18 dancers stood upon the stage, a mix of male and female students clad in costumes representing their respective ethnicities. Historically, Han clothing has undergone numerous transformations, with variations across different dynasties. Tonight, the Dance Academy chose to represent Han attire with waist-length skirts, performed by a junior female student from the Academy. The choreography, crafted by the Academy itself, retained classical charm while infusing youthful vibrancy. It must be said that the students of Southern Media's Art Academy all demonstrated exceptional professionalism, with solid foundational skills in dance. Though there remained a considerable gap compared to performances in actual theaters. From a student perspective, the level of this ethnic dance was undoubtedly a significant cut above that of most universities in the country. The program director intentionally placed the ethnic dance as the opening act for good reason. Following the dance, the atmosphere in the auditorium began to heat up. Even Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but marvel at the vast difference between watching an ethnic dance performance on television and experiencing it live. The stage lights dimmed once more as the two hosts returned to the stage, utilizing their professional hosting skills to facilitate the transition to the next act. Now, let us invite the students from the Performing Arts Department to present a comedic skit that will surely have you in stitches. Chapter 57. The Welcome Party, Part 2. The performances at the welcome party flowed seamlessly, stirring the audience's emotions. Recitations, choral singing, crosstalk, short skits, instrumental performances, every conceivable form of entertainment graced the stage tonight. Scouring all the universities in Guangdong province, only Southern Media has the capability to host such a professional event. This allowed the newcomers in the audience to experience firsthand what constitutes a true live stage performance. Most of the acts were group performances, but a few exceptions featured soloists on stage. This evening's event was expected to last 2.5 hours, yet only 3 individuals secured the opportunity to perform soloed. In fact, across all formal performances, soloists are exceedingly rare. That Zhou Zhifei had earned the 3rd solo spot spoke volumes about his talent. Now it was time for the first soloist to take the stage, a junior from the music performance major. Unlike Zhou Zhifei and Xie, who opted for original compositions, this female student chose to perform a cover of a national-style song. 4 minutes later, her performance concluded. While her singing was commendable and showcased her capabilities, it did not leave a lasting impression. It was no wonder she was assigned to perform first. The program director likely recognized the disparity between her and the other 2 songs. To invigorate the audience's visual senses, the next act cleverly featured a dance performance. 5 girls, clad in denim shorts and fitted t-shirts adorned with star sequins, took to the stage. The previously subdued atmosphere in the audience ignited instantly, with even some playful whistles echoing from the corners. Of course, it wasn't as provocative as one might imagine. This was still a university event, and such attire fell within the acceptable limits of the school administration's tolerance. Even on campus, such outfits were not uncommon. However, under the stage lights, these 5 already attractive girls exuded an added allure. The dynamic disco beats and their fluid movements captivated the audience's attention. Throughout their dance, there were no suggestive gestures or poses. Rather, they showcased the youthful vitality that girls of their age should possess. Even so, the audience erupted with cheers and whistles. The boys, fresh from high school and just having completed military training, had never witnessed such lively performances up close. Zhou Zhifei, too, regarded the dance performance with an appreciative eye. As Shin Xiangyu observed the girls on stage, she glanced sideways at Zhou Zhifei. Finally, she looked down at her own long legs, which were wrapped snugly, and her expression took on a somewhat dangerous edge. Seated behind the 2, Fu Yuqi suddenly inquired, "Zhou Shixiang, what do you think of their performance?" Zhou Zhifei, with his mind preoccupied by images of long, fair thighs, blurted out without hesitation, "Very long and white." Realizing he may have spoken out of turn, he quickly corrected himself. "I meant the pillar they are dancing around." Leaning closer to Shan Xiangyu, Fu Yuqi lowered her voice and remarked, "Xiangyu, men are all big oafs. You must keep an eye on them." Zhou Zhifei, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Fu Yuqi, I hold no grudge against you. What gives you the right to disparage me with such harsh words?" "Heh," Fu Yuqi replied with a faint smile. Throughout the exchange, Shin Xiangyu remained unresponsive, as if she could not comprehend their words. Following a thrilling program that heightened emotions, it was essential to present some performances that would allow the audience to unwind. A well-balanced evening event would enable everyone to fully appreciate the performances. Thus, following the energetic song and dance number, a traditional instrumental performance was scheduled. It is widely acknowledged that most classical pieces from our nation possess a soul-cleansing quality. Time swiftly passed, and the evening's program reached its later stages. Why this time? The audience might experience some aesthetic fatigue, leading to mental exhaustion. The next act featured Zhou Yifeng's solo performance, indicating the program director's professionalism in arranging the order of acts. Backstage, Xie Chengjie observed Zhou Yifeng, who was preparing to step onto the stage not far away. A fleeting, malevolent glint crossed his eyes, quickly masked by a facade of composure. Zhou Yifeng had embarrassed him profoundly and tarnished his reputation at school, creating an undeniable animosity. Since the events of their sophomore year, he had gone to great lengths to isolate Zhou Yifeng from their class and year. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhou Yifeng had managed to turn the tide. A slap in Xie Chengjie's face. Of course, Xie Chengjie understood the significance of the solo spot that evening. He also recognized that arranging for Zhou Yifeng to perform at this time meant something substantial. The program director clearly aimed for Zhou Yifeng's solo to serve as a connecting thread throughout the evening. Besides the grand finale, this segment was of utmost importance. Historically, the closing act for the Southern Transmission has always been a choral performance, which is why Xie Chengjie had been fixated on Zhou Yifeng's current position in the lineup. He had witnessed Zhou Yifeng's rehearsals and could not fathom how such a slow song could possibly be valued more than his own rap by the program director. "A bunch of antiquated fools," Xie Chengjie muttered under his breath. At that moment, Zhu Zhani approached him and asked, "Brother Jie, do you need me to do something?" His gaze flicked toward Zhou Yifeng. Xie Chengjie waved his hand dismissively. "No need. The event is being broadcast live. If something goes awry and we get caught, it would be a real mess." Zhu Zhani continued, "But he chose to perform an original piece at the event, and he only signed up on the last day. clearly aiming to undermine you, brother Jia. Moreover, his new song, Those Years, has surprisingly reached second place on the new song chart, indicating it is gaining traction. Xie Qingjie smirked, let him revel for a few more days. Besides, tonight I have a song composed by teacher Zhang Feibai. I certainly won't be outdone by him. Time is on my side. I refuse to believe that Zhao Yifeng, lacking any background, can surpass the efforts of 3 generations of the Xie family. As the stage hosts concluded their transition, they began to announce the next act. The male host stated, if we stand at a certain point in time and reflect on the years that have passed, we might recall our youthful days, filled with dreams for the future and vibrant energy, so precious and yearned for. The female host added, next up, let us welcome our senior from the 4th-year music performance department, Zhao Yifeng, who will present an original song, Youth. Applause erupted from the audience as Zhao Yifeng stepped onto the performance stage for the evening. Chapter 58. Achieving the lowest limit bathed in the spotlight. Zhao Yifeng, clad in a white shirt and black casual pants, appeared before the camera. His attire was the simplest among all the performers that night, clean and sunny. Coupled with his tall stature and handsome features, he could easily be plucked for a talent show. Grasping the microphone tightly, it was evident that he felt a twinge of nervousness. Although accustomed to being in the spotlight while singing, this stage marked his true debut performance. Zhao Yifeng chuckled to himself, having thought he would only step onto the performance stage after graduation, free from Xie Qingjie's influence. Perhaps this was what they meant when they said that plans often fall short of reality. The rhythm of the music began to play. Zhao Yifeng held the microphone close to his lips, gazing up at the audience, his throat slightly trembling. Oh, indeed. The vocalizations at the beginning of the song were not pre-recorded, but rather Zhao Yifeng's live harmonization, perfectly timed with the music. Youth had become a sensation, and Zhou Zhifei believed this was due to its catchy chorus and the unforgettable, refreshing prelude. The large screen behind Zhao Yifeng slowly revealed the song's information. Youth, lyrics by Zhifei Mingran, composed by Zhifei Mingran, performed by Zhao Yifeng Mingran. As the prelude transitioned into the main verse, Zhao Yifeng began to sing. Changing my life to find happiness, letting go of my obsessions will make the weather better. Every path walked is a gain. So what are we waiting for? Make the right choice. A naturally woven rap entered seamlessly, clearly distinct from the so-called mainstream rap. The simple lyrics, combined with Zhao Yifeng's refreshing voice, left the audience in awe. Fu Yuqi pointed at the large screen on stage and exclaimed, Zhou Xixiang, look at that screen. The lyricist and composer share your name. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence? Zhou Zhifei nodded, maintaining a composed facade. Indeed, it is quite coincidental. Shen Xiangyu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Zhao Yifeng, then flickered toward the creator's information, her gaze shimmering. Let the past remain in the past, regardless of whether it was a joke or a lie. The path beneath our feet is not complicated. Just remember that you are you. In the front row, Dean Zhou of the Art Academy smiled and asked Professor Liu, is this an original song? In reality, most people were unaware that the true orchestrator of tonight's welcome party was Professor Liu Yuan. He typically refrained from appearing in person and left the interactions with performers to the student council. Liu Yuan nodded with a smile. Yes, this is indeed an original song. Moreover, the creator of Youth is also from our school. Dean Zhou was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Youth was a song Zhao Yifeng had purchased from elsewhere. He looked back at the song information on the screen, pondering, you mean Zhifei? Which year is he in? A student capable of writing a song of such quality should not remain obscure. Why have I never heard his name before? Liu Yuan replied, Zhifei's real name is Zhou Zhifei. He is a sophomore majoring in music studies at our art academy, a sophomore in music studies. So this Zhou Zhifei is indeed your student? Dean Zhou inquired. Liu Yuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, he is indeed one of my students. Dean Zhou chuckled. Have you been giving him special attention? You've kept this under wraps quite well. Liu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He is my student, but I treat all my students equally, without undue favoritism. Additionally, my impression of him was not particularly profound until now. That is odd. Could it be that he experienced a sudden burst of inspiration that led to the writing of Youth? But such occurrences are not uncommon. Every year, there are individuals who produce a hit song, only to find subsequent works lacking. Dean Zhou mused aloud. Liu Yuan shook his head. Dean, you are mistaken. This song is actually Zhou Zhifei's third composition. His song Those Years, which is currently being sung by Zhao Yifeng on stage, has already climbed to second place on this month's new song chart. Dean Zhou expressed his interest. It seems I underestimated this student. If what you say is true, He is indeed a promising talent. After a pause, he asked, Professor Liu, how do you assess Zhou Zhifei's potential? Lu Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding, the future is uncertain for anyone. But at his age, I was not capable of producing work of this caliber. If he is allowed to develop normally, he could achieve the status of a gold medal producer in the Chinese music scene. Dean Zhou was genuinely astonished. His lowest potential aligns with yours, Professor Liu. Does he truly possess such immense potential? I can only infer this from the 3 songs he has created. Writing youth does not surprise me. But what astonishes me is that all 3 of Zhou Zhifei's songs exhibit distinct musical styles. According to the information I found on the copyright website, his first song, Awakening from Dreams, leans toward light rock balladry. Personally, it is my favorite, but unfortunately, it has not been released on any music platforms. The second song, which I just mentioned, Those Years, is classified as folk music according to contemporary music categorization.as for youth, which is currently being performed. It is difficult to categorize. It bears traces of pop rap. However, melodically, the latter is the most aligned with the current market trends. Evidently, Professor Liu is quite knowledgeable about Zhifei, as he possesses such deep insights into his music. Dean Zhou complimented. Lu Yuan slightly shook his head. After all, he is my student, and this satisfies my personal curiosity. The more I learn, the more I sense his musical talent. Yet, as I said, the future remains uncertain. There have been musical prodigies in the past who, despite their extraordinary talents, lost themselves amidst the temptations of reality on their way to the pinnacle. Perhaps you are correct. If he only has 3 songs, it may not signify everything, Dean Zhou conceded. Nevertheless, he made a mental note of Zhou Zhifei's name on stage. Having completed the first verse, Zhao Yifeng clenched the microphone in his right hand and closed his eyes. Woo, oh, woo, oh. As he prepared for the transition into the chorus, Zhao Yifeng was immersed in emotion. For the chorus of youth was the most heartwarming and empowering segment. Chapter 59. I am still that youth suddenly? Zhao Yifeng opened his eyes wide and took a deep breath. His left fist tightened. Tonight's stage was destined to belong to him. I am still that youth from before, unchanged in the slightest. Time is merely a test, and the beliefs I hold in my heart remain unwavering. The youth before me still bears that initial face, and no matter how many challenges lie ahead, I will not retreat. Say never never give up like a fire. A stir rippled through the audience as Zhao Yifeng sang, even though it was generally inappropriate for the audience to interject during a performance. The students in attendance could not help but erupt in cheers, for the chorus of youth stirred emotions long buried within them in the live stream. As Zhao Yifeng sang the second verse, the initial promotional efforts on Penguin Video had garnered an audience of 500,000 viewers. Following the energetic dance segment, the viewership surged to 700,000. Although there was a slight decline afterward, once youth began, the real-time performance was captured by Penguin Video, causing the audience to exceed 1 million. When Zhao Yifeng sang the second chorus, the barrage of comments in the live stream became frenetic. Ata welcome party. I found myself moved by a single song. Can you believe it? My original intentions remain unchanged. I am still that youth from before. Go for it. This is exhilarating. Zhao Yifeng? Those Years I heard tonight was performed by him. I had no idea he was still a student. Did nobody notice the songwriters? Both Those Years in Youth were penned by Zhifei. It's 1,000 times better than Shui Wangjiao. It seems the Chinese music scene isn't on the verge of collapse. I have a feeling that Zhifei will emerge as a prominent figure, chasing every light that graces our lives, making the world shine brighter with your existence. In truth, there is no difference between you, me, and him. As long as you are willing to draw a line of imagination for hope. The main verse sounded like rap, but this segment was where the true rap of youth lay. For some, rapping might pose a challenge, but for Zhao Yifeng, it was effortless. When Zhou Zhifei first met him, he was busking at the subway entrance, primarily performing rap. He believed that the songs sounded poor because the original compositions were unsatisfactory, not due to Zhao Yifeng's vocal abilities. Woo, oh. Zhao Yifeng was about to launch into the final chorus. Just as he began with I, the voices of the students unexpectedly drowned out his own. The audience sang in unison, I am still that youth from before, unchanged in the slightest. The catchy lyrics possessed an enchanting quality, lingering in the minds of all who heard them after just 1 or 2 listens. At that moment, everyone was using their voices to express their feelings. Moreover, since Southern Transmission had the highest concentration of art examination students, nearly all possessed a fundamental musical literacy. The spontaneous, 1,000-person chorus was a spectacle that could only be fully appreciated by those present. No one had anticipated that a solo performance at the welcome party would evoke such an effect, rivaling a star-studded concert. The power of a good song to touch hearts was on full display. Unlike the visual excitement of vibrant songs and dances, it represented a spiritual elevation. The live-streaming director quickly began directing. Quick, camera 2, give a close-up of the singer on stage. Camera 1, do a full sweep to capture the audience's reactions. Yet, this also momentarily disrupted Zhou Zhifei's rhythm, as he struggled to maintain his performance. Fortunately, the audience was so immersed in their own emotional world that they did not notice his momentary slip. With only one line left in the song, he knew he would not falter on this last part. I am still that youth, Mia. I am still that youth, Mia. When he received the sheet music, Zhou Zhifei had inquired about the meaning of Mia at the end of the lyrics. He recalled Zhou Zhifei's expression at that moment, as if reminiscing, and then he casually replied, "It doesn't hold any special meaning. It's just a simple hum to make the lyrics more catchy." Zhou Zhifei had not believed him but chose not to press further. In truth, Zhou Zhifei wished to explain but was unsure how to articulate it, as the original lyrics were indeed that way. The original song had always been sung like this. Mia was the English name of the creator Mingran, and Youth was, after all, a song she had written for herself. Incorporating her name into the lyrics was entirely natural. It is well known that Zhou Zhifei's reluctance to modify the lyrics of Young stems not only from the fact that they rhyme perfectly, but also from his desire to preserve them as they are in all the covers of Young from his previous life. This particular line remained unchanged. Even when the song was adapted as the theme for the centenary celebration of the founding of the Communist Party, the term Mia was left intact. Due to the special significance embedded in the lyrics, Zhou Zhifei regards Young as an anchor point connecting his present life with his past, serving as a reminder for him to stay true to his original aspirations, which, of course, revolve around making money, and no matter how melodious the song may be, it inevitably approaches its conclusion. After finishing the final harmonies, Young ultimately came to an end. The immediate aftermath was met with thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Some even spontaneously stood up, waving their arms and shouting in exuberance. Observing this scene, Zhou Zhifei felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He raised his left hand to signal for a moment of quiet. Leaning into the microphone, he declared, "This song, Young, is a gift to myself and to all of you. May you all sail through a myriad of experiences and return as youthful as ever." That last line erupted from his lips, prompting a resurgence of fervent applause. Were it not for the excellent soundproofing of the auditorium, the resounding claps could likely be heard outside. Dean Zhou couldn't help but join in the applause. Smiling as he remarked, "Professor Liu, I now truly believe what you said. If Zhou Zhifei continues to develop smoothly, he is bound to become a gold medal producer. Furthermore, Zhou Zhifei possesses remarkable potential. His composure surpasses that of many students." Professor Liu nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Yet, Dean Zhou found himself perplexed. Students of such caliber as these two should not merely fade into obscurity within the school. Backstage, Xie Chengjie cast an increasingly menacing glance at Zhou Zhifei, who was basking in the limelight. Nearby, Zhu Zhani could not help but feel relieved that nothing untoward had transpired. Otherwise, it would have been their own embarrassment. In the audience, Fu Yuqi exclaimed excitedly, "Xiangyu, this song is so beautiful. It makes me feel an energy surging from deep within." Shen Xiangyu maintained her cool demeanor, slowly responding, "Yes, it is indeed lovely." After saying this, she glanced at Zhou Zhifei, only to quickly avert her gaze the moment he turned to look back at her. Chapter 60. The landscape of rap. Although the performance of Young has concluded, the atmosphere at the venue remains electric. The lyrics of this song possess an almost magnetic charm, immersing everyone in nostalgia for their youth. This sentiment is particularly poignant for the seasoned lecturers and professors, whose memories of their own youthful days might consist of only a handful of indelible moments, thus heightening their sense of melancholy. As the two hosts returned to the stage, they realized they could no longer control the audience. Overwhelmed by the explosive impact of Zhou Zhifei's solo, they were still students, after all, and could not possibly compare to the seasoned hosts of television. During what should have been a smooth transition to dispel the previous program's influence, the two hosts hastily concluded their segment, leaving the next performers at a disadvantage. The outcome was unsurprising. The audience's reaction to the program was lukewarm at best. Sitting in the front row, Lu Yuan scratched his head, questioning whether having Young perform so early had been a miscalculation. He anticipated the song's live performance would be so well received, a fact that had eluded him during rehearsals. It felt as though every subsequent act was merely striving to mitigate the impact of Young. Finally, it was Xie Qingjia's turn to take the stage, yet he found himself devoid of the confidence he once had. This time, he genuinely sensed that the high-profile producer he had enlisted was about to be outshone by a sophomore. Indeed, Xie Qingjia had discovered that the composer of the song for Zhou Zhifei, known as Zhifei, was none other than Zhou Zhifei himself. This revelation was not difficult to uncover, given Zhou Yifeng's limited circle of acquaintances and Zhou Zhifei's lack of concealment regarding his identity. Zhou Zhifei, you truly are a thorn in my side, Xie Qingjia muttered through gritted teeth. He had intended to make a spectacular entrance at the welcome party, debuting as a singer based on his popularity among college students. Yet, it appeared that Zhou Yifeng had intercepted this ambition. This marked the second occasion Zhou Zhifei had thwarted his plans since their first encounter with Shan Xiangyu, and the fact that he was collaborating with Zhou Yifeng only added to Xie Qingjia's frustrations. On stage, the hosts were announcing the next act. Xie Qingjia adjusted his hip-hop plaid shirt, pinched the corner of his mouth into a professional smile, and stepped onto the stage. As he did, the brief prelude began to play. The song crafted by Jiang Feibai for Xie Qingjia was titled Tianlin, predominantly composed of rap, with nearly 90 being rap verses. Although rap is currently a popular trend, Zhou Zhifei had always been puzzled as to why this style had gained such traction on Earth. Much like the acclaimed Jay Chou, who was known for his fusion of Chinese elements and lyrical ballads, Zhou Zhifei's fond memories of him were tied to his melodious tunes rather than the so-called classic rap songs. Perhaps it was simply a case of differing tastes. There would undoubtedly be those who appreciated rap. Tianlin, being a piece created by a top producer, certainly held quality. Zhou Zhifei sensed that Xie Qingjia aimed to emulate the path taken by Jay Chou. Yet the latter's distinction stemmed not merely from his ability to rap. Jay Chou's true brilliance lay in his extraordinary imagination and creativity, with nearly all his songs being self-composed. The second peak era of the Chinese music scene, widely recognized, was marked by the rise of original artists led by Jay Chou, who single-handedly elevated the entire era's standards. Thus, regardless of personal preferences for Jay Chou's music, one cannot deny his contributions to the Chinese music industry. It was often said that many owed Jay Chou a debt of gratitude for his albums during the rampant piracy of that era. Returning to the stage, Zhou Zhifei was unaware of Xie Qingjia's thoughts. Judging by the audience's response, he likely would not ascend to the heights of Jay Chou. Tonight's performance featured 3 solo acts, excluding the cover. Both Young and Tianlin were original songs. Not only would the attending faculty compare the 2 songs, but each student also possessed their own criteria for comparison. While both songs fell under the rap genre, Young could only be considered rap in a limited capacity. The students in the audience began to realize that rap need not be overly brash or high-pitched. It could also be uplifting and positive. Clearly, the 2 songs stood in stark contrast to one another. The students present were all educated, and given the more reserved nature of the Chinese, their overall perception would naturally lean towards Young. This also explained why rap had not truly flourished in Zhou Zhifei's previous life. While some enjoyed rap-centric variety shows, those who solely performed rap found it challenging to emerge as mainstream artists. As the song concluded, some students might have genuinely enjoyed Xie Qingjia's Tianlin, but the applause from the audience was largely polite, in stark contrast to the fervor following the performance of Young. The atmosphere was entirely different. Clenching his fists tightly, Xie Qingjia felt that without Zhou Yifeng, he would have been the center of attention tonight. The next program was the traditional finale of the welcome party, a grand chorus of the university's anthem, an unchangeable tradition. Following the chorus was the concluding event of the welcome evening, the principal's address. This served as a reminder to the students present that regardless of how much fun they had at the party, they must remember their responsibilities as students, with the principal imparting many words of caution to the new students. Many students, having never truly faced the harsh realities of society, were indifferent to the principal's words. They believed that university principals were no different from their previous school principals. Take Principal Zhang, for instance, whose administrative rank was at the bureau level. As the saying goes, do not underestimate the village chief. So what about those at the bureau level? Unless there were exceptional circumstances in the future, individuals of Principal Zhang's stature represented the highest level of authority these students could realistically encounter. Once the principal's address concluded, the 2016 welcome party officially came to an end. Chapter 61. Voting. After the conclusion of the welcome party, Zhou Zhifei escorted the little rich girl back to her dormitory. By the time he returned to dormitory 703, it was already nearing 11 p.m., With half an hour left before lights out, as he stepped through the door, he was greeted by the exclamations of his roommate. Chang Buoqiao, wow, you're finally back. I didn't expect you to make such a big splash without a word. Having grown accustomed to his roommate's dramatic reactions, Zhou Zhifei casually replied as he settled onto his bed. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly create a stir? Chang Buoqiao retorted, you must have some inkling of what you've done. Just check the school forum if you're unsure. At that moment, Gui Yuanxiang poked his head out from his bed, saying, Old 3, you've really pulled off something big without a peep. The class group is abuzz with discussions about today's welcome party. Zhou Zhifei casually remarked, Second brother, why is it that every time I return, you're already lounging in bed? If you enjoy reading novels, can't you do so while sitting on a chair? Gui Yuanxiang defended himself, of course not. My feet have taken root on the bed. Zhou Zhifei shook his head with a smile, pulled out his phone, and opened the class group chat. Glancing at the ongoing conversation, he found that they were indeed discussing Zhao Yifeng's rendition of Young. After a brief look, he closed the screen, having anticipated their chatter and thus lost interest in continuing. So, this is what you're talking about? I did indeed write this song for Senior Zhao, he replied with a grin at that moment. Lin Hao leaned in, Zhou Gu, do you know how much I regret not attending the auditorium tonight? What is the big deal? The live stream is available to watch, Zhou Zhifei shrugged off. Lin Hao protested, watching the live stream isn't the same as being there in person. Zhou Zhifei teased, if you truly want to hear it, I can arrange for Senior Zhao to perform for you in person every day. Just then, Gui Yuanxiang chimed in, Old 3, I've noticed you've changed so much since you gave up on pursuing your high school classmate. In such a short time, you've not only written 3 songs but also have a little sister like Shan Xiangyu that it's truly enviable. What do you mean my little sister? She's your little sister too. Zhou Zhifei retorted. Lin Hao interjected, Zhou Gu, you can't let one bad experience with Yang Jai make you think all girls are the same. Cheng Buoqiao grinned, Old 4, you simply don't understand. Old 3 has always been tough on the outside. Zhou Zhifei didn't expect them to believe him, so he chose to ignore their banter. He logged onto the university's campus forum, eager to see how Young was being received. While platforms like WeChat, Weibo, and Douyin were vastly popular, the campus forum remained the most relevant to his university life, attracting many who enjoyed posting there. Zhou Zhifei noted that over 2,000 students were currently online. This indicated that nearly half of the students at the university were on the forum. All new users would see a pinned post titled, 2016 Welcome Party. Vote for your favorite program. Zhou Zhifei clicked on it directly. The voting rules were straightforward. Each student's ID number served as their voting ID, granting them 3 voting rights to cast for 3 different programs. The rules were simple and devoid of any unnecessary complications. Zhou Zhifei scrolled down the page. There were a total of 18 programs for the evening, with Zhao Yifeng's Young listed as option 12, currently receiving 2,651 votes. This number was undeniably impressive, surpassing even the total number of online participants. Excluding those who did not engage with the school forum, it indicated that at least 70 to 80 of the student body had voted for Young. At this moment, Young held the highest vote count of all programs. The second highest was option 16, Xiechingjia's Tianlin, which garnered 2,043 votes. These 2 programs were the only ones to exceed 2,000 votes that night. Zhou Zhifei frowned and remained silent for a long while as he regarded Tianlin's vote count. He was not the least surprised by Young's high vote tally, as he had confidence in the song. However, Tianlin also achieving such a high number was somewhat unexpected. Could it be that rap music was more popular on Earth than it had been in his previous life? Zhou Zhifei pondered, perplexed and unable to find clarity. Suddenly, Gui Yuanxiang asked, Old 3, how do you feel about your song being voted as the favorite program of the evening? Zhou Zhifei replied nonchalantly, what is there to feel? Isn't this to be expected? Damn it, Gui Yuanxiang cursed in annoyance. Lin Hao inquired curiously, Zhou Gu, I really like this song Young. How long did it take you to compose it? Zhou Zhifei feigned deep thought. It did take me quite some time to conceptualize this song. It took a full 3 days. Cheng Buoqiao turned around, Old 3, you've truly changed. You're so full of yourself now. Zhou Zhifei shrugged. I'm just speaking the truth. As a transporter from a parallel world. 3 days for a song was indeed a considerable length of time. The other 3 roommates, still reeling from his boast, continued to bicker even after lights out. Meanwhile, outside the school, at Xie Chengjia's apartment, the school does not prohibit 3rd and 4th year students from living off campus, so during his 3rd year, Xie Chengjia's family had purchased him an apartment outside the school. he occasionally stayed in the dorms. But more often, he resided in his own apartment. At this moment, Xie was in his apartment, remotely controlling others to assist him in vote manipulation. Although the forum had taken measures to prevent vote rigging, it was impossible to eliminate it entirely. There would always be loopholes. Thus, Xie was utilizing his connections and financial resources to have others help inflate the vote count for his song. He certainly did not wish to be overshadowed by Zhou Zhifei. However, the number of students at the university was limited. Zhu Zhifei and his crew had already managed to bring in over 100 votes, which was quite impressive. Nevertheless, even with this support, Tianlin's votes still lagged behind Yang by 600 votes, and the gap was widening. Without vote manipulation, his song would barely have accumulated 900 votes. A threefold discrepancy was an absolute humiliation for Xie. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he smashed his keyboard in frustration. Chapter 62. What a coincidence tonight! Hundreds of thousands tuned in to witness Zhou Yifeng's performance of Yang in the live stream. Recognizing the potential for a viral moment, Penguin Video promptly edited and uploaded this solo performance onto their platform. From this point forward, Yang began to ascend rapidly in its influence across the internet. Within just a single night, bolstered by Penguin Video, the view count surged past 300,000, and this was merely the beginning for Yang. In comparison to the original version by Meng Ran, which surpassed 1 billion views on Douyin in his previous life. Zhou Yifeng's rendition still had a long journey ahead. On September 30, the day following the welcome party, classes resumed for the last time before the National Day holiday. That afternoon, in the music class, Zhou Zhifei observed the lecturer at the podium engrossed in his lecture, yet his own attention wandered, leaving his notebook devoid of any notes. Sitting beside him, Lin Hao, who was playing on his phone under the table after losing a game of Do Di Zhu, glanced at the blank notebook and curiously inquired, "Zhou Gu, this isn't like you lately. Are you actually distracted in class? Is it because the performance of youth last night was too impressive, and you're still exhilarated by it?" Zhou Zhifei replied nonchalantly, "Am I the type to be carried away by such trivial achievements? I am utterly disinterested in class. All I wish for is to celebrate our motherland's birthday as soon as possible." The three other members of their dormitory, sitting in the same row, exchanged glances. Cheng Buoqiao couldn't help but comment, "Old three, you've managed to articulate your desire for a holiday in such an elegantly unique way. I truly admire you." Given the context of being in class, their idle chatter ceased. Suddenly, Zhou Zhifei's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to discover a message from the wealthy girl. "Senior, when are you going home?" He replied, "The train is at 8:30 tomorrow morning. What about you? When do you leave school?" She responded, "I'm going back tomorrow morning as well." Zhou Zhifei found her texting style amusingly charming. Soon, Shen Xiangyu sent another message. "How many days will you be back for? I probably won't return to school until the 7th, so long. Does that mean you'll have plenty of time to take me out to play?" Even through the screen, Zhou Zhifei could sense the reluctance in her tone. "Wealthy girl, aren't you going home for the National Day holiday? My home is in Yangcheng, but my mom might take me back to my grandmother's in Shanghai. Since you have plans, make sure to enjoy your time with your family." After a brief silence, Shen Xiangyu sent another message. "Senior, Uncle Li will come to pick me up for the train station tomorrow. Since we're going in the same direction, let us go together." Zhou Zhifei grimaced at the message. As a local from Yangcheng, it seemed implausible that she would need to go to the train station early on October 1st. He noted a new term, "Uncle Li?" Shen Xiangyu quickly clarified, "Uncle Li is our family's steward. Sometimes he drives us around. When school started, he was the one who brought me here with my parents." Zhou Zhifei recalled the luxurious golden-marked car. Not wanting to dismiss her kind invitation, he thought it best to avoid taking the subway to the train station early in the morning. "Your family's car is too ostentatious. It's best if it doesn't enter the school grounds. Have Uncle Li wait for us outside the school gate tomorrow to—" "Oh." Shen Xiangyu, noticing Zhou Zhifei's prolonged silence, reluctantly turned off her phone screen. Due to the welcome party yesterday and the National Day holiday approaching, there were no classes arranged for the freshman students after their morning lessons. In the dormitory, everyone was busy packing their bags, preparing to head home or travel. After Fu Yuqi finished packing her suitcase, she glanced at Shen Xiangyu, who was still tossing and turning in bed, and asked, "Xiangyu, why aren't you packing? Didn't you say you were leaving today?" Shen Xiangyu shook her head. "I'm going back tomorrow." Fu Yuqi, sensing an intriguing sweetness in the air, teased, "Could it be because of Zhou Xixiang?" Shen Xiangyu stammered, but her evasive gaze betrayed her feelings. Frustrated, Fu Yuqi began to regret purchasing a ticket for tonight instead. Watching Shen Xiangyu's long legs sway by the window, She admired Zhou Zhifei, thinking he was truly a gentleman. If she were a guy, she couldn't help but have made a move by now. Overcome by curiosity, Fu Yuqi asked, Xiangyu, when you're with Zhou Shixiang, does he ever touch you? Shen Xiangyu shook her head. Not at all. What does he want from you when you go out together? She still found it hard to believe. Shen Xiangyu tilted her head slightly and, with a serious expression, replied, he likes to look at my chest and sneaks glances dozens of times every time we go out. Fu Yuqi. That evening, Zhou Zhifei gathered for a small get-together with his childhood friend Chen Zichuan. Chen Zichuan asked, Zhou, why not wait until the second to go home? If you're here tomorrow, I could show you around Yangcheng. Zhou Zhifei sighed. Tomorrow marks the first day of the National Day holiday. The train station will be packed with people. Dio, you think I want to squeeze onto a train with everyone else? Then why the rush to leave? Zhou Zhifei popped a peanut into his mouth. Xiao Chuan, you don't understand. I have no choice. If I don't go back tomorrow, my mom will disown me. What is going on? Chen Zichuan inquired, puzzled. Zhou Zhifei explained, I earned a bit from song royalties and transferred 50,000 home. Yet instead of being happy, my mom became anxious, fearing I might stray down the wrong path. Chen Zichuan sighed. Zhou, to be honest, I envy you for having such a perfect family. What about your relationship with your step-aunt? Zhou Zhifei referred to his childhood friend's stepmother. It's not that our relationship is bad. I am my dad's only son, so even if she had ulterior motives, she would have to keep it to herself. I'm more concerned about my biological mother. It seems she is considering starting a new family. Sensing that his friend harbored some unresolved feelings, Zhou Zhifei reassured him. This is a good thing. Life goes on. Your mother can't remain single forever after a divorce. Chen Zichuan scratched his head in distress. I understand the logic, but getting a new stepfather feels a bit strange. Zhou Zhifei patted him on the back. Look on the bright side and trust your mother's judgment. Chen Zichuan waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Let us talk about something else. Chapter 63. An unexpected encounter at the school gate. The morning sunlight in October finally exuded a sense of tranquility and elegance. Gone was the clamorous heat of summer, replaced by a serene atmosphere that brought a sense of calm and refreshment. Early that morning, while Zhou Zhifei was still in bed, Gu Yuanxiang hurriedly grabbed his luggage and dashed out of the dormitory. As the only one from out of town, he needed to rush to the airport for his flight. However, from his boastful remarks the night before, it seemed that his haste was not solely due to his flight. The new transfer student, Xiao Yinyan, was also heading to the airport. Although they were flying to different cities, Gu Yuanxiang seized the opportunity to suggest they share a ride, which would save on taxi fare. To his surprise, Xiao Yinyan accepted his proposal. Consequently, as he stepped out, Gu Yuanxiang not only walked briskly but wore an expression that could only be described as ecstatic. He even woke Zhou Zhifei, who checked the time and found it was just past 6. Initially, he had hoped to sleep a bit longer, but with the noise, he lost all desire for sleep and had to get up to wash up. By around 6:30, Zhou Zhifei slung his packed backpack over his shoulder and left the dormitory. He first went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast for both of them, quickly devouring his portion. Finding the cafeteria's soy milk undrinkable, he bought a box of pure milk from the convenience store. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, Zhou Zhifei called Shen Xiangyu. The call connected swiftly. Wealthy girl, are you awake? I'm downstairs at the girls' dormitory, and I brought you breakfast. Hurry down. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a flurry of commotion on the other end. Concerned for her safety, he quickly reassured her, no need to rush. We have plenty of time. While waiting for Shen Xiangyu, several girls dragging their suitcases passed by him. Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but wonder why they couldn't be as simple as the boys. No matter where they were headed, they always seemed to bring an overwhelming amount of luggage. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhou Zhifei finally spotted Shen Xiangyu coming down the stairs. Today, she wore a lovely white knee-length dress that gave a glimpse of her long legs, which were covered by white knee-high socks. Sometimes, a girl's legs can be more alluring when not fully exposed. Shen Xiangyu's outfit elegantly showcased her figure while maintaining a modest appearance. As her perfect face drew nearer, Zhou Zhifei felt a slight dryness in his mouth. Indeed, the first thing upon waking should be a glass of warm water to soothe his throat. Shen Xiangyu carried little luggage, just a small suitcase that matched her adorableness. Zhou Zhifei asked, that suitcase is so small. It can't hold many outfits. Why not bring a larger one? Shen Xiangyu shook her head, sincerely replying, I have several cabinets full of clothes at home, so I don't need to bring anything back. All right then, such is the simple yet mundane life of the wealthy. It was amusing to think that even clothing was measured in cabinets. Zhou Zhifei handed her the breakfast he had purchased and casually took her small suitcase. Shen Xiangyu, indifferent to whether she liked what he bought, began to eat. Take your time. Don't choke as they walked. She quickly finished the breakfast. Zhou Zhifei, concerned she was eating too hastily, offered, Here, have this box of pure milk. Shen Xiangyu inserted a straw into the milk and happily took a sip on the campus path. They encountered many students rushing home, and it was evident how enviable Zhou Zhifei's situation was. Shen Xiangyu's presence was simply too captivating, causing many to slow down as they passed. The two strolled in sync to the school gate. Upon seeing Gui Yuanxiang, Zhou Zhifei paused slightly. Yuanxiang, you're out early. Why are you still here? Hearing his voice, Gui Yuanxiang and Xiao Yinyan turned to look at Zhou Zhifei and were surprised to see Shen Xiangyu beside him. It's Zhifei. It's just that there are too many people calling for rides today. Xiao Yinyan and I have been waiting here at the gate, and only now did we manage to get a car. Gui Yuanxiang remained relatively composed, having seen Shen Xiangyu with Zhou Zhifei before. However, when Xiao Yinyan saw the wealthy girl, her pupils dilated. Since transferring to the music class, she had quickly become known as the class beauty, and her looks were undeniably stunning. Yet, this was the first time she had encountered someone so beautiful that even she felt awestruck. Moreover, Shen Xiangyu's aura was unforgettable after just one encounter, suppressing her strange emotions. Xiao Yinyan smiled and asked, Zhou Zhifei, is this your girlfriend? To be honest, Zhou Zhifei had always been low-key in class. He wasn't entirely nondescript, but he didn't stand out either. Yet, he could consistently produce excellent songs, and now he was accompanied by such an exceptional girl, which piqued her curiosity. Zhou Zhifei shook his head. She's our junior. We're both heading to the train station. Oh, she's a junior. Xiao Yinyan flashed a smile she deemed friendly. However, Shen Xiangyu's gaze turned slightly wary, inching closer to Zhou Zhifei, nearly brushing their arms together. Beep! A car horn interrupted their conversation. Gui Yuanxiang and Xiao Yinyan initially thought it was their ride arriving, but upon glancing up, they saw it was a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Gui Yuanxiang, who enjoyed studying cars during his free time, often joked about the C-Class also being a Mercedes. However, this vehicle, adorned with the Mercedes emblem, was far beyond any ride-sharing vehicle. As the C-Class parked smoothly in front of them, Xiao Yinyan furrowed her brow. The driver, who appeared to be around their age, revealed himself to be a student, evident from the wisdom reflected in his eyes. Yanziho, I've told you I will never like you. Why do you keep appearing in front of me? Xiao Yinyan exclaimed angrily. To her surprise, the young man, Yanziho, responded in a pleasing tone, Yinyan, I traveled all the way from the capital to Yangqing to study with you. Can't you understand my feelings? These are just country folks. How could you possibly be interested in them? We will end up together eventually. This sudden turn of events left Gui Yuanxiang bewildered. Chapter 64. The only truth at the train station is the train. Yanziho stepped out of his car, attempting to take Xiao Yinyan's hand. Gui Yuanxiang considered intervening, but Xiao Yinyan swiftly brushed him away, not allowing him to touch her. Yanziho, I'll say this one last time. I don't like you. And it's absolutely impossible I want to repeat myself a third time. Her eyes were filled with indignation. Clearly, such declarations were not new to Yanziho, and he persisted in his pursuit. You're heading to the airport, right? I drove here. Why not let me give you a ride? Sensing she might refuse, he then turned to the others. You're all heading to the airport too, right? I can take you all. Upon noticing Shen Xiangyu, he momentarily lost his train of thought. However, this only fueled Xiao Yinyan's anger. Despite her lack of affection for him, she found it irksome when someone looked down on the people from the capital, as if they had never encountered beauty before. We don't need your ride. Our taxi will be here any moment now. Yanziho struggled to shift his gaze back to them. How could a ride-sharing vehicle compare to a Mercedes? He expressed pride in his family's car. Just as Zhou Zhifei was about to decline Yanziho's offer, another horn blared. Moments later, a black Maybach S680 glided past Yanziho's C-Class and came to a stop by the roadside. Remarkably, the vehicle was undeniably appealing to the male eye. Even Zhou Zhifei, who didn't particularly care for luxury cars, found himself captivated. The driver's door opened, revealing a robust middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and white gloves. Like a character from a television drama, the man smiled and bowed slightly, saying, "Good morning, Mississippi." He then turned to Zhou Zhifei, greeting him with the same courtesy. "Young Master Zhou, please get in." This was likely the uncle Shen Xiangyu had mentioned. and Zhou Zhifei felt a tingle of unease. No one had ever called him young Master Zhou before. This was the unmistakable mark of immense wealth. Shen Xiangyu addressed Yanziho and Qiao Yinyan coolly. "We have a car now." Her words exuded an air of aloofness, her first spoken sentence of the day, yet her demeanor was impeccably poised. No one could doubt that she exuded the aura of a privileged heiress. Meanwhile, Yanziho and Qiao Yinyan exchanged peculiar glances at Zhou Zhifei. Had it been his former self, he might have felt embarrassed under their scrutiny. However, Zhou Zhifei felt no such discomfort. He simply waved his hand and declared, "We'll be leaving now." He then opened the door to the Maybach and confidently stepped inside. The little wealthy woman saw him enter the car and hurriedly took a seat in the back, positioning herself next to Zhou Zhifei to ask for the little wealthy woman's suitcase. Uncle Li had already placed it in the trunk. The car started, and in the blink of an eye, the Maybach vanished from the gaze of the onlookers. The remaining three individuals stood still, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat stagnant. Although this car bears the Mercedes-Benz emblem, there are distinctions even among Mercedes vehicles. Gui Yuanxiang's words were tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Yin Zihao, of course, caught the implication, indignantly muttering that he was merely a kept man. After all, they shared the same dormitory, and Gui Yuanxiang immediately retorted, "Some people wish they could eat but can't even manage that." After a brief pause, he boasted, "Moreover, Zhifei is a genius producer. The sensational song Youth that stirred up the school was created by him. He is Zhifei?" Yin Zihao clearly had heard of that name. Indeed, Gui Yuanxiang nodded affirmatively. Just as he was about to continue, another honk sounded. The ride-hailing car that Gui Yuanxiang had called finally arrived. Qiao Yinyan, unwilling to engage with them, placed her luggage in the trunk, opened the back door of the car, and got in without looking back. "Qiao Yinyan, wait for me," Gui Yuanxiang, lacking the time to continue bragging about his roommate's impressive achievements, hastily secured his luggage and took a seat in the back. Yin Zihao, left behind, cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Inside the Maybach, upon seeing Yin Zihao today, Zhou Zhifei felt as though he was gazing into a mirror. The original owner had seemingly also harbored such humility. This realization made Zhou Zhifei's skin crawl, nearly triggering an allergic reaction. The one area where Qiao Yinyan surpassed Yang Jiai was in her unwavering rejection of Yin Zihao. She neither delayed others nor herself. Thus she handled this matter with commendable efficiency. However, the sight of Yin Zihao today, his face brimming with emotion, was truly a testament to how a sycophant ultimately ends up with nothing. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Zhifei noticed the little wealthy woman sitting properly with her hands resting on her thighs. He smiled and asked, "Did I not mention that you shouldn't be so ostentatious when I come to pick you up?" The little wealthy woman pursed her lips and replied, "I did inform Uncle Li." Uncle Li, who was focused on driving, interjected, "Young Master Zhou, you misunderstand the young lady. The car I am currently driving is already the least expensive one from her family." Zhou Zhifei. The wealthy truly provoke envy. Upon arriving at the train station, as he opened the car door, the little wealthy woman still wished to accompany Zhou Zhifei inside, but he pressed her back. "There are so many people here. You should return with Uncle Li first." Zhou Zhifei then turned to Uncle Li, saying, "Uncle Li, thank you for taking her home." Uncle Li politely nodded. "It is my duty." "Young Master Zhou, please take care on the road." Shen Xiangyu pouted her rosy lips in displeasure, clearly reluctant to part ways. The train station, bustling with crowds, prompted Uncle Li to drive away swiftly. Zhou Zhifei, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walked into the plaza in front of the station. The plaza was filled with travelers laden with bags. Suddenly, Zhou Zhifei recalled a joke he had seen in his previous life. In a train station, only the trains are real. There were times when people lamented on forums that the cigarettes bought at the train station always seemed to contain a few fewer sticks than expected. Indeed, train stations of the past were chaotic, but they had improved considerably since then. Nonetheless, the adage remains. When traveling, one should never trust a stranger too readily. Zhou Zhifei looked up at the 8 large characters flanking the main building, which had stood for 30 years, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. After waiting in the waiting room until just past 9, the train arrived on schedule. After spending 3.5 hours on the train, Zhou Zhifei finally returned to the county train station. Chapter 65. The sun has grown up. After departing from the train for another 4 hours, Zhou Zhifei, carrying a backpack, finally returned to the small county town of Chashi. It was 2016, and the entire Guangdong province still had not established high-speed rail in Chashi. Otherwise, the time it took to return home could have been halved. Zhou Zhifei did not head straight home but stopped on the way to buy some gifts for his parents. For his father, he opted for a simpler gift, purchasing a pair of blue dragonfly leather shoes from a specialty store. This brand perfectly matched his father's preferences: domestic, reputable, and comfortable. Founded in the early 1990s, blue dragonfly leather shoes fit his father's criteria perfectly. For his mother, he put in more effort, selecting a wool coat. According to the original owner's memories, Su Lijia had been particularly fond of this coat priced at 688 yuan during last year's spring festival. Although it could be bargained down to 888 yuan, that price would still severely overshoot the family's budget, forcing him to abandon the idea. Unable to find an identical style, Zhou Zhifei settled for a similar one. After haggling with the shopkeeper, he ultimately purchased it for 999 yuan, acknowledging that his mother's bargaining skills were unmatched. The shopkeeper's constant flattery regarding Zhou Zhifei's negotiation skills was something only a fool would believe. Upon returning home with the gifts, it was already nearly 3 in the afternoon. Since it was National Day, both Su Lijia and Zhou Zhangwo were off work and at home. The sound of the door being pushed open drew the attention of the elderly couple. Zhou Zhifei changed into slippers and walked straight into the living room, calling out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Zhou Zhangwo, watching television, nodded and said, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Your mother is warming up the dishes in the kitchen. Just bring them out to eat." Zhou Zhifei placed the 2 gift bags on the sofa, smiling as he said, "No rush. These are gifts I bought for you." Su Lijia couldn't help but interject, "Why are you buying gifts? Even though you are earning money now, you mustn't waste it. You're still in college. After graduating, you'll need to marry, and there will be many expenses ahead." All right, now let's talk about this after Zhifei has finished eating. Only then did Zhou Zhangwo exhibit a semblance of a family patriarch. Zhou Zhifei tossed his bag onto his desk in his room and then went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. After finishing his meal, he obediently cleaned the dishes and put everything away. Just as he settled onto the sofa, Su Lijia approached him. She asked, "Son, how much did you earn from selling songs?" Zhou Zhifei held up 7 fingers. Su Lijia blurted out, 70,000? You transferred 50,000 to the family, so what about the 20,000 left for your living expenses? How could it be so little? It's 700,000, 700,000, 000.700,000. Su Lijia became somewhat flustered. Even Zhou Zhangwo, who pretended to be watching television, nearly dropped his teacup. Zhou Zhifei explained that 700,000 is already a bargain, as it's the royalty fee for 2 songs I sold. After all, your son has yet to gain fame. However, 700,000 is the contract amount. I've only transferred 100,000 to me for now. This is also the pre-tax amount, so it will be slightly less in hand. He omitted the ongoing royalty sharing that would continue to flow in, as discussing that would only confuse them. However, for many music producers, the royalties were the primary source of income. If the song's royalties exceeded 10 million, Zhou Zhifei would receive 800,000. If it surpassed 100 million, it would be astonishing. The royalties alone would amount to 8 million. Even now, the 700,000 was already a significant shock to his family, so it was best to approach this gradually. I'm very happy that you can earn money, but I hope even more that you can achieve good grades in university and graduate smoothly. That would make me happier than anything else. Understood, Mom. Zhou Zhifei yawned and added, "The long time spent on the green train has made me a bit tired. I'm going to take a nap in my room." Once he returned to his room and closed the door, Zhou Zhifei flopped onto his bed and quickly fell asleep. In the living room, only his parents remained. After a while, Su Lijia could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Zhou Zhangwo, 700,000, a full 700,000. Our combined salaries and benefits only amount to just over 100,000 a year. How many years would it take to save up 700,000? Just a month ago during the summer break, their son had been asking them for living expenses. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had earned what their entire family would make in several years. Su Lijia's expression was not one of joy but rather filled with concern and anxiety. In a modest household, encountering such a sudden windfall often led to such reactions. Zhou Zhangwo pulled out a cigarette from the pack and lit it, taking a couple of deep puffs before saying, "I've been gathering information about the entertainment industry lately, but it's a different world, and much remains unclear. They say it's easy to make money in this industry, but in reality, only 1 in 10 succeeds. The fact that Zhifei can earn money here indicates his strong capabilities, so we should feel happy for him." Su Lijia voiced her worries, "But all I see is the chaos in this industry. Have you been unaware of the news? Stars collapse every so often, and some even end up in jail. How can I not be afraid? I'm worried that Zhifei might stray onto the wrong path. Zhou Zhifei pondered for a moment. Zhifei is not that kind of person. We must trust our son. However, we should remain vigilant, as he is still young and may succumb to temptation. If it becomes necessary, you could consider retiring early to keep an eye on him in Yang City. Su Ligia nodded. Once I return to work, I'll first inquire about the procedures for early retirement. Oblivious to his parents' plans while in the midst of a dream, Zhou Zhifei would undoubtedly scoff at their thoughts if he were aware. With so many classic songs in his mind, he had no need to stray from the path. Once he gained fame in the music industry, people would come to him, eager to pay him for songwriting. In truth, the most lucrative path would be to follow in the footsteps of figures like Jay Chou and step into the limelight, but that contradicted Zhou Zhifei's original intentions. Public figures had too many matters to consider. While they enjoyed the spotlight, it could easily lead to a chaotic life, where even a simple trip to the supermarket required careful concealment. It was far too constricting and did not align with the life he desired. On the evening of the 1st, Su Ligia, wanting to treat her son, prepared a feast of 6 dishes and a soup, a stark contrast to their usual 2 dishes and a soup. At the dining table, Zhou Zhifei, filled with mixed emotions, kept serving dishes to his parents, leaving them feeling quite unaccustomed. Zhou Zhifei observed his son's seemingly transformed demeanor and could only lament that his son had grown up. However, for Su Ligia, this fervent display of maternal affection and warmth could not endure. The 6 dishes and a soup could only last until October 1st. Starting from the 2nd, the meals would gradually decline in quality. On this day, Su Ligia felt sympathetic towards her son, who was juggling both studies and songwriting, so she allowed him to laze around at home, sleeping in. By October 3rd, Zhou Zhifei's complete idleness at home began to wear on her. On October 4th, Su Ligia began to raise her voice, urging him to get out and not be an eyesore at home. Reluctantly, Zhou Zhifei could only wander the streets, becoming a casual drifter. Chapter 66. Can we start over? During the National Day holiday, Zhou Zhifei found himself once again walking along the same street. The county town was not large, and its streets could not compare to those of a big city. However, despite its small size, it had all the essentials. Passing by the cinema, Zhou Zhifei noticed a familiar poster. It suddenly struck him that the film To Our Youth That Is Fading Away was released during the National Day period. With nothing else to do, he decided to watch a movie to pass the time. Entering the cinema, he bought a ticket for To Our Youth That Is Fading Away at the ticket machine. He chose this film primarily to see how director Su's youth-themed work turned out. Moreover, the movie's theme was based on a song he wrote. He certainly did not want those years to end up being a mediocre film with an exceptional song. As luck would have it, the next screening was set to begin in just 5 minutes. After receiving his ticket, Zhou Zhifei hurriedly checked in and entered the screening room. The small-town cinema was somewhat lacking. Even though it was only the 4th day of release, the attendance rate was barely over half. After the dragon logo appeared, the film officially began. To evoke a sense of nostalgia, the overall filter was not overly bright, lending it a slightly retro feel. The male protagonist's friend obtained a cassette tape from the most popular superstar of the time, so the film opened with the male lead and his friends using a knockoff Sony cassette player to listen to the tape in turns. The scenes filled with nostalgic memories awakened Zhou Zhifei's own long-forgotten recollections. When he was young, he too had owned such a cassette player. The joy of exchanging tapes was a pleasure that children today could not experience. Then the female lead appeared, and the plot delved into the main story. This was a tale of youth. Zhou Zhifei watched until the end of the movie, during which the closing song Those Years by Zhao Yifeng played. The film left him with a sense of affirmation. Director Su's cinematography and editing were commendable in Zhou Zhifei's eyes, without any noticeable flaws. The storyline was quite conventional, with moments of humor and tears among the protagonists, perfectly balancing both elements, which tested the director's editing skills. The absence of cliché conflict in the plot, in Zhou Zhifei's view, was a positive aspect in the youth of the Huagua people, who really spends their days moping or engaging in melodramatic plots of abortion and amnesia. Unbeknownst to Zhou Zhifei, most people shared similar sentiments. Thus, the film quickly garnered a high rating of 8.5, categorizing it as an excellent film. The theme song Those Years further enhanced the film's appeal. As Zhou Zhifei exited the screening room, he spotted his high school classmates, familiar faces. Lu Wenhui and Yang Jiayi were discussing the film's plot. Zhou Zhifei intended to pretend he didn't see them and leave the cinema. Reflecting on how small the county town truly was, he had impulsively decided to watch a movie and ran into them. Unfortunately, not only was the county town small, But the cinema was even smaller. Yang Jia noticed Zhou Zhifei and her pupils constricted, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. Lu Wenhui, sensing her friend's discomfort, followed her gaze. Zhou Zhifei, what a coincidence, she called out. Since he had been called out, Zhou Zhifei decided not to act as if he hadn't heard. That would come off as rude and suggest he was afraid of her. Embracing his flair for theatrics, Zhou Zhifei pretended to just notice them, a look of surprise brightening his smile as he said, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Lu Wenhui, unsure of the nature of their relationship, had previously asked Yang Jia about it, but received vague answers. While she might suspect there was no potential between Zhou Zhifei and Yang Jia, they were still classmates, not enemies. Encountering each other warranted a simple greeting. Lu Wenhui said, Zhou Zhifei, if you came to watch this movie, why didn't you let us know? We could have come together. Yang Jia, having been blocked by Zhou Zhifei, was not particularly close to Lu Wenhui. Zhou Zhifei had not even thought of them upon returning home, so he had no response. Thus, he resorted to the timeless tactic of honesty, stating, I just happened to see the poster while passing by and thought I'd check out the film. At that moment, Lu Wenhui was quite curious about him. If I'm not mistaken, the theme song those years was written by you, right? Zhou Zhifei nodded. Indeed, it was my work. Zhou Zhifei, you're amazing now. While others display their talents upon entering university, you only revealed yours in your sophomore year. But that's still quite impressive, Lu Wenhui praised. Just ordinary, he replied modestly. Yang Jia attempted to speak several times, yet found herself at a loss for words, merely observing the conversation between the two. In truth, Lu Wenhui not only sensed the transformation in Zhou Zhifei, but also perceived the changes within her close friend. Although she had not heard Zhou Zhifei's name from Yang Jia lately, her intuition informed her that Yang Jia harbored some regrets. Now that Zhou Zhifei had become so exceptional, if Yang Jia could set aside her princess syndrome, she too could be considered a remarkable young woman. After wrestling with her thoughts for a considerable while, Lu Wenhui finally resolved to assist her friend one last time. Zhou Zhifei, if I am not mistaken, including the song Youth from your welcome party, you have composed 3 songs in September alone, while others may take a month or even several months to write a single song. What drives you to write so frequently? Zhou Zhifei casually offered a reason: to earn money from selling songs. This was not entirely a fabricated excuse. It was, in fact, the truth. Lu Wenhui felt a surge of joy within her, thinking that his intentions had not changed after all. With a mischievous tone, she continued, You are still in university, yet you are working so hard to make money. Is it to support a family? Lu Wenhui's tone was akin to playful banter among acquaintances, and Zhou Zhifei did not perceive any issue with it. He followed the thread of the conversation. If you choose to think that way, it's not a problem. Lu Wenhui's gaze sparkled as she ventured, Then, with your diligent efforts to earn money, are you subtly hinting at Jai? Zhou Zhifei involuntarily twitched the corners of his mouth. How did she arrive at such a conclusion? Lu Wenhui, you possess quite the imagination. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. Why? You might have some misunderstandings regarding Jai. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no misunderstanding, but I have no obligation to explain. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Jia could no longer contain herself, though she managed to temper her temper. Zhou Zhifei, I apologize for my earlier childish behavior. Zhou Zhifei was taken aback by her unexpected apology. After a pause, Yang Jia added, Can we set aside our prejudices and start anew? As she uttered these words, an exquisite visage fleetingly appeared in her mind. Chapter 67. Rising to the top of the rookie chart upon hearing Yang Jia's words, Zhou Zhifei's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. He quickly waved his hand, saying, Yang Jia, you are so remarkable. I am not worthy of you. Let us part ways here. In truth, even if Yang Jia had genuinely developed feelings for him, it was merely an affection for the outstanding individual he had become, rather than for the Zhou Zhifei who once scrimped and saved to bring her breakfast. Zhou Zhifei, you. Regardless of how Yang Jia called after him, Zhou Zhifei hurried away without looking back. The cinema today felt overwhelmingly daunting. Next time, he would need to invite a wealthy friend to accompany him for solace. The sudden thought of a wealthy friend puzzled Zhou Zhifei as he walked away. Soon, he exited the cinema, disappearing around the corner from their view. Standing at a distance, Yang Jia felt a profound sense of grievance. She had been willing to lower her guard and start anew. Why was Zhou Zhifei still so heartless? With this thought, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. This scene left Lu Wenhui, who had never experienced love, feeling rather at a loss. Jia, please don't cry. There are so many people watching. Lu Wenhui first took out a tissue to wipe her tears. After a while, Yang Jai finally regained her composure. Lu Wenhui inquired, Jai, what is the current status between you and Zhou Zhifei? Have you not been in touch since before National Day? Yang Jai shook her head, her voice still tinged with sobs. No, he has blocked me on both phone and WeChat. Oh dear. Had Lu Wenhui known it would turn out this way, she certainly would not have assisted her friend one last time. Zhou Zhifei was clearly intent on severing ties and did not wish to maintain any connection. Lu Wenhui felt she had miscalculated and inadvertently aggravated Zhou Zhifei. Wenhui, is there truly no possibility left between Zhou Zhifei and me? Yang Jai asked. It seems that way. This time, Lu Wenhui did not wish to deceive her. Lying would only harm her. In truth, she also felt it was a pity that her friend had lost a boy who was so devoted to her. Only upon losing him did she realize that this boy was indeed a treasure, and not just any treasure, but a genius treasure. If she were in Yang Jai's position, she would likely be filled with regret. Hearing her friend say this only deepened Yang Jai's sorrow. Blossoms bloom in pairs, each telling its own tale. In Yangqing, at Chengtian Entertainment, thanks to the film Our Youth of Growth, the download count for the song Those Years finally surpassed 800,000, overtaking the new song by talent show idol Li Yaoquan. The current real-time download count had reached 812,642, while the second place Too Beautiful had yet to exceed 800,000, standing at 793,364 as of October. The rankings on the rookie chart were as follows. 1. Zhao Yifeng, Those Years, lyrics by Zhifei, composed by Zhifei, company Chengtian Entertainment, downloads 812,642.2. Li Yaoquan, Too Beautiful, lyrics by Zhu Yi, composed by Zhu Yi, company Tianfeng Entertainment, downloads 793,364.3. Yu Shang, I Am Not Worthy, lyrics by Lan Liangsheng, composed by Lan Liangsheng, company Sherdai Brothers, downloads 461,237. It was evident that the rookie chart displayed a distinct stratification. After Li Yaoquan, the third place I Am Not Worthy had nearly half the downloads. In fact, the rookie chart in October was quite intriguing. Originally, Li Yaoquan was expected to take the top spot, but that expectation stemmed not from his talent but from the capital and traffic that supported him. As an idol from a talent show, his vocal skills were notoriously subpar. Overall, his technique was lacking and his vocal details were poorly handled. Although he could not be compared to the likes of Zhao Yifeng, a properly trained artist, this level of skill was considered the ceiling for talent show idols this year. Can you believe it? The disadvantage of singers who emerged from talent shows is that their song sales are initially impressive but lack sustainability. They rely almost entirely on their fans for support, with little interest from the general public. Li Yaoquan's Too Beautiful was now in such a predicament. Tianfeng Entertainment had expected to ride a wave of success but did not anticipate encountering a song like Those Years, which could endure over time. Once Those Years surpassed 500,000 downloads, the growth trend for Too Beautiful began to wane. While the initial explosion of Those Years was not as strong as Too Beautiful, its growth momentum was solid. The download gap between the two would only continue to widen. Meanwhile, within Chengtian Entertainment, the success of Those Years on the rookie chart sent the entire company into a state of exhilaration. Had the victory not been finalized, Wei Jiqiao would have already wanted to pop champagne in celebration. Zhao Yifeng, in order to align with the company's promotional efforts, was not as fortunate as Zhou Zhifei. Throughout the National Day holiday, he remained at the company working, such as the entertainment industry, as they must focus on entertaining others. Thus, when the public is on holiday, they are at their busiest. In truth, Zhao Yifeng was quite excited, as he had never dreamed of achieving the top spot on the rookie chart. In this world, most people only remember the first place. Over time, few will remember the second or third, let alone those ranked lower. Therefore, for him, this first place was of utmost importance. In the office of the Chengtian Entertainment director, Wei Jiqiao, usually stern and unyielding, was now all smiles. Given the current performance of Those Years, it is only a matter of time before we break the million download mark. Indeed, for some second or third-tier artists, having a song that surpasses 1 million downloads would be sufficient to establish it as their signature work. Judging by the current trend, 1 million for Those Years was merely the beginning. Wei Yu chimed in happily. Absolutely, this is indeed a great start. Wei Jiqiao nodded. Indeed, this is truly a splendid debut. He then turned to Zhao Yifeng and asked, Yifeng, have you been in contact with Zhifei recently? Zhao Yifeng replied, I have been in touch with him these past few days. He sometimes inquires about the latest performance of the songs. Good. As long as you are in contact. Zhifei's musical talent should never be underestimated. Although there are no formal regulations, according to the calculations of the Music Association, the criteria for selecting a senior producer is 10 representative works with 1 million downloads each. If he can produce a song with over 10 million downloads, he will rise to fame in a single leap, and next year he will certainly become a senior producer. Even a gold medal producer may not be able to write a song that surpasses 10 million downloads. Wei Jichao explained, both to Wu Yu and Zhou Zhifei, as well as to himself. Chapter 68. One may call someone bad, but never call them foolish in the current environment. Simply selling songs does not yield significant profit. Even if Zhou Yifeng's those years surpassed 1 million downloads on the platform, what difference does it make? 1 million downloads translates to roughly 2 million yuan. After deducting the platform's share, the company would only receive around 1 million yuan. This is not even the total amount the company gets, as they must pay Zhou Zhifei an 8 royalty fee, amounting to 112,000 yuan. Then there are various promotional and advertising expenses to consider. And after these deductions, the company's net income remains. Since those years had drawn considerable resources from Chengtian, a significant amount had been spent here. When calculated, a mere 1 million downloads truly yields little profit. The net earnings must also account for a 20 share to Zhou Zhifei, leaving even less for the company. If the download count were to exceed 10 million, there might be some profit to be made. But it would only amount to a few million yuan, which is considered small change for an entertainment company. Thus, the era of relying solely on song sales for profit has long passed. True profit comes from enabling singers to gain fame through their songs, leading to commercial performances, variety shows, and endorsements. If they possess acting skills as well, that is even better, as they can develop into tri-talented stars. This is the correct way for modern singers to earn money. Wu Yu is also strategizing in this manner for Zhou Zhifei. After asking a few more questions about Zhou Zhifei's situation, Wei Jichao shifted the topic. Wu, has the KuCat platform been in contact with you recently? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, their channel manager calls me daily, even on October 1 ST. Wei Jichao lightly tapped his finger on the table. Is it regarding youth? Exactly, Mr. Wei. You may not be aware, but the performance of youth that Yifeng sang at the gala has been phenomenal. The view count has already surpassed 30 million, Wu Yu responded. After pondering for a moment, Wei Jichao continued. So, KuCat Music is aware that the rights for youth are in our hands, and they wish to partake in the profits by urging us to launch it on the music platform. That is indeed the case. Wei Jichao waved his hand. Let us not rush to launch it. Tell them we have an agreement with Director Su that we cannot allow youth to detract from the momentum of those years. We will not upload youth to the platform until the film's box office starts to decline. Wu Yu questioned, Mr. Wei, are you truly saying it like that? Of course not. Uploading the song to KuCat Music now would only earn us a pittance. We should focus on maximizing our benefits while simultaneously boosting Yifeng's popularity. That would be a true win-win situation, allowing us to succeed twice. With that, Wei Jichao's capitalist instincts shone through. Wu Yu directly inquired, what should I do? Penguin Video has garnered such high view counts by editing Yifeng's performance video. I believe Douyin Short Video would be even more interested in youth, as they are the true masters of short video content. We can have Yifeng collaborate with Douyin to create a short clip, linking youth with those years to form Yifeng's youth duology. If necessary, we could even invest in creating an MV for youth. In summary, we should strive to enhance Yifeng's exposure. Once he has a solid fanbase, I have other plans in mind. Thereafter, Wei Jichao and Wu Yu continued to discuss specific operational steps. Zhou Yifeng finally witnessed firsthand how a genuine entertainment company cultivates and packages its artists. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yangqing, at Panhai Entertainment, in the office of the composition department's general manager, Xie Chengjie spoke with a sullen expression. Dad, I am not willing to accept this. Why should the song Tianlin, written by teacher Jiang, lose to a song composed by a sophomore? Losing at the school's welcome gala was one thing, but why did it fail to even make the top 10 on KuCat Music? Everyone only cares about the first place, those years, while who even notices the 12th ranked Tianlin? Dressed impeccably, Xie Honggan flicked the ash off his cigarette and replied, this producer named Zhifei indeed possesses some talent. Both those years and youth can be regarded as rare gems, even within our Panhai Entertainment. Your Tianlin losing to those years and youth is, to be fair, not entirely unexpected. Dad, which side are you on? Xie Chengjie asked, somewhat exasperated. Xie Honggan's expression turned serious. I merely want you to adopt a rational perspective. Feeling unwilling is one thing, but don't let that cloud your judgment. Otherwise, how will you improve in the future? One must never underestimate those who rise to the ranks of company executives. At the very least, Their vision and perspective are commendable. One may call someone bad, but never call them foolish. After a pause, Xia Honggan continued, Zhifei, as a producer, is indeed talented. Our company has made attempts to reach out to him, but he has decisively rejected every overture. Though I have not interacted with him, I suspect he is the type who is arrogant due to his talent. Xia Qingjie shook his head. Zhifei's real name is Zhou Zhifei. I have interacted with him a few times, and he does not come across as arrogant. If he were, why would he choose to write for someone like Zhao Yifeng, whom I consider useless? Why would he write for Zhao Yifeng instead of anyone else? That is what I cannot tolerate. As he spoke, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Xia Honggan tapped the table to remind him. Calm down. When will you learn to avoid acting impulsively? Your temper has caused me to clean up after you more times than I can count. You must understand, Dad cannot take care of you for the rest of your life. After what happened at school, I thought you might finally show some growth, but it seems I was overly optimistic. Seeing his father's displeasure, Xia Qingjie finally softened his stance. No, Dad, I have looked into the backgrounds of Zhao Yifeng and Zhou Zhifei. Their families are both quite ordinary. I simply cannot comprehend why I always find myself at a disadvantage against people like them. Given our family's social standing, that line of thinking is flawed. There is an abundance of power in society that can constrain us. By the way, you mentioned you have faced setbacks against Zhou Zhifei more than once? Xia Honggan inquired, puzzled. Xia Qingjie nodded. Yes, you warned me not to provoke the young lady from the Shen family. In truth, I had no particular interest in her. It seemed that Shen Xiangyu was the one who was captivated by Zhou Zhifei. Chapter 69. Never to engage in romance in this lifetime. Upon hearing his son's words, Xia Honggan was momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that the young lady from the Shen family has developed feelings for this Zhifei? He asked, perplexed. Xia Qingjie waved his hand and said, I am not quite sure about that. However, based on the facts I have gathered, even if Shen Xiangyu has not yet developed feelings for Zhou Zhifei, she undoubtedly harbors some affection for him. It is only with Zhou Zhifei that Shen Xiangyu would take the initiative to get closer. This was something Zhu Zhani mentioned to me, referring to the time Shen Xiangyu approached Zhou Zhifei on the sports field. Anyone with eyes and a functioning mind can see that Shen Xiangyu's feelings for Zhou Zhifei are distinctly different. Xia Honggan pondered for a moment and added, that is quite intriguing, if what you say is true. It seems that the eldest daughter of the Shen family is indeed the one taking the initiative. Is it possible that Zhou Zhifei is unaware of her status? Even if he is, he must certainly perceive her uniqueness from her attire. Xia Qingjie shook his head and replied, I'm not certain about the specifics, but it is true that Zhou Zhifei is not often seen in Shen Xiangyu's company. Instead, he seems to be quite close to Zhao Yifeng, and his demeanor does not strike me as particularly masculine. Xia Honggan reflected for a moment before speaking again. As for your dealings with the Shen family, do not harbor any ulterior motives. It is quite easy for Shanzong to investigate someone. If you truly manage to win over the eldest daughter of the Shen family, I would be pleased. However, if such an opportunity does not arise, do not waste your time. Your focus should not be on romantic entanglements. I have other plans for your career. Apple TV is currently organizing a singing talent show, which has yet to be announced publicly. Therefore, my plan is for you to debut through this talent show, leveraging the robust resources of Fan Hai Entertainment to secure the championship and subsequently establish you as the most promising newcomer in the Chinese music scene by the end of this year. As for Zhou Zhifei and Zhao Yifeng, do not allow them to divert your attention. I acknowledge Zhou Zhifei possesses some talent, but they may not yet realize that talent means little in the face of capital. Without substantial backing, no matter how great the talent, it becomes irrelevant. Thus, these two are destined to serve as stepping stones on your path. Xia Qingjie nodded and said, Father, I think the same. Once I officially debut online, I will not regard Zhou Zhifei and Zhao Yifeng as worthy of my attention. My aspirations are far greater, for by then, I will be in a league entirely different from theirs. Xia Honggan finally smiled. It is excellent that you understand this. I have arranged for you to have a training instructor. Therefore, in the coming days, focus on honing your vocal skills and performance techniques. I will inform the school that you need not return for the time being. Father, rest assured, I will definitely bring back a championship, Xia Qingjie declared with confidence. He thought to himself that after 3 generations of effort from his family, what right did individuals like Zhou Zhifei and Zhao Yifeng have to compare themselves to him? Losing to Zhou Zhifei at the last gala was merely an accident. As long as he took things seriously, he would surpass them in no time. Cha City. Zhou Zhifei, having just dragged himself out of bed, yawned with one hand while scratching his backside with the other, unsteadily making his way out of his room. Mom, is there breakfast? I'm starving, Xu Lijia. Upon seeing him, suddenly felt an outburst of anger and exclaimed, "Oh, Zhou Zhifei has finally deigned to rise. There's no breakfast, so hold your hunger." Zhou Zhifei protested, "Mom, how can you treat me this way? I'm still growing. Skipping breakfast is unacceptable." Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're nearly 20. What more growth do you expect? At this rate, you'll be 2 meters tall, and you won't even fit in your bed." Zhou Zhifei was taken aback, as if realizing the gravity of the situation. If he couldn't fit in his bed, would there be no place for him to stand in the world? Zhou Zhifei picked up a peanut from the table and accurately tossed it at Zhou Zhifei's forehead. "Stop being cheeky. Your father will be back soon, and then you can have lunch. You need to pack for school tomorrow. Have you gotten everything ready?" Zhou Zhifei rubbed his forehead and replied, "Not yet. I only have a few pieces of clothing. Packing this afternoon will be fine." Zhou Zhifei began to nag. "Why have you developed such a procrastinating habit? You used to pack everything well in advance." "Mom, people grow up," Zhou Zhifei replied jokingly. "If this is what growing up looks like, then I wish you wouldn't grow at all." Before long, Zhou Zhangwo returned home from visiting neighbors, timing his entry into the kitchen perfectly to begin cooking. This was a well-practiced routine between the couple over the years. Zhou Zhangwo was an excellent cook. His braised carp was renowned among their neighbors. Soon, the table was set with a dish of braised carp, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and a pot of chicken soup. Zhou Zhifei instinctively entered the kitchen to retrieve bowls and chopsticks. At the dining table, Zhou Zhifei asked, "Zhifei, with you writing songs and making money at school, are you trying to win over the girls?" Zhou Zhifei picked up a piece of fish and replied, "Mom, how rich is your imagination that you think I'm making money to attract girls? Let me be clear. I have no intention of dating, not now or ever." The sensible Zhou Zhangwo nodded in agreement. "Now that you're in university, your studies should take precedence. Earning money and dating are secondary matters. Those pursuits can wait until after you enter society." "While I won't date, I still need to earn money," Zhou Zhifei retorted. "Let's not forget, you were chasing a girl in high school. Your homeroom teacher was worried it might affect your studies and mentioned it to me in private. Your claim of not dating is rather hard to believe." Zhou Zhifei did not believe Zhou Zhifei's words at all. He shrugged. "Believe what you want." After finishing the remaining braised carp, Zhou Zhifei put away his bowls and returned to his room. Suddenly, Zhou Zhangwo thought of something and said with a dark expression, "That brat better not have been brainwashed in college, embracing some sort of singleism. And what about that girl? Is Zhifei still pursuing her?" Zhou Zhifei, on the other hand, remained calm. "Don't worry. Your son is merely indulging in a passing fancy. As for that girl, I suspect things didn't go well. Have you noticed how Zhifei has been home for days? If I hadn't urged him to go out, he probably wouldn't have stepped outside at all." Zhou Zhangwo expressed his confusion. "If that's the case, how can you be so sure Zhifei won't act as he claims?" Zhou Zhifei replied, "Although your son has changed a lot, I can still see that he is just being stubborn. What I fear is that as he reveals his talents, he will attract too much attention from women, and we want to know how to handle it." Zhou Zhangwo. He had not anticipated that his wife would think so far ahead. Chapter 70. I am burning my youth in the afternoon. While packing his travel backpack, Zhou Zhifei unexpectedly discovered the dog diary he had stumbled upon arriving in this world, tucked away in a side pocket. He could not recall when he had casually shoved it into his bag, but that was of little consequence. Zhou Zhifei held the diary in both hands, staring at the cover for a long while. He then took a lighter from his drawer, walked out to the open area by the door, and ignited it. As the diary burned, the acrid smoke wafted into the house. Zhou Zhifei immediately stepped outside, seeing Zhou Zhifei standing by the trash can, and scolded, "Zhou Zhifei, what on earth are you burning? I nearly thought it was on fire out here." Zhou Zhifei, hands in his pockets, stood upright and gazed at the nearly charred diary in the trash can, calmly stating, "I am burning my youth." "Well, this is the youth of the original owner," Zhou Zhifei added silently in his heart. "Oh, is that so?" Zhou Zhifei, intrigued, approached to inspect the ashes, which vaguely resembled a notebook. "Your youth is contained in this notebook?" Once the flames had extinguished, Zhou Zhifei responded, "The notebook is merely a vessel. The content within is what truly matters. I have no idea what you're up to." "You say the content is key. What is that key?" Zhou Zhifei inquired. "The key is that I have seen youth, which is why I have decided not to pursue romantic relationships. Earning a good income is far more appealing. Why must one engage in dating? Mom, I speak seriously. You should get used to this. In the future, there will be no need to ask me about dates during holidays, nor will I introduce any potential partners." Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Zhou Zhifei pulled it out and glanced at the screen, seeing a message from someone saved as Little Rich Woman, causing a smile to involuntarily spread across his face. He opened it to see what she had to say. Little Rich Woman, Senior, I returned to school today. When will you take me out to have some fun? For some reason, a flicker of joy passed through Zhou Zhifei's heart. Mom, I genuinely do not want to date. I am not joking. You should prepare yourself. Although the wording was different, the essence of what Zhou Zhifei had just said remained unchanged, emphasizing his unwillingness to pursue romance. After speaking, he disregarded Su Lijia's thoughts, holding his phone as he walked straight into his room, leaving Su Lijia in a daze, staring at his retreating figure. Once Zhou Zhifei was out of sight, Su Lijia murmured to herself, he says he won't date for life. Yet his smile just now seemed almost too wide. Could it be that he is already involved with someone? No, I must pry some information from him to find out which girl it is. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhou Zhifei made his way to the train station. The train he had booked to Yangqing arrived punctually. This was a special train, and fortunately, he had secured a seat. It was not a matter of lacking funds to avoid the green-skin train, but rather the comfort of traveling by train or high-speed rail during the peak of the National Day holiday, as there would be no traffic jams. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhou Zhifei found that only Lin Hao had arrived before him. The other two had yet to return. After placing his bag in the cabinet and exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Hao, Zhou Zhifei climbed into his bed and soon fell asleep. When he awoke again, it was already evening. With everyone back in the dorm, the atmosphere became lively. Had it not been for his promise to Little Rich Woman to take her out, Zhou Zhifei could have easily chatted with them until lights out. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Zhou Zhifei spotted Little Rich Woman waiting quietly, and something in his heart seemed to shift. Let's go. We should eat at the dining hall first, Zhou Zhifei suggested. Oh. Though Little Rich Woman's voice remained cool, Zhou Zhifei sensed a subtle change, as if a hint of warmth had entered her tone. In the school dining hall, after being well fed, Shen Xiangyu reluctantly left, while Zhou Zhifei wore a look of impatience, unaware of the envy he stirred among the single men around them. With no particular destination in mind, they aimlessly wandered around the campus. Little Rich Woman walked slowly, taking small steps, and Zhou Zhifei matched her pace out of consideration. Shen Xiangyu was not particularly talkative, so their conversation remained sparse. Even in this silence, she wished the campus could be larger, allowing her senior to accompany her for a longer time. Though the day in October was still quite warm, the evening breeze had begun to carry a hint of autumn's coolness. Zhou Zhifei and Shen Xiangyu strolled along the tree-lined paths of the campus, beside the artificial lake, their shadows stretching under the glow of the lampposts. Suddenly, Zhou Zhifei felt increasingly uneasy as they walked. The path they were traversing was renowned as a lover's spot in Nanchuan. Being near the artificial lake, it was not only adorned with lush grass, but also surrounded by low trees. Further in, one would find the even more famous Nanchuan Grove. As the ancient poem goes, lost in the depths of the garden, startled are countless mandarin ducks. If Zhou Zhifei wished to indulge in some mischief, a few well-placed taps on the branches would surely startle many couples. However, he and Little Rich Woman were not a couple, so he could not fathom why they had ended up in such a place. Chapter 71. I am not afraid of loneliness. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the shadows cast by the light. Caught off guard, Shen Xiangyu seemed startled and bumped into Zhou Zhifei from behind. Zhou Zhifei barely had time to appreciate the softness behind him when another figure sprang out from the same spot. Upon closer inspection, he saw a girl in front, pursued by a boy. This young couple appeared to have just experienced a failed negotiation, not having reached an agreement on their card game. Shen Xiangyu blinked her large, curious eyes, looking dazed as she watched the pair recede into the distance. Senior, why were they hiding in such a dark place? Little Rich Woman asked, perplexed. Perhaps they were trying to sneak a treat without being seen, Zhou Zhifei speculated. Shen Xiangyu widened her eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend what kind of delicacy would warrant such secrecy. Little Rich Woman continued, then what is their relationship? Are they a couple? Just because there is a man and a woman does not necessarily mean they're a couple. They might simply be good friends. Zhou Zhifei continued to fabricate. Then, Shen Xiangyu wanted to ask more, but Zhou Zhifei cut her off. Why so many questions? Are you a walking encyclopedia? Instead of worrying about them, why not focus on yourself? Didn't you twist your ankle earlier? Did you re-injure it when you bumped into me? Shen Xiangyu gently tested her ankle, intending to say she felt no pain. However, Zhou Zhifei interrupted her. That patch of grass is unoccupied. Let us sit there, and I'll check it for you. If it's not serious, I could even give it a gentle massage. His words came across as quite noble, convincing even himself. Little rich woman, taken aback, was led to the grass patch. Before she could react, her shoes and socks had been removed. After a brief massage, Zhou Zhifei then said seriously, "It seems there's no major issue. You should be fine." Little rich woman pouted. "There was no issue to begin with. I didn't feel any pain. If your foot doesn't hurt, why did you ask me to massage it?" Zhou Zhifei played the blame game. Shen Xiangyu murmured, "I never asked you to help me. Then why did you take off your shoes and socks? I didn't want to. It's not like I was trying to steal a moment with you." A silence ensued. Shen Xiangyu said softly, "Next time, when you take me out to play, I'll wash my feet first." Zhou Zhifei felt insulted. "What do you take me for? I am a virtuous gentleman. What man can withstand such a test?" Afterward, he waved his hand dismissively. "Forget that. During this long holiday, did you go anywhere fun?" Though that may be the case, his hands remained firmly in place. Shen Xiangyu pondered for a moment before stating, "I went to my grandmother's house. When I mentioned going out for fun, I was referring to visiting various attractions or entertainment venues. For instance, during the National Day holiday, a highly popular youth film titled To Our Youth That Is Fading Away was released." Zhou Zhifei chuckled as he remarked, "I do not enjoy watching movies." "Really?" Zhou Zhifei inquired, looking at her. The little heiress found herself evading his gaze. Zhou Zhifei smirked and said, "Those who tell lies often find their noses growing longer." Shen Xiangyu was taken aback, instinctively reaching to touch her nose. Her senior was indeed a rascal, tricking her with such nonsense. After all, noses do not elongate. Zhou Zhifei propped himself on the grass, gazing at the moonlight. "As for me, I have been busy with songwriting matters before the National Day holiday. In fact, the theme song for that very film I just mentioned was penned by me. Only during the holiday did I find some leisure time, making it the most relaxed period I've had lately. However, now that the holiday has concluded, I have my own pursuits, and I will likely be preoccupied with various matters, making it difficult to accompany you as I have tonight. If you feel lonely, you might consider asking your roommates or classmates to join you for an outing." Shen Xiangyu's eyes flickered as she replied, "The nights at school are very dark, I am afraid." Zhou Zhifei raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Isn't it dark outside now as well? If you're scared, perhaps we should head back." The little heiress shook her head vigorously like a rattled drum. "I am not always afraid of the dark," Zhou Zhifei teased. "So, your fear of the dark is conditional, is it? Moreover, there are no restrictions on going out during the day. You could venture out with your roommates then." "I need to study during the day," she retorted, her demeanor as unyielding as ever, reminiscent of the aloof facade she presented when they first met. Zhou Zhifei sighed. "You must cultivate your own social circle. After all, I am merely your senior and cannot always be by your side." Shen Xiangyu replied defiantly, "I have always been alone. I do not fear loneliness." Yet, when Zhou Zhifei's gaze fell upon her, she quickly diverted her eyes elsewhere, refusing to meet his gaze. "If you truly do not fear loneliness, then look into my eyes and do not turn away." In that moment, Zhou Zhifei finally grasped the difficulties of parenting. "How about this? In the future, if I have business matters and the other party does not refuse, I can take you along to." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xiangyu's eyes lit up. "However," she replied nonchalantly, "All right." No sooner had those words left her lips than Zhou Zhifei's phone began to vibrate incessantly in his pocket. Upon checking the screen, he discovered it was a call from Zhou Yifeng. After answering, Zhou Zhifei greeted, "Zhao, why are you looking for me so late? Is there something you need?" Zhou Yifeng responded, "Zhifei, it's like this. Sister Wu knows that I am quite close to you, so she asked me to convey a message. Director Su has already transferred the copyright fees for those years to the company, so the funds will be transferred to you in the coming days. Additionally, the copyright fees for youth will also be sent to you. Are you free now? I am at the food street. We can discuss the details of the transfer in person and grab a late-night snack together." Given the substantial sum involved, Zhou Zhifei knew he had to make time. Although he was uncertain about the details to be discussed, he promptly replied, "Sure, wait for me a moment. I'll head over now." After hanging up, Zhou Zhifei turned to the little heiress and asked, "I need to go meet Zhao for business. Would you like to accompany me?" Shen Xiangyu nodded. "All right." Zhou Zhifei stood up, brushed off his pants, and said, "Then let's go together, but do not cause any trouble." "I won't cause any trouble," she replied. "While you discuss matters with Zhao, if you find it boring, you can order something to eat. But after tonight's feast, can you still manage to eat more?" Upon hearing about food, the little heiress's eyes sparkled. "I can." Chapter 72. The studio. Zhao Yifeng sent his location to Zhou Zhifei via WeChat. The venue was a slightly upscale barbecue restaurant with private booths. He ordered a few items casually and awaited Zhou Zhifei's arrival. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yifeng spotted Zhou Zhifei entering the restaurant. Accompanied by Shen Xiangyu, he waved and called out, "Zhifei, over here." Once Zhou Zhifei took his seat, Shen Xiangyu obediently settled beside him, her gaze fixated on the assortment of snacks on the table. In the presence of others, the little heiress maintained a reserved demeanor, or perhaps timid would be more fitting. Zhao Yifeng glanced between Zhou Zhifei and Shen Xiangyu and chuckled. "Zhifei, you and Sister Shen have finally made your relationship known? No longer hiding it?" Zhou Zhifei swiftly refuted. "Zhao, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by made it known? My relationship with the little heiress is purely platonic." He then offered her a skewer of grilled chicken wings. Shen Xiangyu seemed oblivious to their earlier conversation, dutifully munching on the chicken wings before her. Observing this harmonious scene, Zhao Yifeng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A platonic relationship at this hour? It was rather hard to believe. As he spent more time with Zhou Zhifei, Zhao Yifeng found him to be quite likable, except for his stubbornness. The beautiful little junior displayed an amusing attitude as well. Since they were still playing a game of charades, he decided not to spoil the fun. Zhao Yifeng suggested, "I was quite busy during the National Day holiday, but I currently have a few days off from the company. Zhifei, should we have a drink?" Zhou Zhifei smiled and replied, "As you wish, Zhao. I'll go along with whatever you decide." Zhao Yifeng stood up and approached the counter, turning back to ask, "Zhifei, would you prefer beer or liquor?" "Beer, please, that I'm not fond of liquor." Zhou Zhifei responded. "All right." Just as Zhao Yifeng opened the fridge, a melodic voice chimed in, "Then I'll also have beer." The little heiress, happily devouring chicken wings, casually expressed her preference, embodying the obedient nature of a pampered young lady. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Zhifei had seen through her ruse. "Zhao, don't listen to her. Just give her a bottle of AD calcium milk." Feeling disappointed at not getting her way, Shen Xiangyu's expression fell. The inclination to discuss business over drinks seemed ingrained in the culture. Despite their youth, Zhou Zhifei and Zhao Yifeng appeared to navigate this social custom effortlessly. After having some food to fill their stomachs, they clinked their beer glasses together. However, the presence of AD calcium milk amidst their toast felt somewhat peculiar. "Zhao, didn't you mention over the phone that there were some details regarding the copyright fees to discuss?" Zhou Zhifei inquired, shaking his beer glass. Zhao Yifeng smacked his forehead. "I almost forgot about the main topic. Here's the thing. Sister Wu asked me if Zhifei has considered establishing a studio. Transferring the copyright fees directly to your bank account would incur a significant tax burden. Having your own studio could allow for some reasonable tax savings." Hearing this, Zhou Zhifei felt a pang of regret. He had previously calculated that if 600,000 was transferred directly to his account, he would owe around 200,000 in taxes. It was impossible not to feel disheartened. It was no wonder that many celebrities, despite knowing tax evasion was illegal, still pursued it relentlessly. Establishing a studio was indeed a legitimate means of tax reduction, provided it was done lawfully. Zhou Zhifei hesitated, "But my class advisor mentioned that first and second-year students cannot sign contracts with companies or studios. If I start my own studio, wouldn't that violate school regulations?" Zhao Yifeng clarified, "You see, the school does prohibit first and second-year students from signing contracts with companies or studios to protect you from being deceived. However, if you establish your own studio, the school adopts a supportive stance, as this aligns with the national policy encouraging entrepreneurship among college students." After a pause, he added playfully, "I actually think you and Sister Shun could collaborate to open a studio. I've even thought of a name for it, Mutual Understanding Studio. You would be the boss and Sister Shun would be the boss lady." It was evident that Zhao Yifeng was merely joking, but his words struck a chord with Shen Xiangyu, who had initially been indifferent to the conversation. Upon hearing the term boss lady, her eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou Zhifei shot her a glance, feigning annoyance. "Zhao, I've already told you that my relationship with her is purely platonic. It is not what you think, and my apologies. I shall punish myself with a drink." Zhao Yifeng laughed as he filled his cup with beer and downed it in one go. Zhou Zhifei contemplated for a moment before stating, "I'll think further about establishing a studio. Moreover, the paperwork and processes will take time, so I am not in a hurry." He then shifted the topic. "Zhao, there's something I'm quite curious about. Go ahead." Zhao Yifeng encouraged. "If I recall correctly, the song Youth has already been recorded. Why hasn't your company uploaded it to the music platforms yet? I've seen quite a buzz online regarding its upload." Zhou Zhifei voiced his confusion. Zhao Yifeng chuckled, Precisely because youth has garnered such attention and popularity, the company has decided to hold back. Currently, the top song on the newcomer chart is Those Years, and releasing Youth amidst its popularity could overshadow Those Years. However, since director Su's movie is currently being screened, the traction from Those Years will serve as significant promotion for the film. Consequently, director Su requested to postpone the upload of Youth by a week or two. After weighing the options, President Wei agreed to this request. Given that I am already at the top of the newcomer chart, there is no need to release a new song and undermine my own success. Zhou Zhifei nodded. It was merely an offhand question. Since Orange Sky Entertainment had its plans, he had no objections. Chapter 73. The money comes too quickly. Zhou Zhifei ultimately decided to have Orange Sky Entertainment transfer the copyright fees directly to him. After giving his family 50,000 yuan, he found himself with little remaining. While registering a studio wouldn't cost much, the time and procedural complexities were daunting, and he couldn't even afford the verification funds at the moment. Thus, the 600,000 yuan copyright fee from Orange Sky Entertainment, though he wouldn't receive the full amount, could resolve his pressing financial concerns. With this money, he would have some leeway. However, Zhou Yifeng's suggestion was valid. He would need to establish the studio eventually. Having a studio would not only help with tax savings, but also streamline collaborations with Orange Sky Entertainment or other companies. Therefore, Zhou Zhifei kept this matter in mind. After finishing their late-night snack with Zhou Yifeng, Zhou Zhifei packed 6 portions of barbecue, giving 3 to the little heiress to take back to her roommates. To prevent her from sneaking a bite. He reminded her several times. He then escorted Shen Xiangyu to the dormitory entrance and watched her ascend the stairs before returning to his own dorm. As soon as he opened the door to room 703, he was greeted by the familiar chaotic scene and Cheng Buochao's melodious greetings as he played games. Lin Hao asked with a smile, "Zhou, why did you return so late? Did you go on a date tonight?" Zhou Zhifei adamantly denied. "What date? I could never date in my life. I had some personal matters to attend to this evening." He then raised the takeout bag, saying, "See, I was out handling business and still remembered to bring you all a late-night snack. I've been a good brother, haven't I?" Upon hearing about food, the eldest, Cheng Buochao, abandoned his game, while Gui Yuanxiang poked his head out from the top bunk. Cheng Buochao dramatically exclaimed, "Old 3, you are more than just my brother. If you do not mind, I shall gladly accept you as my godfather." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhifei shoved a grilled corn cob into Cheng Buochao's mouth. He grumbled, "I have no need for a godson as large as you, lest you cause mischief." The late-night snacks Zhou Zhifei brought were quickly devoured by them. At that moment, Gui Yuanxiang spoke up, "Old 3, you weren't entirely truthful earlier. I saw you having dinner with Shen Xiangyu in the cafeteria tonight. You're not going to say that wasn't a date, are you?" Zhou Zhifei paused, taken aback. "I didn't see you in the cafeteria. If you saw me, why didn't you greet me? I was with Xiao Yin at the time. How could I say hello to you?" "Oh, so you were also dining at the cafeteria, which means you're also dating." Zhou Zhifei seized the opportunity in Gui Yuanxiang's words to press further. Gui Yuanxiang stammered, "I wish I could, but I haven't won her over yet. Good things come to those who wait. Being in the same class gives me plenty of opportunities." Zhou Zhifei chided, "Are you sure you didn't pay for dinner tonight? Don't go copying my style and become a doormat." Gui Yuanxiang replied excitedly, "Xiao Yin is not that kind of girl, and we split the bill tonight. I wouldn't mind treating her, but she wasn't willing. I've already gained a notorious reputation in the department. Don't follow in my footsteps. Otherwise, our room 703 will become the infamous doormat dormitory of the entire school." Zhou Zhifei patted his shoulder, refraining from further persuasion. He wasn't familiar with Xiao Yin and hadn't interacted much with her. However, after the incident at the school gate before the National Day holiday, he sensed an air of pride in her demeanor that might lead her to look down on Gui Yuanxiang. After all, her fellow townsman had a decent background and had pursued her all the way from the capital to Yangcheng. It was evident that her standards were quite high, considering that even someone who had made such an effort had not managed to win her over. Zhou Zhifei didn't have a particularly negative impression of her. At least she was straightforward and didn't string others along. Disliking someone was one thing, but being direct about it was commendable. In contrast, her fellow townsmen seemed a bit too persistent, reminiscent of the original Zhou Zhifei's past, making it feel like looking into a mirror. Thus, Zhou Zhifei was not optimistic about Gui Yuanxiang's pursuit of Xiao Yin. Cheng Buochao chimed in indignantly, "Old 3, if you say our dormitory is a doormat dormitory, I want to stand for it." Zhou Zhifei smirked. "What is there to be unhappy about, old one? Are you not aware of the situation? Despite my contributions, I only bear half the blame. The other half lies with you. If old Four hadn't he had a girlfriend, our room 703 would have undoubtedly earned the reputation of a doormat dormitory. Lin Hao waved his hand. Hold on, hold on. Old brother, that statement is inaccurate. While it's true our dorm might have been considered a doormat dormitory, ever since old brother got together with Shan Xiangyu, it's been the envy of countless people. Your past misdeeds have been overshadowed, and others now view them as sour grapes. It is commonly asserted that my relationship with Shan Xiangyu is merely that of senior and junior. Yet who has claimed that we are together? Oh, Lao Si, do refrain from spreading rumors. At this moment, Cheng Buqiao remarked with a sinister tone. Lao San, you are commendable in many regards, but your sole flaw is that your mouth is the only thing about you that is truly formidable. Those in the dormitory are well aware that, in a certain sense, Shan Xiangyu holds a rather unique position in Cheng Buqiao's heart. Despite Lao Da's self-proclaimed identity as a Sea King, no one truly knows what he harbors within. Thus, Zhou Zhifei chose to disregard their banter and promptly opened his laptop. Resting his head on his left hand while maneuvering the mouse with his right, he navigated to the platform's rising star chart to assess today's statistics. The songs in the top 10 had not seen significant changes, though a few had shifted in rank. However, this did not affect the standing of those years, which had already surpassed 1 million downloads in just a few short days. This figure had widened the gap between it and the second-ranked Too Beautiful, solidifying Zhao Yifeng's position as the undeniable champion of the October newcomer chart. Following this, no other songs seemed poised to threaten the status of those years. The success of those years was certainly a boon for Zhou Zhifei. 1 million downloads marked a pivotal milestone in the music production realm, and the popularity of his composition served as clear evidence of its appeal to listeners. Yet, Zhou Zhifei recognized that the popularity of those years would most directly influence the remuneration he could receive for songwriting. Selling those years to Chengtian Entertainment for a mere 100,000 was undoubtedly a bargain. Even with the additional 300,000 for film usage rights, the initial sale still felt somewhat undervalued. Nonetheless, Zhou Zhifei was not one to be discontent. As a novice producer, Chengtian Entertainment's offer was indeed fair. At the time, he was nearly devoid of funds for basic sustenance, and the copyright payment was akin to a lifeline, prompting him to offer another song, Youth, to them. Of course, his relationship with Zhao Yifeng was also a significant factor. Fortunately, he retained an 8% share of the copyright fees, meaning, based on the million downloads, he would likely receive around 110,000 yuan. However, the potential of those years was certainly greater than just 1 million, and in the future, he would also receive a share from Zhao Yifeng's commercial performances. Thus, while the amount seemed modest, it was sustainable over time. Additionally, with those years igniting his reputation, Zhou Zhifei would gain greater bargaining power moving forward, allowing him to negotiate a more favorable profit-sharing ratio. It is worth noting that Chengtian Entertainment still held onto the unreleased Youth, and he believed this song would achieve even greater success than those years. Roughly calculating, he realized that just from those years and Youth, he could amass over 1 million in copyright fees in a remarkably short period, far surpassing the average income in the domestic industry. No wonder those outside the entertainment sphere are so desperately trying to break into it. The financial rewards are simply too swift. Chapter 74. Disrupting one's resolve on a clear morning in the south. A soft glow of dawn gradually illuminated the campus. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. It had been 3 days since Zhou Zhifei dined with Zhao Yifeng. Embracing the youthful sunlight, he felt invigorated, perhaps due to the joyous occasion. The trees swaying in the morning wind painted the campus with vitality and exuberance. This feeling stemmed from the fact that last night, the copyright payment from Chengtian Entertainment had already been deposited into his bank account. What was once a precariously low balance now resembled the vibrant energy of the girls jogging on campus. With tomorrow being Monday and classes looming, Zhou Zhifei was approached by Wu Yu, who inquired if he had time today to visit Chengtian's office. Considering he had no pressing engagements, he agreed. Perhaps due to the proactive measures of Chengtian Entertainment, the copyright payment had arrived before their meeting. Remembering his promise to the young heiress that he could take her along for business discussions, Zhou Zhifei inquired about her availability on WeChat last night, and she promptly agreed. As he strolled through the campus, he pondered what Wu Yu might wish to discuss with him. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the girls' dormitory. Prior to the agreed time, Shen Xiangyu had already been waiting downstairs. Dressed in a flowing white dress, the delicate lace accentuated her long, fair legs, perfectly outlining her alluring figure. Her dark hair cascaded down her back, her complexion radiant, and her eyes sparkled like clear water. Slung over her shoulder was a cute black handbag, while she cradled a document folder in her arms. Upon seeing the young heiress, Zhou Zhifei found himself momentarily entranced. He had to admit that among all the girls he had encountered, she was undoubtedly the most stunning. If one were to overlook her social anxiety, Shen Xiangyu would be the quintessential ideal in the eyes of many boys. Even Zhou Zhifei himself could not comprehend why such a girl would be so attached to him. He felt he had little to offer beyond resembling Wu Yinzu, yet he remained perplexed about her fascination. Indeed, women are creatures shrouded in enigma. Zhou Zhifei halted before her, seemingly admonishing, "The wind is rather chilly today. Why are you dressed so lightly?" Shen Xiangyu glanced at him, then quickly averted her gaze. It was evident that she had chosen this attire to please him, yet lacking the words to convey it. She pouted adorably. Noticing the document folder in her hands, Zhou Zhifei curiously inquired, "What is this?" Shen Xiangyu, holding the folder, extended it towards him, saying, "It's for you." Confused, Zhou Zhifei accepted it, asking, "What is it?" As he opened the folder, he discovered it contained the business license of a studio along with some related registration materials. Upon seeing the studio name, Xiangji Studio, with Shen Xiangyu listed as the legal representative, Zhou Zhifei stared in astonishment. Questioning, "Did you register this?" Shen Xiangyu shook her head, explaining, "No, I had Sister He help me with the registration." Sister He? Wasn't that the manager Shen Xiangyu had mentioned before, whom he had yet to meet? It was surprising that Shen Xiangyu had taken Zhao Yifeng's light-hearted remark to heart and established a studio. "Are you so impulsive as to want to become your own boss?" Zhou Zhifei asked with a smile. Shen Xiangyu's eyes twinkled as she replied, "I could be the boss lady." Zhou Zhifei grinned. "If you're the boss lady, then who is the boss?" Shen Xiangyu gazed at him dreamily, her eyes conveying unspoken meanings. Zhou Zhifei inhaled deeply, questioning, "Little heiress, do you understand what the titles of boss and boss lady imply to the average person?" Shen Xiangyu shook her head, slightly tilting her head as she ventured. "It implies a relationship between senior and junior?" Zhou Zhifei. He lowered his gaze to the business license, noting that the registered capital was listed as 1 million. Based on his previous experience, most celebrity studios are typically shell companies with a registered capital of merely 100,000. Indeed, the little heiress was no ordinary heiress. Her initial investment was a staggering 1 million. Moreover, it usually takes at least 10 days to a fortnight to acquire such a license, yet only 3 days had passed. Zhou Zhifei's understanding of Shen Xiangyu's family background had ascended to a new level. This ridiculous financial prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhifei inquired, "Little heiress, do you wish for me to help you manage this studio?" He had contemplated for a long time but struggled to express the current situation, hence the term manage. Zhou Zhifei was unsure, and Shen Xiangyu was even more at a loss. Thus, she simply nodded blankly, thinking that whatever her senior said would suffice. Realizing that asking Shen Xiangyu was futile, Zhou Zhifei regarded the business license with mixed emotions. This little heiress was undeniably a divine disruption to his resolve. Though he had firmly decided never to engage in romantic relationships, he found himself uncertain of how long he could withstand this predicament. Chapter 75. A slight gesture, Zhou Zhifei struggled to suppress the fluttering emotions within him. For the first time, he perceived that his relationship with her, that of senior and junior, seemed to be subtly transforming. He wondered if Shen Xiangyu was aware of this shift. Retrieving his gaze from the business license, he spoke again, "Come with me to Zhao Shixiang's company. When I discuss matters with them, remember to be on your best behavior and avoid causing any trouble." Shen Xiangyu nodded softly, replying, "Okay." In that moment, as long as her senior was willing to take her along, she would comply with any request he made. The two proceeded towards the campus exit. With his mind occupied with thoughts, Zhou Zhifei unconsciously quickened his pace. Shen Xiangyu, keeping close behind, could do little but match his stride. Bathed in the morning sunlight, they painted a unique picture. Upon reaching the school gate, Zhou Zhifei suddenly recalled something. Typically, whether he traveled alone to Chengtian Entertainment or accompanied Zhao Yifeng, he always took the subway to Dongjiang New Town. However, now that he was to go with Shen Xiangyu, it was apparent she had never taken the subway before. To be fair, Zhou Zhifei did not wish for her to experience the discomfort of a crowded subway ride. Since his arrival in this world, he had realized the inconvenience of not having a vehicle. Zhou Zhifei mused, "If only I had a car right now." Shen Xiangyu turned to him, puzzled, "A car?" Zhou Zhifei nodded. "Yes, the place we are heading to is a bit far, and having a car would make it much more convenient." Shen Xiangyu's eyes blinked, and she casually pulled out her phone, tapping a few times. Within 3 minutes, a sleek black Maybach S680 came to a halt before them. Shin Xiangyu looked up, her expression dazed as she declared, "We have a car now." Zhou Zhifei. He couldn't shake the feeling that this scene felt oddly familiar. Dressed in a black suit and white gloves, Uncle Li emerged from the car, bowing respectfully. "Good morning, Mississippi, good morning, young Master Zhou." To be honest, Zhou Zhifei felt somewhat disoriented at that moment. The opulence of the wealthy was indeed astounding. Zhou Zhifei greeted, "Good morning, Uncle Li." After a brief pause, he curiously asked, "Uncle Li, how did you manage to arrive at the school gate so quickly?" Uncle Li smiled and explained, "President Shan purchased a house in the community behind the school for the convenience of the young lady's daily life. However, the young lady refused to move in, so I was arranged to stay there to ensure I can attend to her at all times." Zhou Zhifei glanced at the dazed little heiress, acknowledging that such arrangements were indeed necessary. If he were her father, he would certainly be concerned about letting his sheltered daughter navigate university life alone. Uncle Li extended his hand, bowing politely once more. "Miss, young Master Zhou, please, do enter the vehicle." Settling into the comfortable sofa inside the car, Zhou Zhifei found himself momentarily lost in thought. The events of that morning were undeniably overwhelming. First, the little heiress presented him with the business license for her studio, and then a luxury car arrived to escort them. In that moment, Zhou Zhifei's mind was filled with thoughts of wealthy heiresses and lavish lifestyles. Damn it, what was he even writing songs for? Why not just let the little heiress support him? Initially, he felt a sense of pride at earning 100,000 from 2 songs, but now, after witnessing the effortless luxury of the little heiress's family, his sense of joy dissipated. While others toiled for 18 years to share a cup of coffee, he realized he might need to write a dozen songs just to comfortably afford a Maybach. Yet, upon reflection, writing a dozen songs didn't seem so insurmountable for him. For the entire journey, Shin Xiangyu remained silent, behaving exceptionally well. In contrast, Zhou Zhifei propped his head on one hand, lost in his thoughts. Approximately 30 minutes later, the car stopped outside the building housing Chengtian Entertainment. Uncle Li addressed them, "Miss, young Master Zhou, I won't accompany you inside." Shin Xiangyu simply replied with a soft okay. Zhou Zhifei suggested, "Uncle Li, if you're bored, feel free to explore the area." Uncle Li nodded, "Young Master Zhou, your matters are of utmost importance. There is no need to concern yourself with me." After exiting the car, Zhou Zhifei observed the bustling traffic along the road beside the building and resolved to purchase his own vehicle. Otherwise, going out would indeed be inconvenient. As for the type of car he desired, he had yet to decide, intending to ponder it further once he returned home. This was not Zhou Zhifei's first visit to Chengtian Entertainment, as he confidently stepped into the elevator, making his way to the company entrance. However, for Shin Xiangyu, this was a novel experience. It was her first visit to someone else's company. As they entered the lobby, Zhou Zhifei spotted Liao Zhan at the reception desk. Liao Zhan recognized them immediately and promptly rose to greet them with a broad smile. "Teacher Zhifei, long time no see." Zhou Zhifei chuckled. "Liao Zhan, are you here waiting for me?" "Of course. It has been ages since I last saw Teacher Zhifei. I missed you greatly, so when I heard from Manager Wu that you were on your way from school, I positioned myself at the front desk," Liao Zhan replied. Zhou Zhifei smiled, feeling somewhat awkward as he was not particularly adept at handling overly familiar individuals like Liao Zhan. "Liao Zhan, you're being too kind. Compared to you, I am merely a young newcomer." To his surprise, Liao Zhan retorted, "I cannot accept that, Teacher Zhifei. Our music industry is overly concerned with hierarchy, which has led to a disconnect between emerging talents and established artists. If we continue to adhere to such outdated practices, I fear the Chinese music scene will stagnate. Therefore, I hold genuine admiration for you. Teacher Zhifei, I spent half a year painstakingly refining a song before achieving over 1 million downloads. Yet you merely made a slight effort to reach such heights as a newcomer producer." The flattery was so excessive that even Zhou Zhifei felt a bit embarrassed. "Liao Zhan, really? It's too much. I'm not as remarkable as you claim. Those years took me quite a while to perfect as well." Zhou Zhifei began to fabricate once more. Even if those years had been as impressive as Liao Zhan suggested, what about youth? He couldn't possibly claim he had toiled over it for long. His feedback from Zhao Yifeng told a different story. Standing slightly behind Zhou Zhifei, Shin Xiangyu blinked her eyes, captivated by Liao Zhan's enthusiastic discourse. Initially only focused on Zhou Zhifei, Liao Zhan now noticed the presence of another person accompanying him. "Teacher Zhifei, is this your girlfriend?" Chapter 76. Singing talent show. Before Zhou Zhifei arrived, he had already anticipated that someone would pose such a question. Thus, he had formulated his response in advance, casually introducing, "Her name is Shun Xiangyu, a freshman in the music performance class at South Transmission, a year junior to me. I brought her along today to broaden her horizons." This introduction left Liao Zhan somewhat bewildered, as if he were expecting a different answer. Without allowing him time to react, Zhou Zhifei tugged at the hem of the little rich girl's dress and urged, "Stop lingering at the back, come greet Teacher Liao." Once in front of others, the little rich girl adopted a composed and dignified demeanor, speaking with elegance, "Hello, Teacher Liao. Your voice is quite melodious." Shun Xiangyu's words left him somewhat perplexed. He scrutinized her demeanor and surmised that her familial background must be quite remarkable. Liao Zhan intended to inquire further, hoping to glean more about Shun Xiangyu, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he discovered Wu Yu, accompanied by Zhou Yifeng, making a swift entrance to the front desk. Wu Yu leaned closer to the trio and paused when she noticed Shun Xiangyu, momentarily taken aback by the little rich girl's poise and beauty. Even as a fellow woman, Wu Yu initially greeted with a smile, "Teacher Zhifei, I didn't expect you to arrive at the office earlier than usual." It seemed that as talent became more apparent, the way people were addressed would change, intentionally or not. "I came by car today, not by subway," Zhou Zhifei replied. After a brief pause, Wu Yu pointed toward the little rich girl and inquired, "Teacher Zhifei, who is this?" Zhou Zhifei reiterated what he had previously said to Liao Zhan, explaining to Wu Yu. Observing Zhou Zhifei's earnest explanations, Zhou Yifeng found it quite amusing. "So, you and Yifeng are from the same school? Then it seems we are all acquaintances here." No need for formality. In her efforts to draw Zhou Zhifei closer, Wu Yu constantly sought to foster camaraderie. Zhou Yifeng chimed in at an opportune moment. "Zhifei, Shun Jr. Zhao Sr." Zhou Zhifei replied with a smile. "Zhao Sr." Shun Xiangyu obediently echoed, indicating the chaotic nature of their forms of address. It was as if everyone called each other by their own titles, perhaps a peculiar characteristic of their circle. Wu Yu interjected, "Let's not linger here. President Wei is waiting for us in the conference room. Let us proceed." As she spoke, her gaze flitted between Zhou Zhifei and Shun Xiangyu. Zhou Zhifei caught her implication. "Sister Wu, is what we are discussing today rather confidential, perhaps not meant for others to know?" Wu Yu gently shook her head, "Not exactly. These are matters that most people in the industry are already aware of." Zhou Zhifei shrugged, "That's fine. I brought her out to broaden her experience. She won't speak out of turn." Noticing Wu Yu still hesitating, Zhou Zhifei's mind raced, and he added, "Actually, Shun Xiangyu and I share more than just the relationship I mentioned. We have co-established a studio, and all my future collaborations will be conducted under this studio's name." Wu Yu nodded, "I understand now. You are partners. Therefore, Miss Shun truly must attend today's meeting." Listening to Zhou Zhifei's words, Shun Xiangyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the conference room of Orange Sky Entertainment, before the meeting commenced, Wu Yu introduced Shun Xiangyu to Wei Jiqiao. Wei Jiqiao frowned slightly as he regarded the little rich girl. His expression was not one of mere admiration for her beauty, but rather an unsettling familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Shun Xiangyu, feeling his gaze, instinctively leaned closer to Zhou Zhifei. Wu Yu coughed lightly, reminding Wei Jiqiao not to stare so rudely at the young lady. Awakened to his impoliteness, Wei Jiqiao chuckled, "Miss Shin, my apologies that I felt as if I had seen you somewhere before. Which is why I couldn't help but look a second time. If I caused you any discomfort, I sincerely apologize." The little rich girl seemed indifferent to his words, maintaining a calm and aloof demeanor, while internally feeling somewhat flustered due to her lack of experience in such situations. Moreover, Zhou Zhifei had advised her to avoid causing trouble, so she reverted to her previous persona of aloofness. Zhou Zhifei sensed her unease and intervened. "I apologize, President Wei. She is not particularly articulate, so I will handle the discussions today." Wei Jiqiao waved his hand dismissively, "No problem. Miss Shun is likely still a freshman, and I recall my own awkwardness when I first entered university, perhaps even less poised than her." A brief awkwardness ensued, which Wei Jiqiao adeptly diffused. Zhou Zhifei cast a glance at the little rich girl, pondering that Wei Jiqiao's comment might not have been entirely unfounded. Perhaps he truly had encountered her before. Reflecting on the ostentatious luxury of the grand car seen at the start of the semester, today's Maybach, and the presence of Uncle Li, all indicated her remarkable family background. It was entirely plausible that Wei Jiqiao had crossed paths with her in various settings. Suddenly, Zhou Zhifei felt an inexplicable pressure, which he quickly dismissed as a mere illusion. After all, he was not pursuing a romantic relationship with the little rich girl. If anything, he was seeking her patronage. Therefore, her family background was of little concern to him. Embracing a spirit akin to a Q, Zhou Zhifei began to attentively listen to Wei Jichao's remarks. Zhifei, you may be curious as to why I invited you to attend today's meeting. In fact, I only received news recently that our Apple TV in Guangdong province is planning to launch a singing talent show. The name has likely been finalized, and unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it should be called New Voices of Huagua, Chapter 77. No rabbit, no eagle, Zhou Zhifei repeated, puzzled. A singing talent show? Wu Yu nodded. Indeed, the New Voices of Huagua that President Wei just mentioned is a singing talent show, and it will be hosted right here in Yangqing. This show is the flagship program for Apple TV at the end of the year, aiming to compete with Mango TV. Thus, the station is taking it very seriously, allocating substantial resources towards it. Zhou Zhifei surmised that he was beginning to grasp the theme of their meeting. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, Sister Wu, are you suggesting that Orange Sky Entertainment wishes to have someone participate in this show? Exactly. Such a significant program is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Participating in Apple TV's show gives us the advantage of competing on our home turf, Wu Yu affirmed. Wei Jichao continued. To be honest, Orange Sky Entertainment also requires this platform to showcase itself. After a pause, Wei Jichao elaborated. Regarding the competition format of New Voices of Huagua, I only have a general understanding. The structure is somewhat similar to previous talent shows, with some distinctions in the details. Overall, it will still involve scoring the performers based on evaluations from mentors and audience members. Details about the show's promotional content and competition rules will be announced in mid-October. If everything goes smoothly, auditions for the singers will commence by the end of the month, lasting approximately half a month, likely divided into 2 rounds, a preliminary round and an elite round. Once the auditions are complete, participants will advance to the regular competition. The journey from the regular competition to the finals will take about 2 months, concluding just before the Spring Festival. Since the show is titled New Voices, the station has set relatively low barriers for entry, allowing ordinary individuals to sign up, and it is open to professional singers as well. However, I suspect that well-known singers may feel too proud to participate, which could be the intention of the production team. Based on this, I plan to encourage all signed singers and internet celebrities from our company to register for the auditions. Upon hearing Wei Jichao's extensive monologue, Zhou Zhifei pondered for a moment before responding. I believe I have a general understanding. Since President Wei has invited me to this meeting, may I inquire as to how I can assist you? Wei Jichao directed his gaze toward Liao Zhan. Liao Zhan caught on. Teacher Zhifei, this pertains to us professional producers. While President Wei mentioned that the company's signed singers would participate in the auditions, you know well that most of our company consists of internet celebrities, and you have witnessed their true abilities. If they can pass the auditions, it would render Apple TV's show unnecessary. The company's intention in allowing them to compete is mainly for the publicity. Our primary focus is on one contestant, Xiao Zhao. Only he, with his formal training, possesses the strength to compete for the championship. Liao Zhan spoke earnestly, suggesting that Orange Sky Entertainment had already strategized internally, awaiting Zhou Zhifei's involvement. Before Zhou Zhifei could fully digest the information, Wu Yu interjected with a smile, Teacher Zhifei, since New Voices of Huagua is a singing talent show, it is naturally centered around the quality of the singers and their songs. I have no concerns regarding Yifeng's singing ability, but we do lack in songwriting, which is a weak point for our company. Relying solely on Teacher Liao, Yifeng may only manage to pass the auditions. To achieve better results, we need more high-quality songs. Once she finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Zhou Zhifei. The little rich girl, noticing the collective gaze upon her senior, decided to observe as well, unabashedly fixating on Zhou Zhifei's profile. However, when Zhou Zhifei sensed her gaze and turned to look at her, she quickly averted her eyes, pretending she had not been watching. Zhou Zhifei's eyes darted, and he curiously asked, is it a requirement for the New Voices talent show to use original songs? Wei Jichao shook his head. Apple TV has not imposed such a rigid requirement. Both covers and original works are eligible for participation, and there are no restrictions on song themes. However, to advance further in the show and stand out, using original songs is the optimal choice. Other entertainment companies likely share this sentiment. In fact, our company has only just received wind of this. It's rather late. Some entertainment companies that were informed earlier have already begun preparations for the competition. We are among the last to receive this information, but But that is to be expected given our company's lack of prominence in the industry, Wei Jichao added with a self-deprecating chuckle. His implication was clear. The other contestants were merely fillers, and the company aimed for Zhou Yifeng to achieve a commendable result, ideally reaching the finals. Zhou Zhifei tentatively probed. So, you envision me as Yifeng's music producer in this endeavor? Wei Jichao smiled and nodded. Precisely. That is my intention. Zhou Zhifei replied, somewhat incredulous, President Wei. I am merely a regular sophomore this year. You are placing far too much faith in me. In fact, Teacher Liao's creative skills are also quite impressive. I believe he would be a more reliable choice. Liao Zhen immediately countered, Teacher Zhifei, I cannot accept such praise. Despite my title as a mid-level producer, I am quite self-aware. My creative abilities pale in comparison to yours. Zhou Zhifei humbly remarked, Teacher Liao, you underestimate yourself. I still consider myself quite immature and have many areas in which I need to learn from you. Regardless of their flattery, Zhou Zhifei remained resolute in his self-assessment. However, this was not the first collaboration between Orange Sky Entertainment and Zhou Zhifei. They were well aware that he was someone who would not act without assurance. Ultimately, if they wished for him to relent, they would need to offer a more enticing deal. After a moment, Wei Jichao decisively proclaimed, Teacher Zhifei, allow me to present our company's proposal. Zhou Zhifei raised an eyebrow, promptly shifting his demeanor. President Wei, please proceed. The little rich girl, witnessing his swift change of expression, blinked her beautiful eyes, finding it quite charming. Chapter 78. A better proposal. Seeing Zhou Zhifei's directness, Wei Jichao thought to himself that he had indeed chosen the right person. Taking a breath, he began, Teacher Zhifei, you can be assured that regarding copyright fees, Orange Sky Entertainment will provide you with satisfactory compensation. After a pause, he laid out his plan. During the competition, regardless of the quality of the songs you create or whether they help Zhou Yifeng advance, Orange Sky Entertainment will offer you 400,000 in copyright fees, along with a 10 share of the royalties. When it comes to discussions about profit distribution, only Wei Jichao should engage Zhou Zhifei. The others in the room, including Zhou Yifeng, remained silent. Zhou Yifeng, the most marginalized in terms of influence, chose to stay quiet. Not wanting to alter his relationship with Zhou Zhifei, he felt caught in the middle of two parties, thus opting for silence, which only added to his anxiety regarding the current discussions. Zhou Zhifei, aware of this tension, intentionally avoided looking at Zhou Yifeng. He instinctively tapped his fingers on the table before slowly speaking. President Wei, you have indeed raised the copyright fee by 100,000 and increased the royalty share to 10. For a newcomer like me, this is undoubtedly generous. However, he deliberately elongated the final word, a tactic often employed in negotiations, where praise serves as preamble to the actual intent. Yet, Wei Jichao did not expect Zhou Zhifei to exhibit such shrewdness at his young age. The atmosphere in the conference room thickened as everyone leaned in, eager to hear Zhou Zhifei's true thoughts. Zhou Zhifei exhaled slowly, I have an alternative proposal for you. Perhaps you might consider it. I can concede on the copyright fee, aligning it with those years at just 100,000. However, I would like to raise the royalty share to 20. He emphasized this by holding up two fingers. It is rare for a music producer in Huagua to forego or reduce upfront fees in exchange for a larger share of royalties. Wei Jichao, Wu Yu, and Liao Zhen exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts. Ultimately, the decision rested with Wei Jichao, who was mentally weighing the pros and cons. Offering a mere 100,000 in copyright fees would save the company a considerable amount during the early stages of the competition. However, the calculations could not be that simplistic. If the song became a hit, the increased royalty share would lead to greater expenses down the line. Moreover, it was evident to Wei Jichao that Zhou Zhifei held considerable confidence in his songwriting abilities. If his compositions reached the caliber of those years or youth, then 20 would indeed be a significant loss for the company. Wei Jichao furrowed his brows and inquired, Teacher Zhifei, are you certain you wish to proceed with the plan you proposed? Zhou Zhifei nodded, smiling as he replied, Indeed, I believe this strategy will facilitate a more amicable collaboration between us. After a brief pause, he added, In truth, if I were to partner with others, I could negotiate for a higher profit share. However, I have enjoyed working with Chang Tian and would prefer not to pursue that route. This was Zhou Zhifei's diplomatic yet assertive approach, laden with an implied threat. Currently, he lacked a platform to showcase his songwriting talents, making his participation in the new Voice of China talent show imperative. Moreover, with Apple Television situated conveniently in Yangqing, missing this opportunity was simply not an option. Even if he were to forego collaboration with Chang Tian Entertainment, he would seek partnership with other artists. Although this might seem disloyal to Zhou Yifeng, it was simply the harsh reality of the industry. Only a truly mutually beneficial collaboration could endure over time. Wei Jichao studied Zhou Zhifei intently, sensing an unusual level of sophistication that belied his status as a mere sophomore. Zhou Zhifei reclined comfortably in his chair, having made his offer and now awaiting Wei Jichao's acceptance. At that moment, Wei Jichao's expression turned serious as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. However, he did not take long to deliberate. Soon, he relaxed his brow and offered a warm smile. Stating, "Teacher Zhifei, I, on behalf of Chengtian Entertainment, accept your proposal." The weight lifted from Zhou Zhifei's heart, and a relaxed smile graced his lips. He preferred familiar partnerships, as he was averse to complications. Resolving matters in the simplest manner was always preferable. Zhou Zhifei confidently remarked, "The songs I create for the competition will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Mr. Wade, I share the same confidence in you." "Teacher Zhifei," Wei Jichao replied, rising from his seat and extending his right hand with a smile. "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Zhou Zhifei stood as well, extending his hand, and they exchanged a gentle handshake. With the consensus reached between the two main figures in today's meeting, the subsequent discussions would be considerably more relaxed, focusing on strategies to achieve success in New Voice of China. Although Zhou Zhifei possessed a wealth of songs from his previous life, he was still unfamiliar with certain nuances of this particular program. To avoid any missteps, he needed to familiarize himself with the details. With everyone's interests and goals aligned, the atmosphere in the conference room remained congenial. They concluded that Liao Zhan would oversee the initial rounds of the auditions. After all, Liao Zhan was a bona fide mid-level producer, and Zhou Yifeng was no slouch either. The two were unlikely to falter even in the preliminary rounds. If such a duo failed to advance to the regular season, it would either indicate foul play in the competition or that the contestants were exceptionally talented. In Wei Jichao's view, both scenarios were implausible. Once Zhou Yifeng reached the regular season, Wei Jichao intended for him to perform original songs throughout the competition, which would require Zhou Zhifei's exceptional talent. Everyone recognized Liao Zhan's capabilities. While he could create original works, they required time and the quality was not guaranteed. Thus, during the competition, Liao Zhan would primarily serve a supportive role, collaborating with Zhou Zhifei. This arrangement not only demonstrated Wei Jichao and Liao Zhan's unwavering confidence in Zhou Zhifei, but also highlighted the lack of resources at Chengtian Entertainment, leaving them without alternative options. Even if they sought external assistance, it would be challenging to find a more talented music producer than Zhou Zhifei on short notice. Chapter 79. Can this last forever? Following a general agreement on the direction of collaboration with Chengtian Entertainment, Wei Jichao proposed that they sign a letter of intent. In the spirit of business, despite having worked together several times already, formal processes and safeguards were still necessary. Unlike before, this time Zhou Zhifei did not sign personally. Instead, he had the little rich girl sign on behalf of the Shangji studio. Observing the somewhat bewildered expression on the little rich girl's face as she signed, Zhou Zhifei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Fortunately, she was with him. Otherwise, she might have found herself exploited without realizing it. The members of Chengtian Entertainment harbored varying thoughts regarding this scene. Although Wei Jichao was curious about the nature of the relationship between the studio and Zhou Zhifei, he refrained from probing too deeply. After all, this was merely a letter of intent for commercial cooperation, which, while possessing some legal weight, was not an official contract. They could always request an authorization letter regarding the studio's association with Zhou Zhifei closer to the competition's commencement. Wu Yu pondered whether, given Shan Xiangyu's favorable circumstances, she should inquire if she had aspirations of entering the entertainment industry as a star. Zhou Yifeng primarily regarded Zhou Zhifei with a knowing gaze, a sly smile occasionally gracing his lips. Once the letter of intent was signed, Zhou Zhifei expressed the desire to return to school in search of inspiration for songwriting. Although they were unaware of his reasons for seeking inspiration at school, perhaps this was simply the eccentricity of a musical genius. Since it was a work-related matter, Wei Jichao saw no reason to detain him. Zhou Zhifei promptly took the little rich girl by the hand and left Chengtian Entertainment without further ado. Upon returning to the vicinity of the university campus from Dongjiang New City, it was nearly lunchtime. Zhou Zhifei intended to invite Uncle Li to lunch, but was politely declined. Uncle Li quickly drove off in his Maybach, disappearing almost instantly, leaving Zhou Zhifei taken aback. He turned to the little rich girl and asked, "Is Uncle Li always like this?" Shen Xiangyu nodded, maintaining her composed demeanor. "Yes, Uncle Li is a very kind person." Zhou Zhifei was left puzzled, feeling that his question had not been adequately addressed, but he soon dismissed it. Shifting the conversation, little rich girl, what do you want for lunch? I want strawberry-flavored cotton candy. Shen Xiangyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed to a nearby cotton candy stall. Zhou Zhifei, feigning annoyance, replied, I was asking about lunch, not snacks. However, upon witnessing her forlorn expression, he relented. All right, let me, as your senior, buy you a cotton candy. Approaching the cotton candy stall, Zhou Zhifei paid 5 yuan via WeChat, and the middle-aged vendor promptly began her colorful process, resulting in a fluffy cotton candy emerging in her hands. Shen Xiangyu eagerly accepted the cotton candy and began to lick it daintily. Zhou Zhifei shook his head with a smirk, realizing he was once again stepping into the role of a caretaker. Given that it was Sunday, the streets were bustling with students. Senior, will you always buy me cotton candy in the future? Shen Xiangyu asked innocently, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Zhou Zhifei replied casually, that depends on how long you mean. Can it be forever? Shen Xiangyu pressed, her gaze unwavering. Zhou Zhifei paused, slightly taken aback. Are you implying that you want me to keep buying it for you indefinitely? Shen Xiangyu nodded affirmatively. Zhou Zhifei smiled, you're still young. You might not fully grasp the implications of that statement. So, does that mean you won't buy me cotton candy anymore? Shen Xiangyu countered, her question leaving Zhou Zhifei somewhat exasperated. Unsure how to explain such complexities to a child, he could only offer a half-hearted clarification. That's not quite the meaning. So, you will still buy it for me? Shen Xiangyu asked, hopeful. That seems about right, Zhou Zhifei replied, uncertain if those words truly reflected his intentions. Receiving the answer she sought, Shen Xiangyu's beautiful eyes sparkled like jewels, radiant and captivating. Zhou Zhifei chose not to dine at the school cafeteria but instead opted for a small restaurant he frequented, known for its good hygiene and delicious food. After enjoying their meal, he reluctantly returned the little rich girl to her dormitory before making his way to the library. His visit to the library was not for reading, but rather to seek a tranquil environment. With so much transpiring that day, Zhou Zhifei felt the need to sort through his thoughts. First, he needed to clarify his relationship with Shangji Studio. He was not very familiar with legal matters. However, he remembered a childhood friend, Chen Zichuan, who could assist him. Such a valuable resource was perfect for leveraging his expertise while also checking in on whether Chen had been slacking off in class. Additionally, he needed to contemplate what songs to write for the new Voice of China program to ensure Zhao Yifeng stood out. These were matters requiring thorough consideration. Time slipped away like ungraspable sand. And before long, 5 days had passed. It was now Friday, the final day of regular classes for the week. On this day, Apple Television finally announced the program planning for New Voice of China across its social media platforms. To those without connections, this was merely a newly unveiled talent show. However, for entertainment companies with insider knowledge, preparations had been underway for nearly a month. This significant time gap could prove disheartening for the average person. Illustrating the power of capital, the content and competition format were largely in line with what Wei Jichao had previously described. The auditions for New Voice of China were scheduled for October 28th, half a month from now, and would span 2 episodes, lasting a total of 2 weeks. The first episode would feature preliminary rounds, the second episode would showcase elite contestants, and from the third episode onward, the regular season would commence, encompassing a total of 12 episodes. The most notable distinction from previous singing competitions was that, apart from the pre-recorded auditions, the regular season would be broadcast live, a bold move by Apple Television to boost ratings. It appeared that Apple Television was determined not to fall behind Mango TV or Blueberry TV, leading to this unprecedented approach. Chapter 80, You're in Trouble. You've fallen in love following Apple Television's announcement of the New Voice of China talent show. Promotional content flooded the internet. That evening, platforms such as Weitu and Douyin were abuzz with discussions about the program. Since the conclusion of Mango TV's I'm a Singer earlier that year, there had been a dearth of music variety shows in the latter half of 2016. Thus, the debut of New Voice of China instantly captured public attention. Furthermore, the show boasted a significant advantage. It had a low barrier for entry, seemingly open to all participants. Given the current environment, many harbored dreams of stardom. With the weekend approaching, Apple Television's official website experienced an overwhelming influx of applicants. Changtian Entertainment promptly registered all its participating artists. Of course, most were merely seeking to ride the wave of popularity, with only Zhao Yifeng representing the company as a serious contestant. To enhance Zhao Yifeng's visibility, the long-awaited song Youth was finally released on Saturday at 10 a.m. After the National Day holiday, Youth had amassed an impressive 60 million views on Penguin Video, a remarkable figure for a platform known for long-form content. With such a solid foundation of popularity, the song's download numbers surged dramatically upon release. On the very day it launched, Youth rocketed into the top 10 of the new song charts, with downloads continuing to soar. Both Wu Yu and Wei Jiqiao were confident in the song's performance, aiming for it to reach the #1 spot. If successful, Zhou Zhifei would become the only artist this year to have 2 songs crowned as champions on the newcomer charts, establishing himself as a standout new talent. This achievement would not only significantly benefit his participation in New Voice of China, but also elevate Changtian Entertainment's standing in the domestic music scene. If all went well, by early next year, Changtian Entertainment could rise from a third-rate music company to a more respectable second- or third-tier status. However, to achieve rapid company expansion, they needed more than just Zhou Zhifei. Thus, Wei was actively scouting for other talented newcomers. On a Sunday morning, at the Southern Normal University campus, Zhou Zhifei observed the scenery with keen interest. He couldn't tell if it was merely his perception, but unlike the artistic atmosphere of Nanshu, Southern Normal seemed infused with a scholarly ambience. Beside him, Chen Zichuan asked curiously, "Brother Zhou, you've been here before. What's so captivating about this place?" "Nothing in particular. I just felt like taking a look," Zhou Zhifei replied casually. The two aimlessly wandered for a while until Zhou Zhifei noticed Chen Zichuan's hesitant demeanor, prompting him to ask, "Xiao Chuan, do you have something on your mind you wish to share?" Chen Zichuan scratched his head. "I can't hide anything from you, but I actually have a question for you." "Spit it out, no need to be shy," Zhou Zhifei encouraged, growing impatient. Chen Zichuan stammered, "Well, Brother Zhou, what does it feel like to like someone?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Zhifei was taken aback. "You're asking me what it feels like to like someone? I'm still single. How would I know?" As he pondered this, a vivid image of a beautiful figure flashed through his mind. Chen Zichuan, however, disagreed. "Brother Zhou, you're not like me. You've liked Yang Jia for 3 or 4 years. You must know better than a novice like me." Zhou Zhifei squinted slightly. "Xiao Chuan, have you grown wings? Did you just want to poke at my wounds? I would never do that. I'm genuinely seeking your advice." Seeing the innocence in his childhood friend's eyes, Zhou Zhifei felt a moment of nostalgia before snapping back to reality. "I see. Xiao Chuan, it appears you have someone you like. Who is she?" Without hesitation, Chen Zichuan pulled out his phone and began typing furiously. His gaze flickered as he admitted, "I'm not quite sure, but I think I might have feelings for a girl." Zhou Zhifei was genuinely surprised. "I never thought the stone Buddha would bloom one day. Brother Zhou, please don't make fun of me. You still haven't told me what it means to like someone. That's why I'm unsure if it's genuine." Chen Zichuan was clearly inexperienced in matters of the heart and sought the guidance of his childhood friend. Zhou Zhifei adopted a serious tone. "When you like someone, you can't help but think of them constantly, wanting to see them. Regardless of what you're doing, they will inevitably cross your mind. Their smile, their appearance, their every move. If you become too engrossed in those thoughts, you might find yourself smiling foolishly at times. You will always look forward to seeing them, and when you do meet, you can't help but steal glances at them, feeling an indescribable thrill and joy in your heart." Chen Zichuan was taken aback for a moment. "Zhou Gu, you can speak so elaborately, yet you claim to be unaware of what it means to like someone." "Of course I have no idea what liking someone entails. It was only after you inquired that I started searching for answers on Baidu." Zhou Zhifei raised his phone, speaking with undeniable confidence. "So, how many did you get right?" Chen Zichuan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he replied, "It seems I got them all." This revelation astonished him further. "You're in deep trouble. You've fallen in love." Chen Zichuan. Zhou Zhifei chuckled. "Come on, who is the girl? Do I know her?" Chen Zichuan shook his head, saying, "You probably don't know her. She is a senior from the finance and management department at our school. Remember when you suggested I pursue an older girl? I happened to meet this senior by chance, so this is still my fault?" Zhou Zhifei remarked. Chen Zichuan hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Zhou Zhifei, however, was genuinely concerned for his childhood friend. "So, what stage are you at now? We've only met a few times, so there's not much to speak of in terms of development. I only have her phone number and WeChat ID. I don't know much else, not even if she has a boyfriend." Zhou Zhifei's eyes widened in surprise. "So you're still pining for her? If she has a boyfriend, that would be even better." "Why?" Chen Zichuan asked, intrigued. "Because if she has a boyfriend, then you only have one competitor. If she doesn't, then all the boys around her become your rivals." Chen Zichuan suddenly found this reasoning somewhat insightful. Chapter 81. "You truly are filial." Chen Zichuan was momentarily flustered by Zhou Zhifei's words, his mind racing to catch up. Observing his friend's conflicted expression, even Zhou Zhifei felt a twinge of empathy. He hadn't anticipated that in the year 6102, there would still be boys like Chen Zichuan, whose understanding of relationships was akin to a blank slate. Zhou Zhifei cleared his throat softly, pulling Chen Zichuan back to the present. Why don't you flaunt your rich second-generation status? Nowadays, many girls are drawn to that. If she is such a girl, I assure you, she will be all over you. I'm serious. She doesn't seem like that kind of girl. Ultimately, due to their brief acquaintance, Chen Zichuan lacked the confidence in his words. After all, having experienced significant upheaval in his family, he hesitated when it came to matters of the heart. Yet, this did not imply he was entirely naive. Someone capable of making decisions with a sense of filial piety could not possibly be completely green. Zhou Zhifei shook his head with a smile. In this day and age, who can say for sure? If you and your senior can really get together, you should invite her out to have fun. I'll help you keep an eye on things. Chen Zichuan looked at him skeptically. You can actually judge character? Zhou Zhifei slapped him on the shoulder, playfully draping his arm around him. Don't underestimate me. You have no idea how capable I truly am. Chen Zichuan felt somewhat sentimental as he was pulled along by his friend. Since the start of this semester, perhaps due to Yang Jiai, his childhood friend's personality had dramatically changed. He seemed to have discarded 4 years of feelings for Yang Jiai without a second thought and had become more carefree. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhou Zhifei's words felt increasingly reliable to Chen Zichuan. Upon reaching the entrance of the Nanyuan dining hall, Zhou Zhifei remarked, I've heard that the chefs at the Nanyuan dining hall possess remarkable culinary skills. Since we're passing by, we must go in and sample their fare. He licked his lips instinctively. Chen Zichuan replied dryly, Zhougu, no matter how delicious the food at Nanyuan is, this isn't your first visit. You've eaten plenty here. What is there to be so excited about? Zhou Zhifei merely smiled and said nothing, for indeed, this was his first time at the Nanyuan dining hall, but he couldn't share this with his friend. After ordering a few small dishes at the serving window, the two sat down with their trays. Chen Zichuan asked, Zhougu, why are you so eager today to come find me at school? You've always been the type to only show up when there's something significant going on. Today is quite unusual. Zhou Zhifei picked up a piece of eggplant and suddenly paused. I almost forgot. I actually do have something to discuss with you. Chen Zichuan, puzzled, asked, I can still be of assistance to you. What is it? Zhou Zhifei ate heartily. It's not a big deal. I've opened a studio and want to consult you on some legal matters. Chen Zichuan was taken aback. That's not a big deal. Zhougu, why did you suddenly decide to start a studio? Zhou Zhifei replied nonchalantly. To make money, of course. Having a studio allows for collaborations with other companies, saving a lot of hassle and cutting down on expenses. Chen Zichuan felt a twinge of envy. Zhougu, many students in our class consider distributing flyers just to make a little pocket money. Yet here you are, running your own studio. Zhou Zhifei shook his head. Our school circle is different from most. It's not surprising that some choose to open studios. And you, as a rich second generation, what do you have to envy? Your father earns in a year what most people can't hope to earn in a lifetime. That's my father's money. It's not mine yet, ha. You truly are filial. After a pause, Zhou Zhifei continued. Actually, the studio isn't solely mine. It's a partnership. Zhou Zhifei mentioned it casually, but Chen Zichuan grew concerned. Zhougu, can you trust your partner? Don't let yourself be deceived. Given his family background, Chen Zichuan was aware that the entertainment industry, while seemingly glamorous, was often chaotic behind the scenes. He knew that sometimes his father would invite small celebrities to entertain esteemed guests. Studying law made him acutely aware of the darkness lurking within. Zhou Zhifei touched his nose. That's why I came to you. I wanted you to help me assess if there are any issues. Zhou Zhifei wasn't particularly worried about being swindled by a small wealthy woman. Given her understanding of society, not being sold out would be a success. However, Chen Zichuan interpreted Zhou Zhifei's concerns as fear of these very issues, which is why he sought his help in reviewing documents. Chen Zichuan immediately stepped up. Did you bring the materials, Zhougu? I'll definitely help you review them thoroughly. I can also serve as your studio's legal advisor. Zhou Zhifei replied, Materials? What materials? I wanted you to help me draft an authorization letter or something similar according to my requirements. Chen Zichuan responded, somewhat exasperated. So your partnership studio is basically a shell? With nothing at all? Well, not nothing. We're about to sign a formal contract with Changtian Entertainment under the studio's name. Zhou Zhifei then explained to Chen Zichuan how he envisioned operating the studio and how to frame the authorization chain. His requests were not particularly complex, so as a law student, Chen Zichuan was fully capable of drafting them. I have a general idea of how to proceed. Give me a few days, and I'll send you the finalized authorization contract. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand. No hurry. Take your time that we have plenty of time. Chen Zichuan laughed. Zhou, why did you choose such a strange name for your studio, calling it Shangji Studio? That name wasn't chosen by me. It was already there when I received the documents, Zhou Zhifei replied, looking frustrated. Chen Zichuan had merely asked in passing and held no interest in exploring the origin of the name. After finishing their meal, just as Zhou Zhifei was about to get up with his tray, Chen Zichuan spoke up again. Zhou, my dad has been saying for a while that you haven't come to our house lately. If you have time, could you come over? Zhou Zhifei inquired. What does your dad want with me? Chen Zichuan pondered for a moment. Our families were quite close when we were young. My dad has watched you grow up. Now that he is getting older, perhaps he is starting to value these connections. Zhou Zhifei nodded thoughtfully. If I have time, I'll visit your dad. Chen Zichuan agreed. All right, if you can't make it, it's no problem. After placing their empty trays in the designated area, they were about to leave the dining hall when a voice called out from behind. Chen Zichuan. Chapter 82. The complex man Zhou Zhifei and Chen Zichuan had just intended to walk forward, but the sudden call made Chen Zichuan halt abruptly. He turned around and, upon recognizing the person, smiled. It's Zhang Yi. Zhou Zhifei assessed the exquisitely dressed girl before him. Her attire alone suggested it was anything but inexpensive. Initially, he thought she might be the senior Chen Zichuan referred to, but upon closer inspection, he felt she didn't quite fit that description. Chen Zichuan extended his hand for an introduction. Zhou, let me introduce you. This is my classmate Zhang Yi. Zhou Zhifei nodded. Greeting her, hello. Zhang Yi, this is my childhood friend Zhou Zhifei. He is from Chashire, just like me, Chen Zichuan added. Zhang Yi politely returned the greeting. Hello, nice to meet you. Since she was not the senior Zhou Zhifei had imagined, he lost interest in further conversation, simply responding, nice to meet you. To be honest, Zhang Yi felt a hint of disappointment regarding Zhou Zhifei. She had initially spotted Chen Zichuan while dining and hadn't intended to greet him, but upon noticing Zhou Zhifei beside him, she thought he was handsome and had potential. However, upon learning they were both from Chashire, her interest waned. Chashire consistently ranked among the bottom 3 in GDP within Guangdong province, and such a poor place couldn't possibly produce a boy worth her investment. Chen Zichuan, I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Zhang Yi said, maintaining her politeness despite her lack of interest. Chen Zichuan nodded, smiling. All right, you take care. With that, Zhang Yi quickly departed from their view. Zhou Zhifei observed her retreating figure, sensing a hint of a green tea persona. His childhood friend, who had remained single since birth, might not have picked up on the subtle cues, but Zhou Zhifei could clearly see that Zhang Yi had approached them to engage with him. The shift in her demeanor as she left Chen Zichuan puzzled him, but Zhou Zhifei had pieced together the situation. He glanced at his childhood friend. Xiao Chuan, doesn't anyone in your class know you're a rich second generation? Chen Zichuan replied, exasperated. Zhou, could you please stop referring to me as a rich second generation? Do you think I'm the type to flaunt a little wealth? Isn't that the case? Absolutely not, Chen Zichuan asserted firmly. No wonder. What do you mean? Chen Zichuan asked, puzzled. Nothing, just thinking of something amusing, Zhou Zhifei replied, crossing his arms. Chen Zichuan teased, Zhou, are you interested in Zhang Yi? If so, I can help you. Before Zhou Zhifei could respond, Chen Zichuan continued, but she might be hard to chase. Zhang Yi is quite popular among the boys in our class and gets along well with everyone. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively. Forget it? She is not my type. I'm more interested in your senior. Can you arrange for me to meet her? Chen Zichuan scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I'm not quite at that stage with her yet. Zhou Zhifei patted his shoulder. You need to step up your game. Pursuing a girl requires a thick-skinned. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a persistent suitor, so if you like someone, you must be brave and go for it. Sometimes, taking a risk can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Hesitation will only lead to failure. Chen Zichuan found Zhou Zhifei's words somewhat compelling at first, but upon looking up at him, he questioned, Zhou, when you were pursuing young Jia, you didn't hesitate, yet you didn't end up with her, did you? Damn, why bring that up? Zhou Zhifei cursed. Striding ahead, it seemed that his 4 years of pining after Yang Jia would forever remain a dark chapter in his history before his childhood friend. Days swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Zichuan diligently followed Zhou Zhifei's instructions, spending several sleepless nights to draft the legal documents he required. In a man's life, he may only come to know 1 or 2 brothers who will wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to him. Society often claims that women are the most complex creatures, yet men can be quite intricate themselves. They fear their brother's struggles while envying their prosperity, encapsulating the complicated emotions men harbor for their friends. As he reviewed the drafted documents, Zhou Zhifei meticulously checked them repeatedly, anxious about any potential legal oversights. Chen Zichuan, being a law student, had effectively addressed all apparent gaps. However, the business of Xiangji Studio was relatively simple, primarily focusing on Zhou Zhifei's music copyright licensing. Thus, the legal framework was not particularly intricate. Zhou Zhifei was satisfied with the drafted documents. Initially, he intended to offer Chen Zichuan a monetary reward, but Chen Zichuan reacted strongly, refusing vehemently. However, given the considerable assistance he had provided, Zhou Zhifei felt it was inappropriate to express no gratitude at all. After glancing at the sky and realizing he had no other plans, he suggested they go out to enjoy some music. To his surprise, Chen Zichuan rolled his eyes and declined more decisively, proving to be quite the joyless man. Ultimately, Zhou Zhifei could only invite him to a KTV session for some singing, which Chen Zichuan did not refuse. Thus, the two single men ventured into KTV during broad daylight, an undeniably peculiar sight. During their time there, Zhou Zhifei inquired about Chen Zichuan's progress with his senior. Chen Zichuan indeed had made some headway. At the very least, he learned that she currently had no boyfriend. In light of this situation, Zhou Zhifei thought it appropriate to offer some encouragement, so he attempted to request the song Courage by Liu Yanfeiyu. However, upon flipping through the song list, he realized that this KTV did not have that track that he recalled that it seemed to be a song from a past life, as it had yet to appear on Earth. Nevertheless, Zhou Zhifei was undeterred and stumbled upon the song Those Years. It appeared this KTV was quite impressive, at least in terms of its rapidly updated song library. After selecting the song, Chen Zichuan wanted to criticize Zhou Zhifei for seemingly cursing him. Who didn't he know that Those Years was a song about youthful regrets? He hadn't even had the chance to start yet. He certainly didn't want to preemptively lament. Yet, the essence of going out was to indulge, so the two of them began to sing along. Those Years did not have a music video. The visuals were merely clips from the film To Our Youth That Is Fading Away. As they reached the end of the song, Chen Zichuan set down the microphone and remarked, "Zhou Ge, now that you've moved on from your feelings for Yang Jai, why haven't you considered pursuing a proper relationship?" Zhou Zhifei held the microphone firmly, replying earnestly, "What relationship? Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed." For a moment, his words echoed in the private room. Chapter 83. The Real Rich Girl. Saturday in the girls' dormitory, room 304. Dressed in loose pajamas, Shin Xiangyu rested her upper body on the table, her eyes lacking vitality as her hands aimlessly fiddled with a teddy bear. Fu Yuqi strolled over, leaning against the wardrobe, and inquired, "Xiangyu, why haven't I seen your big teddy bear around lately?" Shin Xiangyu replied dully, "My senior has been busy with something and said he doesn't have time to take me out." "What on earth is your senior brother so busy with? The semester has barely begun, and we haven't even reached midterms yet. How can he be so overwhelmed every single day? Isn't he just a sophomore? Where could all these tasks possibly come from?" Fu Yuqi expressed her grievances on behalf of the little rich girl, mainly because her own social life had become rather dull lately, leaving her with nowhere to indulge her sweet cravings. "Is this fair?" Shin Xiangyu, feigning fatigue, replied, "My senior brother has recently secured a collaboration with Chengtian Entertainment. Zhao Shixiang will participate in the singing competition show on Apple TV, and my brother will be writing songs for him." "Is that the lyric competition show that has been heavily advertised recently, Huagua Xian Shengyin?" Fu Yuqi inquired, her excitement evident. Shin Xiangyu nodded, confirming the title. "Wow, has Zhou Shixiang mentioned what songs he will be writing, or how many? I can't wait to hear them in advance," Fu Yuqi rambled on. Shin Xiangyu pouted slightly, looking somewhat displeased, not because her brother hadn't shared details about the songs, but because she hadn't seen him in days. Although she didn't receive a response from Shin Xiangyu, Fu Yuqi was unbothered, as this was typical behavior for her. Everyone in the dorm had grown accustomed to it, Fu Yuqi sighed to herself. As freshmen in the music performance program, we have no idea when we will truly stand on stage to sing. Suddenly, the phone on the desk vibrated, breaking the monotony. The once listless little rich girl instantly perked up upon seeing the animated avatar on her screen. With one swift motion, she grabbed her phone and answered the WeChat voice call. The voice of her senior brother, whom she hadn't heard in days, came through. "Little rich girl, I'm at the entrance of your dormitory. Come out, I have something to give you." Shin Xiangyu's lips parted slightly as she replied, "Oh, After the brief exchange, if an outsider were to overhear, they might assume their relationship was strained. Yet, once the call ended, Shin Xiangyu's demeanor brightened. "Was that Zhou Zhixiang?" Fu Yuqi asked. Shin Xiangyu simply nodded, quickly slipping her delicate feet into her shoes. She stood up, eager to rush outside, only to be halted by Fu Yuqi. "Are you really going to meet your bear of a senior dressed like that?" Shin Xiangyu glanced down at her sleepwear, tilting her head slightly. She opened her wardrobe and dashed to the bathroom with an embroidered dress. Moments later, she emerged from the bathroom, looking stunning without the need for makeup. "Wow, your senior brother is quite fortunate," Fu Yuqi remarked appreciatively, adjusting the bow on the back of the little rich girl's dress. "Even though this bow is at the back, it looks so much better when tied properly." Fu Yuqi waved her hand, urging, "Go on. I can tell you can hardly wait to see your big bear." Zhou Zhifei had his eyes closed, leaning against the wall to rest. He had been feeling quite exhausted lately, juggling the knowledge from his major courses while also organizing items for the studio. Although he was the owner of the studio, he found it hard to believe he could manage everything better than he could trust Boss Jia to return to the country next week. Many tasks were new to him, including the recent endeavor of writing a song for Zhou Yifeng. He pondered for quite some time before deciding what kind of song to create. Suddenly, his eyes flickered open as he heard familiar footsteps approaching. He turned his head to see the little rich girl running toward him. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Be careful. Don't twist your ankle again." "Senior," Shin Xiangyu said, stopping in front of him, her eyes gleaming with something different. Zhou Zhifei handed her a folder, saying, "Take this back to your dorm and read through it carefully. If everything is in order, sign it and keep it safe. You'll need it for future collaborations with other companies." "Oh." Shin Xiangyu replied obediently, taking the folder. Zhou Zhifei stretched, exhaling a sigh of relief, then added, "Little rich girl, I initially wanted to bring you some snacks, but I have other matters to attend to, so I'll owe you one for now. I'm fine with that," Shin Xiangyu said, her tone lacking conviction. Zhou Zhifei chuckled, "Really? I don't believe you. But I do have pressing matters at hand. Once this busy period is over, things will settle down." He paused, gesturing, "Let us leave it at that for today. You should head back to your dorm." Though reluctant, she walked away, glancing back every few steps. Only after she had completely ascended the stairs did Zhou Zhifei prepare to leave. Just then, a figure rushed out from the opposite staircase of the dormitory. With light, quick steps, she approached Zhou Zhifei. He could clearly sense she was headed his way, so he asked curiously, "Fu Yuqi, are you looking for me?" Fu Yuqi asked confidently, "Zhou Zhixiang, why have you been so busy lately?" Zhou Zhifei shrugged. "I'm not sure how to explain, but I genuinely have a lot to attend to." Fu Yuqi sighed. "I don't understand why you keep yourself so occupied, but I just hope you can spend more time with Xiangyu." Zhou Zhifei paused. "What's wrong with Shin Xiangyu? You may not notice it when she's in front of you, but she relies on you more than you know, though she may not voice it. We in the dorm can see that she thinks about you every day," Fu Yuqi patiently explained. This only deepened Zhou Zhifei's confusion. "Why would she think about me? How can you tell? The songs she plays most often in the dorm are those years in youth, and she watches the music videos on her phone all day, especially the one you sang by the roadside, Dream Awakening. To be honest, even the most beautiful songs can become nauseating with repeated play, and we almost couldn't bear to hear them anymore." "Perhaps she genuinely likes those songs," Zhou Zhifei replied hesitantly, voicing a thought he himself found hard to believe. Fu Yuqi shot him a disdainful look. "Do you really believe that? You're not serious, are you?" Seeing Zhou Zhifei's attitude, she was exasperated. "When we try to chat with her, all we hear are stories about you. Senior took me to the food street. Senior took me to the central lake to see the wishing tree. Senior took me to a company. All we hear from her is about you. Do you know that on the day she arrived at the dorm, her aura truly amazed us? Given her previous accomplishments, we all assumed she was an exceptionally talented and proud girl. However, as we got to know her, we realized she isn't aloof. She's simply innocent and socially anxious, so Shin Xiangyu is indeed very, very dependent on you, Zhou Zhixiang." Zhou Zhifei nodded slightly, thoughtfully saying, "She is indeed that kind of person, so you all should take her out more often." At this point, Fu Yuqi's frustration grew. "Do you think we don't want to take her out? She is always waiting for you to take her somewhere. For instance, not long after the semester began, we invited her to go to Central Lake, but she showed no interest whatsoever. Yet when you texted that night saying you were going out, she eagerly agreed without hesitation." Zhou Zhifei recalled the scene from the library, where the girl sat alone in the corner by the window, exuding a cool demeanor. For a moment, he felt a flicker of disorientation. Is it really that exaggerated? he murmured. Fu Yuqi placed her hands on her hips and replied, "You think I'm exaggerating? I swear on my conscience that everything I said is true." With that, she even touched her not-so-abundant conscience. Zhou Zhifei shook his head and smiled. "Shun Xiangyu is fortunate to have a roommate like you." Fu Yuqi retorted, "No need to flatter me. I'd rather you spend more time with Xiangyu. Though you know how heart-wrenching it is for me to see her sitting alone at her desk? I feel sorry for her and want to call her out, but I can never get her attention. Every time I invite her to hang out, she always says, 'Senior will take me out.'" Imagining the little rich girl saying that, Zhou Zhifei felt a sudden stirring in his heart. Indeed, he was the first friend she made upon entering university. In her eyes, he might represent something unique. Furthermore, considering he had taken her to so many places, it was entirely possible that she had developed a dependency on him. After a long silence, Fu Yuqi interrupted, "Zhou Shixiang, if I were a boy and Xiangyu were my girlfriend, I would want to be by her side at all times because she is simply too captivating and endearing." Zhou Zhifei snapped back to reality and chuckled. "You shouldn't read so many romance novels. They are merely for entertainment. What you see is just what you want to see. In truth, everyone in this world is far more complex than you can imagine." "Then, Zhou Shixiang, what kind of person are you?" Fu Yuqi pressed. Zhou Zhifei lifted his head, glancing toward the girls' dormitory staircase, a mundane person hoping to be supported by a rich girl. This was the ideal he had just embraced upon his arrival, emphasizing the importance of staying true to oneself. Fu Yuqi. Zhou Zhifei turned away, waving his hand dismissively. "I know everything you said. I will handle it." As Fu Yuqi watched his retreating figure, she muttered to herself, "You better." Upon returning to the dormitory, Fu Yuqi noticed a pile of documents on Shun Xiangyu's desk. At that moment, Shun Xiangyu was busy signing her name on the papers. Fu Yuqi curiously asked, "What are these documents?" Shun Xiangyu shook her head. "I don't know. My senior brother gave them to me. In a way, you just sign without knowing. What if it's a contract to sell yourself?" Fu Yuqi approached and began flipping through the papers. Shun Xiangyu tilted her head, pondering whether selling oneself referred to being sold to her brother. Once she realized they were merely commercial legal documents, Fu Yuqi lost interest, fearing that if she continued reading, she might develop a new brain. She shifted her chair and plopped down, exclaiming, "Xiangyu, if you're thinking about Zhou Shixiang, you should tell him. If you don't say anything, how will he know? He has things to do." When a man is focused on his work, it's best not to disturb him, Shun Xiangyu stated earnestly, expressing something that perhaps she shouldn't have. Fu Yuqi stared at her in surprise. "Xiangyu, who told you that?" Shun Xiangyu opened her drawer and pulled out a beautifully bound novel. "I saw it in this book." Fu Yuqi focused her gaze on the cover, where the title read "The Gentle Breeze Caresses You." It was clearly a romance novel. She quickly snatched the book from Shun Xiangyu's hands and lectured, "Xiangyu, novels are merely for entertainment. What you see is just your own interpretation. Everything in the novel isn't real." She felt a sense of déjà vu as she spoke, but Fu Yuqi dismissed the thought and continued seriously, "This novel is too advanced for you. I'm confiscating it." Shun Xiangyu obediently replied. As night fell, Zhou Zhifei returned to his dormitory. Guo Yuanqi, half reclining on his bed, casually asked, "Hey, did you go on a date with Shinshimi today?" "No, I had some matters to attend to." Zhou Zhifei casually placed his belongings on the desk and sat down in a chair. Guo Yuanqi poked his head out from the bed frame. "Old 3, you can't say you and Shinshimi have nothing going on. In the past, when I suggested you two might be dating, you would deny it, but now you're practically admitting it." Zhou Zhifei looked up at him. "I've told you many times before, but you never believed me." Guo Yuanqi shook his head, teasing, "Old 3, you've changed. You weren't like this last month, claiming that lovebirds shouldn't date." Zhou Zhifei was too lazy to engage further. He pulled out his phone and asked, "I want to order takeout. Have you all eaten dinner yet?" "We've all eaten," Lin Hao replied curiously. "Zhou, you rarely order takeout. What made you want it this evening?" Zhou Zhifei replied with a straight face, "I suddenly feel like eating ribs." Lin Hao, Chapter 85. The essence of a win-win situation. Several days passed. During this time, although Zhou Zhifei couldn't take the little rich girl out for fun, he made sure to chat with her on WeChat whenever he had a moment. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he felt that her messages lately carried a different tone. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Perhaps he had simply listened to too much music, leading to a mental distortion. In recent days, Zhou Zhifei spent almost every free moment at Changtian Entertainment. In preparation for the upcoming auditions for Apple TV's Huagua Xianxing In, the entire company was buzzing with activity. The signed internet celebrities hinted at their participation in the auditions during their live streams, eliciting waves of 666 comments in response. Some even received rockets from their biggest supporters. Within the company, 5 junior producers collaborated with numerous internet celebrities. These internet stars had the liberty to choose whether to perform their original works or cover songs they felt comfortable with. Knowing their own capabilities, as the only intermediate producer at Changtian Entertainment, Liao Zhen was assigned to work exclusively with Zhou Zhifei. Wu had set ambitious goals for Zhou Zhifei. If he was going to compete, he should do so with original songs only. This meant Zhou Zhifei also had to pitch in, which explained his frequent visits to the studio. The songs selected for the 2 rounds of auditions would be those written by Liao Zhen for Zhou Zhifei. Since this was the first season of Huagui Xingyin, the scale of the auditions was relatively small. Apple TV had established only 4 major competition zones across the country: the Southern Zone in Yangqing, the Eastern Zone in Hangzhou, the Central Zone in Shanqing, and the Northern Zone in Jingqing. While the number of competition zones was limited, they were all prominent cities capable of attracting many talented grassroots singers. Changtian Entertainment naturally registered for the Southern Competition Zone, as they were situated in the heart of Apple TV's operations in Yangqing. Zhou Zhifei's primary role at Changtian Entertainment was to observe the company's operations up close. Previously, his visits had been rushed, leaving him little opportunity to take in everything. IT was indeed a rare opportunity to learn within a legitimate entertainment company. While it is well known that Zhou Zhifei now bears the title of producer, those close to him are aware of the underlying truth. His so-called songwriting stems from memories of a past life, and his genuine experience as a producer is rather scant. This is a perfect opportunity for him to learn more about music production from Liao Zhen. Sometimes even stepping in to assist as a guitarist or drummer, he finds himself shuttling back and forth almost daily, yet he perceives this as an immensely rewarding endeavor. Presently, Zhou Zhifei possesses the confidence to independently oversee music production. He is even assured in his ability to closely replicate the original compositions from his previous life. On the afternoon of Tuesday, October 25th, within the confines of Changtian Entertainment Company in Dongjiang City, the atmosphere was unusually bustling in anticipation of the upcoming auditions for Huagui Xingyin the following day. Zhou Zhifei presented the first song he had chosen for the singing competition to Wu Yu. Smiling as he said, "Sister Wu, I'll provide you with the score now. I appreciate all the trouble I've caused you during this time. I've learned so much." After a brief pause, he continued, "Starting tomorrow, I won't be coming to the company for a while. I suspect you all will be quite busy. Will you?" Holding the score paper, replied, "Teacher Zhifei, your words are far too courteous. While you are with us, it's uncertain who is helping whom." Zhou Zhifei gestured toward the score in her hands, saying, "Sister Wu, please take a look at the score and let me know if there are any issues. If it doesn't work, I can quickly provide you with a different song." "Teacher Zhifei, there is no need for such modesty. Your compositions are all quite excellent. Right now, Yifeng is busy preparing for the auditions. He can practice your song once he passes." However, Wu Yu's words were merely polite. She was actually contemplating showing the song to Liao Zhen. Zhou Zhifei chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Sister Wu, your words are overly generous. In business, we must adhere to our contracts. We should communicate openly since our interests align." Speaking of which, Wu Yu felt a profound regret for not having signed Zhou Zhifei earlier. Now that he had established his own studio, it would be quite challenging to secure him in the future. After exchanging pleasantries for a short while, Zhou Zhifei took his leave. Before exiting the gates of Changtian Entertainment, he had a brief conversation with Liao Zhen. He then took the subway back to school. Upon entering the campus, he glanced up at the sky. The night had not yet fully descended, indicating that his return was still relatively early. Zhou Zhifei powered on his computer, eagerly opening the music platform to check the ranking data for new songs released that month. The song occupying the most prominent position at the top was no longer the theme song he had created for a youth film. Those years. Following a decline in the film's popularity, those years had also begun to lose its luster. Consequently, several days prior, Xiaoyan had topped the new song chart, thanks to its catchy melody and memorable lyrics. This development sparked considerable discussion across various media and social platforms. Ordinary listeners might only perceive that the newcomer Zhou Zhifei was quite remarkable in the crucial new artist rankings of October. The release of 2 new songs had astonishingly secured the first and second positions. Many remarked that it seemed as though the Huagui music scene had not birthed such a formidable newcomer in years. Particularly, Xiaoyan had garnered affection from audiences of all ages. Interestingly, a line from the song had even trended on Way2A, marking Zhou Yifeng's first appearance on the trending list, which thrilled him immensely. The situation unfolded as follows. The frequently repeated Mia in the final section of the song's chorus left netizens perplexed. Opinions regarding Mia on the internet were divided into several factions, illustrating just how idle netizens could be. Some believed that Mia held special significance for the song's creator, justifying its frequent occurrence. Others contended that its inclusion was merely for the sake of rhyme, devoid of deeper meaning. Still, some speculated that it might just be the singer's random humming, potentially without even knowing its significance. Ultimately, these perspectives seemed to carry some weight yet lacked logical coherence. Eager to find an answer, netizens flocked to Zhou Zhifei's newly verified Wei2A account to leave comments. Their choice to seek out Zhou Zhifei rather than the song's creator, Zhou Zhifei, stemmed from the fact that Zhou had not registered on Wei2A. As Zhou Zhifei put it, what serious person engages with Wei2A? Moreover, most casual fans typically did not concern themselves with the song's creator, leading them to swarm Zhou Zhifei's Wei2A account. Zhou Zhifei, often the center of attention at school, had never encountered such a situation. Amidst his excitement, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as he too was unsure of the meaning of Mia. Presumably, only Zhou Zhifei knew, yet he remained silent. With no other recourse, Zhou Zhifei consulted his manager Wu Yu. She advised him not to respond, suggesting that keeping them in suspense could heighten his own popularity, thereby creating a win-win scenario. It was no wonder that Wei Jichao had invited her to serve as the company's manager, as she exhibited a keen understanding of managing public perception. Upon witnessing the top two songs on the chart, both of which he had composed, Zhou Zhifei would be remiss to claim that his heart remained unperturbed. It could be said that songs which achieved recognition and popularity in his past life could still resonate in this new world. This realization imbued Zhou Zhifei with considerable confidence, as he wondered whether the fluttering of a butterfly's wings might cause the once-beloved classics from his previous life to suddenly lose their appeal in this reality. Zhou Zhifei had never underestimated the power of those wings. After all, they could have led to the demise of Li Bai, making it hardly surprising that aesthetic tastes among the Huagua populace might differ. Thus, those years and Xiaoyan could be regarded as Zhou Zhifei's initial foray into the Huagua music scene, a tentative exploration of his musical rapport with this world. Only with the success of these two songs could he justify creating even more classic compositions from his past life. Now that his songs had garnered favorable results, Zhou Zhifei could comfortably regard the role of a mere transporter as his lifelong vocation. Having recently perused the comments from casual listeners, he was now keen to hear the critiques of professionals regarding his work. Zhou Zhifei navigated to Huagua Music Network, the most authoritative and professional music website in the country. Here, the official ranking of music producers was published annually. In any field requiring expertise, traffic would inevitably be limited, as professionalism often alienated the general populace. Furthermore, Huagua Music Network served more as a judge than a marketplace, as users could neither download nor purchase songs from the site. The audience for this website primarily consisted of music producers and critics. With a calm demeanor, Zhou Zhifei sought to glean insights from his peers and critics. He found the reviews section of Huagua Music Network to be quite active. After browsing for a while, he discovered that his visibility on this platform significantly surpassed that on music platforms. This disparity stemmed from the fact that ordinary listeners tended to focus on the artists in the spotlight, while those frequenting this site were more interested in the creators behind the songs. In their view, it was the individuals behind the scenes who truly wielded power. The prevailing sentiment in the music industry held that it was good songs that elevate artists, not the other way around. Thus, as long as a producer's creative talent remained intact, they could continuously prop up various singers. Zhou Zhifei approached the reviews with a tranquil mindset. One reviewer, under the ID of Chen Tianxi, offered high praise, analyzing 3 songs composed by Zhou Zhifei from a professional viewpoint and concluding that Zhou's understanding of youth-related songs was distinctly unique. Given time, with the talent Zhou Zhifei had exhibited, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the Huayu music scene. The flattery left Zhou Zhifei feeling somewhat bashful. However, where there were compliments, there were also criticisms. Some producers harshly criticized Zhou Zhifei for being overly traditional at such a young age, arguing that if all emerging music producers in the country were like him, the Huagua music scene would remain out of sync with international standards, leading to a bleak future for Chinese music. Others maintained a neutral stance, offering tepid remarks, while many critics penned reviews rife with sarcasm. Estimating that only about 20 of the discussions surrounding him were positive, Zhou Zhifei noted that the remaining 80 were either sarcastic or outright disparaging. The entertainment industry was a realm of fame and fortune, a truth Zhou Zhifei had deeply felt in his previous life. Within this sphere, Notions of justice and righteousness were absent, replaced instead by the entanglements and exchanges of various interests. Zhou Zhifei surmised that he had perhaps emerged too quickly, without having paid his dues, leading to a significant number of individuals who expressed sour grapes. Having gleaned enough from the reviews, Zhou Zhifei decided to close the Huagua Music Network page, feeling as though he was wasting time. The songs he had transported had already been validated in the market of his past life. There seemed little need to seek external validation. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, his phone screen lit up with a notification for a friend request on WeChat. Initially intending to ignore it, he paused upon recognizing the sender. It was his professor, Lu Yuan, who had added him through the class group. Curious as to why Professor Lu was reaching out to him, Zhou Zhifei felt compelled to respond. After clicking the acceptance button, a new message promptly appeared in the chat window. It was evident that Professor Lu had been waiting for him to confirm the request. Lu Yuan. Zhou Zhifei? Zhou Zhifei. Good evening, Professor Lu. I am Zhou Zhifei. Lu Yuan. That is good to hear. I was worried I might have added the wrong person. Zhou Zhifei inquired tentatively. Professor Lu, I'm curious as to why you're contacting me so late. Lu Yuan replied, Actually, it's nothing urgent. I was wondering if you're free tomorrow. I'd like you to stop by my office after the afternoon class. Upon reading this message, Zhou Zhifei was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom what Professor Lu wanted from him. Nevertheless, he confidently replied via WeChat, I have no other commitments tomorrow. I will come to your office right after class. Lu Yuan, great. I'll be waiting for you in my office tomorrow. After Zhou Zhifei responded with a simple okay, no further messages arrived from Lu Yuan. It was clear that the professor was a rather straightforward individual. Pondering the purpose of the meeting, Zhou Zhifei decided to set aside his curiosity, knowing he would find out tomorrow. The following afternoon, after attending his classes, Zhou Zhifei recalled the original owner's memories and made his way to Professor Lu's office. Even in the original owner's recollections, it seemed he had never interacted with Professor Lu directly. He had only visited once, accompanied by the class monitor, Zhong Rue, to make a familiar face. This advantage of being a class officer in university allowed one to more easily cultivate relationships with lecturers and professors. Standing outside the office, Zhou Zhifei knocked on the door. It's not locked. Come in, came Professor Lu's voice from within. After receiving permission, Zhou Zhifei pushed the door open and entered. Lu Yuan looked up at him, evidently intrigued. Ordinary students often regarded him with a certain reverence, entering with a demeanor that was either timid or avoiding direct eye contact, striving to avoid leaving a negative impression. In contrast, Zhou Zhifei surveyed the entire office without hesitation. Lu Yuan, with a playful smile, asked, Zhifei, what do you think of my office? Zhou Zhifei replied with confidence, Good afternoon, Professor Lu. Rather than an office, I would say this resembles a composer's studio. His observation was truthful. The office itself was quite spacious, and its arrangement did not resemble a typical educator's workspace. Numerous musical instruments adorned the office, both Western and Eastern. While it may not rival a professional recording studio, it was certainly a compact yet comprehensive setup. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and replied sincerely, Most of these are merely decorations. I haven't engaged in composition for quite some time. At my age and position, I only attempt to create new songs when tasked by higher authorities or the state. His statement was not a display of false modesty, but rather a calm acknowledgement of reality. Zhou Zhifei shook his head, countering, Professor Lu, I believe you're not being entirely truthful. If they were just decorations, why would you go to such lengths to maintain them? He lightly brushed his fingers across the piano's lid, finding no dust to mar his touch. If Professor Lu truly viewed them as mere props, why bother with upkeep? Indeed, Zhifei, you are unlike other students, Lu Yuan remarked with a smile that, as a music producer, caring for instruments is fundamental. Instruments possess a certain vitality. Treat them well, and they will reciprocate. Zhou Zhifei contemplated his words thoughtfully. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps I've grown too old and enjoy rambling. You young people should cultivate your own thoughts and not be constrained by the notions of us older generations. Consider me enlightened, Zhou Zhifei replied earnestly. Lu Yuan smiled. No need to be so formal. I'm not speaking to you as a professor, but rather as a fellow music producer. After a brief pause, he sighed. To be honest, before September, I hadn't paid much attention to you. It's surprising to find a musical prodigy in my class without my awareness. As a professor of music at Nanchuan, I feel somewhat remiss. Zhou Zhifei humbly responded. I may not be as exceptional as you suggest, Professor Lu. I hardly qualify as a musical prodigy. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. If I say you're a musical prodigy, then you certainly possess that qualification. I dare say there are very few music producers in the Huayu music scene today who can refute my statement. This proclamation revealed Lu Yuan's forthright and commanding character. As an esteemed veteran and accomplished composer, his words carried a certain weight. Zhou Zhifei smiled. Professor Lu, you're quite impressive. Lu Yuan playfully pointed his finger, laughing. You're not being entirely sincere, I can tell that. Despite your somewhat carefree demeanor, you have great confidence in your compositions. When I was your age, I was far more reserved. Zhou Zhifei rubbed his nose, uncertainly asking, Professor Lu, are you complimenting me or critiquing me? Let us say I'm complimenting you, Lu Yuan chuckled. What the Huayu music scene lacks today are vibrant and talented music producers like you. He approached a pipa, paused momentarily, and then moved to the piano, lifting the lid and striking a few notes. His expression gradually turned serious. Lu Yuan lifted his head and turned to Zhou Zhifei, saying, Zhifei, I'm uncertain how many more songs you have yet to release. But of the 3 you have already shared, do you know what impression they left on me? Zhou Zhifei slightly shook his head. Lu Yuan gazed deeply at him. They are stunning. They have truly left me in awe. You have crafted the nostalgic dream awakening while also producing the marketable youth. And in between, there exists a song like those years that serves as a seamless connection. Each of these songs possesses a distinct style, yet the quality is remarkably high. To be frank, your musical talent astounds me. With a sigh filled with sentiment, he added, musicians of my generation are ultimately aging. The future belongs to you young talents. Zhou Zhifei replied, Professor Lu, your praise seems a bit excessive, leaving me feeling uneasy. Zhifei, do you know what genre of songs I most enjoy composing? Lu Yuan abruptly shifted the topic, asking for his own amusement. Professor Lu is renowned for his grandiose musical style, having penned many classic hits for films and television dramas, and has twice won the prestigious Golden Melody Award for Best Composer in Huagua. Furthermore, he has also made a mark in the realm of pop music, leaving behind numerous catchy street songs. Zhou Zhifei, before coming here, had done his homework. Lu Yuan chuckled and shook his head. What you mentioned can all be found online. While those songs are indeed my creations, they are not necessarily the type I most enjoy writing. Then I truly cannot guess what type of songs Professor Lu favors composing, Zhou Zhifei inquired, puzzled. Lu Yuan's eyes darted around, withholding a direct answer. Our Huaxia boasts a cultural heritage spanning 5 millennia. Which nation globally can be compared to us? Yet due to a century of humiliation caused by certain circumstances, many among us began to deny our own culture. I do not fear your mockery. I still vividly recall how my music teacher, when discussing the Western world, wore an expression filled with longing. Even now, such societal sentiments are not uncommon. A simple example is the frequent calls for us to align with international standards. When it comes to economics, perhaps it can be overlooked, but to align culture and music is indeed a source of ridicule. In truth, the songs I desire to create are quite simple, to effectively utilize my nation's traditional culture without resorting to purely classical tones. For overly classical music cannot keep pace with the times. Thus, I wish to draw upon ancient allusions as a backdrop while employing modern musical styles to express classical flavors. This approach not only refreshes the listener's experience but also serves to promote our classical culture to some extent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhifei finally grasped the concept. So, Professor Lu is the pioneer of Guofeng songs? Chapter 88. Behind you is me. Upon hearing Zhou Zhifei refer to him as the pioneer of Guofeng songs, Lu Yuan immediately waved his hand. What are you saying? I cannot claim such an honor as the trailblazer. After a pause, he continued, the true pioneers of Guofeng songs are not singular individuals. The concept of Guofeng has evolved gradually, not instantaneously, thanks to the efforts of numerous musicians who have contributed to refining this genre. My encounter with Guofeng, distinct from ancient style, left me utterly amazed. I instantly recognized the advantages and strengths of Guofeng songs. If developed properly, they could undoubtedly become the new trend in Chinese music, that time. I indeed ventured into creating in the Guofeng direction. Perhaps due to a mismatch with my own creative style, several Guofeng songs I composed ultimately failed to make a significant impact in the market. Around 2005, a number of exceptional music producers began to emerge, creating Guofeng songs, which sparked a brief popularity within the Chinese music scene. However, it still did not achieve significant success, which was contrary to my expectations. Lu Yuan raised his head again, his gaze resolute. Yet I firmly believe that Guofeng songs possess unparalleled potential. At that time, the market lacked truly suitable musicians for Guofeng. Since there were none available, I decided to cultivate them myself. It was during that year that I accepted a position at Nanchuan, intending to discover and nurture musically gifted individuals in this regard. I taught for nearly a decade, yet the guofeng genre did not flourish. Instead, the Chinese music scene became increasingly permeated by foreign musical cultures. With the rise of domestic internet capital, this trend was further exacerbated. I even speculated somewhat maliciously that these domestic internet capitals might have foreign influences. To say they are suppressing guofeng might be an exaggeration, but they certainly utilize their influence to some extent, hindering the evolution of guofeng songs. His tone bore both nostalgia and regret. Initially, I resigned myself to this fate, content to teach until retirement. But your arrival has rekindled a glimmer of hope within me. Although aware it might be somewhat impolite, Zhou Zhifei interjected. Professor Liu, I comprehend your sentiments, but perhaps your expectations of me are overly high. I have merely composed 3 songs. It hardly warrants such weighty regard. Lu Yuan fixed a penetrating gaze upon him, contemplating for a moment before responding. It is my intuition that prompts me to hold such high hopes for you. Zhou Zhifei found himself speechless. Professor Liu, your words seem rather idealistic. Lu Yuan shook his head. Idealistic? I do not believe so. My intuition has often guided me correctly in choosing the right direction, which is why I trust this feeling. After developing an interest in you, I reviewed the works you submitted during your freshman year and even watched the footage from your art examination. Frankly, while your past works exhibited some talent, they could not possibly have produced a song as soulful as Dream Awakening. Moreover, there is a rather intriguing phenomenon. The 3 songs you composed were completed in an extraordinarily short time. That is truly impressive. Although I cannot ascertain what transpired within you, it appears as if you have suddenly gained clarity, exhibiting an unprecedented level of inspiration in your musical creations. Such occurrences are rare throughout musical history. While not entirely absent, they are indeed uncommon. Musicians of that caliber often lead a wave of musical evolution. Zhou Zhifei's pupils constricted, realizing he might have underestimated others. If one were truly earnest, they could deduce their transformations through past experiences. Yet he could not articulate this change. Was he to confess to others that he was, in fact, a time traveler? Zhou Zhifei could only feign calmness, stating, certain events in my life have granted me new insights. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Zhifei, there is no need for you to feel anxious. I have no intention of probing into the reasons behind your transformation. I merely hope you do not squander this newfound inspiration. I also encourage you, if possible, to attempt composing guofeng songs. As our nation's comprehensive strength continues to rise, there will surely be listeners willing to embrace this genre once more. Zhou Zhifei nodded. If the opportunity arises, I shall endeavor to create in this style. That moment, he felt a flicker of panic. It was best to agree for now, and then swiftly exit the office. He perceived his professor as rather formidable, fearing that if he lingered too long, his innermost thoughts might be laid bare. As for the likelihood of fulfilling his promise in the future, Zhou Zhifei considered it not overly daunting. At worst, he could always exploit the talents of Zhou Dong or, perhaps, Su songs as well. He firmly believed that the guofeng songs they produced could surely gain traction in Huagua. Lu Yuan, however, adopted a more amiable demeanor. There is no need to rush. You are still quite young, with ample opportunities for learning. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me at any time. Then I may have to trouble you, Professor Liu, Zhou Zhifei replied politely. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Lu Yuan nodded. No, that will be all. After having spoken at length today, do not find me overly verbose. The student would not dare. As Zhou Zhifei turned to leave, Lu Yuan seemed to recall something and called out to him. There is one more thing I nearly forgot. You need not pay attention to the negative discourse about you online, nor should you feel compelled to seek any validation. Just remember this. Behind you stands me, Lu Yuan, and the entire Southern Media University Music School. The student shall remember. Zhou Zhifei bowed respectfully. After exiting Lu Yuan's office, he walked thoughtfully, realizing he had entered Lu Yuan's line of sight and had even garnered his utmost confidence. Yet this was rather exhilarating. He had not anticipated such scrutiny regarding the original owner's past. Perhaps this was not a bad thing. Having gained Professor Liu's recognition, he believed that if others inquired in the future, he could attribute his transformation to Lu Yuan, claiming he had received special guidance. However, his heart raced slightly, a sense of unease creeping in. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the wealthy girl. Chapter 89. Is speaking so poetic an attempt to pursue graduate studies? On the campus of Nanchuan, near the teaching building, Zhou Zhifei suddenly froze in place, unsure why thoughts of the wealthy girl had invaded his mind. Instinctively, he believed she could soothe his agitated spirit. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, staring blankly at the dark screen. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, room 304, Shun Xiangyu was lost in thought, clutching her phone. Putting down the book Gentle Breeze Caresses You, the ever-smiling Fu Yuqi suddenly turned her gaze toward the wealthy girl. With a glint in her eye, she sensed that it had been too long since she had indulged in a dose of romantic drama. She scooted her chair closer to Shun Xiangyu and asked, "Xiangyu, what are you up to?" Shun Xiangyu, her gaze unfocused, replied, "Just daydreaming." "Ah, the essence is sincerity," Fu Yuqi remarked, gazing at Shun Xiangyu's flawless features, suddenly finding reality rather surreal. She had ample reason to suspect that Zhou Zhifei might be suffering from a severe case of emotional oblivion. Frequently disappearing without a trace and ignoring someone as stunning as Shun Xiangyu. Did he not fear losing her? This was far from the plot of a romantic novel. Zhou Zhifei had not adhered to the typical domineering CEO trope. Fu Yuqi mused that if she were in his place, she would feel uneasy if a day passed without being attached to Xiangyu. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Xiangyu, are you thinking about your Zhou senior?" Shin Xiangyu's gaze flickered, and she vehemently denied. "I am not thinking about him, is that so?" "I don't believe you. I didn't expect Xiangyu to learn to lie," Fu Yuqi teased, pursing her lips. Shin Xiangyu set her phone down and replied calmly, "I am not. I merely wish for my senior to take me out for some fun." Fu Yuqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xiangyu, it seems I need to enlighten you. This feeling you have is scientifically termed longing in our carbon-based biology. In other words, you are indeed thinking about Zhou Sr." Opposite them, Hu Qian put down her sheet music and interjected, "Yuqi, that's enough. Xiangyu is like a blank slate. You need not teach her such things." She then turned to Shin Xiangyu and said, "Xiangyu, as a modern female university student, we must learn to be independent and strong. What is this obsession with a boy? I happen to be heading to the supermarket. Let me take you out for a bit." Shin Xiangyu picked up a teddy bear from the table, hugging it tightly. "I still have the song analysis assignment from class to finish. I am preparing to write it now." Though she claimed to work on her assignment, she showed no intention of retrieving paper and pen. "Ah, the essence is sheer pretense," Hu Qian thought, her expression filled with incredulity. Were it not for her respect for Hu Qian, Fu Yuqi would have burst into laughter. She couldn't help but exclaim, "My roommate cannot possibly be this adorable. Xiangyu, since the stubborn Zhou Sr. remains aloof, you must be more proactive. Otherwise, if you keep waiting, there will be no substantial progress." Fu Yuqi offered Shun Xiangyu some sound advice. To speak candidly, she was the one most wishing for Shun Xiangyu and Zhou Zhifei to unite, so she could indulge in daily doses of sweetness. After all, a delightful romance was the hallmark of university life. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. It was Fu Yuqi's phone signaling a WeChat voice call. Someone was reaching out to her, and she disregarded her conversation with Shun Xiangyu. Approaching her desk, she glanced at the screen, and upon recognizing the caller, Fu Yuqi's pupils widened. She then looked up at the still daydreaming Shun Xiangyu. After a moment's hesitation, she swiped to answer the call. Why not just call her directly? "All right then. Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Fu Yuqi approached Shin Xiangyu and said, "Xiangyu, do you know who just called me?" Shun Xiangyu shook her head, her expression unchanged, seemingly indifferent to the news. "It was your beloved Zhou Sr. He is currently waiting at the entrance of our dormitory." As soon as Fu Yuqi's words fell, a spark ignited in Shun Xiangyu's eyes, and she sat up straight, preparing to rush out the dormitory door, only to be firmly held back by Fu Yuqi. "Your Zhou Sr. merely has something to discuss with me and asked for me to come down first. When I return, I will take everyone from our dormitory out to eat." Upon hearing that it seemed related to her, Hu Qian and Qiu Qinglei spoke in unison. "Zhou Sr. wants to treat us to a meal?" Fu Yuqi nodded. "Yes, that is what he said on the phone." Even she herself could not fathom why Zhou Zhifei would summon her alone. However, Shin Xiangyu did not dwell on it, gently pushing Fu Yuqi. Her eyes sparkled as she urged, "Then hurry down and come back quickly." Fu Yuqi replied exasperatedly, "Xiangyu, really? I'm at my wits' end." As Fu Yuqi reached the bottom of the dormitory, she scanned the area and quickly spotted Zhou Zhifei leaning against the wall. She approached him. "Zhou Sr., is there something that cannot be discussed over the phone, necessitating my presence?" "What a mystery." Zhou Zhifei pointed to the 2 bags of fruit gift boxes by his feet. Smiling broadly, "It's nothing much. I just bought some fruit for your dormitory. Since I do not know the others in your dorm, I can only trouble you to take it up. Fu Yuqi's eyes widened, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Is this lawful? Is this even fair? Zhou Senior, you called me down just to make me a laborer? Zhou Zhifei, momentarily taken aback, replied earnestly, Fu Yuqi, your words are quite poetic. What is this? Have you already begun contemplating graduate studies in your freshman year? It seems you are not merely addicted to sweets. I suggest you purchase some rhyme-reducing medication. Fu Yuqi was taken aback by Zhou Zhifei's apparent lack of sensitivity towards girls. She felt utterly exasperated. Zhou Zhifei, hands in his pockets, remarked, So, this fruit isn't for your own consumption? Fu Yuqi remarked with a hint of exasperation. While I understand your concern for Xiangyu and your reluctance to let her carry anything, must you display it so overtly? Zhou Zhifei replied with a stoic expression. Why are we suddenly discussing the little rich girl? I must inform you, your words are nothing short of slander. With a dismissive laugh, Fu Yuqi felt disinclined to engage further with someone so obstinate. She seized a bag and, without a backward glance, strode back to the girls' dormitory. Chapter 90. I want to eat dragon meat. Fortunately, the third floor was not too high, and Fu Yuqi found it relatively effortless to carry the fruit back to her dormitory. Upon returning to room 304, Hu Qian curiously inquired, Yuqi, where did you get the fruit you're carrying? Fu Yuqi placed the gift bag on the table and replied, This is from Senior Zhou. He asked me to bring it up for everyone to enjoy. Hu Qian chuckled. So that's why Senior Zhou called you down, to have you bring things back up. Indeed, he treats me like a mere laborer. In his eyes, only Xiangyu is his junior sister. But I, too, am a delicate flower, a charming little girl. Oh, how infuriating! Fu Yuqi lamented to herself. Hu Qian expressed her confusion. Is Senior Zhou really that kind of person? His double standards are rather extreme. Shin Xiangyu turned her head, clearly displeased, and stated, Senior Zhou is not that kind of person. Besides, I always bring you delicious treats, which he buys. The other three in the dorm were taken aback. They had not expected the usually naive Shin Xiangyu to learn how to retort. Fu Yuqi waved her hand dismissively. All right, I won't refer to your big teddy bear of a senior anymore. That should suffice. After a brief pause, she continued, He is still waiting downstairs for us, claiming he wants to treat us to dinner tonight. With the way he treats me, I intend to eat him out of house and home. Yuqi, Shin Xiangyu called out calmly. What is it? Fu Yuqi turned to the little rich girl. We can't let Senior Zhou go bankrupt. Zhou Zhifei glanced at his wristwatch, contemplating how torturous it was to wait for the girls to emerge. Fu Yuqi had been in the dorm for 15 minutes, and they still had not come down. Just as he considered whether to call the little rich girl, a familiar figure appeared at the corridor's entrance. Shin Xiangyu led the group, her dark hair cascading casually down her back. She wore a simple white t-shirt and fitted light blue jeans. If one were to overlook her stunning beauty, her outfit was rather unremarkable among university students. Much like the buyer and seller showcases on online shopping sites, where the owner's appearance is the most striking factor. Moreover, Shin Xiangyu had another undeniable trait. Her t-shirt swayed with her movements. Zhou Zhifei remained stationary, allowing the four to approach him swiftly. He did not recognize the other two. So Fu Yuqi eagerly took on the role of the introducer, as it was unreasonable to expect Shin Xiangyu to handle it. She first pointed to Hu Qian, saying, This is our dorm leader, Hu Qian. And this is Qiu Qinglei. She then briefly introduced their basic information, mentioning that Hu Qian was from Shuqing and Qiu Qinglei hailed from Xiang province. When it was Zhou Zhifei's turn, he simply stated, I am Zhou Zhifei, a sophomore majoring in musicology, a native of this province. The group exchanged a few lighthearted remarks, and Zhou Zhifei gained a deeper understanding of them. As they were part of the music performance class, Hu Qian and Qiu Qinglei were naturally attractive. In fact, Fu Yuqi was also quite pleasant to look at. However, her fondness for sweets often distracted Zhou Zhifei from noticing her beauty. Thus, this combination of one male and four beautiful females was indeed eye-catching on campus, especially with Shin Xiangyu's striking presence, drawing the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but speculate about what background Zhou Zhifei had that allowed him to be accompanied by four lovely girls. Fu Yuqi, with her carefree nature, paid little mind to such things. She clung to Shin Xiangyu's arm, occasionally leaning against the little rich girl's shoulder. The scene was rather explosive, prompting Zhou Zhifei to feign disinterest. Suddenly, Fu Yuqi declared, Senior Zhou, with you bossing me around today, I've conspired with him to ensure that we properly feast on you tonight. I want large lobsters, and I want imported steak. Zhou Zhifei waved his hand dismissively, wearing a nonchalant expression, no problem. I doubt you can eat that much. Don't worry about my expenses. Forget about the lobster and steak. Even if you want dragon meat, it's no issue. Shen Xiangyu's lips moved slightly. Senior, I want to eat dragon meat. Zhou Zhifei felt a pang of discomfort. Hu Qian interjected. Xiangyu, Senior Zhou is just teasing us. There is no such thing as dragon meat in this world. Senior, you need not heed Yuqi's words. That would be far too extravagant. We can settle for something simple tonight. Qiu Qinglei, who had been mostly silent, chimed in, yes, there are plenty of ordinary restaurants nearby. We can eat there. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to dine at a nearby restaurant, known for its good reputation without being overly expensive. Since the evening's purpose was to treat them, Zhou Zhifei was happy to go along with their wishes, as long as they enjoyed their meal. He had no intention of pretending to be a big spender. Taking them to a high-end restaurant would only make him appear foolish without really showcasing anything. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhou Zhifei first chose a private room. Given the dining level suitable for university students, there was no sign of the large lobsters Fu Yuqi had mentioned. However, he did order a Chinese-style steak. Suddenly, his phone rang, the screen displaying Zhao Yifeng's call. Excuse me, I need to take this call. That's fine. Senior Zhou, you can attend to your matters. We'll order ourselves. Although Hu Qian did not understand what Shen Xiangyu saw in Zhou Zhifei, she was still very polite in her interactions. Stepping out into the corridor by the restroom, Zhou Zhifei answered the call. Zhao, how did the competition go today? What else could it be? Of course, it went well. If I can't even pass the preliminary round of the auditions, I might as well quit the music industry. Zhou Zhifei chuckled. That's good to hear. How was the process? Zhao Yifeng shook his head. I won't bore you with the details. If you're interested, you can watch the first episode of the show airing Friday night. I'll make sure to check it out. Zhifei, have you had dinner yet? Not yet. I was just ordering. Out for a lavish dinner with your little sister again. Huh? Zhao Yifeng teased. This remark irked Zhou Zhifei a bit. Zhao? What do you mean my little sister? I'm treating her whole dorm tonight. All right, I want to keep you. I'll reach out when I get back to Yangqing tomorrow for a gathering. That sounds perfect.